In the depths of the gloomy mountains where eternal darkness reigned supreme, stood an old castle, whose stone walls remembered hundreds of cold winters and hot summers. In the huge castle, only one window was lit, behind which the shadow of a loyal advisor was darting about, his heart breaking at the thought of the famine threatening their lands. Deeply thinking about the fate of the people, the exhausted advisor did not notice how a bright beam of strange light cut through the night darkness outside the window. Rushing to the window, he saw a terrible picture. The city he loved so much was burning in flames, and the air was filled with the cries of battle and the ringing of weapons. Among the attackers, the advisor recognized the Emperor's warriors by their black and gold flags, and a bitter realization pierced him. The cruel ruler had begun his revenge. The advisor always harbored a hatred for the Emperor in his soul, but even he could not imagine that the ruler would dare to make such a treacherous attack on his subjects. Bright flashes of magic lit up the night sky as the Imperial mages attacked the castle, and the Duke stood silently on the tower, as if accepting his fate. The Duke knew that the fire magic would soon reach him, and all he could do was wait for the flaming ball to cut the thread of his life in this cold world. The fatal blow overtook both the Duke and his loyal advisor, whose last cry was drowned out by the roar of the collapsing walls of the ancient castle. Thus fell the beautiful land of Bran, which many considered only a small dot on the map of a vast empire. But for its inhabitants, it was a whole world. The nightmare was interrupted by a sharp awakening. The young man, who had once been the Duke's devoted servant, woke up with a cry of horror on his lips. Fate played a strange joke on him. Instead of the peace he deserved, he received a new life in the body of his master, 20 years before the fateful night. The whole day after the amazing rebirth in the body of Duke Aaron flew by in an instant, leaving behind only a fog in the head and trembling in the hands. The new owner of the body could neither eat, nor drink, nor even speak. His mind was too shaken by this incredible turn of fate. He spent the second day in anger, cursing the cruel emperor, whose hands were stained with the blood of the innocent inhabitants of beautiful Bran. On the third day, the heavy thoughts retreated, replaced by a firm determination. Since fate had given him a second chance, he would use it to save everyone. The thirst for knowledge pushed him forward. He searched old books for any mention of Duke Bran, hoping to find the key to saving his people. For several days he did not tear himself away from his books until persistent hunger reminded him of simple human needs. Bitter thoughts tormented his soul. In his past life, he helped the hungry, but the real Duke thought only about his whims and pleasures. He was caught at a simple breakfast by his younger sister Cheryl, who scolded her brother for his strange behavior and reminded him of her attempts to reach out to him. His quick mind helped him find a simple explanation. He said that he wanted to share the bread to make it easier to eat, and this calmed his worried sister. When Cheryl's excitement subsided, he gently asked if she was free today, because he really needed the support of a loved one. Soon the brother and sister met a tall warrior whose armor gleamed dully in the light of the morning sun. Knight Rommel could not hide his surprise. For the first time in a long time, the Duke himself decided to talk to him. Honesty was always important to Aaron, so he told the knight directly about the Emperor's plans to attack their lands. Cheryl froze in horror. She could not believe that their uncle would break the sacred oath he had given to their father before his death. Aaron knew more. The Emperor feared their rights to the throne, and loyal people had already informed him of plans to break the ancient oath. Now the only hope for salvation was to use the ancient power of the dragon to protect his people from destruction. The sister tried to stop her brother, because he had previously sworn to never reveal his gift, to keep it a secret until his last breath. But the time demanded decisive action. They needed to prepare for battle with the Emperor's army, gather forces and strengthen their defenses. Cheryl took up her magic staff, and the ancient words of the spell flowed from her lips, opening a path through space. The knight froze in amazement. He had no idea that his rulers possessed such powerful magic, capable of changing the laws of the world. With a sly smile, the girl admitted that she had hidden her abilities for many years so that her enemies would not find out about their true power. The magic of the portal transported them to snowy lands, where white flakes slowly swirled in the air, covering the ground with a soft blanket. At the foot of a high cliff, Cheryl prepared for a new spell, although her hands were shaking slightly from the long break from practicing magic. With a wave of her staff, she created a bright flame that lit up the dark sky, as if a second sun had risen over the snowy plains. Fireballs multiplied in the air, lining up into a perfect circle, like a crown of flames over the snow-capped peaks. Rommel immediately realized that before him was the legendary Ring of Inferno, an ancient magic that the world had not seen for many years. The power of the ring of fire under Cheryl's control cut away the top of the distant mountain as cleanly as if a sharp knife were cutting through butter. The knight stood with his mouth open, and the girl frowned. She knew that her seventh circle magic was too weak for the coming battle. Cheryl explained to the astonished warrior that the seventh circle of magic was very little compared to the power of the Imperial mages. Aaron looked at his sister in surprise. The diary spoke of the fifth circle of magic, but in front of him stood a real archmage. Cheryl's eyes shone with confidence. She knew that her brother's power was many times greater than her own magic. Aaron drew his sword, thanking fate for having spent the entire day the previous day studying his predecessor's old journal. The pages of the diary revealed many secrets to him about the dragon's blessing, an ancient power that slept in the blood of their kind. This gift made Cheryl a fifth circle mage, and the Duke himself a great warrior whose name was known throughout the Empire. The new body contained enormous power. The former butler felt it, but did not know how to awaken this ancient gift. He decided to start from the basics. He took a book on sword fighting and began to learn again because the skills of a real duke were not yet available. Suddenly, the sword in his hands began to glow with a bright blue light, responding to the call of the blood flowing through his new veins. The ancient words came to mind. Piercing wind. And the blow of his sword cut the huge mountain in half, showing the power of the awakened gift. The mountain debris fell down with a deafening roar, and the hero tried to look confident, hoping that no one noticed his awkward mistake in striking. In fact, he was aiming at a completely different mountain, but his companions, amazed by the unprecedented force of the blow, did not even pay attention to this small oversight. The next morning, an ancient dragon flew over the lands of the duchy, its wings casting huge shadows on the fields and forests below. The mighty lizard immediately felt the familiar warmth of his blessing, which he left for the people many years ago in these parts. Wanting to test his guess, the wise dragon turned into a small hawk and flew to the ground, looking out with a keen eye for traces of his magic. At the very ground, he dispelled the spell of transformation, taking the form of a tall man in light clothes embroidered with gold threads. Carefully examining the walls of the old palace, he felt that somewhere nearby lived people with his ancient power, whom he blessed many years ago. Within a few days of living in his new body, the former servant found the Duke's old diary, hidden among dusty books in the far corner of the library. The pages of the diary revealed a secret that Duke Aaron had kept all his life, not trusting it even to his closest friends. The story began many years ago when Aaron's uncle named Jaren, with the help of an influential lord, took the throne from the old emperor, weakened by the years. After the death of their father, the young heirs had to flee from persecution by the new authorities, saving their lives from cruel killers. The only condition that their father managed to set before his death helped them to save themselves, as if foreseeing the future troubles of his children. The children swore never to claim the imperial throne, and in return their father negotiated for Aaron the title of Duke of the distant land of Bran. This land was considered cursed, a barren wasteland with a half-ruined fortress where not even weeds grew and dangerous monsters often appeared. But for children who possessed the power of a dragon and the gift of a grandmaster from birth, even such an inhospitable land could become a real home. Over time, they were able to establish a life in these parts, although Aaron decided to hide his abilities forever, remaining faithful to his father's oath. Having learned the truth, the former butler could not believe that for the Duke, the ancient oath turned out to be more important than the lives of ordinary people who entrusted their destinies to him. One ordinary day, a tragedy occurred in the lands of Bran. A small boy seriously injured his arm while playing, and his screams were heard throughout the area. As if by magic, a young healer appeared next to him, her hands glowing with a warm golden light, quickly soothing the pain and healing the wound. Saying goodbye to the boy, the kind girl asked him to be more careful in games, because next time she might not be there to help. This kind healer was Cecilia, a young saint of the Vivian order, whose heart was always drawn to helping those in need. Suddenly, Cecilia's attention was drawn to the loud voice of a herald calling the people to listen to an important speech by the Duke. The Duke's appearance caused a murmur of discontent among those gathered. People considered him a weak ruler and did not want to waste time on empty words. A quiet whisper passed through the crowd. Someone noticed that the Duke had changed a lot lately, as if he had become a completely different person. Many agreed with this, remembering how the Duke had recently found and punished dishonest knights who had long oppressed the common people. Standing before the unfriendly crowd, the hero understood their feelings. People were tired of hunger and the exorbitant taxes that the previous Duke collected. Gathering all his courage, he announced the alarming news. Intelligence reported a growing army of orcs ready to attack their lands. The crowd responded with bitter laughter. They had heard such threats many times, but the former duke had never tried to protect his people. Seeing the people's mistrust, the duke passionately called on them to unite against a common enemy, so that together they could get rid of the eternal fear of the orcs. His fiery words silenced the crowd, who looked in amazement at their ruler, who had awakened an unprecedented determination. Having plucked up his courage, the duke announced a new approach to defending the lands. They would no longer hide behind walls but would go into battle themselves. Aaron firmly stated that he was tired of watching his people suffer from orc raids while the monsters lived off the wealth they had stolen from the humans. The words that monsters live richer than them touched every resident to the quick, awakening long-forgotten pride in their hearts. Seeing the fire in the people's eyes, the duke called on them to unite to defeat the orcs and finally build a decent life for their families. Not far from the place of performance stood that same dragon in human form, carefully watching his blessed heir. Later, a dispute broke out in the castle between the duke and the treasurer. The ruler urgently needed money for armor for the warriors. Their loud squabble was interrupted by a knock on the door, and both angrily shouted at the intruder to get out, not wanting to interrupt an important conversation. It turned out that Knight Rammel had come with important news. A messenger had arrived from Duke Raynon with a special message. A stately man named Kynos appeared on the threshold, handed over a letter and said that he had come at the personal request of Duke Raynon. The hero pretended to be surprised, although he immediately recognized Kynos. In his past life, this man became famous as a great military strategist. Quickly breaking the seal, the Duke began to read the message, in which an old friend offered help in difficult times. The letter spoke of the 3 difficult years Aaron spent in the lands of Bran, constantly fighting for the survival of his people. Rhinon sent them a talented strategist and some gold, hoping that Kynos would help strengthen Bran's lands until their next meeting. Suddenly, the Duke remembered the promised gold, and the greedy treasurer immediately demanded to see the letter, forgetting about the recent dispute. Kynos said with a slight smile that Duke Raynon had sent 50,000 gold coins to support the allies in their hour of need. The treasurer's face darkened, but he was not surprised by the modest sum. He knew that Duke Raynon's lands were also going through hard times. The hero strictly ordered not to grumble. This money would be enough for equipment for the warriors and for cleaning the dirty city streets. Seeing the incomprehension in the treasurer's eyes, Aaron explained that there was no point in storing gold when disease threatened their main wealth, people. He wisely noted that the loss of inhabitants would lead to the decline of the entire duchy, since there would be no one to defend the walls or cultivate the fields. The dragon, who was watching this, understood the shortcomings of the young ruler's plan, but was glad of his concern for the people, a rare quality among the nobility. The treasurer, with a displeased look, allowed the duke to spend the money as he saw fit, clearly not agreeing with such extravagance. Leaving the room, the old man slammed the door loudly, showing his attitude towards the decisions of the new ruler. The duke only smiled. The appearance of the experienced strategist Kynos saved him from long hours of studying military treatises. Despite his friend's recommendation, Aaron was in no hurry to make Kynos chief strategist, fearing the people's discontent with such a quick appointment. He suggested that the strategist prove his abilities in a campaign against the orcs in order to earn the trust of not only the ruler, but also the common people. Kynos agreed to help, although pride boiled inside him. How dare a mere mortal doubt his military talent? Watching the young duke, the strategist understood that if the campaign was successful, 3 interesting years of working together awaited them. Aaron immediately spoke about his plans to develop the dungeons after defeating the orcs, which surprised and even frightened the experienced strategist. After a week of hard preparation, they had assembled a strong army of well-trained knights ready to fight for their land. After a long study of the battle plan, the Duke was convinced that each warrior knew his task and gave the order to set out on the campaign. This day was supposed to go down in history. People would finally fight back against the evil orcs and return the wealth taken by the monsters. The inspired army, supported by the shouts and blessings of the townspeople, proudly set out on their journey to meet their destiny. After a long march, the army stopped at the edge of the dark forest, where their formidable enemy was hiding among the ancient trees. In the very heart of the forest, Kurok, the leader of the orc tribe, hid, turning the old fortress into an impregnable lair for his warriors. It was this cruel leader who had been ravaging their trade routes for years, condemning the people to starvation. And now Aaron decided to put an end to his atrocities. Suddenly, Rommel galloped up with an alarming report. Scouts had spotted 5 squads of kobold archers hiding in the forest. Realizing that they couldn't cope with the cunning archers without magic, Aaron called for help from his sister, whose spells could turn the tide of the battle. Cheryl quickly ran into the forest, clutching the magic staff in her hands, and began to cast the third circle fireball spell. Although the spell was considered weak, in her hands it gained the power of the fifth circle, showing the true strength of the young sorceress. The fireball flew towards the enemies, and the last thing the kobolds saw was a huge flame that swallowed them without a trace. Instead of joy, Aaron was horrified. After all, he asked his sister not to use strong magic, so as not to attract the attention of the Imperial spies. Cheryl just snorted in response to her brother's reproaches, not understanding his concern. After all, she used a simple third circle spell. The young duke bitterly regretted his decision to take his sister on the campaign. He thought she would only use simple combat spells. Kynos reassured the ruler, explaining that the emperor would still learn of their strength. But while the soldiers remained silent, they had time to prepare. Having calmed down after the strategist's words, Aaron asked if he had found a suitable place for the decisive battle with the orc army. The day before the expedition, they gathered to discuss the battle plan, and Kynos explained his idea. It would be best to destroy the enemy before open combat began. The strategist suggested luring the enemy into a trap, using the advantages of the terrain to save the lives of his warriors. The choice of location for the battle was especially important. They had to fight 2,000 orcs using only skillful calculation and cunning. Their detachment numbered only 500 fighters, so even victory in open combat would have led to huge losses among the people. A wise strategist suggested using 100 horsemen as bait to lure the orcs out of their hiding place in the forest. Their fast horses gave them an advantage, allowing them to lure the enemy straight into a prepared ambush. According to the plan, the archers were supposed to destroy at least half of the enemy army before the orcs realized their mistake. The remaining orcs were planned to be driven out into the open, where armored knights would surround them. After listening carefully to the plan, Aaron agreed. There was no better solution for their small army. Suddenly, a breathless knight ran up to the duke and reported that the enemies had already begun to move towards their detachment. The quick reaction of the orcs surprised everyone. It seemed they had skilled scouts who immediately noticed the approach of people to the forest. Seeing the unusual organization of the enemies, Kynos suggested that after the victory, the surviving orcs be made slaves to work in the dungeons. The idea seemed interesting to the duke, but he doubted that the proud orcs would agree to serve people even after defeat. He had heard before that such creatures were subject only to dragons, whose ancient magic could bend their will. Kynos was quick to explain that the orcs acknowledged the authority of anyone who surpassed them in strength, be it a dragon or a mighty warrior. The duke decided to postpone this conversation. Now it was more important to save the lives of his people than to think about future benefits. It was time to act. Aaron ordered his sister to take 200 warriors and hide in the forest, and the knights to prepare to surround the enemy. After giving his final instructions, he asked Kynos to watch the battle from a hill, preserving his life for future battles. After all preparations were completed, the duke took his sword, gathered his loyal warriors, and led them to meet their destiny. At this time, a scout came running to the orc leader with news of the approach of the human army to their lands. Kurok was furious to learn that the pathetic humans dared to attack after so many years of cowardly sitting behind the fortress walls. The leader was confident of victory. As soon as the people entered the Black Forest, they would become easy prey for his warriors. The orcs had another ace up their sleeve. The leader ordered the release of their most terrible weapon, which the people did not expect to encounter in battle. The heavy gates creaked open, releasing a terrible creature, a huge minotaur with crooked horns and powerful muscles. Having gathered his entire army, including the formidable minotaur, the orc leader led them towards the people, anticipating an easy victory over the daring enemies. An invisible guardian hovered in the sky. An ancient dragon in the form of a bird watched the battle begin, knowing that the time had come for Aaron to show his true strength. At the duke's signal, the warriors formed up for battle. 100 brave hearts under his command against 2,000 fierce Kurok orcs. Blessed with the power of the dragon, the duke easily struck down his enemies, his sword flashing like lightning amidst the raging sea of battle. But anxiety crept into his heart when he saw his warriors drowning in the endless stream of enemies, like grains of sand in the surf. In the heat of battle, the duke did not notice the approach of a huge minotaur, and only his animal instinct helped him avoid the deadly blow. The monster's deafening roar forced the warriors to cover their ears with their hands, saving themselves from the sound that could rupture their eardrums. As soon as the echo of the roar died down in the forest, the duke raised his sword and called on the soldiers to continue the fight, promising to be there until the last drop of blood. As Aaron charged at the orcs with his sword, he remembered Kynos' wise words about how living enemies could become useful allies. Changing tactics, he began stunning his opponents with the hilt of his sword and hiding them in dense thickets, planning to return for them later. Seeing the endless stream of enemies emerging from the dark depths of the Black Forest, the Duke realized that it was time for a tactical retreat. The horsemen began to retreat, crushing the enemies with the hooves of their horses, and after them, shaking the earth, rushed the enraged Minotaur. The Duke ordered his men to retreat to the high ground, deciding to personally delay the monster and gain time to maneuver. Turning his horse around in one motion, he rushed towards the Minotaur, managing to save his warrior from certain death at the last moment. The loyal knights, despite the order to retreat, remained by their master's side, watching with awe his desperate bravery. The disobedience of the warriors upset the Duke, but fate turned their mistake into luck. Just strong hands were needed to bind the defeated Minotaur. To the surprised Knight Arthur, the Duke calmly explained his decision to spare the monster's life. Such power would still serve their purposes. In the midst of working with the captive Minotaur, more orcs appeared, but Cheryl met them with a wall of magical flame. The knights had to dodge the maddened orcs, who fled in fear from the fiery wrath of the young sorceress. Many enemies fell in battle, but Kurok and his loyal warriors continued the pursuit, burning with the desire to avenge their fallen brothers. At the moment when the orcs were already celebrating their imminent victory, a steel ring of knights closed around them, cutting off all paths of retreat. The knights parted, forming a living corridor along which their leader headed towards the surrounded orcs for negotiations. With the dignity of a ruler, Eren offered Kuroku an honest way out, to decide the outcome of the battle with a duel of leaders, granting the losers their lives. Mistrust was evident in the orcs' yellow eyes, but he understood that one order from the Duke and his warriors would become food for the ravens. The Duke backed up his words with a warrior's oath, demanding a similar promise from the orc chieftain to seal their treaty. Trigger hesitated, but the hopelessness of the situation forced him to agree, taking the man's word to spare the lives of his warriors. The battle area was fenced off with shields, and the orc immediately rushed into the attack, waving a terrible mace with iron spikes. Eren stood motionless until the last moment, like a statue, and then easily dodged the blow, which drove the orc leader into a furious rage. With each dodge of new attacks, the Duke felt the ancient power of the dragon flowing through his veins, making his movements easy and precise. After another graceful dodge by the Duke, the enraged Kurok burst into a tirade of foul language, calling his opponent a cowardly wimp. The insult hurt the Duke's pride. He plunged his sword into the ground and challenged the orc to a fair fight with his bare hands. Rommel looked at the unarmed master with alarm, considering his decision reckless, but Eren was determined to teach the orc a lesson in strength. Appreciating the noble gesture of his opponent, Kurok threw away his mace. His muscular arm seemed to be a sufficient weapon against the fragile man. Rommel's heart sank with fear. No matter how strong his master was, fighting an orc without a weapon seemed pure madness. Everyone knew about the natural strength of the orcs, who had grown up in endless battles. Even their claws were sharper than steel, and the Duke stood before the enemy without a single defense. As the orc aimed his fearsome claws at the Duke's face, he was surprised to see how slowly the enemy's hand moved, easily dodging the attack. Testing the limits of his new power, Eren decided to take the orc's next blow without attempting to defend himself. The result amazed him. The orc's powerful blow, capable of piercing armor, seemed like only a light push for his blessed body. Seeing their master take blows, the loyal knights began to worry not only about his life, but also about their own fate in case of defeat. The first successful strike caused jubilation among the orcs. They were already imagining how they would turn the arrogant humans into their slaves. Eren calmly asked his enemies to moderate their delight, after which his body seemed to dissolve into thin air, appearing next to the stricken orc. Appearing above the enemy, the Duke announced that fate had turned against the orcs. Now they would have to serve the people. A light blow threw the leader back a few steps, and he, rising, accused the man of witchcraft. Such power could not belong to a mortal. In response, Eren continued his attack, showing the true power of his gift until the proud orc begged for mercy. After the victory, the Duke led the bound leader to the orc fortress, where the fate of the entire tribe was to be decided. In the captured fortress, he declared his will. The orcs would spare their lives, but would work for the good of the lands of Bran. Showing mercy, he allowed them to hunt in the forests and promised to share food for good work, but warned that everyone would be executed for the slightest disobedience. The orcs' distrustful looks expressed doubt in the man's words, accustomed to seeing people only as enemies. Annoyed by their doubts, Eren pointed to the beaten chieftain, promising the same fate to anyone who dared challenge his authority. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, the orcs bowed their heads, acknowledging the authority of the unusually strong man. The Duke decided to consolidate his victory by taking all the orcs' supplies. This would help fulfill the promise made to the starving people of Bran. Late at night, the victorious detachment returned to the fortress, leading behind them convoys with captured food supplies. When the joyful cries of those greeting them died down, Aaron instructed his faithful Rommel to take care of the affairs of the captured orcs. With the help of Cheryl's magic, they opened a portal to the Frostlands, where they brought the conquered monsters for their final lesson. Here Aaron showed the orcs the full power of his gift, and they finally realized that before them stood a man blessed by the dragon himself. The shocked orcs fell to their knees, swearing eternal fealty to the Duke, whose strength surpassed their most terrible legends. The Duke ordered them to raise their heads and remember the lesson. The mountain, cut by his power, would become a reminder of the punishment for betrayal. The next morning, Kurok gave the Duke a sacred oath. His people would keep the secret of the ruler's power and suppress any attempt at rebellion. Aaron sternly reminded the chieftain of his threat to exterminate their entire race for disobedience, and the orc hastily retreated, struck by the determination in the man's eyes. His place was taken by an inspired Kanos, who did not hide his admiration for how skillfully the Duke had subdued the wild orcs. The Duke explained that the orcs mistook him for a dragon, which made the task much easier. Now their submission was based on sacred fear. The advisor's face darkened. He recalled the well-known vengefulness of dragons towards those who dare to appropriate their greatness. Aaron reassured Kynos by explaining that he had never called himself a dragon. The orcs had concluded that themselves after seeing his strength. The tension eased from the advisor and he laughed, imagining how scared the orcs were, mistaking the man for an ancient, powerful creature. The butler kept silent about his thoughts, although he understood that his strength was indeed comparable to that of a dragon. It was better to keep this secret. Instead of long conversations, he asked Kynos to prepare for a meeting where he would tell everyone about the new status of the orcs. Left alone, Aaron thought bitterly about the former Duke, who, having such power, could protect his people from any trouble. The oath given to his father tied the hands of the former Duke, but even it did not justify complete inaction in the face of the people's suffering. The new owner of the body vowed to surpass his predecessor and prepare for the main battle, on which the lives of all the inhabitants of Bran depended. A council of war gathered in the main hall of the castle, where the Duke enthusiastically spoke of the victory, especially noting Kanos' brilliant strategy. The wise advisor thanked them for the praise, but emphasized that it was their lord's unbending will that had led the army to such a glorious victory. The silence of the hall was broken by Cheryl's indignant cry. The young sorceress jumped up from her seat, unable to accept the fact that her fiery power was left without due praise. A stern line appeared on the Duke's face, as he sharply reminded his sister that their goal was not to destroy enemies, but to acquire valuable workers for future prosperity. When the passions had died down, the Duke moved on to the important news. Their possessions had grown fivefold, and now it was necessary to manage the new lands wisely. His next words left the assembled company in amazement. He proposed to create a dungeon, and this strange idea seemed to everyone to be complete madness. Max, a former secret agent and now manager, could not believe his ears. The Duke wanted to turn the underground caves into bait for adventurers. Instead of explaining, Aaron turned to Kanos, asking if a detailed plan was ready to present to the council. Despite being overwhelmed by recent events, the wise advisor had already prepared all the necessary documents. From the folds of his clothing, Kynos pulled out a large scroll, which, when unrolled, took up almost the entire table, striking in its size. A detailed diagram of the future underground complex was spread out on the parchment, and everyone present leaned over the table, studying every line of the drawing. After reviewing the plan, the Duke praised Kanos' work, but pointed out the absence of an important element: a system for attracting adventurers. It was even more important to think of a way to make special contracts with the heroes when they found themselves in a hopeless situation inside the dungeon. Max jumped up in righteous anger, reminding the Duke of his noble origins and the possible damage to the honor of their family. Aaron just shrugged, reminding everyone that even the most ancient lineage wouldn't save them from starvation in hard times. The tense silence was broken by Kanos' loud laughter, who feigned remorse as he admitted that he had not thought of such a clever plan. The experienced advisor appreciated the gentleman's ability to think outside the box and promised to add elements of subtle manipulation to the project. As Max left the council chamber, he felt a heaviness in his heart. Such risky undertakings could lead their small duchy to a quick end. Early the next morning, the Duke decided to personally check the progress of the work to clean the city streets, not trusting other people's reports. What he saw clearly did not please his eyes. He immediately began to question the treasurer about measures to maintain cleanliness in the city. The old treasurer assured them with a caustic smile that all their efforts were being directed towards preparing for winter, since now they were definitely not in danger of starving to death. Aaron cut short his taunts, reminding him of the rich supplies of food and gold that made such fears empty excuses. The treasurer's eyes showed indignation. He considered his master a madman who had forgotten about the cost of equipment for the recent campaign. The old man proudly pointed to the already cleared areas of the city, considering the additional costs of cleaning a waste of money. His words enraged the Duke. He began to explain that the cleanliness of the streets was not necessary for beauty, but for protection from deadly diseases. The young ruler proposed a simple solution: pay the workers with food captured from the orcs to maintain order in the city. As Aaron walked the streets, he thought anxiously about the dwindling food supplies and the dirty streets, trying to find a way to solve both problems at once. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a report from a guard. He told Rommel about a healer who was again treating people without permission from the authorities. Rommel immediately recognized who they were talking about. It was the same nun from the Vivian Order who continued to help sick townspeople. An alarming prophecy surfaced in the Duke's memory. Soon the Order of Paris would destroy the community of these good healers. The knight loudly demanded that the nuns show permission to use sacred magic within their lands. The young novices lowered their eyes in embarrassment. They did not have the necessary papers, and they were preparing to leave their place of service. The crowd of townspeople burst into cries for help. They asked the healers to stay for the sake of their sick children. People bitterly reproached the guards for the lack of a city hospital where the poor could receive help. Seeing the crowd's growing anger, kind Cecilia tried to calm the people, promising to return with permission as soon as possible. Suddenly, the Duke's commanding voice was heard. He allowed the nuns to continue their noble work. To everyone's surprise, he expressed sincere gratitude for the care of his subjects and lifted all restrictions on their activities. The guards froze in amazement, and the common people burst into joyful cries, thanking the merciful ruler. The abbess looked closely at the young Duke's face, trying to understand the sincerity of his unexpected decision. Her words of gratitude confused Aaron, and he quickly suggested a private conversation while the other nuns continued their treatment. The Duke was triumphant in his soul. Now he had a free hospital, and he planned to use the healers to their full potential. In the castle's grand hall, something unexpected happened. The excited Cecilia forgot all propriety and rushed to embrace the surprised Duke. Confused, Aaron tried to remind the girl of the strict rules of her order, which forbade such close contact with men. But joy overshadowed all the rules. Through happy tears, the healer thanked him for the decision to build a new temple. The Duke saw nothing special in this, but his peace was disturbed by the alarmed treasurer with his objections. The old man began to hotly prove that the construction of the temple would empty their treasury, leaving the duchy without a means of subsistence. The young ruler knew about the difficulties, but he hoped to use secret reserves kept for special occasions. The wise treasurer reminded us of the sacred nature of this money. It was left by the father emperor only for extreme needs, but Aaron believed that such a moment had come, and the old man had to resign himself to the will of his unusual master. While Cecilia expressed her gratitude for the help rendered with genuine enthusiasm, the Duke carefully considered the conditions he intended to offer the nuns. At the center of his thoughts was the question of creating a divine elixir within the walls of the future sanctuary, because he hoped to enlist Cecilia's support for the development of the lands entrusted to him. With sincere zeal, the novice assured Aaron of her willingness to produce as much sacred liquid as was needed for his purposes, unwittingly contributing to the realization of his plans. A few days later, barely containing his excitement at the importance of his discovery, Kynos rushed to the Duke to share the unexpected news. The source of his concern was the discovery by the orcs of a mysterious, underground complex located near their powerful defensive fortifications. According to the report of the orc leader, the ancient structure, buried under a thick layer of earth, was completely abandoned, and all mention of its owners was lost in time. According to the experienced Kynos, over the past years, these mysterious catacombs have become a refuge for various dangerous creatures that have filled the underground corridors. The advisor expressed concern about how difficult it might be to attract adventurers to such a remote location, and inquired about the Duke's willingness to undertake the investigation. After carefully analyzing the situation, Aaron came to the conclusion that the sudden appearance of high-ranking dungeons would only cause mistrust and suspicion among the locals. A sudden thought about the healing powers of the young nun suggested to the Duke a brilliant way to interest potential explorers of the dungeon. The shrewd ruler decided to spread rumors among the population about a legendary elixir of immortality hidden in the ancient catacombs, capable of granting eternal life. Kynos looked at his master with undisguised surprise, doubting that anyone would believe in the existence of such a treasure in the abandoned dungeons. However, the Duke, confident in the impeccability of his plan, suggested that the advisor personally verify how effective the cunning plan he had conceived would be. Having reached the territory of the newly built temple, where the nuns tirelessly cared for the suffering, the powerful dragon froze in amazement at the divine radiance emanating from them. Watching Cecilia's graceful movements, he clearly saw divine energy flowing from her body, wondering how such an amazing creature ended up in their area. Noticing the approaching visitors, the young nun rushed towards the Duke with undisguised joy, and the puzzled dragon could not understand the blindness of those around her to her divine aura. Having collected his thoughts and cast aside unnecessary doubts, Aaron, with genuine interest, inquired of Cecilia about the current state of affairs and her successes in the new endeavor. The joyful novice hastened to report the successful completion of the construction of the majestic temple and complete control over all current affairs of the community. The Duke cautiously inquired about the possibility of creating sacred water, to which he received not only confident consent, but also an offer for an immediate demonstration of its amazing abilities. Approaching the majestic statue of the goddess Vivian, the young novice offered a sincere prayer for the gift of divine power to perform the long-awaited miracle. The huge vat of ordinary water suddenly glowed with a bright golden light, and the shocked Kynos realized the incredible power of the girl who inherited divine blood. At the suggestion of the dragon, it was decided to test the miraculous properties of the water on the most seriously ill of those present, so that the effect would be as visible as possible to everyone. The old man, exhausted by his illnesses, reluctantly agreed to the experiment, although deep down he doubted the healing properties of the most ordinary-looking water. However, as soon as he took the first sip of the sacred liquid, his body was instantly filled with unprecedented energy, and the excruciating pain in his joints completely disappeared. Looking at his transformed reflection, the amazed old man could not believe his eyes. His body seemed to have grown 5 years younger, surpassing the effect of all known medicines. Delighted by the sincere praise and gratitude, Cecilia again approached the Duke, who, hiding the excitement that had overcome him, was already making further plans. A daring plan matured in his head to fill the dungeon with holy water and spread rumors about the source of eternal life, for which it was necessary to keep the unusually gifted novice close by. When all the details of the plan finally came together into a coherent picture, the Duke immediately called Kynos to discuss important organizational issues. Aaron was interested in the difficulty of spreading credible rumors among the population about the existence of an elixir of immortality in the recently discovered catacombs. The experienced dragon confirmed the uniqueness of such powerful holy water, noting that even the observed rejuvenation effect is guaranteed to cause an unprecedented stir. Encouraged by his advisor's support, Aaron realized with satisfaction that the main preparations for the implementation of his plan were almost complete. Just when the Duke was about to personally set off to explore the dungeon, he was stopped by an excited Cecilia, who wanted to introduce him to a special guest. The novice intended to introduce him to the renowned captain of the Holy Knights of Bavian, whose appearance in their lands seemed like an incredible stroke of luck. The Duke felt somewhat embarrassed to admit his complete ignorance of the existence of the legendary Order of Holy Knights. This renowned order gained fame thanks to its unrivaled art of defense. Its members, filling their bodies with divine power, created an impregnable formation. Due to the tragic events that befell the order, only one captain remained alive, a powerful warrior whose arrival was expected any minute. Just as Aaron was about to ask Cecilia more about the mysterious captain, the silence was broken by a commanding female voice that echoed throughout the area. The same legendary leader of the Holy Knights appeared before them, and immediately demanded that the red-haired youth stay away from their holy maiden. Bianca explained her unexpected appearance solely by the desire of their holy virgin to build a new temple in these lands, worthy of the great goddess Vivian.
Однако воинственная дева выразила крайнее возмущение выбором столь жалкого места с бесплодной почвой, никчемными обитателями и совершенно недостойным правителем. Встревоженная резкими высказываниями леди Бьянки в адрес уважаемого господина, Сесилия предприняла отчаянную. Герцога, напротив, нисколько не задели прозвучавшие оскорбления. Он лишь поинтересовался, на чем основаны ее категоричные суждения о слабости местных. Надменная воительница заявила о своей готовности подчиняться исключительно сильнейшим, с горечью признавшись, что за всю свою жизнь не встретила. В ответ герцог предложил немедленно провести честный поединок, где проигравший должен будет стерпеть 3 сокрушительных
Bianca cast a disdainful glance at the youth's frail figure, considering him too insignificant an opponent, but readily accepted the challenge.
Противники заняли позиции в импровизированном круге, образованном верными рыцарями герцога, готовыми засвидетельствовать.
Arthur, who was watching the preparations, gloomily reflected on the recklessness of the fight they had started with an obvious outcome, sincerely worrying about his master.
Его соратник попытался приободрить товарища, напомнив о памятной победе господина над могучим орком без оружия, но Артур продолжал. Не имея возможности предотвратить неминуемое столкновение, верные рыцари могли лишь затаить дыхание и надеяться.
Before the fight began, the Duke, having carefully examined the ground in search of a suitable weapon, picked up an inconspicuous dry branch, causing bewilderment among the spectators.
Бьянка пришла в неописуемую ярость от того, что какой-то простолюдин осмелился противостоять святому рыцарю. Решив продемонстрировать всю мощь своего положения, воительница страстно воззвала к богине Вивиан, моля даровать силу сокрушить дерзкого противника. Аарон с искренним недоумением наблюдал за противницей, которая почему-то медлила с атакой, словно испытывая необъяснимый страх перед простой. Разгневанная святая воительница наконец решилась и стремительно устремилась в атаку на невозмутимого герцога, намереваясь завершить бой. Герцог, мастерски владея ситуацией, использовал простую ветку для создания мощного заклинания разрезающего ветра, которое Бьянка попыталась блокировать.
However, the crushing power of the magical blow was so great that the sacred shield was instantly covered with a web of cracks, and the girl herself trembled with fear. Realizing that one blow was enough to bring the arrogant Bianca to her senses, the Duke nevertheless decided to finish the job, following the terms of the duel. He continued to methodically attack his opponent with the enchanted branch until her once impregnable shield shattered into tiny pieces, littering the battle arena. Bianca's obvious defeat reminded everyone present of the terms of the duel. The Duke, without hesitation, lashed the defeated warrior 3 times on the thighs. After carrying out the deserved punishment, he strictly forbade her to make offensive speeches on his land in the future, asserting his authority. The Duke expected to see bitter tears of humiliation, but to his amazement, such treatment seemed to please the wayward warrior very much. Noticing the unusual state of her faithful friend, the embarrassed Cecilia hurried to her, explaining to the Duke her passionate passion for romantic novels. While the nuns were taking the embarrassed girl away, the Duke ordered the warriors to be gathered to clear the dungeon. Having assessed the assembled detachment, the Duke was alarmed to realize their extreme small number, since the diversion of the main forces to guard the borders left him with only 100 warriors at his disposal. The insightful Kainos explained the situation. According to the established laws on military service, every 10th inhabitant of their 5,000 population was subject to conscription. The formation of a truly impressive army required a significant increase in population. But even natural growth was held back by an acute shortage of food. After deeply considering the situation, Aaron decided to focus his efforts on improving living conditions to attract new settlers and ensure their well-being. The loyal advisor solemnly promised to make every effort to correct the disastrous situation of the lands in order to facilitate the implementation of his master's grandiose plans. The Duke accepted Kainos' promise with gratitude. But his thoughts turned involuntarily to the growing tide of refugees flooding the lands of the Earls of Grey and Aemon. Putting his anxious thoughts aside for later, he resolutely called on the assembled warriors to set out for the mysterious dungeon in search of ancient treasures. Upon arrival, the knights were met by Kurok, accompanied by his orcs, who bowed respectfully before their master, expressing deep respect. When asked about the events in the dungeon, the embarrassed leader reluctantly admitted that events had taken an extremely unfavorable turn, threatening their safety. Descending to the second tier of the catacombs, Kurok pointed bitterly at the bodies of his fallen brothers, lifelessly spread out on the cold stone floor. The leader reported that during a routine inspection of the lower level, his warriors suddenly began to exhibit signs of inexplicable strange behavior. Cheryl, who was part of the expedition, immediately felt the ominous aura of this place, from which a supernatural cold piercing to the bones spread throughout her body. It was later revealed that the freezing cold was caused by mysterious magical vibrations that sucked the life force out of the orcs and turned them into spineless puppets. In an attempt to protect the rest of the squad, Kurok made the difficult decision to personally stop his possessed brothers from turning against humans. With one crushing blow, he struck down his kin, But as soon as they lost consciousness, an ominous darkness flowed from their lifeless bodies, forming a giant ghost. The brave Trigger immediately rushed to stop the terrible entity, but its true target turned out to be Aaron, who barely managed to repel the sudden attack. With each passing moment, the number of shadows rapidly increased, and soon they formed a dense ring around everyone present in the gloomy dungeon. Cheryl fought desperately with the otherworldly creatures, knowing full well that if she didn't defeat these ghosts now, they would haunt her in her nightmares. While Aaron skillfully protected the girl with his enchanted sword, she concentrated on calling upon the cleansing power of flame magic to destroy the sinister spirits. After the first wave of ghosts was successfully destroyed, Rommel and the leader continued to fight unsuccessfully against the shadows, which were invulnerable to conventional weapons. The advisor, hiding behind a massive boulder, shouted loudly to his comrades that only magical influence could harm the ghosts, and hand-to-hand combat was useless. Instantly assessing the gravity of the situation, Cheryl began to weave a complex spell again, seeking to aid her brave allies in the unequal battle. Her powerful magic enveloped the warriors' weapons in sacred flame, giving them the ability to effectively strike down incorporeal opponents in a brutal fight. Finally, after a fierce battle, most of the shadows fell, but the surviving ghosts suddenly merged together, forming a giant spirit that tried to hide. The nimble Duke managed to deal a crushing blow to the monster before it managed to escape through the ancient walls of the underground labyrinth. Carefully emerging from his hiding place, the insightful Kanos suggested that the appearance of the ghost was not accidental, probably guarding some ancient secret. At this tense moment, the observant Cheryl discovered a mysterious ancient tome and insistently asked her brother to carefully study its contents. This amazing book, which tells about the legacy of the ancients, revealed a secret. In the distant past, a majestic temple of a mysterious monastic order was located here. The girl enthusiastically explained to her brother the essential difference between magicians who draw power from outside and monks who are able to call upon energy of a completely different, spiritual nature. The hero skillfully feigned extreme surprise, although in reality he was well aware of these practices thanks to knowledge from the future, and was surprised only by their existence a decade ago. After carefully studying the ancient records, Cheryl explained the fundamental difference. While magicians use an innate reservoir of mana, spiritual practices allow one to develop and transform an internal source of power. Having handed the mysterious tome into the hands of Kanos, the intrigued Duke asked his advisor to share his existing knowledge about this mysterious art of mana management. Having carefully studied several pages of the ancient manuscript, the wise dragon confirmed the words of Ms. Cheryl that spiritual practices open the way to magic even for ordinary people. A promising idea instantly appeared in Aaron's mind. If soldiers could be trained in this art, even a small detachment of them could achieve incredible efficiency. However, the insightful Kanos persistently persuaded his master to show prudence and temporarily refrain from implementing such a risky plan. The advisor pointed to the surroundings. The entire space of the dungeon was stained with blood and bore traces of countless brutal battles of bygone times. The dragon suggested that either the training of this power was unbearably cruel, or the energy itself was so dangerous that it led the ancient monks to mutual extermination. Realizing the seriousness of the warnings, the prudent Aaron decided to postpone the experiments until a full study of the ancient manuscripts and a thorough analysis of the consequences. After a long exploration, the hero and his companions finally reached the third level of the mysterious underground labyrinth. After defeating the local monsters, they discovered a massive chest filled with gold, and Aaron wisely decided to split the treasure equally between himself and the future seekers. The enterprising Kanos asked the master to allow him to dispose of the second half of the treasures, arguing that the dungeon was too simple. The seasoned advisor was well aware of the difficulty of creating truly dangerous challenges for seasoned adventurers in the current environment. The far-sighted dragon planned to use the gold he had mined to significantly improve the dungeon, already having several promising ideas in his head. After some time, having skillfully managed the accumulated treasures, the skilled Kanos turned a simple dungeon into a real labyrinth of riddles and traps. Not satisfied with the obstacles created, the mighty dragon decided to summon an entire army of the living dead into these ancient walls with his dark magic. After the completion of the complex ritual, ghostly skeletons, sinister spirits, and other creatures of darkness began to emerge from the frozen ground. The next stage of his work was to improve the holy water with a special spell designed to enhance its miraculous properties. After carefully examining the resulting elixir, Kanos was convinced that the potion was capable of prolonging the lives of mortals for a whole year, which was ideal for their plan. The last task facing the dragon was to find adventurers greedy enough to risk everything for the sake of untold treasures. It took some time for the widespread rumors to reach the right ears, and the first groups of brave adventurers began to arrive in the reviving city. By the time the first adventurers arrived, the city had noticeably changed, clearly demonstrating the thorough preparation of the local authorities for the influx of guests. The city guards showed off their new armor, obviously purchased with funds obtained from the mysterious dungeon. The travelers' attention was particularly drawn to the recently restored tavern, which was undoubtedly equipped specifically for arriving adventurers. The shrewd adventuress quickly realized that the local duke was counting on the generous spending of travelers on food and drink at the new establishment. The group of adventurers, seeing nothing wrong with such spending, enthusiastically headed inside the hospitable tavern. Having crossed the threshold of the establishment, the seasoned adventurer was surprised to recognize his old acquaintance, who had managed not only to build a wonderful tavern, but also to equip a hotel. The owner of the establishment readily shared that the construction was financed by the local government, but he had no doubt that the investment would quickly pay off thanks to the influx of treasure hunters. Wanting to take advantage of his old friend's knowledge, the experienced adventurer decided to ask Gerald about all the known details of the mysterious dungeon. The talkative innkeeper told of the rumors circulating regarding the legendary elixir of life, emphasizing that pioneers usually receive the richest loot. Satisfied with the information received, the traveler thanked Gerald for the valuable information and asked him to prepare dinner and lodging for the group. During this same period of time, the inquisitive Aaron devoted his free hours to studying ancient techniques for developing spiritual power. Despite his hard training, he could not yet fully tap into the potential of the dragon's blessing and was aware of the risks of ancient practices, but he sought to gain his own spiritual power. After long periods of meditation and extreme concentration, the Duke began to feel clear progress, feeling his inner strength awaken and grow stronger. The sudden appearance of the caring nun interrupted his concentrated exercises, causing him to startle in surprise. The kind-hearted girl explained that, having learned of his diligent training, she decided to show her gratitude by preparing a light lunch for the Duke. Noticing the approaching knight with an obviously urgent message, the tactful nun hastened to take her leave, not wanting to interfere with important matters. As it turned out, the excited knight had arrived to report the good news of the arrival of the first adventurers, which made the Duke incredibly happy, anticipating the appearance of new subjects. Upon reaching the entrance to the dungeon, the adventurers discovered that access was not free. A sign stated that 10 gold coins had to be paid. The wealthy adventurer paid the required sum without hesitation, receiving in return official permission to explore the mysterious catacombs. The companion who followed her was stopped by vigilant guards due to the lack of the initial deposit required to enter the dungeon. The initial assumption of a one-time contribution of 10 gold pieces for the entire group turned out to be wrong. Each adventurer had to contribute the specified amount, which caused a wave of indignation. The resourceful guard quoted the Duke's wise words that earning 10 gold pieces was always possible, while the legendary elixir could run out at any moment. After weighing the pros and cons, the leader of the group decided that 10 gold pieces was a small price to pay for the chance to gain eternal life, and generously paid the entrance fee for all his companions. At the next merchant, the travelers found a special holy water, which the enterprising seller offered for a gold coin per bottle. The persistent merchant convinced the travelers of the vital necessity of his goods to fight the underground creatures, although the group already had a supply of holy water. The astute businessman immediately identified the origin of their supplies from the Church of Paris, explaining to the inexperienced adventurers the superiority of vivant holy water. Realizing the potential danger of unjustified savings, the prudent leader decided to purchase additional bottles of enhanced holy water. Having barely completed one deal, the travelers were faced with an offer to study magical equipment, and despite growing irritation from endless spending, they agreed. Not far from the entrance, the travelers noticed a remarkable sign stating the cost of emergency evacuation: 100 gold pieces per person. A local sorcerer demonstrated a special magical artifact designed to save the lives of adventurers for a set fee. A notable condition was the absence of advance payment. Gold was required only in the case of actual use of the saving artifact. The rational adventurer made the wise decision to take the artifact, counting on a multiple return on all costs upon discovering the source of eternal life. The first steps of the brave explorers into the depths of the dungeon were closely watched by an insightful advisor and a young duke. Quickly assessing the situation, the ruler realized that the tests were not difficult enough for experienced adventurers and instructed the orc leader to increase the intensity of the adventure. Having reached the second level of the dungeon, the confident adventurers successfully dealt with the ghosts and monsters that inhabited it. Despite the gradual depletion of strength, the proper use of the acquired holy water allowed the travelers to quickly restore their fighting ability. Having broken through to the third level, the squad encountered a new threat, rapidly attacking ghostly creatures of an unknown nature. Relying on previous experience, the adventurers immediately used holy water against the rushing ghosts, confident in its effectiveness. The sudden discovery shocked the group. Behind the ghostly masks were skillfully disguised orcs, immune to the effects of holy water. The tragic death of one of his comrades revealed a bitter truth to the commander. They were faced with hybrid creatures vulnerable only to conventional weapons. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the adventurers fled, and the orcs, ending their masquerade, threw off their elaborate costumes. While fleeing pursuit, the group found themselves in a sinister labyrinth where even more dangerous creatures of the underworld could lurk. Having assessed the grave condition of his wounded comrade, the commander made the difficult decision to leave him in a relatively safe place while he was unconscious. As they moved forward, the exhausted adventurers were caught off guard by treacherous traps, which they barely managed to avoid. The loud mechanism of the traps that had been triggered served as a signal for a squad of orcs, who immediately resumed their pursuit of the hapless treasure hunters. The grueling flight exhausted the strength of some members of the group, but the selfless commander did not abandon her fallen comrades, helping them to rise. Having reached the next turn, the exhausted adventurers resorted to ice magic to create a temporary barrier between themselves and their pursuers. Barely catching their breath, the group was suddenly attacked by hidden skeletal archers, who rained down a deadly hail of arrows on them. The group's resourceful mage quickly dispelled the bone shooters with a powerful continuous glow spell. However, during the spell, she accidentally activated a cunning trap. The ceiling began to descend, and the water gushing out of the walls carried the unlucky seekers straight to the orcs. Having woken up after the unfortunate incident, the surviving members of the group were amazed to find themselves at the treasured source of eternal life. The fleeting joy of achieving the goal quickly gave way to horror. Before them appeared the formidable guardian of the source, a mighty minotaur. Realizing the inevitability of defeat, the desperate adventurer activated the life-saving evacuation artifact, not sparing 100 gold coins to save his life. Despite the crushing might of the minotaur, the timely intervention of the valiant knights saved the last survivor, putting the monster to flight. The noble defenders supported the shocked adventurer, comforting him with the successful discovery of the legendary source. Revived, the adventurer filled a large bottle with water shining with a blue light, after which he hurried to leave the ominous dungeon. In a remote corner of the dungeon, the devoted Kurok consoled the grieving minotaur, who was forced to take the knight's blow to maintain their heroic image. Having reached the surface, the exhausted travelers noticed 3 nuns, leisurely strolling near the entrance to the dungeon. The pious maidens offered the wounded adventurers healing in exchange for signing a special contract. The terms of the contract set a fee of 300 gold pieces for each person's treatment, guaranteeing survival but removing responsibility for any possible side effects. A special clause stipulated a monthly increase in the amount of the debt by 50% in case of delay, and failure to pay meant 10 years of slavery to Duke Aaron. Realizing the enormous amount of money required, the man hesitated, but the persistent nuns urged him on, pointing out the fading lives of his comrades. Seeing no other way out, the unfortunate adventurer tearfully signed the fatal contract, condemning himself to many years of enslaved existence. The pleased Duke accepted an impressive chest of gold coins from his advisor, rejoicing not only at the wealth but also at the acquisition of useful slaves. The success of the enterprise depended entirely on the advisor's trust in the Duke's decisions, for which the ruler felt sincere gratitude. The experienced old man looked with amazement at the chest overflowing with gold, recognizing the unexpected wisdom of his once frivolous master. Having assessed the profitability of the enterprise, the far-sighted Duke decided to monopolize the dungeons, beginning the exploration of new territories. Thanks to the impressive income from this risky business, the Duke significantly raised the standard of living of the population of his lands. The remaining funds were used to build a city of adventurers, which after winter construction work received the proud name of Aten. Looking over his new creation from a height, the Duke acknowledged the success of the construction, but acutely felt the lack of population. The painful thoughts about attracting new residents did not find a solution, because even settling the city with orcs would cause panic among the people. An unexpected message delivered by carrier pigeon brought joyful news of the discovery of a rich gold vein on the border of the lands of the Earls Grey and Aemon. Further study of the find threatened to provoke a serious territorial conflict between neighboring lands. However, this prospect did not frighten the enterprising ruler. He saw the situation as an excellent opportunity to attract new subjects. Hearing of these plans, the alarmed Rommel considered his master a madman ready to unleash a territorial war. Unperturbed, Aaron explained his position. The gold-bearing lands had originally belonged to him, and he did not intend to put up with other people's claims. The experienced Rommel tried to bring the gentleman to his senses, reminding him of the long-standing division of these territories between the two counties. The determined Duke was determined to restore historical justice, seeing the current situation as an ideal opportunity. The alarmed advisor pointed to the five-fold numerical superiority of the combined armies of the counties, predicting inevitable defeat. For Aaron, this issue became a matter of honor. The Duke's once loyal vassals gradually disobeyed, ignoring legitimate authority. The astute Cheryl shared the desire to protect honor, but was wary of attracting unwanted attention from the Imperial court. The confident Duke reassured his comrades, emphasizing the legitimacy of his claims and the Emperor's likely satisfaction with his possible defeat. Unexpectedly, the decisive old man Kane intervened in the discussion, authoritatively ordering that troops be prepared to punish the impudent usurpers. A surprised Aaron quickly realized the true reason for Kane's ardor. The old advisor was eager to acquire rich gold mines to replenish the treasury. In the midst of the discussion, an agitated knight, Arthur, arrived with an alarming intelligence report about the concentration of troops of the Earls of Grey and Aemon near the gold vein. Realizing the inevitability of a clash, the determined Duke ordered Rommel to immediately assemble the knightly order for the upcoming battle. At the same time, a fierce dispute flared up near the gold-bearing lands between the counts, who were unable to divide the rich find in the disputed territory. The tense atmosphere was heightened by the appearance of Duke Bran, approaching their camp accompanied by an impressive retinue. The powerful Duke immediately demanded the release of his rightful possessions, citing imperial laws on the rights to unexplored lands. The outraged counts protested furiously, recalling the long-standing ownership of these lands and the unprecedented nature of such interference. Confident in his rightness, the Duke reminded the obstinate vassals of their duty to obey the laws of the Emperor and ordered the troops to prepare for battle. The timely appearance of the wise Kanos made a constructive proposal to resolve the dispute in the traditional way, an honest war. The diplomatic advisor reminded that the counts themselves were preparing for military confrontation, and therefore should not object to such a decision. Aaron offered them to join forces, and in exchange the Duke would mobilize 1,000 men who would fight against their 2,000-strong army, and if Aaron won, they would give him their counties. The counts, realizing that this was a rather tempting offer and an obviously unprofitable fight, asked the Duke to give them just a few minutes to think about the situation. After much deliberation, the counts came to a disappointing conclusion. According to imperial laws, the land did indeed belong to the Duke, and an appeal to the Emperor would only confirm their wrongness. One of the counts proposed a radical solution to eliminate the annoying Duke and divide among themselves all the income from the military campaign and gold mines. The tempting prospect of seizing not only gold mines but also silver deposits seemed to both rulers an excellent opportunity for enrichment. The advisor, who had been closely observing the secret negotiations, doubted the count's consent, given their long hesitation before the military conflict. However, the shrewd Duke was absolutely sure of their consent, knowing the insatiable greed of these rulers and spreading rumors about the incredible scale of the gold deposit. It later turned out that this tempting rumor was deliberately spread by the cunning Aaron to provoke the counts into military action. The Duke confessed to the stunned advisor that the true target was the county territory, and the mythical gold mine served only as a legal basis for declaring war. A month before this plan was developed, intelligence reported that there were no differences between the counties, which required the creation of an artificial pretext. The hero remembered that in his past life the counts had shown similar caution in avoiding military action, which prompted him to create a convincing pretext for conflict. The carefully crafted decree ordered the spread of rumors of a colossal gold mine having been discovered in the borderlands of Grey and Aemon. After lengthy discussions, the counts accepted the Duke's terms, while putting forward two of their own demands for the upcoming battle. They insisted on choosing the location of the battle, leaving the Duke the right to determine the date, and demanded complete independence of the territories from the duchy in the event of their victory. An important condition was the need to send the signed agreement to the emperor for approval in order to give legitimacy to future changes. Noticing Aaron's momentary hesitation at the mention of the emperor, the smug counts felt they had cornered the duke. After a brief reflection, the duke suddenly agreed to the terms, scheduling the battle for a month later and sealing the agreement with his signature. The triumphant counts were confident of their victory over the short-sighted duke, considering his signature on the treaty tantamount to a voluntary transfer of lands. After the signing ceremony, the advisor expressed concern that, despite the events being in accordance with the duke's plans, the soldiers' lack of preparation could create serious problems. The situation was complicated by the limited size of the army, 500 men, and the need to act with extreme caution so as not to attract the emperor's undue attention. Realizing the impossibility of using orcs in the upcoming battle, the far-sighted duke instructed Kainos to engage in the hiring of professional warriors. An additional complication was the need to conceal the absence of a gold mine from the watchful treasurer in order to prevent his interference with military plans. Remembering the despair of the ruined Caney, the duke believed in Kainos' sincerity and was confident in his ability to cope with possible problems if Cheryl successfully completed her task. As they approached the castle, the detachment witnessed an unsightly scene. The guards were rudely driving away a wounded elf who was desperately asking for an audience with the duke. The exhausted girl begged to be allowed to meet with the ruler of these lands to discuss an extremely important matter. When Aaron and the knights appeared, the elf immediately fell to her knees, introducing herself as Kaisha, the heir to the leader of the forest people, and begged for help. The duke expressed bewilderment at the audacity of the request, remembering the brutal attacks of her tribe on the peaceful inhabitants of his lands. He remembered very well the northern lands of Bran, where proud forest elves lived near the dragon's nest, always striving for isolation from other races. Their settlement was a separate world with a unique ecosystem, but overly aggressive methods of self-defense prevented peaceful coexistence with people. Through tears, Kaisha told of the siege of their village by the invincible evil spirits, pledging an oath of eternal friendship between elves and humans in exchange for help. The strategic thinker Aaron immediately saw the opportunity to create a profitable alliance that would allow him to gain control over the elves and destroy the undead. The calculating elf additionally offered to hand over the accumulated reserves of human gold as payment for help. The duke counter-demanded that the elven lands be incorporated into Bran's duchy, leaving the hesitant Kaisha with a fateful choice. The weight of responsibility for the future of the entire people clearly weighed on the young elf, causing painful doubts. As the duke turned to leave in a defiant manner, a desperate Kaisha quickly agreed to all the conditions, which was entirely in line with Aaron's plans. At the general meeting, the elf revealed the horrific details of the Death Knight's attack, which terrified even seasoned warriors. According to her, in addition to the usual undead, the army was commanded by a powerful Death Knight, leading thousands of skeletons and bloodthirsty ghouls. Analyzing the situation, Aaron concluded that such an attack could have been organized by either a demon or a powerful necromancer, requiring immediate action. The Duke immediately gave the order for the full mobilization of the army within 3 hours, instructing Rommel to raise the knightly order and attract the priestesses, led by Bianca. Accompanied by Kainos, he set off for the orc outpost, understanding the critical importance of time for saving potential subjects. In the northern part of the dark forest, an elven druid was using her last strength to maintain a protective spell, holding back the hordes of skeletons with the power of earth and plants. The remaining village defenders fought back desperately, using bows and arrows and ice magic against the endless waves of undead. While such tactics might be effective against normal skeletons, the powerful Death Knight easily dispelled the elven spells. Despite all the efforts of the elf using natural magic, the endless stream of skeletons did not dry up, constantly being replenished with new warriors. Having realized the need to use fire magic, which was forbidden to elves, the head of the settlement bitterly begged nature for forgiveness for the forced violation of ancient laws. Even as the flames destroyed the skeletons, the Death Knight sent forth new waves of ghouls that could penetrate walls and continue the attack. At a critical moment when defeat seemed inevitable, a sudden magical rain fell upon the undead army, destroying their bodies. The shocked Death Knight saw a majestic dragon in the sky, which became the source of unexpected salvation. It turned out that the dragons were equipped with a special holy water spray system developed by the nuns to instantly destroy any undead. The Duke advanced along the cleared path, commanding the knights to break through to the walls of the village to ensure the protection of the elves. Enraged by his defeat, The Death Knight began a new ritual, calling upon the fallen undead to rise to continue the battle. The rebellious ghouls rushed towards the detachment of Bianca's holy knights, threatening to break through the defense. The defenders managed to reach the walls of the elven village and create a shield formation, offering prayers to the goddess for the gift of strength. The golden glow and holy aura, enhanced by prayers, created an impenetrable barrier, repelling any attempt by the undead to approach. Rommel, armed with a blessed blade and holy water, first cut off the Death Knight's hand in the decisive battle, and then beheaded his powerful opponent. Demoralized by the death of their leader, the undead retreated in fear. But Rommel, taking advantage of the moment, ordered the knights to begin a decisive offensive. The observant Duke, noting the successful halting of the undead's advance, sensed that the real battle was yet to come. The advisor revealed the truth. The defeated Death Knight was only a pawn, and for the final victory it was necessary to find and destroy the true enemy, the necromancer or demon. Soon, Cecilia, who was searching for the main enemy, reported discovering his location in the far part of the dark forest. Among the mountain peaks, a bright purple glow of demonic energy was clearly visible, indicating the presence of a powerful being. At the top of the mountain sat the she-devil, irritated by the quick defeat of her knight and the need to personally control the army of the undead. Finding herself in a hopeless situation, she began to cast an ancient spell to summon death, seeking to gain its destructive power. At the critical moment, when the deadly spell was almost completed, the swift Aaron managed to deliver a precise blow that knocked the devil unconscious. When the demoness woke up, she felt the cold blade of the Duke's sword at her throat, ready to punish her for her brazen attack on his subjects. Underestimating her opponent, the devil launched a desperate attack, unaware that the Duke, endowed with divine and draconic power, would easily neutralize her blow. Coming close, Aaron inflicted a serious wound on her, but spared her life, offering her a choice between death and faithful service. The stricken devil, pressing her hand to her wounded heart, watched in amazement as her magical energy was rapidly depleted by a simple sword strike. Realizing the power of her enemy, she placed a magical oath seal on his blade, solemnly swearing her loyalty. After completing the ritual of the oath, Elena immediately recalled her army of undead, granting the long-awaited salvation to the exhausted elves.
По окончании сражения герцог приблизился к своим рыцарям верхом на коне, сопровождаемый Объясняя ситуацию советнику, он искусно солгал о бегстве дьяволицы, уверенно заявив о ее будущей безвредности. Проницательная Сесилия мгновенно заметила странную спутницу господина, и хотя демоническая аура отсутствовала, от девушки исходили волны.
The pious nun firmly decided to cleanse the defiled soul of the unknown from vice and evil.
Однако герцог решительно встал на защиту Елены, пообещав позже предоставить Сесилии исчерпывающее объяснение и попросив довериться. Полчаса назад, после заключения магического контракта, Аарон извлек свой меч из груди демоницы, позволив ее ранам затянуть. Его неожиданный приказ отвести нежить прочь, а не уничтожать ее, поверг Елену в замешательство, но у герцога
He shared his plans to use the undead army as a workforce to carry out his future plans.
освобожденные эльфы вышли приветствовать своего спасителя, выражая искреннюю благодарность за свой. Герцог сдержанно напомнил о контрактных обязательствах, и эльфийская предводительница подтвердила готовность выполнить свою часть соглашения.
Having presented an official document on the inclusion of elves among his subjects, the Duke caused obvious shock in the elven ruler.
Кайша поспешила объяснить матери вынужденность подписания договора, ставшего единственным способом получить помощь. Признавая безальтернативность ситуации, эльфийская предводительница преклонила колено перед Аароном, принося клятву. Благодаря этой победе герцог обрел 1500 новых подданных из числа уцелевших эльфов. Прибыв на место, эльфы были поражены непривычной пустотой окружающего пространства. Аарон разъяснил, что город авантюристов только начинает свое существование, нуждаясь в рабочих руках, при этом гарантировал эльфам автономию и возможность самостоятельного хозяйствования. Беспокойство эльфов вызвали скудные запасы провианта, грозившие истощиться через несколько дней. Герцог предложил неоднозначную сделку. Согласившись обеспечить 1000 эльфов, эльфийская предводительница встревожилась судьбой оставшихся 500 соплеменников, оказавшихся. Герцог раскрыл свой замысел относительно этих воинов, потребовав направить их в свой замок для особых.
The puzzled elf tried to figure out the true motives of the ruler, whose offer seemed strangely beneficial for both parties.
Загадочно улыбнувшись, герцог просто попросил выполнить условия договора, не вдаваясь в дальнейшие объяснения. Тем временем, В императорском дворце беззаботный правитель наслаждался шахматной партией с приглашенным чемпионом. Император подозревал, что его противник намеренно сдерживает свое мастерство, позволяя одержать Неожиданное появление советника с напоминанием о важном собрании вассалов прервало увлекательную партию. Монарх с явным неудовольствием воспринял необходимость прервать приятное времяпрепровождение ради Оказалось, что срочное дело касалось запроса от графств Грея и Амана на одобрение территориальной войны. Поначалу император отнесся к ситуации с привычным спокойствием, зная о частых распрях между графами. Однако ситуация приняла неожиданный оборот. Графы планировали объединиться против герцога. Известие о готовящемся выступлении против его племянника вызвало у императора искреннее удивление и потребу. Правитель недоумевал, каким образом Аарон умудрился настолько разгневать местных графов, словно намеренно навлекая.
At an emergency meeting, the emperor and his vassals began to discuss the alarming rumors of an impending conflict.
Обменявшись многозначительными взглядами с герцогом Граном, император получил ожидаемое подтверждение законности притязаний Аарона. Однако герцог Райан, верный друг Аарона, выступил против, предрекая катастрофические последствия для земель своего товарища. Гран напомнил о незыблемости имперских законов и праве сильнейшего, намекая на противоречие позиции Райана государственным устоям. Райан, терзаемый внутренним конфликтом, вспоминал данную прежнему императору клятву защищать. Император, понимая чувства Райана, все же принял решение в пользу соблюдения имперских законов.
Having approved the territorial war, he ordered the preparation of the necessary documents for official registration.
После собрания император приватно вызвал Грана, иронично поинтересовавшись его способностями к Причиной такого интереса стало удивительное совпадение размышлений герцога с собственными мыслями императора. Монарх отметил впечатляющую проницательность недавно назначенного советника, чьи суждения идеально совпадали с. Правитель выразил искреннее удовлетворение наличием столь проницательного единомышленника в своем округе. Польщенный герцог скромно заметил, что просто следовал логике закона, предугадывая действия императора.
The emperor asked Gran's opinion regarding the probable outcome of the upcoming military conflict.
Герцог уверенно предрек поражение Аарона, основываясь на очевидном численном превосходстве объединенных сил графств. Однако императора терзало смутное беспокойство из-за необъяснимой уверенности племянника в заведомо проигрышной ситуации. Гран поспешил успокоить монарха, сообщив о своем распоряжении вассалу немедленно востребовать старый долг. Уверенный советник гарантировал поддержку 30 опытных магов-наемников, обещая соблюдение законности и полную секретность операции. Точное попадание в мысли императора окончательно убедило его в экстрасенсорных. Зловещий смех императора сопровождал его размышления об использовании магов. Тем временем Шерил, находясь в имперской столице, предавалась шопингу, приобретая изысканные украшения. Завершив основные покупки, девушка решила продлить удовольствие от траты денег, помогавшее справиться с накопившимся напряжением. Интуитивно почувствовав слежку, Шерил решила приступить к выполнению поручения брата, завершив развлечения. Направившись в темные переулки, она намеренно создала для преследователей иллюзию легкой. Коварные бандиты не подозревали, что сами попали в искусно расставленную ловушку, где девушка могла беспрепятственно использовать. Чрезмерно мощное заклинание привлекло внимание не только целей, но и случайных прохожих с центральной улицы. Невозмутимая Шерил, схватив пострадавшего главаря, потребовала информацию о местонахождении. Потрясенные демонстрацией силы преступники поспешно проводили могущественную волшебницу к неприметному старому.
Behind the nondescript facade was hidden a luxuriously decorated underground casino hall.
Быстрый осмотр помещения показал, что местная публика делала исключительно крупные ставки, даже по столичным. Особый интерес вызвала информационная доска, освещающая главное событие — войну в землях Брана, принимающая ставки на победу герцога, и появление владельца казино, представителя элитной группы по монетизации имперских событий, сопровождалось всеобщим оживлением. Торжественную речь владельца прервал невоспитанный посетитель, требующий ускорить прием ставок и оскорбляющий карлика. Распорядитель незамедлительно приказал охране вывести грубияна и запретить ему дальнейший доступ в заведение. Восстановив порядок, ведущий галантно объяснил свои действия заботой о драгоценном времени благородной публики. Завсегдатаи казино восторженно приветствовали Люмпи, выражая искреннее одобрение его действия.
The announcement of the start of accepting bets on the outcome of the war caused a flurry of offers from 100 to 100,000 gold.
Всеобщее внимание привлекла таинственная девушка, поставившая 3 миллиона на победу Герц. Обеспокоенный Люмпи напомнил о правилах немедленной оплаты, сомневаясь в платежеспособности. Невозмутимая Шерил элегантно парировала, намекая на очевидность наличия средств у посетительницы элитного заведения. Предъявленный договор от одной из 3 крупнейших торговых групп Империи мгновенно развеял все сомнения власти. Завершив дело, девушка телепортировалась домой, где ее ожидал встревоженный старший брат. Обеспокоенный важностью миссии Аарон нетерпеливо поинтересовался результатами. Довольная Шерил подтвердила успешное выполнение плана, поинтересовавшись разговором с Кайном о залоге земель торговой группе. Герцог признался, что еще не обсудил этот деликатный вопрос, будучи занятым обустройством новых под. Хитрая улыбка сопровождала его замечание о том, что проще просить прощения у Кайна, чем его предварить. Известие об отсутствии золотой жилы и залоге земель повергло Кайна в состояние ужаса. Узнав о 3-миллионной сумме залога, убеленный сединами советник разрыдался, вспоминая обещание прежнему императору, которое оказалось невыполнимым из-за действий. Попытки молодого герцога объяснить существование тщательно продуманного плана натолкнулись на категорический отказ Кайна. Даже выслушав убеленный сединами советник был абсолютно уверен, что единственный план его легкомысленного подопечного заключался в бесславной смерти. Осознав невозможность конструктивного диалога в текущих условиях, Аарон настойчиво предложил Кайну лично сопровождать его для детальной демонстрации всех аспектов разработанной стратегии. Через магический портал, созданный Шерил, герцог впечатляюще продемонстрировал свою невероятную силу, одним ударом разрубив массивную гору, чтобы убедить старого советника. Единственным условием, выдвинутым Аароном в обмен на демонстрацию своих сверхъестественных способностей, было безоговорочное доверие. Потрясенный увиденным проявлением могущества, прозревший старик незамедлительно предложил обратиться в группу Мория для получения необходимого финансирования. Спустя несколько дней в герцогство прибыл амбициозный глава группы Мория, который, осматривая владения, уже мысленно представлял эти земли. Несмотря на аристократическое происхождение, нынешний владелец торговой ассоциации Мория руководствовался печально известным принципом кровавой монеты. Внушительное состояние семейства Мория формировалось на протяжении многих поколений благодаря искусному управлению земельными проектами. 30 лет назад судьбоносный указ отца Аарона, запрещающий свободную продажу земель, привел к сокрушительному падению. Проявив невероятную стойкость, глава семейства основал в столице процветающий нелегальный кредитный бизнес, ориентированный преимущественно. В народе ходили зловещие слухи о том, что появление денег Мория неизменно сопровождалось кровопролитием, поскольку глава семейства не гнушался радикальными методами. Благодаря безжалостной деловой стратегии торговая группа Мория сумела войти в 3 крупнейших финансовых организаций континента, демонстрируя впечатляющий рост влияния. Помощник Мория прозорливо отметил, что невозможность прямого приобретения земель компенсируется неизбежной неплатежеспособностью герцога, что позволит получить территории. Мария, предвкушая сладкую месть, намеревался преподать жестокий урок финансовой грамотности неразумному сыну своего заклятого врага, наглядно демонстрируя зловещую репутацию кровавого.
The arriving creditors were surprised by Aaron's genuine joy, who greeted the guests with exaggerated cordiality and inquired about the details of their journey.
Опытный делец поддержал непринужденную беседу, красноречиво рассуждая о своей готовности отправиться на край света ради предоставления финансовой помощи. Но проницательный герой мгновенно распознал в собеседнике человека, страстно жаждущего падения герцогства, но текущие обстоятельства не оставляли иного выбора, кроме. На важном собрании присутствовал встревоженный Каин, взявший на себя ответственность кратко обрисовать собравшимся причины, побудившие господина.
The self-confident Mariah initially believed the meeting was called to review the terms of a $3 million loan intended for risky bets in an underground casino.
Неожиданным поворотом стало заявление герцога о совершенно иной цели визита. Он намеревался получить дополнительный заем в размере 2 миллионов. Опытный финансист категорически возражал против подобной сделки, опасаясь потери влиятельных клиентов из-за прямого вмешательства торговой гильдии в военные конфликты знати. Дальновидный герцог поспешил развеять опасения, подчеркнув, что средства не предназначались для найма дополнительных войск, а в сражении будут участвовать исключительно. Аарон объяснил необходимость займа желанием заблаговременно инвестировать в развитие территорий, рассчитывая на многократное увеличение прибыли после. Тщательно анализируя ситуацию, Мориа понимал беспроигрышность своего положения. В случае поражения герцога все земли неминуемо перейдут под контроль торговой гильдии. Финансиста особенно интриговала необъяснимая уверенность молодого герцога в благополучном исходе, словно все обстоятельства находились под его полным контролем. После продолжительных раздумий Мориа согласился предоставить дополнительные 2 миллиона при условии документального подтверждения целевого использования. Возмущенный Каин решительно воспротивился получению нового займа, справедливо опасаясь, что поражение в войне оставит казну абсолютно. Наблюдая за эмоциональной дискуссией между герцогом и советником, проницательный Мориа осознавал, что лучшей возможности окончательно погрузить противника. Хитроумный финансист предложил оформить беспроцентный кредит, демонстративно выражая уверенность в победе герцога, чтобы максимально упростить принятие судьбоносного решения. Очевидная ложь преследовала единственную цель — устранить последние сомнения в целесообразности займа, и обе стороны, понимая истинные мотивы, приняли.
Later, Mariah frankly admitted to his assistant that only a madman would have bet on the Duke's victory, and his generous offer only served to strengthen the relationship of trust. The assistant sincerely admired Mr. Mariah's lightning-fast reaction, considering it a brilliant confirmation of his outstanding intellectual abilities and business acumen. Taking a last look at the majestic castle, Mariah grinned maliciously, imagining how the Duke naively counted him among his reliable allies.
Незаметно наблюдавшие из окна герцог и Каин были впечатлены актерским мастерством друг друга, сумев безупречно разыграть задуманный спектакль перед опытным Исключительная щедрость Мориа, предложившего беспроцентный кредит, произвела сильное впечатление на герцога, считавшего это наилучшим возможным исходом сложных переговоров. Многоопытный Каин пояснил, что его поведение не было игрой. Годы наблюдений научили его безошибочно предугадывать действия таких людей, как Мориа, готовых на любые уловки ради выгоды.
With the decisive battle approaching only 20 days away, the tireless Rommel devoted all his time to intensively preparing the elven warriors for the upcoming battle.
Прибыв на тренировочное поле, встревоженный Аарон обнаружил, что реальное положение дел оказалось значительно хуже ожидаемого. Даже природная одаренность не помогала.
The prospect of the elven units being quickly destroyed by enemy cavalry before the archers could even fire their first aimed shot was a source of acute anxiety. In his search for reasons for the unsatisfactory preparation, the Duke even began to doubt Kane's integrity in providing the elves with the promised food in a timely manner.
Оскорбленный подозрениями старый казначей немедленно вступил в яростную перепалку, возмущенно доказывая свою непричастность к проблемам боевой подготовки. Своевременное вмешательство рассудительного Кайноса предотвратило дальнейшее обострение конфликта, указав на истинную проблему — недостаточную дальнобойность эльф. Тщательные измерения показали, что максимальная дальность стрельбы имеющихся луков не превышала 100 метров, в то время как реальная дистанция боя составляла. Осознание серьезности ситуации повергло Аарона в глубокое беспокойство. Предстоящее сражение на открытой местности требовало срочных изменений в вооружении. Дополнительные сложности создавало пристальное внимание всей империи к предстоящему сражению, что исключало возможность использования герцогом своих. Проницательный советник рекомендовал герцогу воздержаться от личного участия в битве, подчеркивая необходимость подготовки госпожи Шерил к контролю
Proper management of combat factors would have made it possible to organize a fair clash between armies of equal size, numbering 1,000 warriors on each side.
Кайнос подчеркнул критическую важность устранения неопределенности с дальностью стрельбы, считая этот фактор недопустимой переменной. Для создания усовершенствованных луков требовались не только редкие материалы исключительного качества, но и услуги опытных оружейников, способных уложиться в крайне сжатые сроки. Мучительные размышления герцога о невозможности обеспечить необходимыми ресурсами и мастерами производства оружия за оставшиеся 3 недели прервал уверенный голос. Решительный Кайнос гарантировал обеспечение всем необходимым, включая талантливого оружейника и редкие материалы, запрашивая всего 3 дня на выполнение. Предупреждение о необычной природе кузнеца, чья нечеловеческая сущность лишь подчеркивала исключительное мастерство, заставило герцога серьезно. Дождавшись наступления ночи, могучий Кайнос принял свое истинное драконье обличье и устремился в северные земли Брана, где располагал. Появление высокородного дракона вызвало немедленное оживление среди обитающих в гнезде маленьких гномов, поспешивших приветствовать. Услужливый гном незамедлительно представил заказанный кристалл, однако придирчивый осмотр выявил неприемлемо низкое качество изготовления, вызвавшее явное неудовольствие.
A severe reprimand for not paying enough attention to the time it took to create perfect crystals left the hapless craftsman trembling with fear. The terrified craftsman begged for mercy, prostrating himself before the angry ruler who coldly rejected the inferior products as unworthy of his attention. Putting aside the matter of the crystals, the dragon demanded the immediate appearance of the chief blacksmith, forbidding him to hide behind the backs of his brethren.
Из толпы гномов робко выступила миниатюрная Кеша, которой могущественный дракон незамедлительно приказал занять место на его После 10-часового перелета они достигли загадочного лабиринта Минотавра, где по расчетам дракона находились необходимые для выполнения герцогского заказа. Встретив первых минотавров, Кайнос молниеносно испепелил их своим драконьим пламенем, после чего велел Кэше приступить к сбору ценных. Точно в обещанный 3-дневный срок торжествующий Кайнос явился в замок, представив добытые с таким трудом уникальные ресурсы для производства оружия. Герцог с нескрываемым удивлением рассматривал внушительные рога, не понимая их предназначения в производстве столь необходимого. Терпеливый дракон разъяснил преимущество использования рогов в создании эластичных луков увеличенной дальнобойности. Отметив их, внимательно изучая необычные рога, проницательный герцог высказал обоснованные сомнения в их принадлежности обычным быкам. Смущенный дракон поспешил выдвинуть малоубедительную версию о приобретении рогов у странствующего торговца, якобы собиравшегося Продолжая рассматривать подозрительно крупные рога, герцог неожиданно переключил внимание на молчаливую девушку-дварфа, легендарного кузнеца. Решительная Кеша, наконец покинув свое место, бесцеремонно поинтересовалась готовностью простого смертного отблагодарить ее за оказываемую помощь преданным. Воинственная гномка выразила искреннее возмущение дерзостью человека, осмелившегося столь надменно общаться с могущественным. После серьезной воспитательной беседы смущенный Кайнос вновь представил юную мастерицу герцогу, принося искренние извинения за недостаточное знакомство дварфа с человеческим этикетом.
The unperturbed Duke treated the situation with philosophical calm, acknowledging that Kesha's non-human origins did not matter as long as she demonstrated unrivaled skill.
В знак уважения к искусству дворфийского мастера Аарон опустился на одно колено, торжественно принося клятву служения от имени герцога этих земель и прося взамен ее С приближением решающего сражения, до которого оставалось около 2 недель, производство нового оружия началось под полным контролем требовательной Кеши в специально оборудованном. Перфекционизм дворфийской мастерицы в сочетании с растущей усталостью человеческих работников неизбежно приводил к регулярным конфликтам в процессе создания. Мудрые разъяснительные беседы Аарона помогли наладить производственный процесс, когда каждый работник осознал важность своего вклада в достижение общей великой цели. Несмотря на первоначальные разногласия и многочисленные технические сложности, слаженная работа позволила наладить эффективное производство. За 3 дня до начала военных действий обеспокоенный советник прогуливался по будущему полю битвы, размышляя о сложности победы без использования сил.
An unexpected fall into the mud gave the resourceful dragon a brilliant idea that could radically change the outcome of the upcoming battle in their favor. Inspired by a sudden insight, Kainos hurried to the palace to see Keshi, exhausted by endless work and barely able to stand on her feet from fatigue. The half-asleep girl incoherently begged for mercy, which only increased the dragon's irritation, who demanded that she immediately collect her equipment and follow him on urgent business. As the long-awaited day of battle approached, the mighty earls lined up their impressive armies in battle formation, preparing for the decisive battle for power and wealth. In the luxurious commanders' tents, the self-confident counts discussed the bets they had made on their own victory with undisguised pleasure, anticipating not only the seizure of lands, but also a solid profit. The size of their bets amounted to 500,000 gold each, although they would have liked to risk a larger sum. but the fear of borrowing from the infamous Mariah kept them from excessive gambling. The ambitious counts anticipated how, after the inevitable victory, even such influential financiers as Mariah would curry favor with the owners of the legendary gold mine. The counts were growing uneasy at the absence of the Duke and his army at the appointed time, which they presumptuously interpreted as a sign of his realization of the hopelessness of his situation. The unexpected appearance of Aaron at the head of an army, reinforced by impressive siege towers, forced the self-confident counts to change their initial opinion of the enemy. In the center of the field, the Emperor's official representative materialized, responsible for announcing the final orders and monitoring compliance with the rules of the upcoming battle. Representatives of the opposing sides solemnly headed to the center of the field to officially announce the terms of the upcoming territorial conflict. When they met, the haughty counts could not resist making sarcastic jokes about the Duke's wooden towers, contemptuously calling them useless trash cluttering up the battlefield. The Duke calmly responded to the Count's insult with a witty remark about how surprising it was to see such attentiveness in a man who could barely see because he was so fat. According to the rules of the tournament, in case of victory, the Duke received all the lands and the gold mine of the Counts, and in case of defeat, he had to give up his territories to his opponents. After all participants confirmed the rules of the battle, the manager sent each warrior to the designated position to prepare for the decisive battle for the lands. Before leaving, the wise Aaron advised the earls to watch their heads more closely during the battle, leaving them to ponder the meaning of these mysterious words. The great battle began with the launch of a magical glowing ball, which flew high into the sky and exploded into bright sparks over the field where the warriors had gathered. Aaron's 1,000 loyal soldiers entered into an unequal battle against the 2,000-strong army of the Counts, beginning a historic battle for power over the rich lands. Having learned of the presence of an Imperial spy among the judges of the battle, the Duke ordered Rommel to strictly follow the planned plan without hope of help from his friends. The archers carried out the commander's order and fired the first test shot from old bows, which, as expected, did not cause any harm to the enemy positions. The Counts openly laughed at the apparent stupidity of the Duke, who decided to confront their huge army with such small forces and weak weapons. Confident of victory, the Count promised each of his knights an additional reward of 5,000 gold coins for a quick victory in the upcoming battle. Inspired by the promise of a rich reward, the Count's soldiers immediately dropped their heavy protective shields and prepared for a quick attack on the enemy positions. Having waited for the right moment, the experienced Rommel ordered his archers to get out new, specially prepared bows to deliver the main blow. After the first volley from the new weapon, the enemy realized that they had fallen into a trap, but their stubborn commander continued to demand that the soldiers maintain battle formation. The time had come to use the siege towers, and the knights stationed there set in motion complex mechanisms for a decisive attack on the enemy positions. At the most critical moment of the battle, a huge metal net fell on the attacking horsemen, which could not be torn apart by hands or cut with swords. While the trapped horsemen tried to escape the net, Rommel brought his archers into good positions to accurately shoot at the helpless enemies. Watching the death of enemy soldiers, the wise Rommel sadly noted that the enemy had not listened to the Duke's advice to save their heads in battle. After the terrible defeat, a loud quarrel began between the Counts, during which one of them demanded to explain who gave the order to drop the protective shields. The Counts were forced to send infantry to help the trapped horsemen, who found themselves under constant fire from enemy archers. Quickly assessing the situation, the brave Rommel jumped on his horse and ordered the knights to destroy the approaching reinforcements before they reached the towers. The experienced Count expected such a turn of events and immediately ordered his archers to concentrate all their forces on destroying the enemy cavalry. The brave Bianca led the warriors into the attack, calling upon divine blessings to protect her squad in the decisive battle against superior enemy forces. A bright holy light enveloped all the riders, creating an invisible shield that completely protected them from enemy arrows during the swift attack. From a safe distance, a satisfied Aaron and his advisor watched closely as the carefully laid out battle plan was successfully executed. The frightened Counts gave the order to immediately attack with infantry from both flanks, directing a huge army against the cavalry protected by divine light. Rommel quickly divided his forces into two. One group of knights followed him into battle, while the other remained to destroy the remaining enemies. Well-trained horsemen on armored horses completely defeated the enemy infantry without losing a single warrior from their squad. In desperation, the Counts turned to their last trump card, a squad of hired wizards, begging them to change the unsuccessful course of the battle at any cost. The powerful mages simultaneously raised their magic staffs to the sky and began to chant complex spells to create deadly magical attacks. The sudden magical attack caught the cavalry off guard, and even the experienced Rommel barely managed to defend himself from the powerful spell aimed straight at him. The commander's order to retreat could no longer help. The cavalry found itself in a tight ring of enemy infantry, ready to completely destroy the enemy. Seeing the dangerous situation of his best commander Rommel, the Duke immediately sent infantry to help the surrounded elite warriors in the center of the battle. Quickly assessing the situation, Aaron assigned Kanos to deal with the enemy mages, while he himself went to rescue his loyal commander from a dangerous trap. A worried advisor questioned the wisdom of the Duke's personal involvement in the battle because of the spy. But for Aaron, saving Rommel was more important. After the Duke left, the clever Kynos ordered the archers to prepare the pre-positioned catapults for a powerful attack on the enemy positions. Numerous projectiles from catapults destroyed hundreds of enemy soldiers, but the magicians successfully stopped the flying stones, destroying them with powerful spells. The overconfident Count believed that the Duke would no longer be able to come up with effective ways to attack against his strong magical defense on the battlefield. Wanting to consolidate his advantage, the powerful Count ordered the mages to focus on destroying the enemy catapults to ensure free magical attack. The magicians tried to warn the Count about the need for time to prepare such a powerful spell, but he insistently demanded immediate execution. The attentive Kynos noted with disdain the greed of the Counts, who, even with twice as many soldiers, still hired expensive magicians to ensure victory. The situation turned out to be much more complicated than the wise dragon had expected, especially after the Duke's unexpected decision to participate in the dangerous battle himself. The experienced eye of the advisor noticed something strange in the Duke's emerging figure, from which only pure magical power emanated without the usual warmth of life. The clever dragon immediately understood the deception. He saw a perfect illusion created by the talented Mrs. Cheryl, so good that even he did not immediately notice the substitution. The real Aaron, dressed as a common soldier, moved quickly towards the center of the battle, surprising the observant Kanos with his boldness. Despite the great distance, which made recognition almost impossible, the cautious hero still put on the helmet he had found before rushing to the aid of the commander. After a new volley of catapults, the clever Kanos noticed that the enemy mages were not only repelling the flying projectiles, but were also preparing a counterattack on the siege engines. Finding himself in a difficult situation, the resourceful dragon ordered the archers to shoot from the longest distance, while simultaneously preparing a cunning magical plan. As the catapults launched the stones, Kynos secretly used magic to speed up their flight, but an observant Imperial spy noticed the use of magic. The enemy mages desperately tried to stop the stones flying at the Counts, but their combined strength proved too weak against the might of the ancient dragon. The projectiles, enhanced by dragon magic, not only avoided destruction but also became faster, defeating the entire group of hired wizards with one powerful blow. The shocked Counts finally realized that their enemy also had strong magical support, which he skillfully hid until the most important moment of the battle. Realizing the danger, the Count ordered the archers to stop long-range combat and engage in close combat, and ordered the mages to fully concentrate on destroying the catapults. The worried magicians tried to explain to their master that they could not immediately carry out the order, as they needed rest and time to prepare a powerful spell. The desperate Count cruelly reminded the doubting mages of their great reward, which they could lose if they failed to complete the task. Threatened with losing their reward, the mages joined forces, creating water shields around the flying projectiles and trying to divert them away from the battlefield. The clever Kynos looked with disdain at the weak attempts of his enemies to resist his plan, being fully confident in the superiority of his tactics over their simple tricks. Under the command of the powerful dragon, the archers began to use fire arrows, further enhanced by his flight magic for better results. The number of attacking arrows was too great for the enemy mages, causing many deadly projectiles to break through their water defensive walls. In an effort to finally defeat the enemy, the clever dragon used complex magic to change the force of gravity on flying projectiles. The deadly arrows suddenly changed direction to vertical and fell on the enemy mages like a rain of fire, completing the rout of the Count's army. Watching from afar as the vaunted enemy mages were defeated, a joyful Aaron was very pleased with the successful execution of his war plan. Having chosen the right moment for decisive action, the Duke quickly moved to the center of the battle, intending to personally defeat the enemy's main commanders. Rommel's position became increasingly dangerous under constant attacks from enemy infantry, using long spears to break through the defensive formation. Despite the difficult situation, the brave commander continued to hold his positions, firmly believing that the promised help would arrive in time. After another victory over the attacking enemy, a determined Rommel called on the knights to fight to the end, gaining important time for the approaching help. A group of highly trained knights took up the best fighting positions, creating the most effective defense against superior enemy forces. Seeing the dangerous position of the cavalry captain, the attentive Bianca divided the army. Some of the horsemen remained to finish off the enemies, and the holy knights followed her. Covered by large shields, the invincible holy knights confidently broke through the enemy ranks, trying to help the surrounded cavalry commander. The enemy quickly responded to the appearance of the elite squad, putting up a wall of spears, capable of, if not stopping the knights protected by the power of God, then killing their horses. Quickly noticing the advantage of the dense formation of enemies, the clever Bianca used a bright divine light that blinded the opponents and hindered their actions. While the blinded enemies tried to recover, an inspired Bianca led her holy knights into a decisive attack without serious resistance. Pleased with Bianca's success, the attentive Aaron quietly approached the enemy infantry commander, who continued to give orders to the soldiers. Waiting for the right moment, the Duke killed the important enemy with one swift blow, doing it so skillfully that no one around suspected anything. The dying commander recognized the murderer as the Duke himself, but his life was fading too quickly, and he did not have time to warn his comrades of the danger. After successfully killing his first target, the tireless Aaron moved into the thick of the battle to strip the remaining enemy units of their leaders. The Duke's actions resulted in the death of 2 more infantry commanders, causing great confusion and fear among the leaderless soldiers. To increase panic in the enemy army, the resourceful Aaron shouted loudly about the death of the commanders and ordered a retreat, imitating the voice of an enemy officer. The sudden intervention of the archer commander, who urged the frightened soldiers to continue the fight no matter what, could have ruined the Duke's entire plan. Realizing the need to eliminate the missed commander, a determined Aaron prepared to repeat his deadly move on a new victim. The unexpected resistance of 3 vigilant infantrymen who managed to protect their commander from the Duke's blow greatly complicated the task. The commander's satisfied grin showed his confidence in catching the traitor, who underestimated the attentiveness of the commander's personal guard. Aaron's calm smile foreshadowed a quick end. Having quickly defeated 3 defenders, the Duke inexorably approached the doomed commander. The tension reached its peak when Aaron turned around and saw 3 spears flying at Rommel's head, realizing that he would not have time to save his friend. Bianca, who appeared in time with the Holy Knights, instantly surrounded the captain and the remaining cavalry with a defensive formation, saving the life of the faithful commander. The seasoned knights quickly took advantage of the deaths of the enemy commanders, attacking the confused enemy and their trapped reinforcements. The last powerful attack, supported by the fire of catapults and continuous volleys of archers, completed the rout of the enemy, who had lost their fighting spirit. The great battle ended in a complete victory for Duke Aaron over the overconfident alliance of counts, demonstrating the superiority of clever strategy over a large army. After the victory, the pleased Duke approached the Count and asked why he had not listened to his advice to protect his head during the battle. The enraged Count attempted to attack the Duke with a sword, believing that he had unfairly used magic to win the battle. The Duke's knights quickly stopped the Count, after which Aaron himself decided to execute him for trying to discredit an honest victory in battle. As the Duke raised his sword to strike, an observer from the Emperor intervened, begging him not to kill the important governor of the Imperial lands. The young Duke demanded that he be released, explaining that insulting a member of the ruling family was tantamount to insulting the Emperor himself. The Count fell to his knees, begged for forgiveness and admitted his wrongdoing, after which the Duke agreed to spare his life. Both losing Counts knelt before the Duke and acknowledged that from now on, their cities would become part of his domain. Aaron announced the start of the annexation of lands in the evening and warned that he would strip the Counts of all titles for any attempt to use the citizens. The next day at noon, the entire military commission met to discuss the important results of the past war. The elder was the first to speak and presented a document on military rates and payments for victory in battle. In the castle of Stavok Yarvin, according to the contract, there were 3 million gold coins, and in addition there was another debt of 2 million gold coins. Since the odds of winning increased by about 10 times, they received almost 50 million gold coins from this war. A happy Cain began to make plans for the future, realizing the opportunity to pay off debts and become rich, but the Duke asked him to wait with spending the money. The treasurer clearly did not approve of the young gentleman's intention to empty the treasury again, but the guy was confident in the correctness of his actions. He reminded the senior advisor that the main goal of their military campaign was to obtain additional manpower. They conquered 2 territories with 4 cities, adding a city after clearing the Black Forest of orcs, doubling the size of Bran's lands. The Duke explained the need to use the money to strengthen new territories, planning to gradually expand his holdings further. The young ruler was determined not to become a failure from the northern lands, having big plans for the future. The sister did not understand her brother's intentions, believing that they wanted to show strength only to protect themselves from possible attacks by the emperor. Aaron explained that after the war, the emperor would closely monitor their every action, as would all the feudal lords subordinate to him. If they simply hide their abilities, the emperor will destroy them before they can gain enough power. Therefore, the hero decided to demonstrate loyalty to the emperor and fulfill his wishes until they became strong enough. At the same time, the Duke intended to keep all the profits for himself, not allowing the ruling power to receive real benefits from their actions. The thoughts were interrupted by the news of the arrival of the head of the Moria Trade Guild, so the Duke ended the meeting, leaving only the treasurer. Upon entering the room, Mariah immediately demanded that the Duke pay 5 million gold coins in accordance with the signed agreement. The treasurer explained the lack of such funds in the treasury, noting that they currently do not have enough money even for essential products. Mariah was indignant, reminding him of Duke Aaron's obligation to pay 5 million gold coins under the terms of the contract. Having carefully checked the contract, the treasurer pointed out the clause where Mariah himself had written in payment without interest for an indefinite period. The treasurer was furious at the impudent merchant's attempt to deceive their master in such a cunning and dishonest manner. The advisor asked the Duke to punish the merchant on behalf of the empire, as they would have done in the capital for such a deception of a high-ranking person. Agreeing with the advisor, the Duke put his sword to the merchant's neck and warned him of death for attempting to deceive a high-born person. Thrusting his sword into the table in front of a terrified Mariah, Aaron offered him a chance to escape if certain conditions were met. The Duke demanded that Mariah swear an oath on his sword of faithful service to the lands of Bran and complete dedication to their development. A few days later, Prince Philip, the heir to the empire, was in an enemy border fortress on the western continent. Upon receiving news of Duke Bran's victory, the prince quickly defeated the enemy knights who attacked him in a short battle. After raising his flag over the fortress, the prince decided to return home, interested in important changes in his native empire. Sometime later, Philip returned to the empire for an important meeting with his father the emperor to discuss the events. The emperor was displeased with the return of his son, who learned of the victory of the only distant relative of the imperial family. He did not understand how his son could leave the task of conquering the western continent for news of the affairs of a distant relative. The emperor felt that the young Duke Aaron had too much influence over his heir Philip. Philip smiled and explained his slight interest, but mentally resolved to defend the throne he was to receive in the future. At his desk, Duke Aaron carefully checked and signed a large number of important documents and papers. The observing advisor was amazed at the skill of the young gentleman, who, like an experienced manager, quickly dealt with hundreds of documents. The advisor did not know the previous gentleman, who, although he had not done such work for a long time, easily dealt with paperwork in his new body. Suddenly, an excited Rommel ran into the room without knocking, having arrived with an important urgent message for his master. It turned out that while they did not suspect anything, large-scale popular uprisings began on the lands of the Earls of Grey and Aemon. The Duke understood the low probability of an independent uprising of citizens and was confident in the involvement of the counts themselves in these events. He realized the mistake of giving these people a second chance and decided to teach the counts a real lesson for their treacherous actions. Sometime later, Count Amon, who was quietly dining in his castle, was irritated by the arrival of an urgent messenger with an important message. The news was urgent. It had just become known that the Duke had declared war on the Count's lands. The Duke's confidants could not understand the reasons for declaring a new war and the ultimate goal that their master was pursuing. The Duke explained his desire to punish the Counts for treason, since Count Amon had led the protest by dressing his soldiers as ordinary citizens. He also pointed out the Count's violation of this oath, for which he must give up his lands due to a new defeat. Rommel tried to explain the difference between the previous battle with a limited force and the current situation with the Count's double superiority. The Duke understood the madness of his decision and deliberately sought this effect, knowing that the Emperor would also consider their actions reckless. Sharila was amazed to learn that the Duke had received permission from the Emperor to fully annex the Count's lands to his possessions. This was not surprising, since the emperor immediately gave his consent, considering the duke intoxicated by his only victory in the previous battle. Aaron's only support came from the strategist, who was delighted with his master's ability to see so far ahead in his plans. The strategist promised to quickly develop a plan of action, but was surprised by the duke's decision to do without complex strategic constructions. The duke reminded Kynos of his busy schedule with the new lands and suggested that he take a rest, planning to wage a night war without the emperor's supervision. According to the plan, the troops under the command of the duke marched towards the lands of Count Aman and arrived at his fortress only at nightfall. A self-confident count awaited them on the walls, considering the duke a fool for his lack of siege weapons and any military plan. The count believed that with a small detachment the duke would definitely not be able to break down the strong walls, so he just needed to hold out for a while until certain victory. The duke dismounted from his horse and the count laughed, thinking that his enemy was so blinded by greed that he decided to attack an innocent ruler. Aaron reminded them of the count's crimes and the evidence of soldiers being used for rebellion, but offered one last chance to surrender and open the gates. The count was alarmed when he learned that his plans had been exposed, but remained calm, confident of his victory due to the strong defense of the fortress. He refused to surrender and mockingly suggested to the duke that he try to break through the walls, knowing the impossibility of such a task for a small army. Enraged by the count's arrogance, the duke promised to punish him with death for all the crimes he had committed against the people. At the duke's signal, an enraged Cheryl took her magic staff and began to create a powerful battle spell. Her magic created a multitude of fireballs that rained down like flaming rain on the count's well-fortified fortress. The prudent count prepared for magical attacks. All the fireballs crashed against the invisible protective barrier around the fortress. The satisfied count laughed at the futile attempts to break through the shield created by the best magicians from the famous ivory tower. He mockingly noted the weakness of the magic used, which could not penetrate even the normal protective barrier on the walls. Angered by the taunts, Cheryl slammed her staff onto the ground and began casting a new spell that would summon water instead of fire. The streams of water hit the walls and washed away the soil, but were unable to reach the castle itself behind the protective barrier. The count continued to laugh at the weak magic and joked that the enemies were probably just thirsty since they used so little water. Ignoring the taunts, Cheryl finished her spell and commanded the giant earthworms to emerge from the washed-out soil. The mighty worms easily pierced the ground and began to destroy the castle walls, forcing the frightened count to order everyone to come down. The count barely managed to run away from the collapsing wall at the last moment to avoid falling along with the crumbling stones. After the wall fell, the duke ordered his knights to attack and capture Count Aman before he could escape. As soon as the army rushed to attack, the count ordered the archers to open fire to stop the advancing knights. Rommel rode behind and saw his soldiers fall from their horses under a hail of enemy arrows, unable to control them. He tried to save those he could reach, realizing that it was impossible to stop the attack when part of the cavalry had already broken through to the castle. The count ordered the archers to shoot, but noticed a young warrior who, out of fear, could not even insert an arrow correctly. Enraged, he began to beat the frightened archer, demanding that he continue shooting at the attacking knights. Seeing their comrade being beaten, the other archers stopped shooting and looked in fear at their enraged count. In a rage, he threatened to kill them with his own hands if they did not continue shooting, and the frightened archers renewed their attack. The duke, realizing that these soldiers would soon become his men, did not want to allow Haman to treat his future subjects so cruelly. When he decided to enter the fight himself, Cheryl stopped him with an important reminder about the price for help. She reminded her brother of the need to pay for her participation in this battle according to the agreement. According to the contract, she promised only one rain of fire, but using earthworms cost an additional 100,000 gold coins. The duke was surprised by his sister's impudence because she herself decided to use the worms, angry at the count's impudent words. Seeing the enemy's new attack, he realized that now was not the time to argue about money and that he needed to act quickly. Having agreed to pay his sister 100,000 gold, the duke rushed into the thick of the battle outside the fortress walls. Seeing the duke approaching, the count ordered the archers to aim specifically at him, knowing that the death of the commander would stop the entire offensive. As he approached the walls, the duke understood the need to quickly catch the count to minimize losses on both sides. With one powerful leap, he found himself on top of the fortress wall, the force of his landing causing the stonework to split under his feet. The frightened count threw two archers against the duke and tried to hide behind their backs during his escape. The duke did not waste time on the young warriors, simply knocking them down and laying them on the ground without serious injuries. During this time, the Count reached his archers and ordered them to part to clear the way for escape. The Count mercilessly attacked those soldiers who were slow in carrying out the order with his sword and threw them off the wall, not sparing his own men. The cruelty of the ruler, hiding behind the backs of his subjects and killing his soldiers, finally angered the young duke. The frightened Count did not listen to anything around him and simply ran, trying to save his life from pursuit. It was too late for him to understand the duke's power. Now the ruler was chasing him with eyes sparkling with mana, ready to punish the traitor. The duke offered the Count to surrender, promising to spare the lives of his family and soldiers in the event of voluntary surrender. Realizing the inevitability of his death no matter what the outcome, the desperate Count tried to escape from pursuit. While running away, the Count unexpectedly came across his own infantrymen, armed with long combat spears. He ordered his soldiers to attack the duke, but they pointed their spears at the Count himself, demanding that he surrender to save their lives. Seeing the rebellion of his own soldiers, the Count realized the hopelessness of the situation and began to beg the duke for mercy. He swore eternal loyalty and promised to become the duke's devoted vassal in exchange for his life. Instead of answering his prayers, the duke cut off the traitor's head with one blow of his sword, ending his reign. The duke explained to everyone that he did not need vassals who did not hear the voice of their people and did not care about their subjects. After the execution, he climbed the fortress wall and announced to his knights the death of Count Amon and their complete victory. Having won, Aaron annexed all the lands of the Count except for a small fortress, and Earl Grey himself surrendered half of his possessions. So Aaron restored the Duchy of Bran and began planning to seize new lands to strengthen himself before the upcoming battle with the Emperor. The Emperor was dissatisfied with Aaron's new victory, since Duke Gran assured him that 2 victories were impossible with such a small army. Duke Gran explained that this time, Aaron was helped by a mysterious sorceress with significant magical powers. Although she was as strong as several mages together, the rebellion of one duke could not seriously threaten the entire empire. Gran explained that the main danger was not the duke's influence but his unknown true plans. He was concerned about Aaron's unclear goals and his future intentions after his victories. The restoration of the Duchy of Bran seemed inevitable, but the question remained of Aaron's loyalty to the Empire or his possible rebellion. The Emperor remembered Aaron's oath to focus on his lands, warning of the consequences of breaking his word. Gran didn't understand how to act after the restoration of the duchy, because the Empire would have no legal reason to interfere with Aaron. The Emperor recalled the old decree on the right of vassals to wage war, which was still in force in the Empire. This law came into being during Jiran's rise to power, when he needed the support of noble families. It was this ancient law that greatly limited the Emperor's options in the current difficult situation. At this point, Philip spoke up, asking his father to allow him to help sort out the difficult situation. He offered to personally visit the Duchy of Bran to find out Aaron's intentions and assess the situation in his lands. The Emperor ordered his son to go to the duchy under the pretext of congratulating him on the victory over the Counts. Philip readily accepted the assignment, wanting to see for himself how Aaron had grown and changed over the years. At this time, the inhabitants of the duchy were reading a new decree issued by their ruler about important changes. People rejoiced at the reduction of the tax rate from 60 to 30% after the victory in the war. Having learned that the rumors of wealth after the victory were true, grateful residents began to glorify the wise ruler. The Duke was pleased with the people's support, but had to leave to resolve urgent and important state affairs. The accompanying strategist noted the success of the Duke's policy of strengthening power among the common people. The Duke considered this policy the best way to govern a large territory, although he was concerned about the state of the treasury. He also inquired about the progress of an important project and the timing of the opening of the second underground structure. The advisor reported the successful reconstruction of the tower and the placement of the Dark Knights on the top floor thanks to Elena. Pleased with Elena's good behavior, the Duke asked how the advisor knew about her demonic nature. The strategist explained his ability to reveal all the secrets of the project and the presence of an assistant to work with demons. The conversation was interrupted by a breathless Cheryl, who came running with important news about the approach of important guests. She excitedly reported the visit of Prince Philip with a delegation to congratulate Aaron on his victory. The Duke tried to remember Philip, realizing from Cheryl's reaction his past acquaintance with him, unknown to the butler. Cheryl reminded her brother of cousin Philip, who had defeated little Aaron many years ago. The butler realized that the crown prince himself was coming, but Cheryl warned him not to call him that in public. Alarmed, Kynos understood the true purpose of the prince's visit. Not congratulations, but a desire to control the Duke. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the Duke understood the danger of any mistaken meeting with the prince for the future of the duchy. Looking around, he sought a way to show the lands in decline so that the prince would leave quickly, without suspecting the growing power. Seeing workers with boards outside the city walls, the Duke came up with a cunning plan to meet the important guest. 2 days later, Philip reached the Duchy of Bran and was surprised by the extraordinary height of the fortress walls around the city. The knight explained that Bran's lands had long suffered from monster attacks, so the locals chose defense as their main strategy. Philip decided that Aaron was spending his money wisely, because despite his great wealth after the victory, he was behaving like a wise ruler. Approaching the walls, the knights raised the flag, announcing the arrival of the pride of the empire, Crown Prince Philip. After the gates opened, the prince was met by a lined-up army, in the center of which stood the Duke and his sister on one knee. Aaron didn't have time to look up before the prince silently appeared right in front of him, showing off his extraordinary speed. It became clear that the prince possessed great strength and was unpredictable, and he himself noted Aaron's constant, attentive gaze. Philip extended his hand in greeting and complimented the growing beauty of Cheryl, noting her changes. The girl responded to the praise with displeasure, for which the angry Duke scolded her for disrespecting the heir to the throne. Philip smiled at the funny scene and asked to leave formalities behind, suggesting that they communicate as in the old days. Before Aaron could agree, cries for mercy were heard from afar, interrupting their conversation. On the wall, they saw the Duke's knight, who was harshly scolding the workers, demanding that they work harder to preserve their lives. Rommel hit Arthur hard in the chest, sending him flying off the wall, causing the others to work twice as hard. Continuing to shout, Rommel demanded that everyone work hard while it was light, promising to punish the lazy in the name of the goddess. Rommel turned to the angry Duke, who scolded him for his unworthy behavior on the day of the Crown Prince's visit. The frightened commander quickly descended and fell to his knees, begging the Duke for forgiveness for his grave offense. The Duke began to beat the kneeling man, punishing him for his closeness to the prince and for spoiling the mood of the distinguished guest. He was suddenly stopped by Saint Cecilia, who was surprised by the Duke's cruel treatment of the apostle on his sacred mission. The Duke immediately fell to his knees, asking the saint's forgiveness for his unworthy behavior. Philip noticed the monastic habit of the Vivian Church and smiled at the unexpected influence of the cult on the Duke. The prince was surprised how simple nuns dared to humiliate the Duke himself, the ruler of these lands. The knight explained the death of imperial citizens in a religious war with the Holy Order because of heresy. Rumor has it that the people died at the hands of the Nevers, opponents of the empire, who accused them of heresy against the true faith. Philip realized the negative impact of religion on the empire and saw how Aaron was destroying himself by submitting to the cult. He calmed down, realizing the futility of such a ruler whose subjects were doomed to death because of his stupidity. The Duke approached and apologized for the behavior of the townspeople, who were usually calm but were agitated by the visit of the Crown Prince. Bowing again, he begged forgiveness for the disgusting spectacle caused by his inability to govern. Philip awkwardly stopped the apology, noting that such situations were common when managing a territory alone. He suggested going into the castle to talk about recent events in the Duke's life. The Duke sheepishly explained the need to pray for his lands, as befits a ruler. The difficult situation required proper time management due to the lack of energy for all the tasks. He invited Cheryl to accompany Philip to the castle, promising to join after the prayer was over. The Duke bowed to the prince and assured him of his speedy return after an important religious ceremony. Philip watched what was happening with bewilderment, trying to understand the strange events in these lands. In the evening, everyone gathered at the table, waiting for the Duke to appear to begin the ceremonial meal. The knight asked Cheryl with displeasure about the Duke's return, noting the long wait for the Crown Prince. The girl angrily demanded to know why this question was asked of her and not of someone else. Cheryl ordered the knight to find the Duke himself and bring him to the table for an important meeting. Philip, watching calmly, turned to the knight, offering him a choice between death and a sincere apology. The prince explained that insulting Lady Cheryl was tantamount to insulting the imperial crown itself. Frightened by Philip's stern gaze, the knight fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness and promising to end his life. Cheryl waved her hand and ordered the knight to check the completion of the Duke's prayer. Left alone, Cheryl noticed Philip's suppressed laughter and asked about the meaning of the words about insulting the crown. Philip looked calmly at the girl, noting the constancy of her character and reactions. The excited knight called the lady to watch the important events in the city square. She saw a crowd of townspeople and assumed the end of the prayer, but the knight asked to take a closer look. Cheryl noticed villagers armed with pitchforks demanding the departure of the cruel heretic lord from Bran. The Duke appeared and apologized to Philip for being late, promising to take due care of the guest. Philip confirmed the Duke's control of the situation, noting the growing noise outside the castle. The Duke turned to his sister for insight into the missing events in the city. The girl calmly explained the usual gathering of a crowd cursing and chasing them away. Aaron was outraged by the appearance of the insect townspeople and suggested that they be severely punished. He asked Cheryl to arrange for the execution of all protesters, suggesting burial or burning of dangerous bodies. Cheryl happily headed off to carry out the assignment, but paused for an important question. With an evil smile, she asked permission to personally kill one of the protesting townspeople. The Duke unexpectedly allowed his sister to act as she wished, asking only to avoid banal methods of murder. The watching Philip was amazed at the transformation of his acquaintance into a cruel tyrant and monster. He noted the changes after 2 battles, joining a brutal cult and becoming a crazed killer. As the execution began, a knight hurriedly approached Prince Philip with an important message. He cautiously warned of the Duke's intention to destroy all the inhabitants of the city. Not wanting to watch what was happening, the prince announced his departure, and the alarmed Aaron tried to hold him back. The Duke did not understand the reason for the discontent. Bad food or insufficient care for the guest? The departing prince assured them that they had a good time, understanding that the Duke was busy with important matters. Philip smiled as he left the city with his entourage, not seeing the threat to the empire from an incompetent, self-destructive ruler. Watching the prince leave, Aaron smiled contentedly at the successful execution of his cunning plan. After the guests had left, the Duke came to evaluate the acting work of his loyal subjects. Approaching Arthur, he announced the arrival of the corrupt lord, according to a pre-prepared scenario. Arthur, following the rehearsal, depicted the last resistance to the corrupt lord with a stick. Showing a bag of money, the Duke praised the excellent work of the actors in the successful performance. 2 days later, after a tiring journey, Philip returned to his father with an important report. He reported sufficient understanding of the situation, seeing the Duke's rapid self-destruction. Philip described the exploitation of the inhabitants by the cult of Viana and the brutal murder of protesters by the Duke. Particularly disturbing was the pleasure taken in the cruelty of not only Aaron, but also Mistress Cheryl. The Emperor acknowledged the tragedy of the innocents' deaths, but noted the benefit of Aaron's insane actions. The Crown Prince noticed the emergence of his father's brilliant plan and eagerly awaited its revelation. During this time, the Duke continued his fencing training to improve his fighting skills. Recalling his meeting with Philip, he recognized the enormous power hidden behind the prince's sinister smile. He reflected on the incredible power and level of development that the young heir had achieved. The Duke focused on his training, channeling energy into the sword with the enhancement of dragon power. Having instantly destroyed a number of targets, he was dissatisfied with the lack of control over the blow. He has not yet fully mastered the control of the dragon blessing he received for maximum power. The situation was improved by brute physical strength developed through the meditations of ancient monks. The Duke understood the need for further development to overthrow the Emperor, while hiding the growth of power. The castle grounds were used for training of 2 armies, the elves under the command of Arthur and the people under the leadership of Rommel. Rommel ordered his warriors to form a battle turtle with their shields tightly closed, and the elven commander Arthur ordered the archers to begin firing at this defensive formation. After the elves had used up all their arrows, they went into close combat with swords, and Rommel, protected by a wall of shields, patiently waited for the perfect moment for a powerful counterattack. At the moment when the attacking elves found themselves directly above the formation, Rommel gave the order to put out spears, and the attackers, not having time to stop, ran into the sharp tips themselves. After a successful defense, Rommel managed to reach Arthur himself with his spear, knocking the elven commander to the ground during his attack on the formation. Smiling, Rommel extended his hand to his fallen comrade, praising the good tactics of the jump, but noted the superiority of his defensive strategy in this training battle. The Duke approached and praised both teams for their noticeable progress in training, noting the growing skill of both humans and elves in performing complex combat techniques. While examining the spears used in the training, the Duke was surprised to notice that their tips were covered with something resembling blood, and he inquired about the origin of this idea. It turned out that this was the idea of the wise Kainos, who considered it important to accustom new warriors to the sight of blood even before their first real fight on the battlefield. While discussing further plans for training, an urgent messenger arrived to the Duke with the alarming news that the sacred state of Paris had declared a general mobilization. With a sad smile, The Duke noted that he would miss Paris if they really decided to start a knowingly losing war against a powerful empire. The situation turned out to be much more serious than initially expected. The troops of the sacred state of Paris were not moving towards the borders of the empire, but were heading straight towards the lands of the duchy. Administrator Max reported a serious numerical superiority of the enemy. 20,000 enemies, including the elite knights of Paris, were attacking against their 10,000 warriors. The Duke tried to understand the reasons for the sudden declaration of war and wondered why the emperor did not intervene in a situation where a foreign army was invading the territory of the empire. Max explained that the Holy State intends to destroy the Vivian cult on their lands, and the empire does not interfere due to diplomatic ties with the state of Paris. After carefully considering the situation, the insightful Kanos came to the conclusion that the Holy State was acting on the secret instructions of the empire itself against the duchy. The timing of the attack was too perfect, especially considering the recent visit of the Crown Prince, indicating a carefully planned operation against them. The Duke realized with bitterness that he had brought trouble upon himself by trying to deceive the Crown Prince during his visit, without thinking about the possible serious consequences of his cunning plan. Trembling with fear, Cecilia offered to lead her followers away so that the Duke would not risk his life trying to protect them from the powerful Holy State. Looking at the frightened nun, the Duke pondered the difficult choice, whether to send the clergy to a safe place or leave them in his lands. It quickly became clear that the departure of the cult was impossible. A significant part of the income came from the sale of holy water to the Church of Vivian, and the strength of the Crusaders was needed for defense. Smiling warmly, Aaron calmed the worried nun, explaining that what had happened was entirely his fault, and asked her not to speak any more about the departure of the cult followers. Hearing the Duke's words of support, Cecilia accepted with great joy and gratitude his decision to defend their faith from the attack of the Holy State. Putting on his traveling cloak, the Duke ordered Kynos to follow him, in order to find out the true position of the empire in the beginning of the religious war with Paris. In his study, the Duke sat down at his desk and asked Kanos to establish a magical connection with the Imperial Palace for an important conversation with Prince Philip. The advisor began to chant a complex spell, activating a magic ball for communication, and soon magical signals pierced the walls and reached the distant Imperial Palace. After establishing contact, the Duke demanded an explanation from the prince as to how he could allow the Holy State to declare war against Bran, an integral part of the empire. Philip declared the emperor's disagreement with the decision, but explained the impossibility of opposing the will of the feudal lords who had gone over to the side of the Church of the Holy State. Aaron begged the empire for military support, explaining that without the help of imperial troops, his duchy was doomed to be completely destroyed by superior enemy forces. Recalling his royal blood, the young duke asked Philip for help, appealing to their common past and long-standing friendship between them. Philip coldly replied that he did not understand talk about death, since to be saved it was enough to simply renounce the Church of Vivian, after which he abruptly broke the magical connection. After the conversation ended, Philip rubbed his forehead with contempt, ashamed of his previous thoughts about considering such an insignificant person a worthy opponent. When the connection was lost, Aaron quickly calmed down and carefully looked around the room, as if checking if anyone was eavesdropping on his conversation with the advisor. The experienced Kanos, having analyzed the prince's words, understood the true position of the empire. Feigned denial of involvement with obvious participation in the attack of Paris. Aaron laughed evilly, realizing the empire's plan to use the sacred state to eliminate him, unaware that they were dealing with a dangerous and cunning enemy. In the heat of anger, the Duke let slip that he knew of Pope St. Paris's weak point, which could become a decisive trump card in the upcoming confrontation with the Church. Noticing the advisor's surprise, the Duke asked him not to worry about the dropped phrase, calling it a secret trump card that he was saving for the most critical moment. Changing the subject, Aaron asked Kanos to urgently find a talented artist to create a special drawing in response to the Holy State's declaration of war. After some time, a message arrived in the sacred state of Paris, with a mysterious drawing, ordered by the Duke specifically to answer the military challenge. The Archbishop of the Holy State considered the Duke a madman who dared to use the official declaration of war for an inappropriate and impudent provocation of the Church. The Archbishop's assistant suggested that the Duke's mind had been clouded by the influence of heretics, and that he was now incapable of making rational and balanced decisions. The Archbishop decided to immediately report to His Holiness about the need to continue the sacred campaign to cleanse the lands of madmen, without waiting for the request of the Empire. Upon receiving the report, The Pope of the Holy State of Paris immediately gave orders to all orders to set out to destroy the heretical Duchy of Bran. The Sacred Army consisted of 500 elite knights of the Order of Crusador and 2,000 warriors of other orders, a fifth of the entire military might of Paris. Having carefully planned his defense strategy, Kainos arrived at the War Council to discuss a detailed plan to confront the superior enemy forces. The advisor reminded those gathered of the enemy's serious numerical superiority, 20,000 against their 10,000 warriors in the best case of a general mobilization. Kainos emphasized the defensive nature of the upcoming war, pointing out the importance of preparing a strong army and sufficient supplies to stop the enemy at the border. Presenting a detailed plan to confront a huge enemy army, the strategist revealed his idea of using the tactics of chaos and fear on the battlefield. A key element of the plan were the divine magic bombs of the Vivian religion, which had destroyed the Parisans during the ancient crusades against heretics. Those present at the council objected that divine magic bombs were considered forbidden weapons, and all methods of creating them had long been lost by the church. Kainos explained that this was why he had invited Sister Cecilia to the council, who could help them solve this complex and delicate problem. The nun looked away in embarrassment, confirming the loss of the ancient instructions, but Kainos clarified that he did not need documentation, but something completely different. The strategist wanted Cecilia to organize a demonstration of the divine power of the Vivian Church to strengthen the fighting spirit of the defenders of the duchy. Cecilia explained Kainos' mistake. The divine magic bomb is only capable of neutralizing the power of the Church of Paris, without causing physical harm to people. Upon hearing this, Aaron doubted the effectiveness of non-lethal weapons and demanded an explanation from his strategist about the advisability of its use. Kainos reassured the Duke by hinting at the existence of a way to turn harmless bombs into deadly weapons against an enemy army during battle. The cunning strategist had a detailed plan of action ready, and the one who would carry it out was Cheryl, to whom he gave a mysterious magic scroll. Having unrolled and read the contents of the scroll, the girl was amazed by the incredible ingenuity and audacity of the plan devised by the advisor for protection. 5 days later, Elven scouts took up observation positions in the trees of the Black Forest, tracking the movements of the approaching enemy army. Having spotted the enemy, the Elven observers immediately set out with an important report on the number and location of the advancing enemy units. Analyzing the intelligence data, Kainos noted that the enemy was moving 2 days faster than expected, which indicated that the enemy soldiers were very tired. The strategist understood that due to the commander's impatience, the enemy troops would not retreat, despite their fatigue, striving to carry out the received order at any cost. Aaron woke up his sister, who was sleeping in the camp tent, to make sure that all the prepared weapons were securely hidden according to the developed plan. Dissatisfied, Cheryl irritably replied that she had done everything several days ago, suffering from lack of sleep and hunger, and demanded to be left alone. The scouts of the Sacred Army of Paris reported to the Archbishop that there were no ambushes along the route, fully in line with the preliminary expectations of the command. The Archbishop decided that the Duke still retained some remnants of his sanity, since he understood the futility of resisting the great army of the Sacred State of Paris. Pleased with the lack of resistance, the Archbishop ordered the knights to prepare for the complete cleansing of the heretical lands before the onset of evening twilight. Watching the enemy's actions from the heights, Aaron realized the Archbishop's provocative tactics, trying to force him into a thoughtless murder. Having ordered his troops to take up previously prepared positions, the Duke watched as armed warriors emerged from camouflaged field tents. The Archbishop, who led the Sacred Army, already dreamed of the glory of a victor, imagining his future promotion to cardinal and even the Pope himself. Suddenly the ground shook, and before the Archbishop could give the order to hold formation, he saw a familiar purple glow in the air. Horrified by the revelation of divine magic bombs that could not be defended against, the Archbishop realized the seriousness of the threat to his army. As Aaron gazed at the beautiful yet deadly spectacle, he realized that the decisive moment had come to put his carefully crafted military plan into action. A few days ago, Kainos explained to a shocked Cheryl that the instructions given contained a method for creating special magical mines for defense. Unlike divine magic bombs, these magic mines were specifically designed to inflict fatal damage on enemy troops. The strategist's plan combined the terrifying effect of divine bombs, reminding the enemy of past wars, with the unexpected explosive power of magical mines. The surviving soldier tried to run to the Archbishop with a report about the change in the effect of the divine bombs, which had become deadly dangerous for people. A magical trap that suddenly activated under the soldier's feet brought him a quick but painful death, interrupting his attempt to warn his commander of the danger. The archbishop's mind flashed back to the divine magic bombs that in the past had only neutralized divine power but had never killed people. Realizing that the enemy had created a new deadly weapon, the archbishop realized that the enemy was trying to sow chaos in the ranks of his army in order to completely destroy the troops. The archbishop ordered the surviving warriors to maintain formation and continue the attack, unaware of the appearance of Duke Aaron right behind him. The Duke introduced himself loudly and announced the beginning of sacred retribution in the name of the goddess Vivian against the invaders who had invaded his lands. In a rage, the archbishop raised the sacred scepter, intending to bring down upon the insolent Duke all the divine power of the great patron of Paris. After a feint, the archbishop launched a real attack at a moment when the Duke seemed unprepared to defend himself, hoping to take his enemy by surprise. Deftly dodging the blow, the Duke looked with anger at the smiling face of the archbishop, who continued to have fun despite the death of his own soldiers. Aaron decided to test how long the haughty smile would last on the archbishop's face after what he had prepared for the arrogant churchman. With a loud voice, the Duke ordered his knights to attack the enemy occultists, calling on them to glorify the name of the goddess Vivian in this sacred battle. Hearing the accusation of occultism, the offended archbishop became indignant, considering the followers of the Church of Vivian on the Duke's lands to be the true heretics. Jumping on his horse, the enraged archbishop rushed into battle, despite the warnings of his close knights about the need to retreat from a losing situation. In anger, striking the subordinate who suggested retreat, the archbishop ordered everyone to maintain battle formation, not forgiving the heretics who slandered the Holy Lord Paris. Taking off his helmet, the loyal knight promised to lead the Crusader order into the last battle to the end if the archbishop ordered the destruction of the enemy at any cost. The knight warned of the inevitable death of all participants in the campaign in the event of defeat, and begged the archbishop to give the order to retreat in order to save the soldiers. Realizing the criticality of the situation, the archbishop ordered a retreat and ordered the creation of divine shields to protect the retreating remnants of his army. Rommel, at the head of his army, demanded to begin pursuing the retreating occultists, but the Duke managed to block the path of his horse, stopping the attack. The Duke explained that the order to attack was a ploy to drive out the enemy army, and pursuit would risk losses from their own magical minds. Aaron announced his intention to pursue the enemy alone, planning to bypass the forest and cut off the enemy army's retreat into their territory. Watching the departing cavalry, the Duke apologized to the knight for the deception with the mines, most of which had already been detonated in previous battles. The Duke decided to act alone, not wanting to show his soldiers what he was going to do with the remnants of the enemy army. Looking at the charred bodies of his enemies, Aaron acknowledged the brilliant success of Kainos' strategy, which perfectly embodied the concept of chaos and fear on the battlefield. To enhance the effect, the Duke decided to supplement the plan with his mental abilities and the powerful blessing of the ancient dragon. The piercing wind attack he created was so powerful that it cut through and swept away the bodies of all enemy warriors in its path. The Duke noted the imperfection of the strike, but acknowledged the improvement in control over the dragon's blessing due to the use of mental power. Confident in his abilities, Aaron continued to pursue the remaining enemy units, seeking to complete their complete destruction. Kainos, who had been watching Aaron's actions closely, proudly acknowledged the young Duke's significant increase in strength and skill. The advisor recalled Aaron's first display of strength in cutting an iceberg, and his realization that he needed extensive training to gain control. Only through persistent training could the Duke hope to completely subjugate the enormous power of the dragon's blessing within him to his will. Fighting monsters and territorial wars helped the Duke develop control over his power, gradually taming the power of the dragon's blessing. The meeting with the prince made Aaron realize that simply expanding his territory was not enough to successfully resist the imperial power. In an effort to increase his power, the Duke began to master new aspects of strength and greatly accelerated his spiritual training program. Today's fight showed for the first time small but noticeable results of the Duke's long training in controlling his growing strength. The Duke was supported by his younger sister Cheryl, who continuously attacked the enemy with powerful fireballs from the sky. The experienced archbishop successfully dodged the enemy's deadly fire attacks falling from the sky. The enemy did not expect to meet a mage of such power, capable of maintaining a continuous rain of fire to destroy his army. The Duke's knights arrived in time and joined the attack, seeking to increase the enemy's losses in this decisive battle. One of the enemy knights created a protective barrier, blocking the path of the pursuers, and asked the archbishop to quickly lead the remnants of the army away. After the protective barrier fell, the army continued to pursue the enemy, who was trying to leave the dangerous canyon. The duke suddenly appeared and stopped his warriors, ordering them to stop further pursuit of the retreating enemy. Beyond the canyon, they could lose their powers, so the duke decided to end the pursuit at this point. Initially expecting to catch up with the enemy at such a distance, the duke was forced to admit the obstacle of the protective power of the god Paris. Aaron was surprised by one knight's ability to stop their attack with a divine barrier that reflected Cheryl's magic and all sword strikes. The duke tried to break through the barrier with the energy of his sword. But as expected, even this power was powerless against the divine protection. The next attempt using pure physical force also failed. The metal of the sword simply bounced off the barrier. To everyone's surprise, a simple punch completely destroyed the divine defense, proving unexpectedly effective against the barrier. After the defense fell, the duke ordered the enemies to be captured. But one of the warriors, preferring death to captivity, pointed a dagger at his own heart. The duke managed to stop the suicide, suggesting that he not rush into a decision, hinting at a long future together as a prisoner. As a result of the battle, Archbishop Abel lost 10,000 warriors to magical mines, losing half of his impressive army. The archbishop led the remaining demoralized soldiers to the border castle of Blanche to regroup and recuperate. Aaron, without losing a single soldier, led 5,000 warriors across the border, beginning his march to the capital of the Holy State. At this moment, the Pope received an urgent report from the archbishop about the results of his military mission against the heretical duchy. The Pope, shocked by the defeat, was told by his assistants that the Duke had used a previously unknown deadly magical weapon. Dad noted the absence of Vivian's divine magic bombs this time, considering all other details of the battle unimportant. Confident in the invincibility of divine protection, the Pope ordered another 50,000 soldiers to be sent against the Duke, considering all weapons except magic bombs to be powerless. Fort Blanch, one of the two border castles of the Holy State on the border with the Empire, was in direct contact with the territory of the Duchy of Bran. In times of peace, this strategic fort served as an important stronghold for the spread of religious teachings among neighboring lands. During military operations, the fort became a key outpost and strategic base for the advancement of the Army of the Holy State into the Eastern Territories. The military leaders planned to push back Aaron's troops besieging the fort and send 50,000 reinforcements to completely clear the territory of the duchy. The battle claimed the life of the commander of the Holy Knights, Lucas, while the cowardly archbishop thought only of his own salvation within the walls of Fort Blanch. The archbishop took the news from the Pope about the formation of a new army as a divine sign and swore before the statue of Paris to avenge himself and the deceased Lucas. There were only 5 days left before the arrival of numerous reinforcements from the Holy State, which created a serious time constraint. Having learned of the advance of enemy troops, Aaron began to prepare for decisive action to capture the strategically important fort. The Duke used every possible assault method, trying to capture Fort Blanch before enemy reinforcements arrived. But time was quickly slipping through his fingers. Despite constant attacks from arrows and various siege weapons, the church's powerful divine barrier remained completely impenetrable to any attempts. The Duke did not understand the reason why his normal assault methods, and even his enhanced sword aura, were ineffective against this unusual enemy defense system. The experienced Kynos was not surprised by such protection, expecting such power from a trusted servant of the god of protection, known for his legendary skill of the Hand of Paris. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Duke saw how arrows bounced helplessly off the barrier, and the rare attacks that broke through were instantly intercepted by the defenders. In search of a solution, Aaron turned to Kynos for information on the possibility of using a divine magic bomb against the impenetrable defense. It turned out that Cecilia did not possess the secret of making bombs, and their production required too much time, which was not available before the arrival of enemy forces. Cheryl was resting after the grueling task of creating magical mines in the previous battle, and it would take several days of rest to restore her spent mana. The situation was becoming critical. Without the ability to use divine bombs or Cheryl's magic, they saw no way to overcome the fort's impenetrable defenses. Kynos advised to wait until Ms. Cheryl's strength was restored, considering this the only reasonable solution in the current difficult situation. The advisor expressed hope that Cheryl's magical power, once restored, would be able to overcome even the legendary protection of the hands of the god Paris himself. 4 days before the arrival of enemy reinforcements, the Duke was forced to rely on his sister's help and continue the grueling wait. Unwilling to remain inactive, the Duke continued his futile attacks on the impregnable fort, realizing the futility of these actions against the divine barrier. At the next war council, Kynos admitted that the strength of Paris's arms had proven much greater than their initial calculations had suggested. The strategist understood that it was impossible to simply wait for Cheryl to recover, since time was becoming critically short for the successful completion of the mission. Even with Cheryl's miraculous restoration of strength, there was no guarantee that her magic would be powerful enough against such a perfect defense. The prudent advisor devised a backup plan, marking on the map 2 key points critical to the implementation of the new military strategy. While the siege of the fort continued, the enemy army could either attack directly with all its forces or bypass Fort Blanch to strike at Bran territory. The huge number of enemy troops created serious problems with the distribution of supplies, eliminating the possibility of retreat due to the threat to the rear. The enemy probably expected to defeat the Duke's army by using its numerical superiority and the full power of its combined forces. The Duke understood the need for a quick retreat into the forest to prepare for the defense of Bran Castle if the capture of Fort Blanch proved impossible. The idea of turning the castle into the main objective of the war horrified the Duke, as it devalued all his previous military achievements. The serious damage from such a development could have been irreparable, depriving the duchy of the opportunity to recover from the devastating war. The Duke was tormented by doubts about his ambitions to overthrow the Emperor when even protecting his own subjects proved an impossible task. The sudden realization of his similarities to the former helpless Duke, unable to protect his people, made Aaron reconsider his actions. In his anger at himself, the Duke reproached himself for his arrogance after several victories, remembering his true position as a simple butler, not ready for such a rush. Seeing the Duke's despair, Kynos tried to calm him down, explaining that a temporary retreat and siege did not mean final defeat in the war. The advisor assured Aaron and Cheryl of their ability to stop the enemy, acknowledging the inevitability of some land losses and casualties among the population. The words about sacrifices among the subjects enraged the Duke, and he grabbed the strategist and demanded that he repeat what had been said about the necessity of sacrifices. After the frightened advisor's silence, Aaron explained that the loss of their subjects would devalue all their previous efforts and achievements in this war. Kynos wondered how the Duke could hope to avoid casualties in the war, attributing such unrealistic expectations to intense emotional stress. Rommel tried to calm his angry friend, urging him to conserve his strength and direct his righteous anger against the true enemy, the sacred state. With a smile, the military leader reminded him of the 3 days to make a decision, asking the Duke not to give in to unnecessary anxiety in a difficult situation. Realizing his outburst of anger, Aaron released the strategist and sincerely apologized for his misbehavior, acknowledging the excess of his excitement. The Duke promised not to repeat such failures, and Kynos accepted the apology, admitting his own fault for failing to devise a more effective plan. The strategist assured the Duke of his intention to make every effort to find a way to capture the impregnable castle of Blanche before the enemy arrived. Their serious conversation was interrupted by Cheryl, who demanded 200,000 gold, noticing the gloomy faces of those gathered and their obvious helplessness without her help. The girl asked her brother about trying to use bursts of energy, but he explained the futility of sword aura attacks against a powerful defensive barrier. Cheryl irritably suggested that the sword's aura was not strong enough to destroy the barrier, reproaching her brother for losing his former power and being unable to cope. She scolded the Duke for rashly starting a war without confidence in the protection of the warriors, reminding him of the responsibility for victory after the decision was made. After the girl left, a puzzled Rommel asked the meaning of her demand for 200,000 gold coins for the upcoming work. With a mysterious smile, Cheryl explained that the amount named was her price for destroying all the magical barriers protecting the enemy fort. The Duke acknowledged his sister's rightness, realizing the need to achieve victory by any available means in the current critical situation. As Cheryl approached the barrier, she realized that she needed to use a rare attribute of magic to destroy such a powerful defense system. Using unusual magic required significantly more mana, and the girl doubted her current capabilities after her recent exhaustion. Deciding that only the complete destruction of the castle would solve the problem, Cheryl began to accumulate mana, creating a small water spirit on the end of a glowing staff. An attempt to increase the size of the water spirit ended in failure due to mana instability, forcing the girl to admit the need for additional rest. Cheryl felt awkward about not being able to follow through on her promise after her boastful statement to her brother and the other military leaders. The girl sharply ordered the approaching duke to start training the soldiers while she was busy destroying the enemy fortifications to the ground. Accustomed to his sister's fiery nature, Aaron agreed to her demands and sent Rommel to prepare the troops for the upcoming battle. The attentive guards of the fort noticed the lonely figure of a man who was slowly approaching the field of the recent battle, and immediately went to report this to the archbishop. The archbishop, immersed in prayer, asked the guard to calm down and tell him in more detail what was happening near the walls of the fort without interrupting his important occupation. The agitated guard tried to describe the stranger, who was about 30 steps from the fort and wore clothes that did not resemble the attire of the people of the sacred state. The archbishop quickly rose from his seat and gave the order to the holy warriors to begin prayers for protection, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The young sorceress, still unsure of her abilities, decided to use magic and created a powerful wave reminiscent of a sea tide. Despite the exhaustion of the young sorceress, her magic was powerful enough, but could not break through the protective barrier, which made the archbishop breathe a sigh of relief. The archbishop watched calmly as it happened, believing in the invincibility of his barrier and thinking that no force in the world could destroy it. The young sorceress understood that her attack was not yet over, so she gave the order to her special creatures, mudworms, to begin the next offensive. The mudworms began to destroy the protective barriers one after another, causing growing concern among the holy knights and the archbishop himself. Confident in his powers, the archbishop raised the sacred scepter high above his head and called upon a mighty weapon, the iron hammer of Paris. The iron hammer did not appear immediately, but when it finally materialized, it completely destroyed all of the girl's magic, leaving no trace of her spells. The girl froze in horror, realizing the defeat of her most powerful spell, and did not know how to tell her brother about her failure in completing an important mission. Aaron saw his sister's defeat and immediately rushed into battle, activating his special skill, Piercing Wind, directing it straight at the enemy's protective barrier. Aaron's first attack missed the target, and the archbishop knew his luck, because such powerful sword energy could destroy everyone behind the barrier. The brave hero continued his attacks, sometimes successfully cutting through the barrier, which immediately restored itself, and sometimes completely missing his intended target. After many continuous attacks, the hero's strength was completely exhausted, and he fell to his knees in despair, feeling completely powerless before the enemy's impregnable defense. The archbishop was triumphant, not understanding how a simple man could think that he was able to overcome divine magic created by higher powers. The wise dragon watched the battle from afar and realized that his blessing was not strong enough to overcome the enemy's divine protection. The ancient dragon realized the need to break ancient taboos and enter the forbidden field in order to help his master in this difficult battle. History remembers times when people and dragons lived in close friendship, which attracted the special attention of the gods, who closely monitored the actions of their creations. The gods came to the conclusion that dragons had too much influence on the lives of people, so they decided to introduce strict restrictions on their interaction. The gods established a system of punishments. First, a warning was given, and then came the divine punishment for dragons, and all these rules were called the Forbidden Field. Waiting until nightfall, the dragon retired to his room and began to send the most terrible nightmare possible to his enemy. A nightmarish vision showed Abel his friend Lucas, who was brutally beaten, covered in blood, and desperately begging for help and salvation. Awakening brought the archbishop terrible memories of a dream in which his dead friend asked for salvation, and this greatly puzzled him. The archbishop began to pray fervently, asking God to either rest Lucas's soul in peace or to give him the strength to save him if his friend was still alive. The observant dragon decided to change tactics. Since it was impossible to defeat the holy warriors with external force, he would begin to destroy them from within through fears and doubts. A sudden weakness overcame the dragon. This was the beginning of divine punishment for violating ancient prohibitions on interference in human affairs. The archbishop spent the evening watching the duke's army and pondering Lucas's fate, noticing how the siege tower with knights moved towards Bran's lands. The duke separated from the main force and went to the walls of the fort to convey a message to the archbishop via carrier pigeon, after which he returned to his army. The letter contained the duke's promise to retreat now, but to return later with new forces to completely destroy the enemy. The duke added a threat to punish the captured occultist in their hands to prove the seriousness of his intentions. The duke's words aroused great anger in the archbishop, although he did not fully understand the meaning of the threat about the captured occultist. Horror gripped the archbishop when he saw his friend Lucas tied to a huge boulder in a catapult ready to fire. The knights raised their axes to cut the ropes of the catapult, and despite all the entreaties of the archbishop, they carried out the terrible threat of their commander. The dragon felt extraordinary pleasure watching the flight of the human body and was ready to relive this moment again and again. The dragon's special nature allowed him to experience such feelings only in human form, and no divine punishment could force him to give it up. The dragon decided to help people, but in return he wanted to get real pleasure from their actions, which could bring him into complete delight. The events moved back a few hours, when the strategist gathered everyone in the morning to announce his carefully thought-out plan of action. The strategist explained the importance of precisely following each point of the plan and stressed that due to the lack of time, no objections would be accepted. A huge rock with a man tied to it flew towards the target, signaling the start of the next phase of a carefully thought-out plan. According to the plan discussed, Cheryl was to quietly summon the fire spirits at the moment of using the catapult, hiding them from the enemy's sight. Cheryl waited for the right moment and hid the little fire spirit so that the enemy would not notice it, after which they flew together to the wall of the fort. The archbishop watched his friend approach with horror, realizing that a direct hit from the stone would inevitably lead to Lucas's death, as in his nightmare. The archbishop ordered his warriors to immediately cease their prayers and lower the divine barrier, hoping to save Lucas once he was outside their walls. After the barrier fell, Cheryl's flames and spirit increased in size many times over, becoming much more dangerous and destructive to the enemy. The fire attack dealt massive damage to the archbishop's army, continuing to mercilessly destroy everything in its path with multiple successive strikes. It was Aaron's turn to carry out his part of the plan, to break into enemy territory without hesitation after the first successful attack. Aaron shed his heavy armor to gain speed and maneuverability, then rode his horse straight toward the enemy castle walls. The archbishop finally realized that he had become the victim of a cunning plan, and ordered the soldiers to pray for the hands of Paris to protect the walls from attack. Thanks to Kanos's perfect plan, Cheryl's magic proved unstoppable and continued to attack until it finally destroyed the fortress wall. The archbishop tried to calm his warriors, convincing them that even a destroyed wall was not scary as long as they were protected by the mighty hands of Paris. The duke entered unnoticed through the ruined gates and loudly announced his intention to take the archbishop's head, taking everyone by surprise. The archbishop reacted mockingly to the threat from the unarmed man and immediately gave the order to call in additional forces for protection. Following the archbishop's orders, the warriors divided into groups to strengthen the castle wall and drive out the impudent heretic who dared to use the name of God. The duke, without wasting time to think, quickly attacked the nearest enemy warrior, showing his determination and fighting skill. Standing in defense of the breach, the duke declared that he would not allow anyone to approach the wall, the destruction of which required considerable effort. Armed troops and commanders, dressed in light armor for the upcoming battle, managed to join their leader at the critical moment. The battle began with the duke's order to do everything possible to capture the castle and drive the enemy out of the occupied territory. Rommel, realizing the lack of weapons, ordered his soldiers to engage in battle and capture the enemy's weapons to successfully defend the castle. Rommel had an unexpected idea. He handed Arthur 2 shields and threw his comrade high into the air, directing him straight at the enemy knights. Arthur successfully knocked down several knights who were knocked unconscious by the blow, and when the remaining opponents went on the offensive, he took a defensive position in time. Seeing his broken shields, Arthur thought that Commander Rommel was simply mocking him, condemning him to such an unworthy death in an unequal battle. Rommel quickly came to the rescue and knocked down one enemy, and Bianca dealt with the second, accurately hitting his head with her sharp spear. Arthur, enchanted by the courage of his savior, rushed towards her, while Rommel noticed the approach of a new dangerous attack. A huge hammer fell upon the warriors, and Rommel barely managed to save his friend from certain death, pushing him away at the last moment. The enraged duke decided to deal with the archbishop personally in order to make the task of his army easier in this difficult battle. The duke was preparing to jump onto the high wall, but a sudden premonition of danger forced him to dodge the invisible threat at the last moment. The holy army surrounded the young warrior, pressing him against the wall and cutting off all paths of retreat or advancement. Aaron attacked the opponents with the dragon blessing, but Abel did not stay away and began to call upon his sacred power to counterattack. The duke had to show particular dexterity, simultaneously defending himself from air attacks and dodging blows from ground opponents. Using his skills and intelligence, the hero waited for the right moment and managed to climb the wall where his main enemy had been all this time. The archbishop's servants created a powerful protective barrier, managing to stop the rapid attack of the approaching hero in time. The hero's attempt to break through the barrier using mental power was unsuccessful, and his weapon broke after the failed attack. Archbishop Abel, looking at the confused hero, solemnly declared that he would pay for such insolence with his own life. The threat of reprisals extended to all of the hero's subordinates, and this really scared him, because he understood the lack of trump cards for victory without restoring his strength. According to the strategist's plan, the main goal was to capture the Blanch castle before enemy reinforcements arrived and strengthen their defensive positions there. The success of the plan depended on the rapid elimination of the enemy leader. But in practice, this task turned out to be much more difficult than even the experienced hero had expected. The Duke, who had a sudden idea, shouted to Rommel, who was fighting below, to throw him any weapon he could get. Having received the mace, the hero filled it with enough mental power and resolutely headed towards Paris's magical hand. The powerful attack not only destroyed the magic hand, but also destroyed the section of the wall where the holy knights who created it stood. As the hero approached the enemy, he reflected that although humans could not defeat divine power, he wondered if that rule applied to those who used it. The Duke was especially outraged by the fact that the Archbishop equated himself with God, although he only borrowed his powers, which seemed a real insult. The Archbishop had to retreat for a new attack, but the hero was too fast and, dodging the blows, furiously rushed at the enemy. The arriving assistants joined forces to attack the hero, and some of them even managed to achieve some success. After several missed blows, the hero noticed an interesting pattern. Neither he could break through the energy barrier, nor could Paris's hands overcome his mental powers. Directing the attack into the ground, the Duke found that he could easily deal with the enemy's small attacks, successfully parrying and stopping each blow. Suddenly, the hero noticed that the Archbishop had put a special mark on him, and raising his head, he saw a huge magical attack approaching. The legs were bound by magic, and it was impossible to dodge the attack, so the only possible way out was to try to destroy the approaching attack. The subjects watching the battle from below believed in the strength of their Duke, but they knew that even he could not compare to the power of the divine attack. All that was left for the loyal subjects was to watch silently as their Duke tried to resist what seemed to be an inevitable fate. Despite the small chances of winning, the hero was unable to destroy the attack, but managed to redirect it back to the enemy using the same magical logic. The hero immediately attacked the shocked Archbishop, declaring that his god had definitely betrayed him, since the invincible Abel was defeated. The Archbishop was seized with uncontrollable terror, and he screamed in fear of a man whose incredible strength he could not comprehend with his mind. Preparing to strike again, the hero explained that he was a man risen from the dead, and unlike Abel, he had never claimed to be invincible. Following Kainos' plan, the Duke successfully defeated Abel, the chief defender of Blanche's castle, in a decisive duel. Despite the limited time, the hero managed to create a reliable line of defense before the arrival of reinforcements from the Holy Empire's troops. In the evening, everyone gathered around a rich, festive table to celebrate a significant victory and discuss further strategic plans. The Duke asked Kainos hesitantly if they should remain in the captured Castle Blanche while the enemy mobilized part of his huge army. The wise dragon explained the need to remain in the castle, as the enemy would try by any means to distract their attention from this strategic position. The dragon shared a plan that could prevent enemy action, but warned of the serious natural risks associated with its implementation. The plan was to intercept enemy troops by placing detachments in strategically important points in advance, before the enemy army was divided. Rommel, aware of the enemy's five-fold numerical superiority, considered the interception tactic to be the only reasonable solution in the current situation. Aaron understood the need to act quickly while he and his sister were in the captured castle, but he doubted the possibility of successfully completing the task. Kainos unexpectedly suggested excluding the hero from this plan, claiming that this would bring them much closer to victory in the war. Kainos confidently promised to end all military operations in just 1 week, even without the participation of the main character in the operation. That evening, in his room, Aaron reflected on the dubiousness of the plan, but decided to trust Kainos' unerring intuition, as he had done before. The tired guy was about to rest a little and recuperate when an unexpected knock on the door disrupted his plans to rest. Rommel warned in advance about the possible presence of remnants of the Holy Army in the castle and asked the Duke to exercise special caution. Aaron quickly calmed down, reasoning that the enemy soldiers would attack without warning, so he calmly allowed the late guest to enter. The late guest turned out to be a young nun who came to the Duke despite the late hour in her home clothes. The embarrassed girl apologized for the late visit and told him about an important request. But the hero awkwardly suggested postponing the conversation until the morning. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the nun explained the urgency of her visit by saying that she had received a call from Lord Vivian himself. The hero looked at the girl carefully, thinking about the meaning of her words, and Cecilia explained that the Lord was calling them both. The Duke was confused, wondering at the reality of Vivian's existence and the reasons for his sudden appeal to them. Cecilia explained that the Order of Vivian originated in ancient ruins on the mountain ridge behind Fort Blanch, in these sacred lands. The capture of the castle by the Order of Paris prevented Cecilia from approaching the sacred ruins, despite Lord Vivian's constant urgings. Thanks to the Duke's victory, the long-awaited chance to reach the sacred ruins appeared, for which the girl expressed sincere gratitude. The Duke reminded him of his unfinished military mission, but Cecilia, embracing him, asked if he would refuse the divine request. Not wanting to upset the girl, the Duke promised to visit the chosen place after the end of the war if Blanche's castle remained under their control. Cecilia, touched by the Duke's promise to fulfill her request, decided that it was now her turn to return the favor. As she left, the girl asked if the gentleman knew about Lord Vivian's true nature, showing genuine interest in his knowledge. Seeing the confusion in the man's eyes, the embarrassed girl explained that Lord Vivian was the one and only deity of love. In the dead of night, in the military camp of the reinforcements of the Holy State, a sudden and frightening confusion began among the soldiers. Archbishop Landa, commander of the reinforcements of the Holy State, slept peacefully in his bed, unaware of the impending danger. Loud cries of fire woke the archbishop. Frightened horses rushed about in panic, and helpless soldiers died in the fiery trap. Quickly dressing himself, the archbishop demanded a report and learned that the fire had started near important food carts. Cheryl sent out her powerful fire spirit, which mercilessly burned everything that came in its destructive path. Seeing the fiery spirit, the frightened people mistook it for a demon and tried to extinguish it with water. But the angry spirit turned its rage against them. Archbishop Landa realized with horror the complete destruction of all food supplies, realizing the catastrophic consequences for the army. Under cover of darkness, the well-prepared army of holy warriors and the Duke's soldiers, under the command of Rommel, began a decisive offensive. The soldiers clearly divided the combat tasks among themselves and methodically destroyed the enemy, acting as a single well-oiled machine. The archbishop watched the chaos and could not believe the audacity of Duke Aaron, who dared to do such a thing to the servants of God Paris. The experienced Kanos watched the battle, realizing that even the most well-thought-out counterattack strategy was useless without reliable and loyal warriors. Deprived of food, the enemy would inevitably begin to lose strength, and now they needed to hold out for only a week to have a real chance of victory. An attentive observer could notice that both the wise Kynos and the experienced archbishop made one important strategic mistake. The dragon believed that the destruction of enemy food supplies would significantly slow down the enemy's offensive actions. No one foresaw that this blow to supplies would only kindle the flame of faith in the enemy, giving them unexpected strength to resist. Inspired by faith, the warriors were able to overcome hunger and continue the battle to fulfill the sacred will of their deity Paris. The opposing orders encountered Aaron's forces well ahead of schedule, disrupting the original battle plan. Archbishop Landa's strategy, based on the superiority of the troops, turned out to be insufficiently effective in the current situation. Unexpected news shocked the command. The castle of Aventa was captured, and all supply routes to the sacred warriors of Paris were completely blocked. The archbishop was at a loss, unable to understand how the enemy could seize new territory if all their forces were in the castle of Blanche. It turned out that the Duke had successfully led a secret operation to capture the new city even before the main reinforcements of the Holy State arrived. The brilliant strategist Kynos divided his military forces into two specialized units with different combat missions. The first detachment was to hold off enemy reinforcements, while the second was given the important task of capturing Aventa Castle with its strategic reserves. Despite the successful destruction of enemy supplies, the interception unit was unable to completely stop the enemy's advance toward its intended target. The bloody battles resulted in huge losses among soldiers, significantly weakening the fighting potential of both opposing sides. The exhausted interception squad, despite heavy losses, still managed to stop the further advance of the warriors of the sacred state. Aaron's Special Operations Squad crossed the mountain range and successfully captured the strategically important Aventa Castle. Archbishop Landa, finding himself in a desperate situation, decided to continue the attack on the Blanche Castle and urgently requested additional resources. The prudent Kanos had calculated the possibility of such a development in advance and successfully prevented the enemy from receiving help. The archbishop, seeing the suffering of the soldiers dying of hunger, made the difficult decision to surrender to the enemy in exchange for life-saving food. Duke Gran rushed to the emperor with important news, unaware of his true intentions in the current situation. When the servants tried to prevent the meeting, the duke reported Aaron's capture of two strategically important castles, Blanch and Aventa. The enraged emperor could not believe that his powerful army of Paris could not cope with a relatively weak enemy. The experienced ruler felt that the news he received was not limited to information about his army's military defeats. The emperor's premonition turned out to be correct. The pope officially approached him with a request to intervene in the protracted conflict. Duke Gran explained that the pope, not wanting to surrender to the heretics, asked the emperor to use his power to end the bloody war. The emperor was furious, remembering the agreement with the pope to neutralize Duke Aaron, which ended in a shameful defeat. Upon hearing the news of the emperor's intervention, an enraged Aaron realized that all his carefully laid plans were in jeopardy. The wise Kanos considered this turn of events favorable, understanding the impossibility of continuing the war due to huge losses. Kanos, although he considered the situation a defeat, understood the danger of conflict with the emperor and offered to benefit from the upcoming negotiations. A week later, important rulers gathered in the spacious conference room of Aventa Castle to conduct complex peace negotiations. The Pope understood the Duke's anger, since the Emperor's intervention in a war that was almost won could have caused a similar reaction in any commander. The Pope considered the help of the Emperor, who had allowed the war to begin, a better solution than the loss of the Order's pride through a humiliating capitulation. The Holy Pope solemnly declared Lord Paris's mercy to the hero, claiming that it was the deity who had ordered the end of the military confrontation. The Pope confidently stated that continuing to cleanse the lands would certainly lead them to final victory over the enemy. The Duke looked with mockery at the Pope, who, realizing the impossibility of continuing the struggle, tried to maintain the appearance of victory. The Duke asked his advisor ironically if he had ever met such a boastful fool on the battlefield. The archbishops were horrified by the Duke's insolent treatment of the Pope of the Holy State, whom they revered equally with the king of an entire nation. The hero mockingly noted that the archbishop, who had recently surrendered for food, had taken courage, and explained to the Pope his ignorance of the real state of affairs. The Duke pointed out the hypocrisy of talk of mercy, recalling that it was they, and not Paris, who had shown mercy to the starving heretics. The Duke commanded that empty talk be stopped, and that demands be listened to carefully if the Pope wanted his captured warriors returned. The Pope remained remarkably calm and even smiled, convinced of the truth of the rumors about the young Duke's warlike character. The Duke made a bold demand to hand over to them the capital of the sacred state of Regal, to which the Pope reproached him for excessive presumption. An angry Aaron ordered that all the captives be sent to forced labor or sold at the slave market if they disobeyed. The tense negotiations were interrupted by the appearance of the emperor and his entourage, whose face expressed obvious dissatisfaction with what was happening. Emperor Geron, while containing his hostility, noted how his nephew had matured since their last important meeting. The Duke and his loyal subjects immediately bowed deeply, paying the emperor the honors due. The emperor ordered the Duke to raise his head, and at that moment an armed knight rushed towards him but only destroyed the table. The emperor explained his reluctance to sit at the tables by security considerations and the need for a full view of what was happening around him. The Duke tried to flatter the emperor by noting the similarity of their thinking in matters of security and observation of the surrounding environment. Having completed all the necessary preparations, the participants in the negotiations gathered together to discuss important state issues. The emperor looked at Lord Paris's representative with obvious displeasure and demanded an explanation for the loud argument he had heard on the way to the hall. The Pope briefly outlined the essence of the conflict, reporting the Duke's demand to hand over the capital of the Holy State as war compensation. The Duke countered by clarifying that he was only criticizing the Pope's violation of his own rules regarding starting a family and having descendants. Noticing the reaction of those present, the Duke realized that the time had come to begin serious negotiations for deserved compensation. Watching the Pope, the Duke foresaw the spread of compromising rumors that would force him to leave his high post. The Duke planned for the next Pope to be the deliberately left alive Archbishop Landa, carefully preparing the ground for change. The Emperor watched Lord Paris's representative closely, noticing the obvious fear that some carefully hidden secret would be exposed. Realizing the unfavorable nature of the current position, The emperor sought to minimize possible losses from the upcoming negotiations. The emperor proposed to put aside the delicate matter and concentrate on discussing the compensation the duke wished to receive. The duke spoke as the representative of the empire, declaring the harm of a religion controlled by a manipulator who spread influence among the citizens. The duke proposed moving the Order of Paris to the western part of the continent to reduce their influence on the population of the empire. The indignant pope jumped up from his seat, demanding an explanation from the duke regarding his excessive demands. The emperor called on the pope to remain calm and pointed out to the duke the excessiveness of his demands in the current situation. The duke was aware of the enormity of his demands, but hoped for the emperor's support in defending imperial honor. The emperor, understanding the duke's desire to protect the country, demanded that the pope confirm or deny the accusations made. The agitated pope rose from his seat and began to deny all the accusations, citing the incompatibility of family life with his rank. The duke, with a sly smile, asked the pope about his reaction to the possible enslavement of his granddaughter after her discovery. The pope firmly rejected the possibility of searching for a non-existent person and turning her into a slave, trying to keep his secret. Confident in his knowledge, the duke ordered Rommel to send men to search for the pope's granddaughter at the winter villa of Alpes. Rommel reported that the operation to find the girl was almost complete, awaiting only the final order for action. The visibly nervous pope demanded that the search be stopped, to which the duke ironically reminded him that he had no descendants. The emperor tried to smooth over the situation by suggesting that the duke might have made a mistake, given the pope's services to the church. The pope hastily agreed with the emperor's assumption, continuing to insist on the absence of any family ties. The duke slyly inquired about the possibility of turning the found girl into a slave, continuing to put pressure on the nervous pope. The pope finally admitted to the existence of the family, justifying himself with past mistakes before taking holy orders. Thanks to the intervention of the emperor, the final negotiation satisfied only part of Aaron's initial demands. The parties signed a 2-year truce, conditioned by the release of the captives and Aaron's promise not to spread incriminating rumors. Aaron received the castle of Blanch, the territory of the Vivian Order, and compensation of 5,000 gold coins, officially recognizing him as the winner. Watching the prisoners leave, Kynos was glad that the war was over, but he was tormented by an unresolved question for his master. Kynos was interested in how the duke learned about the existence of the pope's granddaughter, and when he managed to organize a search for her. Aaron admitted his own interest in the matter, suggesting that it could be another of Rommel's tricks. The hero asked Kynos to personally find out from the knight the details of his resourceful plan to clarify the situation. Upon returning to the Holy Land, the Pope immediately went to the port city of Alpes to meet his granddaughter. When meeting with his granddaughter, the concerned Pope asked her about possible threats and suspicious contacts. Upon learning of the lack of any contact with his granddaughter, the Pope realized the Duke's deception and vowed that Lord Paris would punish the deceiver. Aaron, unaware of the Pope's wrath, prepared to travel with Cecilia to the promised holy place. Cecilia confidently stated that there was no need for an escort for a simple climb into the mountains. Cecilia tasked Lady Bianca with finding the oppressed followers of Vivian in the castle to restore their church. An unexpected addition to the journey was Kynos, invited by Lord Vivian himself, which Cecilia kept silent about. By evening, the travelers reached an ancient temple, separated from the outside world by a deep cliff in the snow-capped mountains. The Duke noted the impossibility of overcoming the cliff without wings, and the difficulty of creating a crossing due to strong winds. Cecilia explained the special nature of the temple's access, inaccessible even to flying creatures, requiring a different approach. Cecilia knelt down and began to pray to the Lord, asking him to open the way for them to enter the sacred temple. A mystical road appeared over the cliff, and joyful Cecilia invited her companions to follow her. Inside the spacious temple, the Duke noticed a strange emptiness and abandonment, despite the impressive size of the building. An unexpected discovery was the presence of a little girl kneeling and praying at the sacred water. Cecilia greeted Lord Vivian respectfully, apologizing for the long lack of contact between them. The girl took off her robe and reproached Cecilia with displeasure for being too slow, hinting at her long wait. The little goddess agreed to forgive Cecilia for the delay, considering the people she had brought with her. The Duke looked at the approaching child goddess with surprise, amazed at the absence of the usual magical aura. Kynos knelt before Lord Vivian, asking for an explanation of the reason for their gathering together in the temple. Lord Vivian chided Kynos for his undragon-like impatience, insisting on her right to choose the time of revelations. The goddess approached the Duke and asked him to close his eyes, after which they instantly disappeared from the temple without a trace. Finding herself on the mountain in front of the temple, the girl calmed the frightened Duke and asked him about his guesses regarding the reason for the call. Vivian began a philosophical discourse on the cyclical nature of life, comparing it to a stone located nearby on a mountain. The goddess demonstratively dropped a huge stone, which destroyed the temple in half, presumably killing the people inside. The Duke was horrified by the thought of the possible death of Kanos and Cecilia under the rubble of the destroyed temple. The enraged Duke lashed out at Vivian for her divine games with human lives. The young goddess calmly pointed to the huge stone that now stood at the very top of the mountain, and with this simple gesture made it clear to the Duke that the ancient temple remained intact and that their lives were not in danger. This heavy stone on the top of the mountain was a special sign for the butler Gale. The goddess used it as a symbol of the new life she gave to man by transferring his soul through time and space. The confused man finally realized the whole truth about his miraculous salvation and understood why it was in the body of the Duke that he began his new life, for which he was sincerely grateful to the wise Vivian. The little goddess patiently explained to the confused guest that his appearance in a new body was not accidental, because each person is destined for a special destiny, and she asked him to live this life to the fullest. The frightened and confused man could not calm down, because he wanted to immediately find out the true reason for his appearance here and understand where the real owner of this body was now. The wise goddess advised the traveler to continue his life's journey without fear and doubt, promising that one day he would definitely meet the real Duke, although he would be completely different. When the allotted time for conversation came to an end, the goddess used her divine power and directed the Duke towards the cliff, managing to notice his last attentive glance before falling. Waking up from a deep oblivion, the Duke was surprised to find himself not within the walls of the ancient temple, but outside, where an alarmed nun was trying to bring him to his senses with her caring actions. After waking up, the Duke looked around in confusion, trying to figure out his location because he clearly remembered the moment of the fall. But now they were right in front of the entrance to the majestic temple. The excited Duke began to ask about the mysterious goddess, but the attentive Cecilia gently explained that they were not destined to meet her yet, because the time for this meeting had not yet come. The man was absolutely sure that they had indeed entered an ancient temple and met there an amazing girl who looked like an exact copy of the beautiful Cecilia. Trying to tell others about his unusual experiences, the hero encountered Cecilia's firm conviction that they had remained outside the temple all this time, and he had simply lost consciousness. Calm Cecilia suggested that everything they had seen could have just been a vision, and since the Great Lord did not wish to see them yet, they would be better off returning home and trying to come to the temple another time. Climbing onto his trusty horse, the worried Kynos could not understand why the rest of the people did not remember at all the amazing events that happened to them within the walls of the ancient temple. The angry Vivian began to sternly scold the impudent dragon for his unauthorized interference in the affairs of mere mortals, and decided to come up with a fair punishment for his misdeed. Using her divine power, she restricted the dragon's magical power in his chest, greatly weakening his abilities and preventing him from using any magic in his human form. The goddess warned her servant that any attempt to violate the established prohibition would bring him such suffering that he himself would prefer a quick and easy death. The mighty Kynos was greatly upset that his simple desire to have fun in the lands of men had led to such serious consequences, and now his life was in danger. Looking at the thoughtful Duke, the dragon admitted that all his adventures were worth it, because thanks to his bold actions he received many incredible impressions. In the majestic capital, life went on as usual, and ordinary citizens had long since stopped paying attention to the poor beggars who begged for alms every day on the noisy streets. The unexpected appearance of the Duke of Renan's luxurious carriage attracted the attention of curious citizens, disrupting the usual flow of daily life in the bustling capital. The contented Duke, comfortably seated in his carriage, rejoiced at Aaron's victory over the Holy State, but he was troubled by the thought of the Emperor's close attention to their actions. The sudden stop caused the carriage to rock violently, forcing the alarmed Duke to leave his comfortable seat to find out the reason for the unexpected delay on the way. In front of the luxurious carriage stood an unfamiliar man, who confidently declared to the surprised travelers that he was Duke Aaron himself, returned from oblivion. The mysterious stranger held himself very seriously and confidently, silently waiting for the moment when the real Duke would deign to listen to his amazing story. Despite obvious doubts, the Duke decided to listen to the strange man, although he could hardly believe in the possibility of resurrection after death at the hands of the Emperor 20 years ago. Realizing the improbability of his story, Aaron specifically went to find Renan, a distant relative of the crown and a loyal servant of the former emperor, hoping to find understanding. The Duke, who had lost his former appearance, chose Renan as his only interlocutor, realizing that any other person would immediately notice his striking difference from the former Duke. The angry driver rudely pushed the impostor out of the expensive carriage, outraged that a common man dared to lie to a noble gentleman for so long. Despite the strange man's insistent assurances of the truth of his words, Renan could not believe such an incredible story and ordered his men to continue on their way. With a heavy heart, Aaron admitted that his fears were correct, knowing that no one would believe his amazing story when he himself was having a hard time accepting the changes that had happened to him. Deep down in his soul, he was determined not to allow a repetition of the tragic events of his past life, which still weighed heavily on his conscience. Throwing aside his long-standing promise to his father, the determined hero was determined to strike first at the treacherous emperor in order to prevent future disasters. Despite lacking the dragon's blessing, powerful RCGA technology, and any material means, he was determined to find a way to regain his former strength. At this time, the energetic head of the Crusaders, Bianca, was seriously concerned with many urgent problems that required immediate solutions. In order to successfully expand the influence of the territory, Blanche urgently needed to increase the number of troops. But, to the great disappointment of the commander, there were no volunteers to join the ranks of the army. Bianca felt a special responsibility to gather the army before the Lord herself, because it was this important task that she voluntarily took upon herself, giving a solemn promise. After carefully studying the terms of service, she suddenly realized the reason for her failures. The proposed payment of 2 gold coins was simply ridiculously low for military service. Such a modest salary was barely enough to buy a simple sack of flour, let alone feed an entire family for a long month of service. In a fit of anger, the enraged Bianca smashed the shameful salary plate, which greatly embarrassed the modest Cecilia and further charmed the enamored Arthur. Observant Aaron, noticing the problems that had arisen, calmly approached the strategist to find out the reasons for the concern, since the payment was supposed to remain the same. The attentive Kainos carefully pointed out to the hero the suspicious people who were strangely stomping around in one place in a narrow, dark alley nearby. Looking carefully in the indicated direction, the hero immediately realized that these mysterious individuals really did raise serious suspicions with their unusual behavior. The experienced strategist confidently explained that these people were Imperial spies, whom the ruler had sent for increased surveillance after their recent victory. The astute hero quickly realized that the reduced pay was a clever diversion designed to deceive the vigilance of enemy spies. He was worried about the possibility of recruiting an army in such difficult conditions, but Kainos explained that despite the official ban, they needed to gather 10,000 warriors. A hidden city was discovered in the newly captured territory, where Vivian's faithful followers were hiding, fleeing persecution from the Pope, and Rommel was already recruiting them for 10 gold pieces. The Duke approved of this reasonable solution for organizing the defense, but watching the worried Kainos, he clearly understood that this was far from the only problem. The wise advisor began to explain that they had already achieved significant success, capturing the important castle of Blanche and the surrounding lands to expand their influence. After carefully assessing the current situation, he came to the conclusion that despite the high costs, their main goal should be the creation of a powerful army of 50,000 warriors. The amazed Duke could hardly imagine how it was possible to assemble such a huge army, numbering as many as 50,000 well-trained soldiers. The experienced Kainos insisted on the correctness of the goal, explaining that without a strong army, their vast territories would remain defenseless and lose all influence. The advisor warned of the dangers of the holy nation's influence, reminded of the lack of economic and military power, and suggested focusing on earning money to hire soldiers. The tired hero, realizing the amount of work ahead, asked everyone to take a day's rest before returning to the castle to resolve important financial issues. At this time, Mariah was traveling through the Duke's lands with a young companion, who was carefully examining the traces of recent heavy battles in these territories. The talkative Mariah told his companion about the merciless character of the local Duke, adding that the visible destruction was only a small part of his capabilities. The inquisitive girl asked with interest about the length of the Duke's reign and the veracity of the rumors about his cruel methods of governing the captured lands. Moria was amazed that even on the distant western continent, where his companion had come from, they knew so well about Duke Bran. Soon the young traveler appeared before the powerful ruler of the north, who was clearly puzzled by such an unusual address to his person. The polite girl told about the legendary glory of the Duke, who conquered many enemies and subjugated the lands of the powerful holy nation, earning the proud title of ruler of the north. Aaron, tired of long speeches, decisively interrupted the talkative guest, insistently demanding that she move on to the main purpose of her unexpected visit. After the girl ignored his request, the irritated Duke drew his sharp sword, annoyed that people constantly needed the threat of weapons to understand simple requests. The experienced Mariah noted with satisfaction the success of his strategy, since it was he who advised the Duke to use the menacing rumors about himself to gain an advantage in negotiations. The frightened girl finally introduced herself as the princess of the distant kingdom of Samad, who had come to the powerful Duke with an important business proposal. Everyone knew about this rich island kingdom, conveniently located between the bustling central and western continents. Despite its small population, the kingdom was famous for its influential trading groups, which controlled all the important trade flows between the continents. It was no coincidence that the young princess headed the most powerful royal trading association, controlling the most important trade routes. A thoughtful Aaron realized with bitterness that the beautiful kingdom of Samad was destined to disappear within 10 years during the brutal conquest of the western continent. Having listened attentively to the excited princess, the Duke calmly invited her to continue her story about the purpose of her important visit. The determined Luvia put forth her proposal to build a large warehouse on the Duke's lands for goods coming from the western continent. The surprised Duke did not understand the need for a new warehouse, since the merchants already had enough storage facilities on the territory of the empire. The wise princess explained that the previous owners of the castle from the Holy Empire refused to let them build, considering them dangerous heretics. The insightful Aaron quickly realized the true purpose of the visit: to obtain permission to build a warehouse on the lands of the Fort Blanch from its new rulers. The cunning Luvia emphasized the mutual benefit of such a proposal, promising the Duke a significant increase in tax revenue from trade flows through his lands. Indifferent to the proposal, the Duke rose from his seat and ordered his loyal strategist to escort the uninvited guests, to which Kanos respectfully agreed. The persistent Luvia, realizing that she was losing a valuable partner, decisively resorted to her last trump card in the difficult negotiations. She offered a lucrative 15% profit in exchange for a 20% tax on goods and complete control over the distribution of the miraculous holy water. The interested Duke listened carefully to the unusual proposal, trying to understand the true meaning of the request for control over the holy water. The cunning Luvia decided to begin the explanation from afar, asking the Duke if he remembered a brave adventurer named Gerald. The thoughtful Aaron could not remember this man until the attentive strategist reminded him of the first traveler he met in the ancient temple of Atun. An excited Luvia told how she had searched for a long time for a miracle cure for her sick father across all continents, until only holy water healed him. It turned out that the precious water was created by special order of the Vivian Order, and the princess received this secret information from the talkative Mariah. The frightened Mariah immediately realized his unforgivable mistake, meeting the Duke's stern gaze, because information about the holy water had to remain a top secret. The suspicious Duke inquired about Luvia's true intentions, assuming that she wanted to resell holy water on the rich central continent. The clever Luvia recognized the wisdom of the Duke's decision to hide the value of the holy water in order to maintain a fragile peace with the powerful emperor. She revealed her plan to control the spread of water in the western continent in order to aid the emperor's opponents and quietly weaken his power. The calculating Aaron understood the financial benefits of the proposal, but saw no reason to give up control of an important product, preferring a direct partnership. The wise Duke realized that selling the holy water to the central continent would bring more profit, but risked falling into the hands of the Imperial army. Watching Luvia closely, he appreciated her brilliant sales skills and her amazing ability to accurately determine the desires of her customers. With a heavy heart, he thought about the sad fate of this beautiful country, which was destined to turn into lifeless ruins. The determined Duke was determined to change the future and prevent the disappearance of an entire country, as happened in his past life. After much deliberation, he allowed the princess to dispose of the holy water, but warned her that the deal would be immediately terminated if supplies were discovered on the central continent. Surprised Kanos did not expect such a decision, but the confident Duke ordered all the necessary documents to be prepared by the end of the current day. A grateful Luvia performed her country's traditional court gesture, expressing her sincere hope for a long and fruitful cooperation. The polite Duke tried to repeat the unfamiliar gesture out of respect for tradition, although he doubted the correctness of his execution. The smiling princess explained the deep meaning of this gesture in her culture, a symbol of openness and honesty of a person's intentions. After the guest left, a worried Kanos expressed his concern about the haste of the decision to entrust the princess with control over the precious holy water. Despite the strategist's reasonable concerns, the Duke understood the need to find funds to maintain a 50,000-strong army in Bran territory. Confident in his choice, the Duke knew that Kainos would not understand his decision based on the experience of his lives. It was time to pay attention to the eternally busy guest, who had probably come a long way not only to meet the princess. The enigmatic Mariah decided to introduce the Duke to an amazing new product known as the mysterious black gold. Taking out a small bag, he poured black pepper into his palm and invited the Duke to appreciate the unusual aroma of the mysterious spice. The unfamiliar smell made the Duke sneeze, and he could not understand why this simple spice was called precious black gold. The experienced merchant explained with a smile that such a reaction is completely normal for a first acquaintance, but the true value of the spice can be appreciated in finished dishes. The perceptive Duke and Kainos quickly deciphered Mariah's true intentions to find the source of the valuable black gold on the mysterious dark continent. The amazing black continent remained a mysterious land, known only from ancient books, although valuable spice was usually brought from the eastern continent. The observant Mariah noticed Kanos' awareness of the rumors of a month-long sea voyage from the central to the eastern continent. However, there was a serious obstacle: huge sea monsters that prevented ships from reaching the shores of the distant eastern continent. These dangerous waters belonged to the mighty sea dragon Leviathan, who guarded his domain from any uninvited guests. The enterprising Mariah acquired valuable specimens on the black market of the kingdom of Rumion, found in the wreckage of a mysterious ship off the distant shores. The precious spices were stored in a strange box of unknown origin, which led them to the conclusion that a ship had likely arrived from the mysterious dark continent. The determined hero tasked his loyal Kainos with gathering all possible information about this mysterious place, using any available sources. The dedicated strategist promised to make every effort to collect valuable information, although he understood that this would require a considerable amount of time. Late at night in his chambers, a thoughtful Kainos sent an urgent letter to Keishi, asking him to find any information about the mysterious dark continent. As he watched the dragonbird fly away, he thought bitterly of the lost ability to use magic to travel on his own. In desperation, Kainos turned to the powerful Lord Vivian to ask for a brief return to his native land. The falling star clearly showed the stubborn goddess's refusal, forcing Kainos to accept her unyielding decision. 2 months after the warehouse was completed, an attentive Aaron met with the treasurer to sum up important results. The alarmed Duke watched with concern the strange behavior of the old man, who, hunched over, did not take his eyes off the important documents. The excited treasurer confessed to the Duke that the profit from the sale of holy water had exceeded all his expectations, bringing millions of gold coins into the treasury, more money than he had seen in his entire life. The Duke looked at the treasurer in surprise and asked why this money made him so excited, since after military victories they received no less sums from the captured booty. An experienced treasurer explained an important difference. A constant income every month is much more useful than a one-time military booty, because it allows you to properly plan all expenses on land. The Duke tried to calm the agitated treasurer and asked about his plans for using the money he had received, reminding him of the important need to raise a large army. The old treasurer was very angry because the Duke did not understand at all how much gold was spent on maintaining order in all the lands and paying for important works. The treasurer could not understand the Duke's desire to raise a new army when he had 10,000 warriors, and warned that a large army would take all the money needed for the lands. The Duke did not argue with the old treasurer, and decided to return to his castle to calmly think over what he had heard and find the right solution for their lands. On the way to the castle, the Duke noticed how well the treasurer had managed the money. The road had been repaired, and new buildings and well-kept fields had appeared along it. The Duke nevertheless asked his companion whether their treasury really could not support an army of 50,000 warriors to defend all lands from enemies. The wise advisor sadly confirmed that such a large army would now ruin their lands and lead to big problems with paying salaries and purchasing supplies. The Duke was greatly upset to realize that the treasurer was telling the truth about the difficult financial situation, and was not exaggerating the problems for his own benefit or caution. The unexpectedly clever advisor added that although the task was very difficult, he never spoke of the complete impossibility of gathering a large army to defend the lands. The advisor suggested creating an army that would be subordinate to the territory of Bran, but located on another continent where maintaining troops would be much cheaper. The Duke listened carefully to this idea and realized that creating a dependent state on another continent could indeed solve their problem with a large army. After calculating all the expenses for maintaining the army, it became clear that moving the army to another continent would allow for significant savings from the treasury. However, to create a new state, it was first necessary to reach the unknown Dark Continent, and the Duke doubted whether it was worth the risk for an unknown benefit. In an old book, the Duke read the story of a traveler who everyone considered crazy for his decision to go to the distant and mysterious Dark Continent. During his 10 years of absence, even his wife and children declared the traveler crazy because of his amazing stories about the riches and wonders of the Black Continent. Despite the ridicule and distrust of everyone around him, the traveler continued to tell the truth and recorded his discoveries for future seekers of distant lands. In his notes, he described unprecedented treasures, rare spices, and precious stones that he had never encountered before on the familiar central continent. The traveler noted the complete absence of magicians on the Black Continent and wrote that even a small army of 10,000 warriors from the central continent could easily capture these rich lands. In his diary, he revealed an important secret about the round shape of the world, refuting old tales about a flat earth with a cliff at the edge, and warned about a large sea monster. After much study of the old book, the Duke decided that even a dangerous sea monster and other difficulties would not stop him from taking advantage of such a rare opportunity. A clear plan of action had formed in the Duke's mind, which required immediate execution, so he immediately began preparing for an important journey. The first thing the Duke wanted to do was to test the words of the merchant Mariah about the unusual properties of black gold and its amazing effect on the taste of ordinary food. The Duke hesitated for a long time to try the unfamiliar seasoning, but a bad feeling did not stop him from wanting to find out the truth about the mysterious spice. After carefully trying the new seasoning, the Duke was amazed at how much the usual taste of food changed. It became much tastier and more aromatic than ordinary food. Then the Duke realized that selling unusual spices from the Dark Continent would bring them huge amounts of money and make their lands even richer and more influential. Having summoned the faithful Kynos, the Duke directly asked him what would be needed for a successful journey to the distant Black Continent. The delighted Kynos immediately began to talk about the need to capture a port in the kingdom of Rumion on the eastern continent to organize a sea voyage. Since they had no compelling reason to attack Rumion, the Duke decided to give an important speech to the people in a few weeks. The inhabitants were afraid of bad news about the attack of monsters from the Black Forest or the appearance of new enemies, but the Duke was going to tell them about something completely different. In his speech, the Duke announced that he had received alarming news about the insult to the followers of their faith by the kingdom of Rumion in the east. This news angered the grateful church-going people, but Kynos explained the need for a compelling reason for war and the gathering of additional defense forces. Continuing his speech with tears in his eyes, the Duke told the people about the cruel treatment of their brothers and sisters who were being held in slavery in the neighboring kingdom. The Duke announced his intention to negotiate with the rulers of Rumion for the return of his captive compatriots home to their families. Now they had to gather a strong army and wait for time to regroup their troops in order to create a worthy pretext for starting military action. After the Duke's brilliant speech, Kynos noted that the speech had made a strong impression on the people, although the ruler himself doubted the sufficiency of his words. A disgruntled treasurer appeared in the crowd and immediately realized that the recent lull in business was a harbinger of new large expenditures for military needs. The Duke quickly led the outraged treasurer away from the crowd, promising to explain everything later, and ordered the preparation of new armor for the warriors to begin. The treasurer was shocked by the need for new military expenditures, recalling the armor recently purchased for the Duke's 10,000 warriors. Instead of a long explanation, Aaron gave the treasurer a taste of the meat with mysterious spices, and he immediately felt an amazing new taste. The Duke realized from the treasurer's reaction that he had never tasted such spices, and explained that it was for their sake that they must capture Rumion. The old treasurer immediately changed his mind, imagining the huge profits from the sale of unusual spices, and agreed to support his master's plan. Before leaving, the treasurer asked the Duke and Kynos for the exact amount of armor that needed to be ordered for the new military campaign. The Duke's next target was the small kingdom of Rumion, located on the eastern edge of the central continent under the rule of the Empire. The Duke noted that the lands of the kingdom of Rumion were significantly smaller than their territory of Bran in size and population. Rumors of the incredible wealth of Rumion circulated throughout the continent, with even dogs wearing gold collars thanks to the extensive trade. An important message arrived in the rich and peaceful kingdom, which greatly surprised the king with an unexpected visit from representatives of the empire. The king was informed of the arrival of Duke Aaron, who, although a vassal of the empire, had no direct connection with the royal court. The king knew of the duke's glory in defeating the holy nation's troops, and did not understand the reason for his personal visit to their peaceful kingdom. The advisors told of the duke's demand for the return of his subjects, which greatly alarmed the king with the question of possible prisoners from the empire. It became known that the duke was interested in the fate of the followers of their faith, who were listed in the kingdom as criminals. The king became frightened when he realized that the duke was talking about the followers they had sent into slavery for breaking the laws of the kingdom. The duke's demand was simple: to return to their homeland all captive followers of their faith without any conditions or delay. The king urgently called a council in the main hall, where the advisors were already heatedly arguing about the unexpected demand of the powerful duke. Some advisors wanted to keep the slaves and obtain new ones during the war, but most understood that any refusal would lead to conflict with the empire. Arriving Duke Aaron immediately noticed the wealth of the kingdom from the luxuriously decorated gates and walls of the royal palace. The observant Kanos noted that the beautiful walls of the palace served more for decoration than for protection, since there were no protective spells on them. The duke was irritated by the king's slowness in receiving him, because as a representative of the empire, he expected a more respectful and prompt attitude towards himself. The armed soldiers of the kingdom of Rumion immediately surrounded Aaron in a tight ring, as soon as the gates swung open to the arriving travelers on this sunny day. The commander-in-chief of the mounted infantry loudly gave the order to his soldiers to line up in neat rows and stand at attention in front of the important guests of the kingdom. Aaron looked carefully at the soldiers gathered around and came to the conclusion that the local ruler was meeting the arriving ambassadors at the gate too cautiously. The commander rode up to the travelers on his war horse and asked the young man to confirm whether he was the duke of the Bran Empire named Aaron and to show the seal. Confused, Aaron had no idea what seal the commander was talking about. So the military man patiently explained that a real duke never travels without this sign. The warriors watched in surprise at the strangers who dared to come to the kingdom of Rumion without confirming their identity and calling themselves the Duke of the Bran Empire. The knight loudly ordered the guards to seize the deceivers, but suddenly the duke's commanding voice made all the warriors stop and freeze in place. The real duke could not understand the reason for the demand for the seal, and the knight's strange confidence that someone was trying to impersonate the ruler of the Bran lands. The smiling warlord reported the amazing news that the true Duke Aaron had already passed through the gates of the kingdom before these travelers arrived. The guards took Aaron and Kanos to prison, despite the young man's loud protestations that he was indeed the rightful Duke of the Bran Empire. The prison warden mockingly advised the prisoner to stop making noise and accept the fact that he would soon become an ordinary slave in the kingdom of Rumion. The king, at an important council, expressed gratitude to Duke Aaron for his help in capturing the impostors who dared to appropriate his glorious name and title. The distinguished guest politely thanked the ruler for his support and assured him of his devotion to the interests of the empire and his readiness to serve it. A man named Rex told the king about the important role of his clever strategist, who had done serious work to identify and catch the treacherous deceivers. The modest false Kanos explained to those gathered that the arrest of the impostors was not difficult, since they did not even have the ducal seal with them. The pleased king noted the extraordinary intelligence and modesty of his guests, admitting that he immediately felt a special atmosphere when communicating with such important people. Rex showed interest in the future fate of the captured impostors and asked the king what punishment awaited these impudent lawbreakers. The ruler explained that due to a shortage of labor in the kingdom, all criminals were sent to hard labor, and this fate awaited the caught swindlers. Rex disagreed with such a lenient punishment for such a serious crime and suggested considering a more severe method of punishing impostors. The duke explained to the king his position that people who had threatened the safety of an entire kingdom deserved only the death penalty. Having carefully calculated the remaining days of his stay in the kingdom, the duke determined that he would spend approximately 1 week on this land. The guest of honor asked the king to carry out the execution before his departure, as he wanted to be personally present at the execution of the sentence against the impostors. The concerned ruler spoke of the rare use of the death penalty in his kingdom due to frequent unrest among the population following such harsh punishments. The king, noticing the determined attitude of his important guest, agreed to fulfill his wish to hold a public execution for the criminals. The ruler put forward a counter-condition to cancel the request for the return of Vivian's followers, promising to immediately fulfill the duke's request upon receiving consent. A crowd of people gathered in the kingdom's main square a few days later to witness a rare event in these lands. The famous merchant Mariah appeared among the honored guests and respectfully greeted the ruler of the kingdom of Rumion with a low bow. The joyful king greeted his old friend warmly and began to ask him about current trade affairs and successes in business development. Mariah spoke about his new currency exchange office in the kingdom and expressed his sincere gratitude to the ruler for his support in this endeavor. The king smiled and asked the merchant to raise his head and noted his indispensability in the matter of currency exchange for all the inhabitants of the kingdom. The ruler praised Mariah's management skills and invited him to continue the conversation later, after which the merchant headed to his place. The experienced merchant's attention was drawn to a stranger in the clothes of Duke Aaron, whose face seemed completely unrecognizable to Mariah. The herald loudly announced the beginning of the execution, and the guards led the convicted criminals accused of treason out onto the square. The official read out a list of crimes, including attempting to deceive the government and intending to destroy good relations between the kingdom and the empire. King Nicholas II, the supreme ruler of the kingdom of Rumion, issued the final sentence of death for the captured criminals. The guards removed the masks from the faces of the condemned and allowed them to speak their last words to the assembled spectators. Aaron loudly announced to everyone present his true status as a titled noble of the empire and the rightful owner of the Bran territory. The merchant Mariah, having carefully examined the face of the condemned man, became very excited, instantly recognizing in him the real Duke Aaron. The alarmed king, noticing Mariah's reaction, began to question the merchant about the reasons for his agitation and the truthfulness of the condemned man's words. A frightened Mariah demanded an explanation from the king about the reasons for the death sentence passed on the true Duke Aaron. The ruler realized his mistake and began to doubt the identity of the man who had been with him all this time as an honored guest. Turning to Duke Aaron's place, the king discovered with horror that the impostor had already managed to leave the square unnoticed during the commotion. The false duke calmly walked away from the walls of the kingdom of Rumion, removing the false seal and leaving behind a commotion among the confused courtiers. The advisors were divided into two groups during the discussion of what had happened. Some justified the king, others accused him of being overly trusting of the impostor. Some of the advisors insisted that a thorough investigation could have prevented this unpleasant incident with the false duke. The frightened king trembled with fear, realizing the full horror of his act, imprisoning the true Duke Aaron. The ruler understood that the matter would not end with a simple release of the captives, and this mistake could lead to a war between the kingdom and the empire. A knock at the door interrupted the king's anxious thoughts, and a herald announced the arrival of the real Duke Aaron, causing everyone present to freeze. The ruler realized the need to protect the royal line from interruption and preserve the throne for future generations. The old king decided to use the only way to protect his kingdom from a possible war due to the misunderstanding that had occurred. The king prepared to beg forgiveness on his knees, but the duke forestalled him, kneeling first and respectfully asking for an audience. The bewildered ruler tried to raise the duke from his knees, arguing that he alone should ask forgiveness for his unforgivable mistake. The duke remained kneeling and with a warm smile thanked the king for his kind treatment of him, despite the misunderstanding that had occurred. The touched king confessed his readiness to accept any anger of the duke and expressed admiration for his kindness, which confirmed all the known legends. The calm duke explained that there was no reason for anger, emphasizing the importance of fulfilling his mission while maintaining peace. The guest reminded of his intention to bring back Vivian's followers and other inhabitants of Bran, mentioning the message he had sent earlier about this. The outraged counselors expressed their disagreement with the duke's demand to take away the followers of the Order of Vivian and other subjects of the kingdom. Aaron reminded those present of the long-standing religious war between the Vivian and Perrin orders that had occurred several decades ago. Advisors confirmed that the conflict began after exiled followers of Vivian took refuge in their kingdom from the Order of Fress. The Duke pointed out the injustice of turning refugees into slaves instead of granting them the status of full citizens of the kingdom. The Duke decided to get straight to the point, since everyone present remembered the events of past years well and did not need additional explanations. The confident Duke reminded those gathered of an important document found in the vault among the Order's papers, which everyone present, including the king, knew about. The ancient document guaranteed all exiled followers of the Vivian Order the status of full citizens of the Kingdom of Rumion without any restrictions. An important document, signed personally by King Nicholas, contained a special provision regarding the right of followers to return to lands where they would be welcomed with joy. The Duke emphasized that the only territory open to the habitation of the followers of the Vivian Order remained the Bran lands under his control. Outraged counselors rejected the old document as a basis, pointing to the families of Vivian's followers who had received civil rights in the kingdom. Tired of the useless arguments, Duke Aaron interrupted the counselors and addressed the king directly, asking about his final decision. The confused ruler asked the duke to restate all the circumstances of the case in order to better understand the situation. The duke looked at the king carefully, expecting an offer of monetary compensation, although he was interested in a completely different solution to the problem. Aaron was firm in his decision, and his unwillingness to waste time while his people were in slavery in a foreign land. The frightened king asked to give him a week to think about it, explaining the complexity of the situation for all the inhabitants of the kingdom, including himself. Finding himself in a hopeless situation, Nicholas II sent an urgent petition to the empire asking them to stop Duke Aaron's actions. News of the duke's intention to free 10,000 slaves quickly spread throughout the kingdom, causing great unrest among the population. Angry slave owners rebelled against the crown, refusing to acknowledge the duke's rights over the people they considered their rightful property. The cruel owners, in a fit of uncontrollable anger, began to beat even the children of Vivian's followers, blaming them for all the unrest that was happening. The timely appearance of Duke Aaron stopped the brutal actions of the citizens of Rumion, who clearly exceeded their rights against defenseless people. Taking the dais before the crowd, the Duke addressed the people of the kingdom, giving them the opportunity to voice their grievances directly. The Duke solemnly announced to the followers of the order about the imminent liberation from slavery and the intention to remove their heavy shackles forever. The impostor Rex, who was hiding in the crowd, chose an opportune moment and unexpectedly threw a heavy stone straight at the head of the speaking Duke. Unprepared for the attack, the Duke lost consciousness, which was immediately taken advantage of by the enraged crowd, who intended to kill the helpless ruler. The loyal Kanos went to incredible lengths to protect the unconscious Duke from the angry mob and lead him to safety. The Duke, feigning unconsciousness, allowed the crowd to beat him up, after which he calmly asked Kanos what their next steps were. Rex, who suddenly appeared, advised them to temporarily hide in a secluded place and create the appearance of their death to calm the situation. An important message from the Kingdom of Rumion has arrived at the Imperial Palace, demanding the ruler's immediate attention to the current situation. The puzzled emperor did not understand the reasons for the kingdom's appeal, since all obligatory payments were delivered to the treasury on time. The messenger bowed deeply and conveyed his king's request to stop Duke Aaron's destructive actions against the kingdom. The enraged emperor expressed his outrage at the audacity of the kingdom, which had recently attempted to execute a noble imperial noble. The ambassador, trembling with fear, tried to explain the misunderstanding that had occurred, assuring that the duke was now receiving due respectful treatment. The emperor did not understand the logic of asking him to ignore past crimes just because the duke was now being treated properly. The ruler of the empire openly expressed doubt about the reasonableness of the king's demands, noting the complete lack of sound logic in such requests. The frightened advisor cried out loudly for help, reminding them of the kingdom's belonging to the empire and the suffering caused by the duke's actions. The emperor proposed to decide the fate of the kingdom with a coin toss. Tails meant aid to the empire, while heads meant leaving the solution to the kingdom's problems to itself. The astonished ambassador could not believe the emperor's desire to entrust the most important state decision to a simple toss of an ordinary coin. The stern ruler silenced the ambassador, explaining that he was giving a chance to solve a senseless problem to a kingdom devoid of common sense. The emperor handed the coin to the ambassador to throw himself, reminding him of the importance of the moment, which would decide the fate of an entire country with one movement. Later, the ruler gathered his closest advisors, Duke Gran and Prince Philip, for a serious discussion of all the events that had taken place. A distrustful Gran expressed doubts about the emperor's seriousness in making important decisions based on a random coin toss. The emperor revealed his plan, explaining that the outcome of the throw did not matter, as he did not intend to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. The ruler explained to the perplexed duke that despite the lack of warm relations, Aaron remained a full-fledged nobleman of the empire. The wise emperor emphasized that interfering with the actions of the aristocracy would only weaken the influence of the empire and harm its international reputation. Duke Gran recalled the empire's past involvement in the war against the Holy Nation, not understanding the difference between those events and the current situation. The emperor explained the danger of the disappearance of the sacred state, since many followers of the Order of Paris could blame Aaron for everything. The ruler noted the justice of Aaron's demands, who politely asked for the return of his people after the attempt to execute him without due process. The emperor expressed reluctance to stop the duke, who had no plans to create an army from the liberated people, but was simply defending their rights. Duke Gran admired the wisdom of the natural ruler, who was able to use even minor events to strengthen his power. The cheerful emperor admitted that he had come up with the trick with the coin purely for fun, enjoying the funny reaction of the frightened ambassador. An urgent report informed the emperor of the attack on Duke Aaron in an alley in the kingdom of Rumion and his subsequent mysterious disappearance. The shocked king could not believe the attack of his subjects on the duke and his disappearance, realizing the scale of the impending catastrophe. The ruler tried to make sense of a series of tragic events, including an attempted execution and the mysterious disappearance of the noble Duke Aaron. The bewildered king peered into the faces of his advisors, trying to understand who could have dealt such a terrible blow to the well-being of his kingdom. A sudden thought came to the king about the possible involvement of Duke Aaron himself in organizing all the events that took place in the kingdom. The ruler realized the perfection of the plan if the duke had indeed orchestrated all the events to justify a future attack on the kingdom. The intense excitement undermined the health of the elderly king, causing him to suddenly fall onto the stone floor of the throne room. The king's frightened son immediately rushed to his fallen father, trying to provide him with the necessary assistance at the critical moment. The young heir tearfully begged his father not to leave them at such a difficult time for the kingdom, which required wise leadership. The dying king gathered his last strength and ordered his son to protect their possessions at any cost and not allow the loss of their slaves. The nobles present bowed their heads in mourning for the deceased king, realizing that his death would create additional problems. Duke Aaron was calmly in his secret refuge, safely hidden from the prying eyes of the kingdom's inhabitants. Tired of inaction, the duke asked Rex about the possibility of leaving his boring shelter and returning to active action. Rex reminded the duke of the danger of further attacks and advised him to remain in a safe place to maintain an advantage in the current situation. A curious Aaron asked Rex about his possible returns to Bran Castle, assuming he wanted to meet Rommel and the rest of the inhabitants. A tired Rex complained about the many difficult tasks Kanos had to perform, including gathering information and inciting conflicts, as well as his excessive interference. Aaron sincerely apologized to Rex for being forced to assign such a difficult task, explaining the lack of other reliable people to carry it out. The experienced Rex acknowledged his perfect fit for the mission, but asked that he stop being given meaningless tasks and that his work be valued more. An understanding Aaron promised to change his attitude towards Rex's work in the near future and asked for some patience to complete the current mission. An excited Canis suddenly burst in on them with important news about his conversation with Cheryl regarding her upcoming mission. The upset young man reported that the girl had agreed to come, but that she was unable to complete the task, which caused him great concern. The young horsewoman rode at the head of her army, constantly thinking about the frightening task received from her older brother. The insecure girl could not convincingly portray the deep grief of her sister, who had lost the closest person in her life. The frightened new king of Rumion furiously demanded an immediate explanation from his subordinates about the protracted search for the missing duke. The powerful ruler gave strict orders to find the duke as soon as possible, regardless of his condition, alive or dead. The exhausted commander reported that the maximum number of search parties had been dispatched, but complained of severe interference from angry townspeople. The enraged king expressed his indignation at the stupidity of the townspeople, who were interfering with the search for a man whose disappearance they themselves were guilty of. The faithful knight explained to the king the reason for the popular unrest, which was connected with the rapid spread of rumors about the liberation of all slaves in the kingdom. The bewildered advisors turned to the young prince for guidance, expecting a quick resolution to the situation once the duke was found. Concerned advisors insisted on an urgent solution to the issue of freeing the slaves, pointing out the impossibility of compensating for the loss of labor. The noisy discussion among the advisors gradually led to an agreement to make a final decision after hearing all opinions. The hot-tempered heir abruptly interrupted the advisor, reminding him of his new status as king and demanding that he stop addressing him as prince. A breathless messenger brought the alarming news of the emperor's refusal to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom of Rumion, depriving them of any hope of outside help. The alarmed advisor immediately reported even more frightening news about the duke's impending attack on the kingdom. The worried emperor urgently summoned Gran and Prince Philip to discuss the information he had received about the impending attack. The shrewd duke suggested that Duke Aaron had carefully planned a combination of events to take over the kingdom of Rumion. The thoughtful emperor realized that the situation would change dramatically if Aaron's intentions to seize the kingdom by force were confirmed. The experienced Gran suggested the empire's intervention to protect the Rumian kingdom, comparing it to a goose that lays golden eggs. The wise ruler expressed doubts about the correctness of reversing his decision, fearing to appear as a weak and insecure ruler. The far-sighted Prince Philip supported the idea of an attack, pointing out the benefits of expanding imperial lands through Duke Aaron's territories. Advisors figuratively compared increasing profits to getting more golden eggs from the imperial goose. Resourceful courtiers suggested using the situation to increase tax revenues and increase financial pressure on the duke. The determined emperor approved the proposal and ordered the prince to prepare a central army to patrol the borders of the kingdom. The puzzled ruler wondered about Duke Aaron's next steps and the possibility of him following such a plan. The weakened king was in his luxurious chambers under the care of a caring girl, awaiting his awakening. The beautiful devil Elena tenderly informed the awakened king about his loss of consciousness in the throne room. The surprised ruler listened with gratitude to the girl's offer to rest as long as it took to fully restore his strength. The confused king overcame the magical influence of the girl's words and tried to stand up, worried about the fate of the kingdom without his leadership. A responsible ruler was mindful of the many pressing matters that required his immediate attention and decision. Persistent. Elena gently stopped the king, who was about to get up, and asked him to listen to her best proposal for solving the problems. The attentive duke watched from his hiding place as the common people of the kingdom began to revolt against his plans. The angry townspeople sought to kill the duke, fearing the loss of their usual way of life after the freeing of the slaves. A disappointed Aaron realized the selfishness of the empire's inhabitants, who thought only of their own well-being even in a critical situation. The duke's hopes were pinned on Helena's ability to influence the prince, understanding the difficulty of accepting his control over the kingdom as an emperor. The sudden appearance of Rex, who threw a sack in the duke's face, interrupted his deep thoughts about the situation. An inspired Rex announced the right moment for the bored Aaron to emerge from his long hiding place. An alarmed Rommel persistently urged Cheryl, who had arrived at the palace walls, to feign sincere tears in front of the guards. Confident in her brother's strength, Cheryl could not imagine his death. Knowing his incredible ability to overcome any obstacles, Rommel, in charge, took the confused Cheryl aside to prepare for an important part of their shared mission. A disgruntled Cheryl would rather practice her usual magic than the complicated pretense of unimaginable grief. The determined girl introduced herself to the guards and demanded that her brother be returned, but her performance did not make the desired impression. An angry Cheryl felt real hatred towards her brother for having to humiliate himself in front of strangers. The upset girl began to cry from resentment and misunderstanding why she was constantly forced to perform such tasks. An enraged Cheryl, through real tears, ordered the soldiers to return her brother, threatening cruel reprisals if they refused. The worried king immediately ordered the captured slaves to be brought out to meet the crying girl. Attentive Cheryl did not notice her brother among the first group of slaves led out of the opened gates. The powerful ruler announced the transfer of slaves as requested and demanded the immediate departure of the petitioners. The cruel king threatened to execute the remaining slaves if they disobeyed his order to leave the territory immediately. The cunning Elena cast a spell on the king, instilling thoughts about the duke's concern for Vivian's followers and the need to stop the executions. The hesitant prince, even under the spell, was worried about Aaron's reaction and the noble's displeasure with his decision. The persuasive Elena reminded the king of his absolute power over all the inhabitants of the kingdom, including the aristocracy and slaves. The inspired king remembered his high position and limitless possibilities, agreeing to follow Elena's advice. The affectionate girl hugged the ruler and asked him to show the firmness of character of a true master of the kingdom. The confident king publicly declared his indifference to Duke Aaron's fate and ordered Cheryl to stop crying and leave the kingdom. The young ruler carefully watched the girl's emotional reaction and was happy about the successful negotiations. But Cheryl's magical blow unexpectedly destroyed part of the gate and wounded many soldiers. The straightforward and determined girl regretted the time spent on empty talk and tears, when she could have immediately started on important work and achieved the desired result. The enraged king loudly ordered that all heretics be immediately executed according to the old law, but before his death, the first condemned man managed to loudly shout out important words to everyone gathered. The frightened man declared himself Duke Aaron and demanded that his execution be stopped immediately to avoid serious consequences for the entire kingdom. The guards quickly removed the bag from the captive's head and saw the tear-stained face of the real duke, who angrily asked the king about the reasons for the repeated attempt to execute him. The surprised king looked at what was happening in confusion and could not understand the strange appearance of the noble duke among simple slaves at such an inopportune moment. Experienced knights understood the seriousness of the situation perfectly well and knew that the death of the duke would inevitably lead to a long, bloody war with all the ensuing consequences. Agulius almost gave the order to release the duke, but suddenly remembered the important instructions of the wise Elena and decided to firmly defend his own position in front of others. The confident king considered the duke his property without the right to dictate to the ruler and understood the inevitability of war, which threatened the death of all the inhabitants of the kingdom. The magically distorted words of his father suddenly surfaced in the king's memory, reminding him of the need to free all slaves to protect the kingdom from the impending danger. The man wanted to immediately free all the slaves and send them along with the duke to defend their native land, but precious time was irretrievably lost. The loud clatter of hooves announced the approach of the locals, who quickly surrounded the duke with their strong ropes and successfully brought him down to the hard ground. Cheryl and Egulius, who were watching the events closely, immediately gave the same order to all troops to immediately protect the defeated duke from the angry crowd. Egulius quickly sent military detachments to intercept the approaching inhabitants, realizing the serious threat of revenge from the powerful empire in the event of the death of an important duke. The observant king ordered the only bridge to be especially carefully guarded after the main gate was destroyed by Cheryl's powerful magic, leaving the castle virtually defenseless. The duke's well-armed army moved quickly towards the ruined gates under Rommel's clear command, preparing for the all-important rescue operation of their ruler. Rommel confidently continued his advance even under a hail of burning cans of explosive mixture, simultaneously throwing his opponents into the cold river water without unnecessary hesitation. The advancing troops were forced to retreat before the unexpectedly appearing defensive barriers, which reliably blocked the path of Duke Aaron's war horses. The attentive king constantly urged the warriors to maintain the utmost vigilance in defending the castle until they found the missing duke among the numerous captives. The mighty Cheryl wasted no time and diligently cast a new powerful spell that could make another large hole in the strong castle walls. The king quickly ordered all troops to immediately descend, realizing the inability of the old walls to withstand the destructive power of Cheryl's magical strikes for long. The destroyed walls buried many people under the rubble, so the confused king raised the white flag of surrender, acknowledging the final defeat of his army. The completely destroyed wall beneath the king's feet suddenly collapsed along with him, despite his attempt to surrender, sending the ruler straight into the raging fiery chaos. The dying king managed to grab the leg of a passing knight before his last breath, in order to convey an important order to all the remaining court nobles. The frightened knight quickly ran away after receiving the royal order to find Duke Aaron and free all the slaves after seeing the terrible state of his ruler. The king, who had lost a lot of blood, saw the shadow of his late father, who came to see his son off on his final journey among the ruins of the once majestic castle. Surveying the destruction, Duke Aaron understood the success of the capture of the kingdom, but the unexpected death of the king was not at all part of his original military plans. The thoughtful duke compared himself to the cruel emperor, realizing the danger of becoming such a ruthless ruler when achieving his goals through constant killing. The wise advisor Kanos explained to the duke that there was no reason to pity defeated enemies, reminding him of the importance of making difficult decisions as a true ruler. Common people will willingly become citizens of a powerful empire, preferring a new government to life under the rule of an inexperienced prince with the old order of the past. The duke listened attentively to the advisor's strange conclusions, but Kainos insistently urged him not to think about the reasons now, but to concentrate on more important matters. The experienced advisor strongly advised the duke to concentrate on the results achieved, so that the sad events of that day would not cloud his mind with doubts. Kainos reminded the duke of the importance of continuing the work that had been started. Otherwise, all the sacrifices and bloodshed would be wasted without any significant result. Deep in thought, the duke understood perfectly well the truth of the advisor's words and tried to force himself to continue implementing his plan to capture the enemy kingdom. The prudent Kainos led the changed duke away before the arrival of the Imperial troops, planning to capture the nobles under the pretext of searching for the missing Aaron. The departing hero additionally asked the faithful Kanos to fulfill one important personal request, which could seriously affect the outcome of future military events. The advancing troops gradually advanced deeper into the kingdom of Rumian until they suddenly stopped in front of a bridge under the command of the cautious Rommel. An impatient Cheryl loudly complained about the incomprehensible halt of the troops, because they should continue the active search for the missing brother and the escaped local aristocrats. The girl quickly realized the reason for the army's halt, seeing a huge cage with many locked people desperately asking for help from passing soldiers. The approaching Rommel received a warning arrow from the bridge defenders, showing their serious intentions to hold the prisoners by any means necessary. Local aristocrats loudly warned the enemy to immediately kill all slaves on the bridge and in the cellars of the castle if the enemy troops attempted to move forward. The captured people loudly asked Rommel to stop the offensive and try to save at least their own children, who were being held hostage by the ruthless aristocrats. The experienced Commander Rommel agreed to listen carefully to the enemy's demands, realizing the hopelessness of the current situation with numerous hostages. Confident aristocrats demanded the complete withdrawal of enemy troops from the territory of the kingdom, and to forget about the disappearance of Duke Aaron, which was in no way connected with this conflict. An enraged Cheryl realized that she could quickly rescue the unfortunate captives from the iron cage with the help of her enormous magical abilities. The confident sorceress doubted the enemy's ability to quickly kill 3,000 slaves before the army broke through the bridge's defenders to the walls of the besieged castle. A determined Cheryl began to cast a powerful spell, preparing to save as many captives as possible, despite the inevitable losses among the hostages. Kynos suddenly appeared and stopped the sorceress from using magic and asked her to immediately lead the troops back, despite the prepared rescue plan. The experienced strategist explained to the dissatisfied Cheryl the main purpose of the army's presence: the subjugation of the kingdom of Rumian. So unnecessary problems were completely unnecessary now. The surprised girl could not understand the strategist's decision until he reported a direct order from the Duke himself to retreat without unnecessary bloodshed. The angry sister loudly expressed her indignation at the Duke's strange behavior, forcing her to participate in a military performance and then abruptly changing the rules of his game. A thoughtful Kanos recalled an important conversation with the Duke about the obvious reluctance of the people of Rumion to recognize a new leader after the military invasion of a foreign army. The far-sighted Duke was wary of using military force against his future subjects, remembering the sad experience of the past conflict with the aggressive Holy Nation. The considerate Aaron emphasized the special importance of Bran Castle to his loyal followers, wanting to make the locals part of the growing duchy. The wise Duke recognized the legitimate right of the inhabitants of Rumion to own their native land, understanding the wrongness of the violent seizure of someone else's territory by armed means. Initially wanting to resolve the issue by force, the Duke suddenly realized the need to pacify the locals before an important campaign to the distant Black Continent. Understanding Kanos promised to help the Duke and take additional care of the difficult character of his wayward sister, who was creating unnecessary problems for the army. In the evening, angry residents demanded the withdrawal of the enemy army from their native lands, wanting a peaceful former life and the preservation of their legal property. The lined-up troops of Duke Bran suddenly parted, letting the ruler himself forward, carrying a large stone for an important conversation with the people. Having placed the stone on the ground and climbed onto it, the Duke loudly declared himself the invader Aaron and expressed his readiness for a serious conversation with the inhabitants of Rumian. The confident Duke loudly declared to the people his complete control over the military forces of the Bran territory, and openly acknowledged the invasion for the sake of liberating the loyal followers of the Vivian Order. Outraged locals demanded the immediate departure of the self-proclaimed invader instead of pointless public speeches in front of the disgruntled people. The resolute Duke interrupted the discontented cries of the crowd with a loud announcement of his readiness to pay each slave owner the considerable sum of 300 gold coins. The attentive ruler clarified the terms of the generous offer to ransom Vivian's followers and asked the owners of the slaves he needed to come forward. The hesitant man slowly raised his trembling hand and carefully brought the boy forward, watching the Dukes carefully. The resolute Duke immediately threw a heavy bag with 300 gold coins to the first owner and affectionately called the frightened boy closer to him. The Duke's loud voice announced to the assembled people that the freed child belonged to the territory of Bran and offered the remaining owners a generous reward. Many greedy hands immediately reached out to the Duke in the hope of receiving the promised gold for selling their own slaves without further thought about the consequences. The attentive Duke took a particular interest in the prisoners in the large cage, whom the local aristocrats threatened to kill immediately if they attempted to free him. The cunning ruler explained to the people the impossibility of controlling someone else's property, and completely shifted the blame for what was happening onto the greedy nobles inside the palace. The clever Duke suggested that the people decide for themselves who the real invader was, the generous ruler who rewarded the people with gold for help and assistance. Outraged residents began to loudly discuss the behavior of local aristocrats who hid the stolen property of ordinary people behind the impregnable walls of the palace. The angry crowd quickly turned their anger from the foreign Duke to their own rulers, who had betrayed the trust of the common people for personal gain. The Duke's generous offer to ransom the slaves and the vile theft of the local nobility led to a complete change in the mood of the citizens in favor of the far-sighted invader. The outraged residents immediately headed to the palace walls with loud demands for the return of the stolen property and an explanation of the reasons for the betrayal. The frightened aristocrats watched the growing popular discontent through the high walls of the palace, not knowing the right solution to the difficult situation. The alarmed nobles discussed the alarming rumors about the duke's generous payments for each slave and understood the reason for the inhabitants going over to the side of the rich invader. The confused authorities realized the need to maintain the image of the duke as an enemy of the people in order to maintain their own influence over the ordinary inhabitants of the kingdom. Attentive advisors understood the inevitability of popular anger when slaves were held by force and the impossibility of winning the war without the support of their own population. The curious nobles asked the experienced advisor to share his thoughts after noticing his thoughtful expression during an important discussion of the situation. The confident advisor had actually developed a clever plan of action to save the current situation and was going to share his important thoughts with the others. The prudent strategist managed to send a reliable spy through a secret underground passage to the supporters of the nobility outside the besieged castle for important information. An observant scout reported the approach of powerful Imperial forces, ready to unofficially support the local nobility despite their public refusal to intervene. The cunning advisor suggested preparing a lucrative offer for the Empire, significantly exceeding the original conditions for receiving serious military assistance. The tired knight Arthur, who had successfully played the role of Kynos in a complex performance, slept peacefully in the comfortable bed of his spacious palace bedroom. Pleasant dreams filled the mind of the resting warrior as his body basked in the soft pillows of the luxurious bed in the beautiful room. Pensive Arthur dreamed of staying in this wonderful place with his beloved girl, but was ashamed of his own weakness in front of his strong beloved. The awakened knight looked closely at Kynos' wig and decided to develop mental abilities instead of physical strength to achieve his goals. The ambitious warrior dreamed of earning more money as a smart strategist without having to constantly risk his life in dangerous military battles. A worried Kynos called a major meeting to discuss further strategy, doubting the wisdom of spending huge sums to ransom each slave. The taciturn Aaron quickly handed over the right to explain the situation to the experienced Rex, who was able to convey important information more clearly to everyone gathered. The attentive Rex shared the results of the check of the data on the distribution of profits from the sale of slaves between residents and aristocrats, discussing the necessary amount. A worried Cheryl was more concerned about the fate of the 8,000 captive slaves inside the castle than the amount of gold coins spent on ransom. Wise Aaron explained the need to convince the locals to give up the slaves, understanding the importance of resolving the issue of the inevitability of a bloody battle. The tense military leaders realized that there was little time to negotiate with the aristocracy due to the approach of the formidable imperial army to the borders of the kingdom. An agitated Rommel informed his command that funds for the ransom of slaves were running out and asked for further instructions from his master. Rommel's joyful face lit up at the sight of his long-unseen brother Rex, causing the warrior to rush towards his loved one with open arms. Cold Rex slowly rose from his seat and walked indifferently past the agitated Rommel, harshly reminding him of the lack of family ties between them. The angry man slammed the heavy door behind him, leaving the confused knight standing in the middle of the room in complete bewilderment. The attentive Kynos heard a quiet knock on the window glass and noticed a messenger bird bringing an important message for the command of Bran Castle. The strategist's pale face was distorted with horror as he read the frightening letter, which contained the most terrible news in recent times. The worried Duke approached to find out the reason for the advisor's agitation, but received only a request to disappear from the sight of the others for a short time again. The satisfied knight Arthur informed the Duke of his successful tracking down of the necessary military leader, which earned him an approving glance from his master. Armed guards brought into the room a bound man, sent earlier to an important meeting with the Emperor himself for negotiations. The stubborn prisoner refused to talk until the Duke resorted to force, after which he immediately confessed all the details of the important secret mission. The frightened envoy told of a secret connection between local aristocrats and the outside world to obtain military support from the powerful emperor. The surprised prisoner did not understand the stubbornness of the nobles, who continued to resist in the extremely unfavorable conditions of a popular uprising against the local authorities. The impatient Duke considered the possibility of physically eliminating the aristocrats, but realized the lack of time before the arrival of the formidable imperial troops. The decisive ruler ordered the gathering of troops for a complete blockade of the castle, preventing any attempts by the enemy to leave the besieged fortress unnoticed. The cunning Duke offered to convey to the enemy a tempting offer to pay a huge sum of 300 million gold for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The insightful Cheryl tried to explain to her brother the unreality of such payments, but suddenly realized the true purpose of the clever Duke's cunning plan. A pleased Aaron noted his sister's growing understanding, but was categorically refused to participate in another performance in front of the locals. The caring brother reassured his sister with the promise of minimal involvement, limiting her role to simply announcing the terms of a truce before the riots began. The observant Arthur saw an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his strategic skills in the dispute between the young gentlemen and offered his help in solving the problem. The resourceful knight volunteered to accompany Lady Cheryl to perform the difficult task, which earned the approval of the Duke, who was pleased with the situation. An excited Kynos rode quickly to Bran Castle after receiving alarming notification of an unexpected enemy invasion of his secret hideout. The alarmed strategist hurried to personally verify the information received from Kesha about a serious threat to the security of an important strategic point. The frightened dragon suffered from the inability to use the magical powers sealed by the powerful goddess at the most inopportune moment. Desperate, Kynos decided to test the painful consequences of using sealed magic in a critical situation to protect his shelter. The cautious dragon ran into the dark forest, planning to use a simple transformation into his true form instead of complex spells to reduce the pain. A bold attempt to use ancient magic illuminated the counselor's body with a bright golden light of dragon power. But the sealed abilities immediately responded with serious consequences. An excruciating pain, reminiscent of a powerful lightning strike, quickly spread throughout the unfortunate advisor's body, causing him to suffer from forbidden magic. Determined, Cheryl arrived in the morning for important negotiations accompanied by her loyal knight Arthur, surprised by the unexpectedly large number of guards around the ambassador. The pleased sorceress approved of the serious attitude of the enemies to the meeting, realizing the complete uselessness of any number of ordinary warriors against her powerful magic. The cunning girl quietly created two small invisible spirits that secretly followed her, remaining completely unnoticed by ordinary people. The frightened aristocrats were horrified by the conditions voiced by the girl, realizing the complete impossibility of collecting a huge sum of money before sunset. The outraged nobles called the demand for an annual budget of 300 million gold an outright threat, considering such conditions of the Duke to be complete madness. Patient Cheryl listened attentively to all the shouts and insults, pitying the uncomprehending aristocrats who were completely unaware of the seriousness of their situation. The angry sorceress restrained the desire to immediately teach all offenders a lesson, remembering the important rules of conduct during official diplomatic negotiations. The attentive Arthur suddenly intervened in the tense conversation, demanding the immediate return of all held slaves in lieu of monetary payment. The observant knight listened attentively to the answers of his interlocutors, gradually becoming convinced of the prevalence of greed over common sense among the local nobility. The determined warrior offered the nobles a choice between releasing the captive inhabitants and an accurate assessment of the value of their own lives in the current situation. Most of the frightened aristocrats chose to accept the Duke's demands for a huge sum of money, rather than risk waiting for the arrival of Imperial troops. The nobles who agreed asked for additional time to collect the necessary sum, hoping to fully satisfy the financial demands of the persistent Duke. The determined aristocrats chose to escape secretly through secret tunnels, fearing a possible reduction in social status by a special decision of the local council. The attentive Rex carefully watched all the movements of the fugitives, hiding in the thick shadows of the unlit corridors of the old castle. The loyal scout immediately reported to Duke Aaron important information about the mass movement of nobles into the underground tunnels beneath the castle. A confident Rommel reported a successful search of all the property of local aristocrats within the royal walls, as ordered. The pleased Duke announced to his sister the beginning of decisive action, causing the girl's obvious displeasure with the unexpected changes in the planned plan. The royal castle of Rumion was plunged into complete chaos, as confused aristocrats began to argue loudly, blaming each other for the current situation. The surprised guards watched the rare gathering of all the local nobility, remembering such meetings only when the late king was making important decisions. Experienced knights understood the complete futility of lengthy disputes among aristocrats who were incapable of making an important decision in a critical situation. The patrolling warriors suddenly discovered a small fire spirit, who had been successfully hiding all this time within the old walls of the ancient castle. A smiling Duke Aaron suddenly appeared in the hallway as the cunning spirit began to spew out bright flames, quickly starting a massive fire. The aristocrats, caught up in financial disputes, missed an important warning from loyal knights about the unexpected invasion of dangerous opponents into the castle. A powerful explosion destroyed the strong doors, allowing the young sorceress Cheryl to enter the spacious room along with her determined brother. The frightened aristocrats froze in horror at the sight of the Duke who suddenly appeared, not understanding how he had entered the well-guarded castle. The smiling Duke reminded the assembled of the importance of promptly paying the 300 million gold before the next sunrise. The cunning aristocrats pointed to the darkness outside the windows as proof that there was enough time before dawn, asking the Duke to wait until the morning. The pleased Duke apologized for his early appearance with a false smile, preparing for the next stage of his carefully laid plan. The attentive Cheryl understood her brother's secret signal and immediately began to create a large water ball, directing powerful magic directly at the window. The artificial darkness turned out to be the result of the joint work of the fire and earth spirits of Cheryl, who completely covered all the windows of the palace with magic. The perceptive Duke looked around at the bewildered audience and announced the arrival of the real sunrise, demanding an immediate answer. The enraged aristocrats rushed at the young Duke, who only smiled and raised his fist to strike, declaring the end of the important negotiations. When Kanos woke up in the morning, he found himself in dragon form and realized how much precious time had been lost on the dangerous transformation. The satisfied dragon finally returned to his true form and immediately took off, heading to his native nest to solve important problems. An attempt to speed up the flight with magic caused a new wave of unbearable pain, forcing the dragon to collapse to the ground. But the stubborn Kanos rose again. The dragon arrived to horror and discovered a multitude of wounded dwarves, whose mutilated bodies were scattered throughout the territory of their native nest. A tearful Keshi fell to her knees before her master, begging him to explain the reason for his long absence in a difficult moment. The stern dragon ignored the girl's questions, demanding that the culprits of the terrible crime against his loyal subjects be immediately named. The sobbing girl told the master about the brutal attack of the northern giants on the defenseless nest during his absence. The shocked dragon ordered the faithful Keishi to collect accurate information about the amount of stolen treasures, not noticing the condition of the servant. A careful look at the hysterical dwarf made the dragon realize his mistake and awkwardly ask about the fate of her relatives. A saddened Kanos acknowledged the fatal mistake of his long absence, realizing that regular signs of his presence would have scared off the impudent invaders. The sympathetic dragon offered the inconsolable girl help in avenging her dead family, acknowledging the impossibility of resurrecting the dead. An excited Keishi looked closely at the mighty dragon and confessed to a strong desire to take revenge on the cruel killers of her relatives. The determined dragon activated his magical power to search for traces of the giants, accepting the girl's sincere desire to punish the criminals. The tracks found pointed in the direction of Duke Aaron's lands, where the mighty dragon decided to immediately go with his companion. Surprised, Keishi expected the master to first check the safety of the remaining treasures in the plundered nest before the chase. Indifferent to the loss of wealth, the dragon calmed the worried girl and quickly soared into the sky, preparing for a long pursuit. The skilled Duke was completely satisfied with the results of complex negotiations with local aristocrats, having achieved all his intended goals. A lucky coincidence allowed Aaron to seize control of the state bloodlessly by gathering all the nobles in one place. The attentive Duke received an important letter from the Emperor himself, containing unexpected news about the fate of the captured kingdom. The powerful ruler congratulated the Duke on his military successes and expressed his full support for his decisions regarding the future of the Kingdom of Rumion. The strict emperor demanded the timely payment of a significant tribute from the conquered kingdom, along with an additional tax for the acquisition of territory. The harsh conditions included the complete transfer of the kingdom under the control of the empire, if the Duke refused to accept the demands within 2 weeks. The upset Duke realized the excessiveness of the emperor's demands for huge sums in acquisition taxes and annual tribute. A well-thought-out plan to gain strong arguments for governing new lands was met with an unexpected demand for exorbitant payments to the emperor. The thoughtful Duke reflected on the strange behavior of the emperor, who had deployed troops at the borders of the kingdom instead of the promised easy transfer of power. The observant ruler understood that a real desire to stop the seizure of territory would force the imperial troops to immediately cross the border of the kingdom. The Duke finally realized the true reason for what was happening when he realized that all of this was originally part of the emperor's carefully thought-out plan for the future of the kingdom. The imperial advisors planned to demand a large tax from the Duke in case of victory, and in case of failure, they would simply continue to maintain the previous trade relations with the kingdom. The imperial troops were specially positioned in such a way that the Duke could focus entirely on capturing new territories and not worry about the upcoming tax collection. Irritated by the old emperor's insidious plan, the Duke made a firm decision to make every effort to make the Kingdom of Rumion an integral part of his possessions. In 1 week, the Duke successfully established his power over the territory and took all the valuables and money, but the total amount was just over 200 million. Desperate to find a solution to his financial problem on his own, the Duke turned to his sister Cheryl for advice, but she too was unable to offer any useful ideas. The Duke decided to remind his sister of the numerous large monetary loans she had taken from him previously, and inquired about the possibility of repaying at least part of the debt. The Duke's reminder about the debts caused the girl real indignation, since she had no free funds left even for ordinary everyday purchases. After another unsuccessful attempt to find a way out, the Duke advised his sister to learn to save money and remembered with longing Kanos, who always found a solution to difficult problems. Unexpectedly for everyone present, Arthur stepped forward and announced that he had some interesting proposals for resolving the current situation. Despite his limited understanding of the situation, Arthur offered to negotiate with the Empire about reducing the tax amount or the possibility of paying with alternative values. Cheryl sighed heavily and explained that the Empire had put forward such impossible conditions precisely because it did not want to recognize their rule over the captured lands. The girl pointed out the lack of suitable alternatives for payment, as neither holy water nor dungeons could be a worthy replacement for the required gold. The Duke's thoughts were interrupted by Rex, who suddenly burst into the room and brought urgent news of the appearance of a group of giants near the northern side of Bran Castle. The news received about the appearance of giants near the northern part of Bran Castle took everyone present by surprise and caused serious concern. The Duke had serious doubts about the veracity of the report, since to reach the castle the giants would have to cross the impassable Black Mountains. After some thought, the Duke suggested that the giants might have found a way to pass through the Iron Barrier, which seemed a more realistic option. The strategically important Iron Barrier was located in the northeastern part of the continent and served as the main defense against the invasion of giants from the north. An ancient castle in the Icelands, built by the first emperor, it was considered an insurmountable obstacle for giants for many generations. The Imperial forces kept the iron walls under constant guard, dedicating 20% of their military forces to this purpose. For 50 years after the walls were built, no giant managed to penetrate the continent, making the chances of a breakthrough extremely low. The Duke immediately gave orders to his sister and Rommel to gather troops to return to Bran Castle, warning them to exercise particular caution. Arthur was tasked with organizing patrols of the territory of the Kingdom of Rumion to prevent possible uprisings among the local population. An additional task for Arthur was to prepare alternative payment options that they could offer the Empire in lieu of the gold they were demanding. Prince Philip left the Imperial castle and, looking out of the carriage window, pondered Duke Aaron's ability to raise the required 500 million in gold. The prince's companion noted the unusual calm of Philip, who was traveling without his usual security, which seemed a very strange decision. Philip confidently explained the lack of security by his status as a prince, and the fact that the trip took place through the safe territory of his own empire. Noticing the Duke of Gran's concern, Prince Philip personally promised to ensure his safety, emphasizing the importance of preserving the life of such an important person. Despite the outward calm after the prince's words, the Duke continued to experience an anxious premonition regarding the upcoming journey. The assembled courtiers animatedly discussed among themselves the possible reasons for the unexpected meeting organized by order of the Duke. Arthur was in a depressed mood, as his hopes of getting a high position were not fulfilled, and he remained a simple officer. The Duke's appearance prompted Rex to immediately order the soldiers to line up to greet the ruler of Bran territory, according to military protocol. After greeting the knights, the Duke announced the existing problem of insufficient patrolling of the kingdom's territory and the need to solve it. The Duke announced his decision to devote time to organizing an effective defense force and introducing a new patrol commander. A surprised Arthur held his breath in the hope of hearing his name called as the new captain, although he was internally preparing himself for any decision. The Duke invited Bianca in and introduced her to the soldiers as an experienced captain who had previously commanded a patrol detachment of 500 men. The new captain of the squad, Bianca, knelt before the Duke and formally asked him for the assignment of the first task. Arthur was deeply disappointed by his latest failure, while noting the goddess's growing success in military affairs. As if sensing Arthur's mood, the Duke decided to appoint an additional position of assistant captain of the patrol forces. The Duke appointed Officer Arthur as Bianca's personal assistant and asked him to show maximum diligence in carrying out his new duties. Once all assignments were completed, Rex insisted on leaving immediately for the Iron Barrier, emphasizing the importance of arriving before nightfall. The Duke's thoughts were torn between the problem of the Giants' attack and the need to find the missing 300 million to pay the Imperial tax. After careful analysis of the situation, the Duke decided to offer the Empire the use of his military forces as an alternative form of tax payment. The Duke's best troops were located in the northeast near the Iron Barrier and could become a valuable asset to the Imperial army. The Duke was confident of the success of his plan to offer the Empire 2 years of land protection in exchange for writing off 200 million gold debt. Rex's sudden stop interrupted the Duke's thoughts on possible ways to solve the territory's financial problems. The Duke hurried up to Rex and inquired in a friendly manner about the reason for his sudden stop and the direction of his gaze. Following Rex's pointing hand, the Duke saw a horrific picture of the castle walls, piers, and ships completely burned. The pirate attack was led by Vice Captain Miller of the Blue Hammer Gang, known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. Miller mocked the weakness of the people of the Kingdom of Rumion and ordered his men to continue throwing flaming torches at the ships. The Blue Hammer captain unexpectedly defended the remaining Rumian ships from the final attack, much to Miller's confusion. The female captain explained that setting fire to buildings was understandable, but categorically forbade causing damage to ships. Miller expressed his incomprehension of the ban on destroying other people's ships, which caused a new wave of rage in Jacqueline. Upon receiving word of approaching Imperial forces, Jacqueline ordered Miller to return to the ship immediately to avoid capture. Jacqueline was relatively pleased with the results of the raid, but the burning of the ships left her deeply dissatisfied with Miller's actions. When the Duke and his squad reached the scene of the attack, they only managed to see the pirate ship receding into the distance. The attentive Arthur was the first to notice a powerful projectile flying in their direction, fired from a departing pirate ship. Miller watched with glee as the projectile flew towards the commander of the Imperial forces, anticipating a successful hit. Enraged by the pirate's insolence, the Duke drew his sword and resolutely rushed towards the approaching projectile. The Duke managed to cut the projectile, but the force of the impact was so powerful that it caused a strong cloud of dust and partial destruction of the bridge. Pleased with the results of the devastating raid, Miller stopped his attacks and began to retreat, while Jacqueline coldly told the Duke that luck was on his side today. Enraged by the pirate's insolent words, the Duke immediately ordered Rex to conduct a thorough investigation and find out the identities of the attacking sea robbers. Prince Philip and the Duke continued their journey in the carriage calmly until the prince's attention was drawn to an unusual and disturbing smell. Alarmed by the suspicious smell, the prince quickly jumped out of the carriage window and deftly climbed onto its roof for a better view of the surroundings. Sensing an increase in the strange smell, the prince immediately ordered the coachman to increase speed and continue driving without stopping. Recognizing the characteristic smell of blood, Philip noted with alarm the absence of an escort that should have met them much earlier. A group of giants, hiding in the nearby forest, closely watched the progress of the prince's carriage and prepared to attack. Philip showed lightning-fast reactions and managed to block the giant's battle axe that suddenly flew out of the forest thicket. Following the first axe, a whole hail of throwing weapons fell upon the carriage, which even an experienced warrior found difficult to cope with. Despite the prince's skillful defense, one of the throwing axes reached its target and mortally wounded the coachman, who instantly lost control. The frightened horses, left without control, began to rush about the road, which led to the overturning of the heavy carriage. After the carriage fell, a group of giants led by Sven began to approach the scene, intending to plunder another victim. The surviving Philip quickly identified the attackers as northern giants by their enormous height and characteristic combat equipment. The prince could not understand how the giants had penetrated the continent through the Iron Barrier, which was considered impregnable. A sudden thought occurred to Philip. Perhaps the giants' uncontrollable thirst for blood gave them enough strength to overcome the protective barrier. Lost in thought, the prince did not notice how the huge giant Sven crept up behind him and raised his deadly weapon over him. The experienced warrior Philip easily dodged the attack, which caused the giants to ridicule him, comparing the short prince to a small rat. A horrific picture opened up to Philip's gaze behind the giants, a pile of bodies of the knights accompanying him, completely destroyed by the enemy. The alarmed prince immediately examined the overturned carriage and was horrified to discover the absence of Duke Gran among the wreckage. The angry giants were outraged by Philip's calm behavior in the face of Lord Sven himself and demanded his immediate execution. The prince easily dodged the attack and mockingly remarked that he had long been waiting to meet living giants, descendants of the god of war Emunin. But their fighting skills disappointed him. The giant Sven was enraged that a common man dared to mock the legacy of Emunin and pronounce the sacred name without due respect. The prince's confident laughter came in response to the threats, as he declared himself the only being capable of teaching the presumptuous giants a lesson. Philip solemnly introduced himself as the crown prince of the empire and announced his intention to administer justice to those who violated the borders. The giant's puzzled looks turned to horror when Philip, with a lightning-fast movement of his sword, cut the mighty Sven in two, demonstrating his strength. The prince walked resolutely towards the remaining giants, reminding them of the inevitable death penalty for insulting the future emperor. After dealing with the giants, the prince's attention was drawn to an unusual bird, a black crow with characteristic white markings on its beak. The appearance of the ghostly blackbird was an unmistakable sign of the presence of giants in the area, which required immediate action. Realizing the fall of the Iron Barrier, Philip considered the need to report to the emperor and request military support to clear the area. As the sun set, the prince developed his own plan of action, deciding not to involve his father, the emperor, in the current situation. The next morning, the duke held a meeting in Rumion territory, assigning Rex to investigate the pirate attack and Bianca to strengthen the defenses of the port facilities. Knight Arthur suddenly spoke to the assembled company with a proposal to use the current situation with the pirates in the interests of the kingdom. Arthur proposed to compensate for the lack of gold for raising troops by decisive action against the trespassers at the Iron Barrier and establishing control over the sea. Arthur's proposal was to organize a military campaign against the pirates and inform the emperor of the successes achieved in order to revise the tax demands. Noticing the duke's concentrated gaze, Arthur doubted the wisdom of his proposal and tried to take back his words. The duke highly appreciated the resourcefulness of the young knight and decided to put the proposed plan into practice, promising a generous reward for success. Immediately after making the decision, the duke gave the order for the mounted infantry to advance in the direction of the Iron Barrier. Left alone with Bianca after the duke and Rex left, Arthur was glad for the opportunity to personally communicate with the beautiful warrior. Bianca felt increasingly irritated by the constant presence of admirers trying to win her favor in various ways. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching horsemen, which she initially took for the duke's return with an important message. The appearance of Crown Prince Philip at the head of a detachment of mounted infantry on the approach to the fortress caused general amazement. Under cover of night, the mighty giant was busy exterminating orcs in Bran's territory when he received an urgent message from his raven. The unusual bird belonged to the giant's brother, so its mere appearance caused an alarming premonition of impending disaster. Having learned of the tragic death of his brother, the giant completely lost interest in the ongoing battle with the orcs. The giant was filled with rage, eager to know the name of the killer of his brother and his warriors in order to avenge the spilled blood. After all the giants had gathered, the leader gave orders to prepare for a large-scale attack and personally began sharpening his battle axe. One of the assistants informed the chieftain about a village located to the south, where representatives of the elven people were supposedly located. Interested by the information received, the giant immediately ordered his assistant to obtain the elf's head as a trophy. The giant's thoughts were interrupted by the desperate cries of a captive woman, who was in a cage with other captured inhabitants. Enraged by the captive's insulting cries, the giant unleashed his rage on the cage with the people, threatening reprisals for disrespectful treatment. The intervention of the mighty chieftain Harold stopped the aggression of the giant, who was immediately removed from guarding the captives. Harold, the acknowledged leader of the northern giants, enjoyed unquestioned authority among his fellow tribesmen. Frightened by the power of his ruler, the giant quickly left the scene, fearing further punishment. Harold gathered all the giants of his tribe and gave the order to prepare for a large-scale campaign to the southern territories. The Karen continent was considered a land of abundance and prosperity by the giants, attracting their attention for many generations. 30 years ago, young Harold swore to conquer the fertile lands, and now the opportunity has come to fulfill the ancient oath. The death of his brother Sven, who sacrificed himself to realize their common dream, only strengthened Gerald's determination to see the matter through to the end. The news of the abduction of the inhabitants of the Braunlands drove Rommel into a state of uncontrollable rage. Rommel furiously interrogated Max about the identities of the kidnappers, although he seemed to already know the answer to his question. Only thanks to the Elder's wise intervention did Rommel manage to control his anger and release the frightened messenger Max. The desperate man fell to his knees after hearing the terrible news that his beloved wife and young children had been captured by giants from the north. Rommel pounded the ground with his fists in impotent rage, cursing himself for his inability to protect his family and prevent this unthinkable tragedy. A sudden concern for his daughter's fate led Rommel to question his advisor about her whereabouts, and relief came with the news of her safety. Cheryl's appearance interrupted the painful thoughts as she decisively took Max away to check on the vital intelligence data she had received. The alarming rumors about the northern giants attacking the orcs and taking the inhabitants of Bran hostage received bitter confirmation from Max. A precious 2 hours had passed since the first reports of the attack had been received, but no new reports had come in. Having learned in advance of Cheryl's arrival, the command managed to assemble a detachment of armed knights and send scouts to search for information. Of grave concern was the fate of Kurok, who immediately set out for the castle with a group of orcs after receiving news of the attack. An agitated night scout rode up to Cheryl with an urgent report, but the girl calmly asked him to pull himself together and report the situation. The knight reported a frightening silence in the night forest, suggesting that the giants had deliberately settled outside the castle for the night's rest. Of additional concern was the complete absence of traces of movement on all the paths leading to the castle, which seemed extremely suspicious. Cheryl decided to seize the opportunity and ordered half of the infantry and all of the cavalry to follow her to the orc castle. Extending her hand to the crying knight, Cheryl offered him, with sincere hope, to join the rescue mission to free Diana, who was waiting for him. As he approached the walls of Bran Castle, Kurok caught a strange and disturbing scent, completely uncharacteristic of these territories. The seasoned warrior immediately warned his orcs about suspicious activity from the elven village and urged them to advance silently. Upon reaching the gates, the party discovered a horrifying scene. The mighty herald was strangling the leader of the elven village, while the rest of the elves remained trapped. A quick assessment of the situation showed Kuroku that the enemy was clearly superior in strength, which meant the inevitable death of the entire squad in open combat. Kurok ordered his warriors to retreat to the castle immediately, deciding to personally delay the giants and buy time to save the squad. The brave orc rushed at Harold, but even the giant, busy with the massacre of the elves, easily noticed and stopped the enemy's swift attack. Cheryl and her army finally reached the orc castle and hid, listening carefully to what was happening inside the fortification. Suddenly, a deafening, beastly roar broke the silence of the night, and a huge dragon appeared in the dark sky, rapidly approaching the village. Horror froze on the knights' faces as the mighty dragon began to spew flames, completely destroying the village along with the giants who had taken refuge there. Shortly before the fire attack began, Kanos carefully studied the situation around the castle, trying to determine the location of the inhabitants. The dragon's keen vision allowed him to discern strange silhouettes of creatures that did not resemble orcs, indicating that the locals were possibly fleeing or being captured. Descending, Kanos addressed Keishi, announcing the arrival of the long-awaited moment of revenge and inviting her to witness the death of enemies. In the midst of the raging flames, the dragon suddenly stopped its attack, hearing a familiar voice among the sounds of the burning village. Peering into the darkness of the night, Kanos made out the silhouettes of Cheryl and Rommel, allowing him to leave part of the castle untouched under their protection. The dragon's only goal was the complete destruction of the northern descendants in order to take revenge for Keisha's suffering. Having completed the first part of the plan of revenge, the dragon with the crying Keishi rushed to the elven village to continue his punitive mission. Rommel could not hold back his tears as he watched the dragon fly away, realizing that his beloved Diana could hardly have survived such a powerful fire attack. The determined Cheryl did not lose hope, and immediately gave orders for the infantry to check the castle ruins and for the cavalry to pursue the dragon. Firmly believing in Diana's survival, Cheryl vowed to help Rommel exact revenge if the worst was confirmed. Summoning the power of the fiery phoenix, Cheryl soared into the night sky to pursue the dragon, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. The Duke, unaware of what was happening, was at that time holding an important meeting with Prince Philip. Philip offered the Duke the post of commander of the Northeast in exchange for a significant tax reduction of 300 million. The Duke pondered the unexpected appointment, realizing the coincidence with his own plans to send troops to the Iron Barrier. Suspecting a hidden catch in the prince's proposal, the Duke decided to clarify the duration of his command of the northeastern lands. Prince Philip made it clear that he would remain in command until the northern threat to the empire was completely eliminated. The Duke instantly understood the true meaning of the prince's words. His service would last until the complete destruction of all giants. Realizing Philip's intention to tie him to the northeast, the Duke began to consider ways of counteracting these plans. By outwardly agreeing to the conditions for the sake of serving the empire, the Duke was preparing the ground for changing the situation in his favor. The Duke made a counter-condition for help in the fight against pirates and the creation of a naval base to protect the kingdom. Looking at the prince's thoughtful face, the Duke persistently asked him to agree to the proposed conditions and complete the negotiations. Philip postponed the decision until Duke Grand's recovery, unable to give an immediate response to the proposal. The Duke's spirits were lifted, realizing that a successful solution to the pirate problem could provide favorable terms for the deal. Philip looked at the Duke with sympathy, wondering at his hesitation in expanding his territories and doubting his ability to cope with two threats. Rex spent another unsuccessful day drinking alcohol at the local bar, trying to forget about the fruitless search. Rex's keen gaze caught a strange detail: the unusual absence of the usual criminal elements in the drinking establishment. Rex's surprise increased when he saw Queen Luvia descending from the top floor of the drinking establishment. The situation became clear when Rex noticed the pirate Miller laughing merrily in the company of the young queen as they left the bar. The unusual alliance between Queen Luvia and a famous pirate gave Rex reasonable suspicions of a secret conspiracy. Rex's assistants began to quietly follow the strange couple, but a sudden powerful explosion disrupted their plans. Rex immediately ran outside to pursue on his own and found Miller and Luvia talking near the pirate ship. Miller reacted irritably to Rex's appearance, unhappy with the constant interference from his persistent pursuers. The wily pirate used a combination of gunpowder and a torch to create a fiery trap in the path of his persistent pursuer. Despite his outstanding fighting skills, Rex was unable to escape the cunning trap, and his clothes instantly caught fire. Upon receiving news of the incident, the alarmed Duke immediately arrived at the hospital and began searching for his wounded friend. Rex reassured the agitated Duke, assuring him of the relative well-being of his condition after the unfortunate encounter. During the conversation, the Duke learned of Princess Luvia's strange accompaniment, which aroused his serious suspicions. A careful analysis of the situation convinced the Duke that this unusual couple had known each other for a long time, judging by the nature of their interaction. The Duke pondered the princess's unusual friendship with the pirates, as the calculating Luvia would never collaborate with enemies just for the sake of revenge. Rex emphasized the strangeness of the situation, noting that thanks to the princess's intervention, many wounded soldiers received proper medical care instead of execution. Leaving his thoughts about the princess, Rex handed the Duke an important letter that required immediate attention and careful study. Wanting to keep the contents of the letter secret from prying ears, Rex handed the document over to the Duke for his own inspection of the serious information. The letter contained disturbing news about the capture of the old castle by 500 northern giants, who took dozens of people hostage, including the commander's family. The Duke had mixed feelings, knowing that Cheryl and Rommel were in control of the situation. But the news of the capture of the orc castle by the northern giants seemed incredible. The new position of commander of the Northeast required the Duke to carefully plan his actions and be immediately present in the captured region. Understanding the difficulty of the Duke's departure during the prince's visit, Rex offered his candidacy for the mission in the Northeast. Duke Aaron expressed concern for his friend's health, insisting on the need for full treatment of his injuries instead of a dangerous journey. A persistent Rex reminded Aaron of Diana's capture, emphasizing the special importance of this girl in his life and the need to save her. Diana's history included many rejected marriage proposals from different men, including Rex, but her heart belonged to his brother. Rex made the difficult decision to stay away from his beloved, trying to suppress his true feelings for the sake of her happiness. Sincerely trying to come to terms with the situation, Rex hoped to find the strength to congratulate the newlyweds on their wedding with an open heart. The internal struggle proved too much, and Rex realized that it was impossible to suppress his deep feelings for Diana. Driven to despair, Rex struck his brother for the first time and left his home, trying to protect Diana's feelings from his torment. Long years of wandering and working as a spy became Rex's new life, creating an insurmountable distance between him and his brother. Understanding the whole story, Duke Aaron allowed Rex to go on the mission, taking the promise to exercise utmost caution and wait for his support. As Rex left the chamber to prepare for departure, he advised the Duke to directly question Luvia about her connections with the pirates. Following Rex's advice, the Duke invited the princess to a conversation, where she calmly explained the business nature of the relationship with the pirates. Luvia revealed the nature of the collaboration with the Blue Hammer pirates, who supplied goods from the western continent, without understanding the Duke's concerns. The Duke expressed genuine surprise at the princess's involvement in smuggling operations, which seemed incompatible with her position. The princess confidently explained the benefits of cooperating with pirates, emphasizing their ability to deliver rare goods to the eastern continent. The Duke decided to take advantage of Luvia's good relationship with the pirates, planning to ask her for an important favor to solve the current problems. The Duke's request was to arrange urgent negotiations with the pirate captain to discuss important issues. The princess accepted the Duke's request, but put forward her own conditions for assistance in organizing the meeting. Luvia's main demand was that the pirate group be given free access to the port city at their discretion. Watching the calculating princess, the Duke recognized his own character traits and her desire to benefit from any situation. The need to stop the pirate raids forced the Duke to accept Luvia's terms, despite the obvious shortcomings of the agreement. The time for negotiations had come, and the Duke waited alone for the pirate ship to arrive, according to the agreed terms. Luvia conveyed the pirates' demand for a private meeting with the Duke, without the presence of his knights and guards. The Duke considered the possible reasons for such conditions, wondering whether the pirates intended to impress with their numbers or test his honesty. The ship's appearance was marked by the introduction of the female captain of the Blue Hammer, who greeted the Duke with visible interest. The captain's first question was to clarify the Duke's affiliation with the Imperial service, which determined the further course of negotiations. The Duke's honest answer about formal submission to the Empire led to an immediate cessation of negotiations and the order to open fire. The enraged Duke drew his sword to repel the attack, vowing not to let the pirates go unpunished after such a betrayal. The pirates' unsuccessful first attack caused concern among the crew, causing them to open fire again with equally unsuccessful results. The Duke's powerful counterattack reached the pirate ship, forcing the crew to prepare for a serious battle with a skilled opponent. Prince Philip, who was watching the battle, recognized in Aaron's actions the mastery of the sword energy inherent only to the Imperial blade. Philip watched the events unfold with interest, realizing that Aaron had been deliberately hiding his true abilities all this time. Rex reached Bran's lands where a raging fire indicated mortal danger to the hostages, forcing him to rush to Diana's aid. Shortly before this, the giants noticed the approaching dragon and began to prepare for the inevitable clash with the mighty creature. Kynos saw the city of elves captured by the northern creatures, assessing the situation from the height of his flight. Limited forces and the risk of destroying all life did not allow the dragon to carry out a direct attack on the invaders. An additional factor that held back the attack was the need to ensure the safety of Kesha, who was nearby. Despite the limitations, the dragon was determined to fulfill his promise of revenge against the invaders. The dragon used the last of his strength to cast the Dragon Fear spell, creating a terrifying roar that paralyzed all living creatures. The spell's effect immobilized all creatures affected by it for 10 full minutes after cast. Having expended his strength on the spell, the dragon entrusted the completion of the operation to the approaching army of people. The unexpected backlash of the magic caused excruciating pain throughout the dragon's body, temporarily paralyzing it. A moment of weakness resulted in a missed fire attack that seriously wounded the dragon and threw Keshi off its back. The attack was carried out by an enraged Cheryl, who mistook the dragon for an enemy, forcing Kanos to immediately rush to save the falling Keshi. After saving Kesha, the dragon realized the seriousness of his injuries, feeling completely exhausted for the first time in a long time. Keshi calmed the wounded dragon, assuring him that the giant's punishment was sufficient and asking him to stop his revenge for the sake of his health. Grateful for the understanding, Kynos rose higher into the sky, admitting his poor health to the caring Keshi. Cheryl watched the dragon retreat with fierce determination, promising herself not to let him get away the next time they met. The leader of the giants, under the influence of the dragon's roar, immediately recognized the ancient spell used against them. Harold noticed the approach of the human army and the inability of his immobilized warriors to resist the impending threat. Overcoming the spell's effect, the chieftain deliberately caused himself severe pain by hitting himself against the wall, regaining control over his body. The sudden closing of the gates stopped the knights' advance, forcing them to await further instructions from their command. Harold quickly set about awakening the remaining giants, using physical pain to break their magical numbness. After all preparations were completed, the commander loudly warned his warriors that their enemy had already penetrated the walls of the fortress, so each fighter needed to take his battle position. The young sorceress Cheryl quickly descended down the stone steps, created a powerful fireball to destroy the massive gates, but inside, she found only a group of elves caught in the set nets. Cheryl faced a major obstacle due to the fact that she had never studied magical methods of finding an enemy before, so she had to resort to other available methods. The determined sorceress turned to her loyal knights and gave a clear order to split into small squads of 4 warriors to thoroughly search the area and protect each other. The brave knights immediately carried out the order they received and scattered in different directions to search for the enemy, while they suspected that the formidable herald was watching them from above. The mighty giant herald suddenly jumped down and with one powerful blow of his huge battle axe cut the body of the unfortunate knight in half, who did not even have time to scream. The other three knights stood frozen in stupor at the terrible sight, trying to comprehend what had happened, and the merciless giant decided to deal with them in the same cruel way. The sounds of a fierce battle reached the ears of Cheryl, who was standing nearby, and the young sorceress fell into a panic, realizing that her warriors were dying, but did not know what to do. Until this important moment, Cheryl had only dealt with magical battles and always thought out a plan of action in advance. But now, when an urgent decision was required, she realized her lack of combat experience. The confused sorceress began to mentally turn to the experience of her older brother and the wise Rommel, trying to imagine what actions they would take in such a difficult situation. The surviving soldiers began to show obvious signs of panic, loudly reporting that their comrades were in mortal danger and urgently needed immediate assistance. Cheryl quickly gave new orders to her warriors to ensure the safety of the injured squad and conduct a full search of the village to find other lurking giants. A loyal soldier suggested leaving a small guard detachment to protect Lady Cheryl in case of an attack by a giant. But the brave sorceress sent all the warriors to help their comrades. Looking after the departing soldiers, the young sorceress continued to doubt the correctness of her decision. But now, she needed to concentrate all her efforts on saving the attacked squad. Confident in her magical abilities, the girl understood that she could cope with any ordinary opponent. But meeting giants caused her serious concerns. The observant herald noticed that the leader of the human army was left completely alone, considered this an extremely unwise decision, and began to silently descend for a surprise attack. Inexperienced Cheryl made a serious mistake by underestimating the physical superiority of giants over people, and the leader of the giants, Harold, possessed the greatest strength among his kind. The young sorceress instantly became aware of the giant's extraordinary speed of movement as soon as their eyes met at the start of the unequal duel. Cheryl released many bright bursts of fire towards the rapidly approaching enemy, but not a single magical blow reached its target. The desperate sorceress used a particularly powerful fireball spell against the giant, but even this powerful magic was useless, and the enemy had gotten unacceptably close. The frightened girl tried to escape riding on a magical phoenix, but the mighty giant managed to reach her leg with his long arm and abruptly threw the sorceress to the ground. Before the decisive blow, Harold noted the youth of the enemy commander and suggested that the Duke had made a mistake in appointing an inexperienced mage to this important position. Brave Cheryl looked up at her enemy with anger and firmly stated that the reason for her possible death would not be her choice, but Harold's cruel decision to take her life. The unwavering giant remained indifferent to the girl's words, and raising his huge battle axe, began to utter a solemn prayer to his great god of warriors. The sudden appearance of a mysterious warrior with a sword stopped the giant's fatal blow at the last moment, forcing the powerful enemy to retreat several steps back. Brave Rommel stood up for the surprised Cheryl, realizing that searching for Diana alone would not be of any use in the current situation. The seasoned warrior decided to trust in his hope that his beloved wife was still alive and focused all his efforts on achieving victory in this important battle. Rommel asked the exhausted Cheryl to rest a little and regain her strength, after which he confidently headed towards the giant herald, promising to solve the problem that had arisen. The impatient giant immediately launched a swift attack, but the experienced knight easily dealt with the onslaught, and his body was suddenly enveloped in a mysterious magical glow. The nimble herald dodged another blow and noted the apparent slowness of the enemy's attacks, believing that a simple sword could not bring victory to a human warrior. The overconfident giant realized his mistake too late when he noticed a serious bleeding wound on his own shoulder, inflicted by a skilled swordsman. The calm Rommel maintained a confident fighting stance and explained to the defeated enemy that all he needed to win was an unshakable belief in his own strength. The enraged giant attempted to strike again with a powerful blow, but Cheryl, who had suddenly intervened, successfully knocked him down with a precise fire spell. Pleased with her success, the sorceress laughed tiredly and informed her defeated opponent that it was he who had shown real stupidity in this battle. The wounded herald quickly assessed his dire situation with a damaged shoulder and the inability to fight against two experienced opponents, so he called upon his trusty raven. The black raven soared high into the sky with an important message, after which all the remaining giants immediately began an organized retreat following their leader. The retreating giant made a menacing promise to return and present the souls of the brave Rommel and the daring sorceress as a valuable gift to his mighty god. After the end of the difficult battle, a touched Rommel met with his beloved wife and little son with tears of joy, not believing his happiness to see them alive. The worried husband carefully examined his relatives in search of possible injuries, and calm Diana assured him of complete well-being and asked about Rex's whereabouts. The worried knight told his wife that Rex should be safe in the kingdom, but she told him an amazing story that contradicted this assumption. Diana told how, at a critical moment when the giant was preparing to deliver the fatal blow, Rex suddenly appeared and saved their lives by striking the enemy with his sharp blade. The grateful woman claimed that despite the smoke hiding the face of the mysterious savior, she was absolutely sure that it was Rex who was their protector. After saving their lives, the mysterious warrior said some words and quickly left, leaving a strange feeling of something left unsaid in this amazing meeting. A thoughtful Rex stood on top of a high mountain, watching the castle almost completely destroyed by flames and remembering his important conversation with the wise Aaron. The understanding hero listened carefully to all the explanations and gave Rex the necessary permission to leave his post to carry out an important task. The far-sighted Duke stopped the departing warrior for a last friendly piece of advice, asking him not to attach too much importance to the meeting with the girl. Wise Aaron advised the embarrassed Rex to explain his appearance to the girl with a simple order from the Duke, who never leaves his subjects without help. Lost in his memories, Rex felt very embarrassed, realizing that even following the Duke's advice exactly had still led to an awkward situation. The alarmed Duke of the Kingdom of Ruminia received extremely alarming news about the mass disobedience of the inhabitants to his strict orders and the beginning of a popular uprising. Short-sighted residents openly expressed dissatisfaction with the necessary measures to close the city gates, and, by their reckless behavior, exposed themselves to the danger of attack by cruel pirates. The shocked Duke felt deep indignation at such short-sightedness of the townspeople, because all his strict measures were aimed solely at protecting their own property. The attentive Arthur, noticing his ruler's confusion, expressed the wise idea that the lack of valuables to plunder would force the pirates to leave, although such a plan had its drawbacks. The determined warrior suggested organizing a surprise attack on the pirate base, since peace negotiations seemed useless, and a surprise attack could completely destroy the enemy squad. The experienced Duke recognized the wisdom of the idea of a retaliatory strike and decided to pretend to be a compliant ruler, announcing to the protesting residents the temporary closure of the city harbor. The wise ruler promised his disgruntled subjects a full refund of all living expenses during the period of restrictions in order to appease the angry people. The far-sighted Duke, sending Arthur to carry out an important order, urged him to maintain increased vigilance during the entire period of the city port closure. Dutiful Arthur took up position in front of his commander, preparing to convey the important signal of readiness to the rest of the soldiers to begin the planned operation. The alarmed knight was greatly surprised when the Duke revealed his real plan, which was for the two of them to attack the dangerous pirates. A determined Aaron closed the city port a few days later, after which he and his faithful Arthur secretly boarded a pirate ship and headed to the Blue Hammer's hideout. Arthur was amazed and truly astonished when he arrived on the island, as instead of the pirate settlement he expected, he found many ordinary civilians. The perceptive Duke also noticed the unexpected presence of civilians, which greatly complicated his original plan to destroy the sea robbers. The thoughtful ruler had serious doubts about the correctness of his plan due to the presence of civilians, realizing the need to find a special solution for the local population. A sudden strange noise attracted the attention of the Duke and his faithful knight, after which the observant Arthur assumed that these sounds were coming from the construction of a new ship. The inquisitive Duke showed a keen interest in the construction of the new vessel, hoping either to attract the pirates to his side or to order a powerful ship from them for the voyage. An alert local resident noticed the presence of the unfamiliar Duke and Arthur, immediately demanding that the suspicious strangers explain the reason for their appearance on the island. An agitated Arthur tried to come up with a plausible explanation for their presence, but the wise Aaron realized the pointlessness of empty excuses in this situation. The determined Duke removed the camouflage bandana from his head and loudly announced to the assembled crowd that Duke Aaron himself had arrived for important negotiations. A disgruntled Jacqueline, who was nearby, immediately reminded the uninvited guests of her categorical refusal to conduct any negotiations with government officials. The resourceful Duke reacted calmly to the hostile reception and offered the pirates to discuss alternative terms for a mutually beneficial agreement between the parties. The far-sighted ruler made a tempting offer to the pirates to grant them a year's free entry to the port city in exchange for a certain service. The self-confident pirates demonstratively rejected the Duke's offer, declaring their complete independence and the absence of problems with food supplies. The observant Duke quickly saw through the pirates' lies, noticing the unnaturally high prices for fish, meat, and alcoholic drinks, indicating high demand. The observant ruler noted the complete absence of drunk people this morning, which also attracted the attention of the puzzled Jacqueline and Miller. The resolute Duke took advantage of the moment of confusion and declared the city to be Bran territory, backing up his words with the threat of closing the port or physically eliminating the pirates. The hot-tempered Miller made a rash attack on the Duke and the Knight, showering them with explosive powder and preparing a torch to set the dangerous substance on fire. The sensible Jacqueline quickly stopped the reckless Miller by dousing him with water and reminding him of the danger of an explosion for everyone around him. The determined pirate leader stepped forward and asked the Duke directly about his true intentions and the service he desired from the sea robbers. The Duke's shocking demand to organize a pirate attack on his own castle caused general amazement and particular horror in the faithful Arthur. The determined Duke later arranged an important meeting with the Prince and Duke Gran to discuss his serious demands in detail. The confident prince explained to Gran the special position of Aaron, who had received from the emperor complete freedom of action in negotiations and making independent decisions. The perceptive Duke noticed Gran's obvious malaise and his inability to take active action, but he was determined to achieve a positive outcome to the negotiations. Businesslike Aaron, wanting to save precious time, reported on Gran's preliminary negotiations with the emperor and suggested moving straight to a discussion of the main issues. The grateful Gran bowed before the Duke and expressed his sincere gratitude for the medicines he had provided, which had indeed helped him to recover quickly. The calculating Aaron understood that providing the medicine was only a way to speed up the departure of unwanted guests from his domain. The puzzled hero did not understand the true motives of the Duke's actions, but after a formal expression of gratitude, Gran suggested starting a business discussion. The stubborn Aaron began a heated argument, proving the benefits of his offer of 200 million immediately and service as commander until the remaining amount was paid. A worried Gran expressed serious concerns about the increased vulnerability of Bran territory after the breach of the Iron Barrier and the need to extend the term of military service. The prudent Duke reminded of the need for Imperial support to strengthen the Iron Barrier and establish an important naval base in the port city. The cautious Duke Gran explained the ownership of the Iron Barrier to the Empire and promised support, but insisted that the new ruler resolve the pirate problem independently. The persistent Aaron pointed out the crown's ownership of the city of Leto and expressed bewilderment at the Empire's strange disregard for the existing pirate threat. An evasive Gran acknowledged his awareness of the problem, but insisted that the local duke was responsible, considering the damage from the pirates insufficient to justify the establishment of a military base. The enraged duke was deeply indignant at Gran's indifferent attitude towards the serious problem of coastal security. The impatient ruler thought with concern about the absence of the promised attack by Jacqueline's ships, which was already supposed to take place according to the preliminary plan. A tense Aaron, looking for help from Jacqueline, persistently urged Gran to change his approach to negotiations in order to reach a mutually beneficial agreement between the parties. The determined Prince Philip suddenly interrupted the protracted dispute by throwing his sword between the disputing men and offering to settle the conflict with a fair duel. An alarmed Gran showed obvious concern at the prince's unexpected proposal, but Philip quickly calmed his agitated interlocutor with his explanations. The confident prince picked up the discarded blade and offered Aaron a duel directly with him, the rightful heir to the imperial throne. The cautious Aaron immediately bowed before the prince and tried to explain the impossibility of holding such a duel according to the current rules. The enraged prince began to openly threaten the duke with the transfer of the kingdom of Rumen under the direct control of the empire in the event of his resignation from his post. The worried Duke Gran tried to calm the angry prince by reminding him of the existing imperial laws that forbade gratuitous duels with dukes. The resourceful Philip calmly explained a simple solution to the problem, suggesting that they create a plausible legend about a northern giant attacking a loyal subject of the country. The resourceful prince continued to develop the fictitious story that Duke Gran was mysteriously killed while undergoing treatment at the Bran estate. The insidious heir to the throne clearly hinted to both interlocutors about the possibility of their elimination, for which he would easily find a suitable explanation. The cornered duke realized he had no choice and drew his trusty sword for the inevitable duel, seeking to properly entertain the high-born prince. A confident Philip announced the terms of the duel, promising the winner 300 million, command of the region until the threat disappeared, and support for the construction of a military base. The cautious Duke tried to negotiate a reduction in his term of service, but received only an indifferent smile from the prince and an offer to discuss the matter with Duke Gran. The impatient prince, without wasting time on further conversations, resolutely rose with a sword in his hands to begin a serious duel. The experienced Duke, repelling the enemy's powerful attack, instantly appreciated the prince's incredible strength and was forced to constantly dodge his swift blows. A tired Aaron couldn't avoid the enemy's attacks indefinitely and missed a serious blow, and a puzzled Philip was perplexed by the lack of worthy resistance. The irritated Duke only smiled bitterly in response, surprised at the prince's inability to notice his sincere efforts in this unequal duel. The determined warrior had trained his strength diligently since the last battle, but had never before engaged in mortal combat with people who were not enemies. The skilled swordsman previously relied on the Imperial fighting technique and the dragon's blessing to achieve victory, without having enough time to perfect his skills. The experienced Duke found himself in a difficult situation against the Crown Prince, where the only option was to block the enemy's continuous attacks. The disappointed prince, having lost interest in the protracted duel, suddenly activated his sword energy and swiftly attacked the Duke, demanding to see his true strength. A shocked Aaron suddenly realized that the perceptive Philip had probably watched his last fight with the pirates and discovered his important secret. The formidable prince, looking straight into the eyes of his opponent, unequivocally ordered the Duke to demonstrate the power of the sword under threat of immediate death. The enraged heir prepared to deal the fatal blow to the Duke, causing an alarmed Gran to intervene with a desperate plea to stop the duel. The determined Aaron gathered all his strength to use the third strike of sword energy, but was unable to complete the move due to an unexpected fire explosion nearby. True to their word, the pirates began an active attack on the building, with the self-confident Miller loudly boasting about his impressive fireworks. The shrewd Duke, observing the actions of the pirates, assumed that their sudden attack was revenge for the recent wreck of their ship. Aaron, seeing the right moment, activated the bright energy in his damaged sword and rushed towards the overconfident prince. At the decisive moment of the attack, the Duke was only a few centimeters short of inflicting a serious wound on his arrogant opponent due to a broken blade. After an unsuccessful attempt, the Duke made a feint throw with his sword towards the pirate ships and loudly threatened the sea robbers with the complete destruction of their fleet. Miller immediately turned to his leader with obvious bewilderment, reminding her of the absence in their agreement of a clause on tolerating threats and insults. At this moment, Jacqueline completely ignored the assistant's words, carefully examining the young Duke's mysterious guests through the telescope. Seeing a perfect opportunity for another attack, Miller readied his weapon, but Jacqueline suddenly ordered all pirates to retreat immediately. After retreating, Jacqueline mechanically rubbed her sore hand, remembering the hateful face of her old enemy Philippe, who had brought so much grief to her family. After the end of the fight, the Duke immediately dropped to his knees before the prince, admitting defeat and expressing his readiness to fulfill any conditions of the winner. Philip, pleased with the prudent decision of his defeated enemy, appointed him commander of the northeastern region until the threat was completely eliminated. Deep down, Aaron bitterly reproached himself for agreeing to this dangerous duel, which allowed the enemy to learn about the existence of the sword's energy and gain complete control. To Aaron's surprise, the prince expressed support for the construction of a naval base to protect coastal areas from attack. After careful consideration, Philip recognized the seriousness of the pirate threat and decided to support the strategic plans of the experienced military leader. Deep down, the prince understood the Duke's pretense but decided to allow him to carry out some of his plans after demonstrating the necessary abilities. On the way home, Philip's thoughts kept returning to the amazing energy the Duke had shown at the decisive moment of their intense duel. In the privacy of his chambers, the prince, with great effort, attempted to repeat the technique he had seen with a combat knife. After many unsuccessful attempts, Philip burst into hysterical laughter when his efforts only caused a faint flicker of energy from the blade. After a week of tense negotiations, the territory of Bran officially became part of the vast kingdom of Rumina. In search of new allies, Aaron went to the pirate island with food supplies and peace proposals. Upon seeing the Duke, Jacqueline immediately ordered the destruction of all the food that had been brought in as a sign of open disobedience. In a fit of anger, the pirate leader lashed out at the Duke for concealing his true intentions and important details of his strategic plan. After witnessing the meeting with the prince, Jacqueline became furious and demanded an explanation for the reasons for Philip's cooperation with Aaron. At the mention of the prince's name, Miller instantly lost his composure, as his past was closely intertwined with the history of the royal family. At that tense moment, a sharp phantom pain pierced the girl's hand, evoking painful memories of events from past years. Jacqueline's memory flashed back to the moment she had been wounded by Philip, when the prince had coldly declared that she would have to pay for her sins. On the brink of death, the young girl cried in despair, not understanding the reasons for the cruel reprisal against all members of her innocent family. With icy calm, Philip then explained that the mark on Jacqueline's hand was irrefutable proof of the betrayal of their family. In difficult times 5 years ago, the Empire set an ambitious goal to conquer the West by creating a huge navy. Due to inexperience and arrogance, the young aristocrats ignored the wise advice of their military leaders and lost almost the entire fleet in an unequal battle. After the crushing defeat, the perpetrators of the disaster shifted all responsibility to Admiral Miller, who had dangerous information about their miscalculations. To conceal the shameful truth, high-ranking conspirators accused Miller and his loyal subordinates of secretly colluding with the enemy. At the beginning of his reign, young Prince Philip mercilessly dealt with all of Admiral Miller's subordinates and their families. Before Jacqueline's intended execution, the prince gave a monstrous order not to remove the bodies of those executed with special marks, planning to feed their remains to animals. At the moment of inevitable death, the exhausted girl could not resist the sword raised to strike and humbly accepted her fate. At the last moment before the fatal blow, an unknown horseman rushed through the flames of the fire, grabbed the girl and galloped away from her pursuers. After these painful memories, Jacqueline's rage only increased, and she demanded from the Duke a truthful explanation of his secret plans with the prince. In the midst of a tense conversation, Rex came running to the scene, offering his help and joyfully greeting his longtime acquaintance Jacqueline. The angry pirate leader responded to the friendly greeting with a puzzled look, not recognizing the young man in front of her. Understanding the girl's forgetfulness, Rex covered his face just as he had on the day of their first meeting, and gently inquired about his identity. At this important moment, Miller suddenly recognized the savior, remembering the dramatic events of the day he saved young Jacqueline from certain death. After saving the girl, Rex carefully handed her over to the frightened Miller, who desperately tried to bring her back to consciousness. When the first signs of life appeared, the touched Miller could not hold back his tears of joy, realizing Jacqueline's miraculous rescue from a cruel reprisal. With unexpected directness, Rex reminded everyone of his status as a mercenary and demanded a worthy reward for saving the young girl. Seeing the plight of the rescued people, the noble mercenary thought about a way to soften the terms of payment for the assistance provided. To confirm his intentions, Rex showed off special glasses and warned of his inevitable return to pay off the debt with interest. In a fit of gratitude, Miller promised to fulfill any wish of the mercenary upon his return and provide him with everything he needed without restrictions. Rex reacted to such a frivolous promise with doubt, but Miller backed up his words with a solemn oath of his own life. When they met many years later, the aged Miller instantly remembered the promise he had made and begged Rex not to make demands on the current captain. With a mysterious smile, Rex asked to bring him the parchment and sharp scissors he needed for his work. The unexpected set of required tools reflected genuine amazement on the old pirate's face. In response to his interlocutor's confusion, Rex, with a smile, recalled the promise he had once made to fulfill any of his demands without objection. Thanks to the unexpected intervention of Rex, who once saved the life of the brave Jacqueline, the warring parties were finally able to overcome their differences and sign the long-awaited peace agreements. On a quiet, starry night, Jacqueline sat with the Duke on the old wooden pier and watched her pirates joyfully celebrating the successful completion of long negotiations. Jacqueline thoughtfully shared her thoughts about the uncertain future with the Duke, admitting that she did not know the next steps. But looking at the joyful mood of the team, she understood their desire to take revenge on the prince. The Duke suddenly remembered his main enemy, the Emperor, and decided to offer Jacqueline an alliance for mutual assistance, realizing that together they could achieve much more in their struggle. Jacqueline listened attentively to the Duke's proposal for joint revenge on their enemies, and saw in this an excellent opportunity to strengthen the positions of both sides in the upcoming struggle. The pirate commander considered the Duke's lucrative offer of cooperation, but she was troubled by the thought of how exactly she could be useful in this risky alliance. The Duke convincingly explained to Jacqueline that together they would be much stronger than alone, and pointed to her magnificent ship as proof of her considerable power and influence. After a month of difficult negotiations with the pirates, Aaron finally took command of all military forces in the region and began actively preparing to carry out his duties. The Duke immediately sent all the troops under his control to the Iron Wall to strengthen the defense of the northeastern borders and ensure reliable protection of the territories entrusted to him. The giants were alarmed to see a new threat approaching as, instead of the usual human warriors, countless hordes of living skeletons began to attack their walls. It became obvious to all the defenders of the fortress that this unusual army of undead appeared thanks to the dark magic of the necromancer who arrived with the new duke of these lands. The giants understood the special importance of capturing the sorceress Cheryl and the knight Rommel, who accompanied the duke, since their capture could significantly affect the outcome of the upcoming battle. The alarmed warriors informed the angry Haraldson that the giants could no longer withstand the enemy's continuous attacks and asked for permission to leave the fortress pending further instructions. Harold, filled with rage, grabbed the frightened giant and growled that 30 years of waiting for this moment was too long to simply up and give the castle to the enemies. The loyal servant tried to explain to his angry master that retreating now would help conserve strength for future battles and avoid unnecessary losses. Harold was indescribably furious at the proposal to surrender the fortress and declared that the loss of this strategically important castle would be worse for him than his own death. Duke Aaron spoke decisively to the besieged giants and made it clear that their defeat was inevitable. But he sincerely wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties in this battle. Aaron offered Haraldson an honorable surrender that would spare the lives of his warriors, but the leader of the giants categorically rejected this opportunity. Through the dense snowstorm, Harold could not see his opponent and loudly demanded that the cowardly enemy show himself and stop hiding from his sight. The Duke immediately took the burning torch from Rommel and, raising it high above his head, illuminated his face, demonstrating his readiness to meet the enemy face to face. Before the decisive battle with the giants, the Duke gathered Rommel and Cheryl, who had experience of clashing with these creatures, to discuss in detail the specifics of the upcoming battle. Rommel shared intelligence that there were approximately 500 giants in the northern fortress, although their numbers may have been reduced by previous battles. The Duke listened with disbelief to the information about how Harold managed to capture the stronghold with only 1,000 warriors, but Cheryl confirmed the reality of such a success. Cheryl spoke in detail about the incredible physical strength of the northern giants, who, even without weapons and magic, significantly exceeded the capabilities of ordinary people. The girl convincingly explained to everyone present that the speed and power of giants are far beyond human capabilities and should not be underestimated. Rommel fully supported Cheryl's words and admitted that only the giants' arrogance allowed him and the girl to survive after their last encounter with them. The military leaders were seriously concerned by the fact that a small detachment of giants managed to capture a well-fortified fortress and defeat such strong warriors as Cheryl and Rommel. Cheryl noted with concern that as long as there was a threat from the north, their presence was needed in the region, and magic was of little use against the rapidly regenerating giants. Suddenly, an important thought struck the Duke, and he immediately ordered Elena to be brought to discuss a new research project in the castle's underground laboratories. Aaron devised a cunning plan to use the massive monsters to combat the northern giants while avoiding damaging the fortress's vital defensive fortifications. The command decided to use the successful strategies of past battles to finally eliminate the northern threat and pacify the warlike giants. The enraged giant suddenly rushed at the Duke with a huge battle axe, but Aaron, thanks to his experience, was able to successfully repel the enemy's swift attack. The giant leader was furious at the Duke's presumption in daring to challenge him after victory had already been won by the giant army. The Duke confidently told the giant that his warriors were not yet defeated, and that using the energy of the magic sword would definitely lead to the death of all the remaining giants. Aaron decided to show respect for Haraldson's military merits and offered him a quick death in a fair duel as a sign of recognition of his military achievements. Carefully observing the enemy's movements, the Duke noticed a striking similarity between Harold's fighting style and the fighting technique of the knight Rommel during training. Confident in his superiority, the giant decided to end the fight with one crushing blow and threw his battle axe with great force towards the Duke. Harold attempted to deceive his opponent by using the thrown axe as a distraction in order to get behind the Duke and deliver the decisive blow with his weapon. Aaron masterfully anticipated the giant's devious plan and, using a combination of magical blessing and combat skills, easily dodged the deadly attack. Enraged by the failure, Harold increased his onslaught and began to deliver increasingly powerful blows, forcing the Duke to constantly dodge and look for an opportunity to counterattack. During the fierce duel, the Duke recalled the grueling training with Rommel, who asked his master to moderate his ardor and not overexert himself during the exercises. The Duke persisted in his hard training despite the blows and pain, demanding that Rommel maintain maximum intensity in the training matches. The participants in the training battle were surprised to notice how ordinary stones began to glow, with a strange light during the night Rommel's attacks on his master. Through regular training with Prince Philip, the Duke greatly increased his speed and improved his close combat technique against strong opponents. Through intense training, the Duke was able to overcome his previous limitations and achieve such a level of skill that he was even able to strike the experienced Rommel. Despite significant progress in training, the Duke still could not match the mighty Haraldson's lightning-fast attacks in real combat. Taking advantage of the enemy's moment of overconfidence, the Duke chose the perfect time for a decisive attack, when Haraldson temporarily lost concentration in the fight. The giant managed to raise his swords to defend himself, but was completely unprepared for the Duke to use a powerful fourth-class combat spell called Cyclone. The devastating magic spell inflicted serious wounds on the giant's torso, after which the Duke calmly stated the successful completion of his combat combination. Memories of how he had fulfilled his cherished dream by breaking through the wall and taking over these lands, only to lose everything because of one man, flashed before the wounded herald's eyes. An uncontrollable rage gripped the mighty giant when he realized that the Duke had dared to destroy all his years of achievement and dreams with one crushing blow. Despite serious bleeding and a weakened body, the enraged herald launched a last desperate attack, but the Duke easily parried his inaccurate blows. With a lightning-fast movement, the Duke knocked the weapon out of the weakened giant's hands and, putting the sharp blade of his sword to his throat, declared his rights to these ancient lands. The Duke offered Haraldson to spare the lives of his warriors and provide them with a new place to settle, on the condition that they leave these captured territories forever. The defeated giant unexpectedly demanded immediate death from his conqueror, refusing to break the sacred oath given to his god to protect these lands. Haraldson solemnly explained to the Duke that he had bound his life with an unbreakable oath to keep this land for his god, and would prefer death to breaking this promise. The Duke was genuinely surprised to realize that his defeated opponent was deliberately seeking death, instead of accepting the generous offer of a peaceful solution. The wounded giant mockingly explained to the Duke his inability to understand the true value of these lands to the giant people, calling the conqueror an unenlightened stranger. The Duke wisely noted the impossibility of mutual understanding between their peoples, since the giants also remained strangers in these lands for the local inhabitants. Instead of continuing the fruitless dispute, the Duke proposed clear terms of the treaty, according to which he, as the legitimate ruler, would determine new lands for the settlement of the giants. The wounded herald smiled in surprise at the sincerity of the Duke's offer, but explained that his people worshipped the god of war and considered death in battle the highest blessing. The giant asked the Duke to prove his seriousness about the alliance by granting him an honorable warrior's death that would be a blessing to all his people. Cheryl, who had been watching closely from afar, noted with concern the unexpected prolongation of negotiations between the Duke and the leader of the giants. The experienced Rommel understood perfectly well the importance of military pride for a nation of giants and realized the difficulty of reaching a peace agreement in such a situation. Unexpectedly for all observers, the Duke abruptly interrupted the protracted negotiations, beheading the defeated leader of the giants with one powerful blow of his sword. Raising his bloody sword to the sky, the Duke loudly proclaimed his victory over the enemy leader and demanded the immediate surrender of the remaining giants. Cheryl stood there in bewilderment, unable to understand why her brother, who had been seeking peaceful negotiations, had suddenly made such a cruel decision to kill his defeated enemy. The Duke walked silently past the astonished sister, advising everyone to immediately go to where they could finally eliminate the northern threat. Cheryl immediately created a magical portal, and the squad headed exactly according to the instructions that Harold managed to convey before his heroic death. According to the last words of the fallen chieftain, they were to follow the northern lights to the village where his brother, a faithful servant of the mighty Hugin, was located. Even the fearless Knight Rommel felt an inexplicable tension when the detachment entered the mysterious village, not feeling completely safe. The determined Duke, ignoring the general unrest, resolutely began searching for the giant named Regnum, warned by the old raven. The wise leader of the giants had ordered generous gifts to be prepared for the blind raven in advance to demonstrate the sincerity of his peaceful intentions. The majestic giant demanded to see the gifts that had been brought immediately, but the first offerings clearly did not make the proper impression on him. The Duke took out a precious vessel containing holy water with the power to prolong life, which immediately attracted the close attention of the wise blind raven. The mysterious old man smiled with satisfaction, recognizing in the Duke the man whose image had appeared to him in prophetic visions of previous nights. The ancient sage thanked the guests for their openness and offered to share an important prophecy about future events in return. The blind raven solemnly raised his hands to the heavens and began to chant an ancient spell about the ruler walking next to the dragon and the enemies who rose up against him. The starry sky suddenly lit up with an unusually bright light, causing even the experienced Duke to freeze in reverent amazement before this miracle. Cheryl, who suddenly approached, brought her brother out of his deep thoughtfulness, asking with concern about the reasons for his unusual behavior. Having missed the moment of the raven's disappearance, the Duke passionately convinced his sister of the reality of the miraculous sign he had seen with the stars scattered across the sky. Before setting out for the dangerous Black Continent, the Duke made an important alliance with the Blind Raven, a powerful giant of the north whose search had taken a long time. Large-scale preparations began for the final stage of a long journey on the success of which the fate of many lands depended. The treasurer expressed grave concern about the Duke's promises to provide the pirates with food and regular supplies of holy water. The Duke convincingly explained the necessity of fulfilling these promises, emphasizing that the help of the pirates was necessary for the success of their important expedition. The wise elder acknowledged the wisdom of the Duke's decisions, but continued to feel uneasy about the need to support the former sea pirates. The alarmed elder reported the shocking news of a sudden halving in holy water production, attributing it to information received from Cecilia. Upon hearing the alarming news of Cecilia's problems, the Duke immediately rushed to find the girl in order to personally find out the reasons for what was happening. Watching the Duke's hasty departure, the elder sadly noted the absence of the experienced strategist, who had long since left their lands. Young Cecilia went out into the snowy street to test her ability to use divine power in solitude. The girl became alarmed at the significant weakening of her magical abilities, and noticed that her prayers were increasingly going unanswered by the divine. Cecilia resolutely headed towards the ancient temple of Vivian, hoping to find answers to the questions that tormented her there. Kneeling before the sacred temple, the girl passionately prayed to the goddess Vivian to allow her to enter the closed gates of the mansion. Seized with horror, Cecilia realized that her prayers had gone unanswered, and that the divine power was not manifesting at all even near the sacred temple. Suddenly, the ancient temple began to collapse right under the girl's feet, and she quickly flew into the bottomless abyss that surrounded the sanctuary. Desperate, Cecilia, unable to use divine power to save herself, began to pray fervently to her patroness for miraculous deliverance. Rescue came in an unexpected way. The mighty Kanos in dragon form quickly caught the falling girl and carefully returned her to a safe place. An oddly calm Cecilia admitted that the dragon's appearance did not surprise her, but irritated her by its similarity to the manifestation of her goddess Vivian's mercy. The weakened Kanos, mistaking Cecilia for a goddess, imperiously demanded that she immediately kneel before his might. The alarmed girl confidently explained her true nature to the dragon and firmly refused to comply with his demand to kneel. The dragon noted the girl's willpower, but explained that serving God would not yield results, since he himself had devoted all his strength to useless service, losing the ability to use his power. Cecilia, concentrating on her feelings, felt the presence of the goddess and realized that she was in the temple behind the dragon, which gave her confidence in her actions. She sensed another presence and, approaching the dragon, pointed to his chest where a light circuit was blocking the flow of his mana and preventing him from using his powers. Kynos realized that Cecilia had figured it all out and asked her to try to do something with the chain. But she realized that her abilities were not enough for this. Despite this, she had some ideas. Due to the weakening of the goddess's powers, perhaps something could be done. But the dragon needed to return to its previous form. The dragon realized that in order to remove the chains, he had to return to the form he was in when he was chained. Despite all the risks and consequences, Kynos did not hide his irritation at this necessity, but he realized that he had no choice, so he asked Cecilia to keep his secret and not tell anyone. The nun was shocked that the dragon that suddenly appeared in front of her knew her personally, which added even more questions to the situation. Her surprise turned to horror when she realized that the dragon had been Kanos all along, which explained his actions and words but left her confused. At this time, in the dungeons of the capital, Cheryl walked with a crowd of people hidden under robes, like her, trying to remain unnoticed in the human flow. As she looked into the faces of the crowd, Cheryl began to ponder the rumors of a seer who supposedly lived here, and wondered if it was true or just a legend. Suddenly, she noticed something that surprised her and began to look closely, trying to understand if it was really the person she knew. Cheryl soon noticed that her mother was among the crowd, and this shocked her even more, causing her to freeze in surprise. As the massive gates swung open and two guards ushered in the next visitor, it became clear that it was Cheryl and Aaron's mother. Because of this, she was unable to approach her and talk, because her mother was already standing in front of the sage, waiting for his words and instructions. The sage immediately demanded that she tell him why she had come and what she wanted to know in order to begin her work. The woman replied that she wanted to know the fate of her children, and the sage warned her that such information could cost too much. The woman did not hesitate, placing a bag full of gold in front of him, which confirmed her determination and readiness to learn the truth. Seeing this bag, the sage realized that the person standing in front of him was not an easy one, and said that a special session would be required for an accurate prediction. He explained that reality was constantly changing the future, so it took time to give the most reliable prediction, and the woman agreed to wait. The sage listened attentively to the woman, but he needed to know her name and the names of her children to continue. As soon as he heard that her children were Aaron and Cheryl Karen, he became very excited, which was noticeable even under his robe. Despite his attempt to hide his emotions, the sage looked tense, and the woman realized that her appearance made him uneasy. He asked her to remove her hood and touch the crystal ball that sat on the table in front of them. Isabel did as she was asked, and as soon as her hand touched the ball, it instantly began to glow with a golden light, illuminating the room. The light was so bright that it filled the entire room, including the sage himself, immersing him in a glow. He explained that he had seen something important, and the woman, in fear, began to question him about what he had seen and what the fate of her children was. Her insistent gaze made it clear that this was all she wanted to know, and the sage understood how unusual her request was. He realized that the mother had come to find out about the death of the children, not their lives, which made him feel afraid and wary. Even Isabel herself was frightened by the stern and assessing gaze of the sage, who made it clear to her that her desire looked strange. Fearing unnecessary questions, she added a stack of gold coins to the table, saying that she wanted to know everything about her children, no matter what the cost. This upset the sage, but such money made him ready to answer even such a dark and unusual question from the woman. Looking into the ball, he saw that in 20 years her children would meet death at the hands of the emperor, and he told her this. Having received the answer, the woman quickly left, and the sage who took off the robe was amazed that she survived after the overthrow of her father. It turned out that it was Gale, a philosopher from the Zaban Empire with the soul of the former Duke Aaron, who had encountered the same visions. Looking back, Gale remembered asking the Duke for help, but he didn't believe his words and refused to help him. He had to cope on his own. He teamed up with the Emperor and began to make a living by creating prophecies for people. Most of his predictions came true, and his fame quickly spread among the inhabitants, making him popular and respected. Before he knew it, he had already become known as the Sage of the Future and the philosopher of the entire empire, which could not help but surprise him. One day, Isabel heard about him and decided to find him. But he was puzzled by the fact that, according to rumors, she had died and came to find out the fate of her children. Isabel was already leaving when she suddenly heard someone's footsteps behind her and realized that someone was following her, forcing her to be on guard and prepare for defense. She quickly pulled out a dagger hidden in the folds of her robe and quickened her pace, hoping to get away from her pursuer, who clearly had no intention of stopping. Cheryl soon caught up with her, and as soon as her hand touched her mother's shoulder, Isabel immediately turned around, ready to attack, but recognized her daughter in time. Instantly cooling down, she hid the dagger and tried to leave, but Cheryl had already managed to see her face and loudly demanded that she stop. Isabel insisted that Cheryl was wrong, but she continued to hug her mother with tears, not believing that she was alive and had hidden from them for so long. Isabel did not return her daughter's embrace, but coldly asked her if she was ready to hear the whole truth, which would not be easy. Turning to her daughter, she explained that she had avoided them on purpose because she believed that this way they would be able to survive and avoid danger. Cheryl, not understanding the meaning of these words, begged Isabel to reveal at least part of the truth and explain why she left them. Isabel carefully freed herself from her daughter's embrace and ran away, adding that she could not tell her anything more, but promised to meet in a year. As she left, she cried, hearing Cheryl's desperate sobs, but she understood that her duty was to prevent terrible events, and they would definitely see each other again. What was happening to Isabel was being watched by one of Gale's loyal assistants, who was tasked with keeping an eye on her and gathering as much information as possible about her life and actions. He had received clear instructions from Gale to learn everything possible about her location, meetings, and connections in order to prepare a report on her activities and intentions. After meeting her mother, Cheryl, without wasting a minute, ran to her brother to tell him the incredible news that their mother, Isabel, was actually alive. However, Aaron met his sister's story with indifference. It seemed that it did not bother him at all, and he only asked Cheryl to calm down and not waste energy on unnecessary emotions. Instead, he pointed her to the impressive warships that had recently been completed and were ready to sail, which was more important to him at the moment. It was obvious that Aaron was no longer the same Duke. He was only concerned about one thing: the expedition to the mysterious Dark Continent, which he was planning with particular zeal. Little did he know that the appearance of Isabel and the body's true owner would affect his plans and wreak havoc on their carefully planned expedition. 3 weeks have passed since their reconnaissance squad set sail for the unknown Dark Continent, moving forward through unpredictable waters. On one of the ships, Jacqueline was captain, and the Duke regularly asked her if there were any signs of land or possible dangers ahead. 3 weeks had now passed since the beginning of the voyage, and there was still no sign of land before them, which caused concern to the Duke and the captain. Aaron was starting to get nervous, suspecting that the map might be a lie, and the notes he thought were true might be taking them in a different direction than they expected. Cheryl, tired and disappointed by the journey, appeared on deck and complained about the tiring voyage, preferring to stay at home if she had known about it. The Duke irritably reminded his sister of the agreement that the exploration of the Dark Continent had become their top priority, and asked her to be patient. Cheryl, for her part, thought that there was no point in this, since Aaron himself wasn't sure that they would find the continent, and it could still turn out to be a giant sea monster. Aaron sharply reminded her that he had already paid for her participation in the expedition, and in case of danger she would be obliged to fight the monster, as she had promised. Cheryl was clearly not pleased, so she frowned, turned around and decided to end the useless conversation with Aaron by asking him to wake her up as soon as they arrived at the place. Aaron watched his sister go, feeling irritated and wondering why she acted strangely so often, as if there was constant chaos going on in her head that he didn't understand. Even though Cheryl had already received her well-deserved payment, she still continued to act as if she was being forced to participate against her will and was forced to endure it. Before the Duke could finish thinking about it and get really angry, and before Cheryl could get very far, the ship was shaken by a powerful jolt. With a frightened expression on his face, the Duke immediately turned his head to Jacqueline, who reported that something large was happening under the stern, and it looked like a whirlpool. Upon hearing the news, Cheryl felt uneasy, realizing that if this was a sea monster, then now it would definitely not leave them alone and would pursue them. Jacqueline immediately gave orders to the pirates to take their places and to convey to Miller the order to prepare the guns for battle so that they would be ready for the attack. Once everyone was in position, Jacqueline, as the captain, took the helm to keep the ship balanced and on course. At this time, Aaron and Cheryl were in their places, and he asked his sister to distract the monster's attention as soon as the right moment for their plan came. Cheryl knew her task, so she created a fiery phoenix and soared into the sky to get a better look at the monster and assess the situation from above. Jacqueline watched the flying sorceress in surprise, not understanding her actions, but the girl did not plan to give an explanation and remained focused. Cheryl hovered in the air, wondering about the size of the creature that could cause such a huge whirlpool, as the foaming water made it difficult to see it clearly. Finally, she noticed the glint of scales in the water and aimed her Fire Thunder Spear spell there, hoping to strike and weaken her opponent. Cheryl's spell succeeded and the monster stopped, as she was able to master electricity magic at a high level and used it successfully. However, this was not enough to finally defeat the monster, and he, enraged, turned towards his offender to attack. Cheryl barely avoided the blow, but Jacqueline and the pirates managed to arrive in time and fight back, ordering that fire be immediately opened on the monster. The first attack was successful and hit the target, but Miller did not give the order to stop and ordered the pirates to continue firing to consolidate the success. The rising waves made the pirates think that the monster had been defeated, because for some time it did not appear on the surface and showed no signs of life. It was clear from Jacqueline's face that the danger had not passed, and that something much more terrible and unpredictable than before awaited them ahead. A monster of enormous size, taller than several ships, appeared from under the water and instantly destroyed one of the ships, causing horror on everyone's faces. Jacqueline was worried about her drowning men, but the Duke asked her to bring the ship closer, although she feared that this could lead to their own deaths. Aaron knew the odds of winning were slim, but he knew he couldn't give up and urged them to do whatever it took to defeat the monster. The pirate, despite her fear, remained determined and accepted the Duke's words, directing the ship straight towards the monster, trusting in its fighting spirit. Aaron on the deck and Cheryl in the air joined forces, releasing a powerful attack together, putting all their magical power into it for the final blow. Their combined magical energy engulfed the monster, causing a terrifying explosion that shook the waves and shook the air above the sea. Looking at the churning foam and waves, Aaron and Cheryl hoped that this was the end, and they had defeated the dragon. But their belief in this was dispelled by magic when the monster reappeared unharmed. Once the magic dissipated, it became clear that the dragon had not only survived, but had completely repelled their attack. He began to accumulate energy for a counterattack, preparing for the final blow. The dragon began to gather strength for a powerful attack, and Cheryl, frightened, hurried to fly away from the ship to avoid a devastating blow that could destroy them. The attack was so powerful that the entire ship was swallowed by water, and Cheryl barely managed to pull Aaron into the air, saving him from the impact that could have completely swallowed them both. Aaron yelled at his sister to fly higher and avoid the hits, but Cheryl remained motionless, not following his instructions, and he, not understanding the reason, was angry at her behavior. In a rage, Aaron continued to yell at Cheryl, trying to understand her behavior, but soon realized that his concerns were useless and decided to act on his own without waiting for her reaction. Suddenly, they noticed another dragon approaching them, in addition to the sea monster. Cheryl immediately prepared for a possible attack, but the dragon unexpectedly did not attack. Cheryl was surprised when the dragon, instead of attacking, flew past them without paying any attention, and she quickly realized that something was wrong with the creature's behavior. As she locked eyes with the dragon, Cheryl managed to see his wound and realized that this was the same dragon they had encountered earlier in the battle with the giants. He was seriously wounded. The dragon, unexpectedly for everyone, began to attack his fellow dragon and bit him hard on the neck, demonstrating rage and strength. But this did not solve their problem, but only complicated the situation. Kanos turned to his friend and begged Leviathan to calm down, but the dragon did not respond, having lost control, having been in the depths for too long, not realizing the consequences of his actions. Kanos desperately tried to talk to Leviathan, but the dragon seemed to have lost its mind completely after being in hibernation for too long, and it was now difficult to stop its destructive actions. Kainos had no choice but to attack his son with flames, trying to bring him back to his senses. He spewed streams of fire directly at Leviathan, hoping to influence his state. Cheryl couldn't understand why the dragon, instead of attacking them, began to fight the sea monster, but suggested that Aaron take advantage of the moment and try to save whoever they could. Aaron insisted that Cheryl attack the dragons, but it seemed crazy. They had barely dealt with one monster, and now they were being attacked by two dragons at once, and they were risking everything. Aaron was determined, knowing there would be no other chance. He wanted to save everyone, and this last opportunity required immediate action, despite all the dangers that awaited them. Seeing her brother's determination, Cheryl aimed her phoenix straight towards the two fighting dragons, knowing that this was their chance to stop the monsters from winning and save the rest. Aaron, analyzing what was happening, realized that magic did not work against sea dragons, and they had to find a way to destroy their protective shields in order to break through their defenses and win. Both dragons had already taken serious damage. Kanos had severely damaged Leviathan's eyes, and he had roared in pain, which gave them a chance, but the situation remained extremely tense. Aaron and Cheryl were already flying close when the dragon began to spew fire at its kin. But Aaron realized that Leviathan's powers had increased significantly, and he needed to wait for the right moment. Realizing that Leviathan's power had increased significantly, Aaron changed tactics, deciding to wait until the dragon's strength was exhausted before making a decisive move to attack. Kainos flew closer and dealt several powerful blows with his sharp claws, trying to damage the Leviathan enough to stop its destructive actions, but this only angered it. Cheryl and Aaron raced towards the dragons at full speed, and Cheryl, in order not to interfere with her brother, jumped off Phoenix, took the sword, and delivered the decisive blow, splitting the dragon's skull. But even after such a blow, the dragon did not die, but only became even more furious. Aaron had to quickly jump back to avoid another attack, which could be fatal. By this time, Kanos had flown up to Leviathan, realizing that his friend would not survive, and decided to pull him out of the dragon's body, hoping to finish everything as quickly as possible. Kanos, mercilessly spewing flames at Leviathan, set its body ablaze. The flames were so strong that they began to destroy it, turning the dragon into a ruin consumed by fire. The attack was so powerful that Cheryl and Aaron's magic couldn't withstand it, and they were both knocked off their feet, falling into the water and starting to drown, unable to withstand such a force. Even as they began to sink, Aaron smiled weakly, knowing that they had done all they could, And with that, he closed his eyes, preparing to meet his fate. Aaron thought he would never open his eyes again, but a miracle happened. And when he woke up, he found himself thrown onto the shore, where he was met not only by him, but also by his sister, with whom they survived. As soon as he came to his senses, he also looked around the nearby shore and discovered not only his sister there, but also the rest of the survivors. Aaron ran up to the motionless girl and began shaking her off, trying to get Cheryl to cough up the water, and only after some time did he succeed in achieving this result. Aaron hugged his sister with shaking hands, glad that she was still alive despite her injuries and that she had managed to survive this terrible moment, even though she was badly hurt. But as soon as he did so, a familiar voice was heard greeting the Duke on his arrival, and when Aaron turned around, he noticed with surprise who it was. Shocked, he saw the strategist in front of him, who stood absolutely calm, as if nothing unusual had happened, and this surprised him incredibly at the moment. The strategist, bowing, introduced the young masters to the Dark Continent, and Aaron, although amazed, realized that their salvation was part of a much larger plan than they thought. Later, the Duke had a serious conversation with Kanos, in which Aaron found it hard to believe that he had arrived here by boat, having heard the latest news so late and managed to save them in time. However, Kanos not only successfully reached them, but also managed to find them among the vast expanses of the continent, which made Aaron even more surprised, surprising his capabilities. Kanos only smiled calmly, explaining that if he had been even a little late, this sea would not have spared anyone, and it was at the last moment that he managed to save them in time. Aaron decided not to interrogate the strategist any further, even though it was obvious that finding them in the middle of such a huge sea was an almost impossible task. And yet, he still managed to do it. Instead, Aaron began asking Kanos if he knew anything about what was going on the island, trying to find out more information about what the continent was hiding. Kanos explained that almost the entire continent was covered in dense forests and mines, but somewhere in its depths was a castle that could be key to further exploration. Aaron immediately realized that if there was a castle on the continent, there would probably be a king there, but the intelligence report said there was no ruler, which made further investigation difficult. If the intelligence was wrong, then exploring the island would be extremely difficult, since the tribes most likely obeyed their king, which would make the task much more difficult for them. Aaron now felt that taking a small reconnaissance party with him had not been such a good idea, as they could face great difficulties on the island. Suddenly, Aaron stood up and loudly ordered everyone to begin reconnaissance at dawn, dividing everyone into groups of 3 to survey the area and try to find traces of the castle in these woods. In the morning, as ordered, everyone split into groups of 3, and Cheryl found herself in one with Jacqueline and Miller, although it was obvious that she was completely unhappy with this decision. Cheryl was clearly unhappy that she had to submit to her brother's decisions, although she understood that there was no point in resisting him, because he remained a lord and her commander. Cheryl was angry that instead of resting, she had to look for a castle in these woods, and she couldn't understand why her brother didn't give her at least a little time to rest. Miller knew that Cheryl was a difficult person, but this only irritated Jacqueline, and she did not miss the opportunity to remind her that they lost the ship, but did not complain. Jacqueline reminded Cheryl that they had recently lost her ship, but the pirate did not complain or go around expressing her dissatisfaction with her fate. Cheryl smiled indifferently and congratulated Jacqueline on taking the loss of the ship so calmly and continuing to remain calm under such circumstances. This angered the pirate, and she reminded Cheryl that she had to pay for the lost ship and that her arrogant behavior in such circumstances was unacceptable. Cheryl made it clear to the captain that she wanted to quickly find a place to create a portal, and she was no longer bothered by the ship or Jacqueline's words. Cheryl sighed in displeasure, surprised that the pirate perceived the creation of a portal as something simple, while in fact it was much more difficult than building a ship. This visibly angered Miller, who knew how hard it was to build ships and couldn't understand how Cheryl could so easily discount all that work. Looking at his anger, Jacqueline stopped him, making it clear that it was useless to argue with the witch because she would not understand anything anyway and would not admit that she was wrong. Instead of continuing to argue with Cheryl, Jacqueline approached the girl and asked what was so difficult about creating a portal, trying to understand the problems the witch was facing. Cheryl explained that there was a lot of magic on the continent, but it was extremely unstable, making any magical actions difficult, including creating a portal in such conditions. Cheryl also felt the magic of the magical forest they were in, and was surprised that, despite the excess magic, there were no monsters or other dangers in it. Suddenly, Cheryl felt a strange presence and turned around to notice behind her comrades an unusual glow emanating from an elderly man standing nearby. Cheryl quickly cast a precise spell that greatly frightened the intruders, causing them to become confused and put up magical defenses. The spell struck the old man, immediately binding him. But despite this, he did not show concern and watched with admiration the people who appeared, as if he was already prepared for the meeting. Having easily dispelled the magic, the old man declared that the prophecy had come true, and that they had finally appeared, which only confirmed his suspicions about the appearance of the chosen ones. Realizing that magic had no effect on the old man, the three decided to listen to him, deciding that it was better to find out his intentions for now than to act hastily. The old man explained that the locals had a prophecy that a certain man would appear who would free their slaves, and he believed that these people were the very ones. Jacqueline, looking at the old man's strange behavior and his unusual reactions to what was happening, was inclined to doubt his sincerity and willingness to cooperate. Cheryl shared her doubts, but she knew they had nothing to lose, so she decided it was best to learn more from this man to understand his true goals. Approaching the old man with a soft smile, she frightened him even more, but tried to be friendly and asked him to tell her more about the prophecy. Despite her persistence, the man began to evade specific answers, which only increased Cheryl's suspicions and made his intentions even more mysterious. When Cheryl's patience ran out, she resolutely grabbed the old man and began to literally squeeze information out of him, especially interested in the prophecy about the warrior with the sword. The old man finally came to his senses and told that the warrior was supposed to have a relic, a sword, and for this he needed to find ancient ruins to meet the enemy. He explained that only by finding these ruins would the warrior be able to meet the owner of these lands and punish him for all the atrocities committed over a long period of time. After the old man finished his story, he laughed and ran away, leaving Cheryl completely bewildered, finally deciding that he was just a local madman. Jacqueline, who had long since realized that this old man was of no importance, suggested that they continue on their way, reminding them that they had not come here for nothing. At this time, being in her castle, the owner of these lands watched all the travelers with the help of a crystal ball, seeing their progress forward. She watched their movements carefully, especially Aaron. She immediately felt the blessing of the dragon, which aroused her special interest and desire to learn more about him. The woman, feeling a strong magical influence from Aaron, turned to her assistant Logan with a request to invite him to the castle to learn more about the mysterious man. Logan, having received the order, instantly disappeared into thin air, heading towards Aaron in order to fulfill the request of his mistress, who was ready to find out all the details. The woman was still watching the hero closely through the crystal ball, smiling and dreaming of how she would make Aaron her favorite slave, subordinating him to her will. By this time, Aaron had advanced deeper into the Black Continent and found himself in an ancient abandoned settlement, which immediately surprised him with its unusual silence and emptiness. He was surprised by the silence and began to ask the strategist if he was sure that they had arrived at the right place, if they had made a mistake, since there were no sounds or signs of life around. Kanos, not surprised by the question, confidently confirmed that they were definitely on the right road and that this was the path that should lead them straight to the castle of the local ruler. At that moment, something appeared in the distance, and Rex, noticing this, called everyone closer so that they would not miss the opportunity to see what was happening and who might meet them. When they looked back, they saw a huge castle, majestic and luxurious, towering over the village, which seemed completely out of place in this place. Everyone was surprised that such a luxurious castle was in such an abandoned place, and they began to wonder why there were no guards here and why everything looked so strange. The Duke had the idea that there might be treasures in this castle that they could take for themselves, and that it would be easier to capture than he had first imagined. He thought that capturing this castle might not be as difficult as they imagined, and if they could seize the moment, it would be to their advantage. Turning to his comrades, Aaron suggested that they waste no time and head straight to the castle to inspect it and assess what they could find inside. At that moment, everyone turned around in fear, not understanding who was approaching them, and not knowing what kind of people were rushing towards them and what they could expect from them. Finally, Aaron could make out people who looked like villagers, miners, tired and worn out from the hard work they had obviously been enduring for a long time. Aaron became curious about where these people were being taken, and Rex suggested that they go around them and ask the locals about what was going on and what their intentions might be. Approaching one of the locals, Rex tried to talk to him, but he only looked at him indifferently and continued on his way, not paying attention to him. This alerted Rex, and with the next passerby, he decided to act more seriously. He grabbed the man by the arm to stop him, but he only pushed him away in irritation. Kanos, noticing the behavior of the locals, explained that it was unlikely that they would be able to establish contact with these people, but he himself was clearly worried, feeling strange and disturbing feelings. He realized that this feeling was connected to something familiar to him. It was the energy of another dragon, which greatly surprised him and made him feel that danger was near. Suddenly, as if by magic, Logan appeared behind them, greeting them with a smile despite the wariness and anxiety they felt from what was happening around them. The travelers immediately became wary and prepared their weapons for possible defense, but Logan put his hands forward, showing that he posed no threat, and apologized for frightening them. Logan introduced himself as the butler of Mission Castle and said that his mistress, the ruler of the Dark Continent, had been courteous enough to invite them to her castle. He explained that his mistress was very much looking forward to having guests and invited them to come to the castle to personally communicate and discuss their possible stay on her territory. The travelers followed Logan to the castle, but already at the foot of the castle, Aaron noticed many workers who were behaving strangely and could not understand what was happening in this place. Kynos, as if he had guessed Aaron's thoughts, explained that the behavior of these creatures was connected to magic, which steals the soul of the enemy and subjugates him to its power. Such magic was quite common, much more common than Aaron could have imagined, although he had never met a single creature that could subjugate an entire country. The Duke exhaled heavily, realizing that, having encountered many difficulties on the way to the continent, he would have to deal with unknown and deadly magic. In addition, he now has to fight some unknown evil that may turn out to be much more dangerous than anything he has seen before. Kanos also understood this and warned the Duke to be extremely careful, because the ruler of these lands is a strong and dangerous opponent who is difficult to fight. Entering the castle, Kanos could already guess who really rules this black continent and what forces stand behind her. After a long journey on velvet carpets, Aaron and his companions finally found themselves before the queen of these lands, who was already waiting for her guests. The queen looked around at the guests, looking especially closely at Kanos, surprised that a creature that usually walked on wings was walking on her soil. Aaron, not understanding who his strategist really was, began to worry that the local queen had decided to insult him somehow without noticing. However, having collected his thoughts, Aaron introduced himself and said that he was the lord of the land of Bran of the Empire and had come to pay his respects to the queen, observing all the necessary forms. But the queen immediately ordered that all formalities be skipped, because she had never been interested in Western traditions and preferred to act in her own way. Looking at the queen's face, Aaron suggested following the laws of this land, which caused obvious displeasure in the woman, and she mockingly thought that his self-confidence would lead him to defeat. The queen believed that Aaron would be easily subdued by her will, as she felt he was too arrogant and did not realize who exactly he was dealing with, which only made his situation worse. With a mysterious smile, she turned to Logan, ordering him to bring all the necessary preparations, and her look said that everything was in her hands and she was in control of the course of events. Logan silently carried out her order, and the queen meanwhile turned to the guests, offering them drinks, saying that in her house it was customary to greet strangers in this way. She added that since they had come from such a distant and unusual land, she wanted to make not just a toast, but to make it in a special way to celebrate their presence here. There was a deep and strange significance in her voice when she said that through their visit, she was able to meet again with a long-lost friend, which seemed mysterious and unusual. This immediately alerted Kynos, who immediately felt that something was wrong, but the Duke was so busy with the glass that he did not pay attention to the queen's strange words. At this time, Kruella cast a spell, infusing the drinks with magic that would bend the will of whoever drank them, causing them to succumb to her power and become her slave forever. She knew that as soon as the Duke took even one sip, he would be under her complete control, and she would be able to manipulate him as she wanted, turning him into her servant. However, Aaron surprised her when he poured his drink on the ground without taking a single sip, which took her completely by surprise and made her question his actions. He explained that he did not want to show disrespect to the culture of this land, but, being a wanderer, he could not trust the drink, since he did not know what exactly was in it. Poison, or ordinary alcohol. Aaron thought that such a step was quite reasonable because he did not know who offered him this drink, and whether this person could be a friend or an enemy ready to cause hidden harm. In any case, he had no intention of drinking because his goal was completely different, and he refused the drink, considering it an important step in his plan, despite the strange circumstances. Kruella, although she did not want to seem arrogant, could no longer contain her anger, realizing that a fool stood before her, and in a rage she crushed the glass, not noticing how it happened. Her furious laughter caused the ground beneath Aaron and his companions to shake, and her laughter became so loud and eerie that the entire atmosphere in the castle was filled with tension and fear. Cruella was getting closer and closer to them, and with every step she took, the walls of the castle shook, as if the earth itself could not withstand her power, and everything around began to plunge into chaos. Aaron immediately realized that this woman was no ordinary queen, but probably a witch, and for the first time in his life he felt her magical power overwhelming him, as if he had become defenseless. Cruella laughed, as if reading the Duke's thoughts, and surprised that he only now realized how great her power was, that she had subjugated the entire castle and everything happening around it. Aaron tried to concentrate all his strength to at least withstand this magical pressure, which seemed so powerful that every step she took felt like a threat to his life. At that moment, the witch transformed into a powerful five-headed dragon, which immediately began to attack the Duke, trying to destroy him on the spot, leaving him no chance of salvation. At the last moment, Kainos came to the Duke's aid, taking the form of a dragon and attacking his sister to protect Aaron and stop her destructive rage. The witch was clearly angry because the dragon, in her opinion, stooped to defending a common man, and she decided to punish him for this, using all her magical power. A fierce fight ensued, and the Duke, watching the dragons, suddenly realized that this dragon was exactly the same as the one who had helped them earlier in difficult times. Aaron then realized that all this time this dragon was his strategist Kainos, hiding his true identity under the power of his magical appearance. Aaron realized that he could figure this out later, and now he needed to focus on something else. He rushed to Rex, who, unlike him, was much weaker and badly injured. As Aaron tried to help his friend up, Cruella noticed their movement and began to head towards them, ready to attack again with a force capable of destroying everything in its path. However, Kainos noticed this in time and, acting quickly, covered them with his tail, giving them a chance to escape, and allowed them to escape from the dangerous situation. When they got out, fear gripped them, because they realized that they had found themselves in a tangled, huge labyrinth, and now they had to find a way out of this magical hell. The Duke realized that the escape would be much more difficult than they expected, and that their path to salvation was just beginning, full of unexpected obstacles and unclear threats. The situation worsened when creatures covered in powerful armor and resembling demons, ready to attack at any moment, began to approach them from the darkness. Aaron realized that Rex would not be able to stand up to these monsters and decided to enter the battle himself to protect his friend and prevent him from dying. But Rex, despite the Duke's warnings, could not stand aside and rushed into battle himself to cover Aaron's back and help him in this brutal battle. After a long and grueling battle in which both men almost exhausted their strength, they were finally able to defeat all the monsters, but both were clearly on the verge of exhaustion. Rex hoped that this would be the end of their battle, but Aaron did not believe that everything was over and continued to peer warily into the dark void, expecting new threats. It was then that winged dragon monsters flew out of the darkness, ready to attack again, and the Duke realized that their fight was far from over and they would face even more trials. Aaron was tired and fed up with this endless fighting, but he knew they had to keep going if they wanted to survive, and his patience was running out. Deciding to end the battle quickly, he used his blessing and increased his power, directing the great swordsman's attack straight towards the flying dragons, hoping for a quick outcome. Finally, after the victory, the Duke and Rex continued on their way. But Aaron noticed that his friend was not responding to his words, which became an alarming signal for him, causing concern. Aaron found Rex's behavior strange and immediately turned to study his face closely, trying to figure out what had happened to his friend to make him change so much. Aaron noticed the dark marks starting to spread across Rex's face and his eyes rolling back, making it clear that he was being consumed by the darkness and had lost control of himself. The Duke looked up to see a giant scolopendra monster, its clawed paws already reaching out to them, ready to grab them and tear them apart, threatening them with imminent death. Looking at this terrible sight, Aaron panicked, because he needed not only to save Rex, but also to break through all these dangers to get out of here as quickly as possible. He knew that the fight with this monster would be much more difficult than all the previous ones, but he gathered all his strength and determination, preparing to destroy it with one powerful blow. With the power of his sword and the dragon's blessing, Aaron launched a powerful attack that cut the centipede in half. But it was clear that this was not the end. After the blow, the hero hurried to Rex, who was barely standing on his feet, to help him get up and take him away from this place before a new threat arose. Rex was still unconscious, and Aaron, realizing something was wrong, turned around and saw in horror that the monster was recovering and ready to fight again. It became obvious that the centipede had not only survived, but had also become even larger and more dangerous, making it an even more formidable opponent for the heroes. Eren saw no other choice but to destroy this monster again and again, but with each fall the monster split and divided into even larger creatures. At the same time, Kainos was facing a tough battle, as Cruella had already managed to throw him against the wall, inflicting severe wounds, and he felt his strength leaving him. As she approached, the dragoness sank her sharp claws into her brother's body and promised that she would make him regret that he had decided to try to stop her without realizing the full danger. As Cruella grabbed Kainos by the throat, he was able to say that they had bought enough time for the humans to leave, and that they could now talk freely without fear of attack. However, the dragoness clearly did not believe her brother's words and began to doubt his intentions. Then Kainos reminded her that she had always dreamed of controlling the western continent. He offered his help in carrying out this plan, because the man he came with was an excellent opportunity to take power on the continent, since he would soon become king. Kainos continued that, by returning to the west and starting a war, they could expand their influence and then, with chaos in the region, take over the entire continent. So, Cruella will be able to achieve what she has wanted for so long, but her reaction was far from what her brother expected, and she was not ready to trust his promises. She laughed, not believing Kainos' words, realizing that his plans and manipulations had not changed at all, and now she saw no reason to trust him. Cruella slowly began to chain him up, amazed at how many times she had already been deceived by him, and how he tried to manipulate her again. Kainos, indignant, begged his sister to stop, but she continued to shackle him until she took on human form, expressing her disappointment in his actions. And at that moment, Cruella promised that she would let Eren go, as Kainos wanted, but the dragon himself would suffer forever, watching how she controlled this man he brought. The events moved to the monsters with whom Eren fought endlessly, and although his strength had already begun to deplete, he continued the fight tirelessly, deciding to see the matter through to the end, despite his fatigue. Suddenly, the monsters, at Cruella's behest, began to disappear and evaporate, and when all the puppets were gone, there was only one left, a huge and terrible monster which Eren had to face. Eren immediately realized that this creature was real, unlike the others that were created by black magic, and this realization angered him, making him even more determined to win the fight. This revelation enraged the knight so much that he immediately raised his sword and intended to rush towards the monster. But Rex's hand suddenly stopped him, preventing him from continuing his attack on the monster. The frightened assistant grabbed him by the arm and asked him to stop and leave, explaining that all the battles they had been fighting were just an illusion created by Cruella's magic, and not a real threat. Eren couldn't believe it, but he assumed that everything that was happening was connected with the help of Kainos in his dragon form, which explained such strange visions and magical power. At this time, Eren realized that the main task now was to leave, because this is what their dragon, who protected them, wanted, and they decided to use his powerful help to escape. However, Eren vowed that if their friend did not return, he would gather strength and return for him, despite all the danger, promising that he would not leave him in trouble and would fight to the end. As the evening drew on, Cheryl finally managed to open the portal that would take them to the right place. After work, she looked very tired. But looking into the portal, she immediately realized that in front of her was a completely unfamiliar and strange place, and Miller noticed that it was different from what he had seen before. Cheryl thought that the discrepancy could be caused by unstable magic in the forest, but not wanting to guess, she decided to check if this place really belonged to the Empire. Without wasting time on guesswork, the girl ran to the portal to make sure that this place was indeed within the Empire. Miller laughed, considering Cheryl nothing more than a half-mage who could only destroy but not create anything. Offended by this remark, Cheryl replied that at least she had magic and could create, unlike Miller, who could only be indignant about everything. Miller was clearly angry, but thanks to Jacqueline's principles, he restrained himself and did not attack the girl, although he sincerely wanted to do so. Cheryl smiled as she watched Miller, knowing that a simpleton like him would hardly be able to understand magic even if he tried hard. Waving goodbye, Cheryl headed towards the portal, knowing that if it led to the Empire, she would always find a way to get to the palace. Miller continued to shout and complain, but Cheryl no longer listened to him, as she had almost completely dissolved into the portal. Jacqueline laughed quietly as she watched the events unfold and urged Miller to calm down, reminding him that they needed to focus on their real mission on the Dark Continent. Miller knew the captain was right, so he turned around and started to walk away. promising that as soon as they could, he would definitely drink a beer to relieve the stress of this situation. As they left, they did not notice the strangeness that was happening with the portal, which was surrounded by a mysterious force that was clearly changing its nature and the space around it. Cheryl, having already exited the portal, noticed a purple glow on the other side, which resembled the presence of a ghost, which alerted her and made her think. Frustrated by what was happening, Cheryl decided to leave, confident that the pirates would deal with the ghosts without her, and that her presence was pointless. She had already done all she could, and now she was eager to return home to focus on investigating the case of her mother, whom she had met in the dungeons of the Empire. In the dungeons, the situation did not change. People continued to come, hoping to find out the truth despite all the difficulties and obstacles they had to overcome. Suddenly, the sage's assistants ordered everyone to leave, announcing that the sorcerer was no longer accepting visitors, disappointing those who had waited so long for their turn. People were upset because they had spent the whole day standing in line, and now they found out that their wait was in vain, which made them even angrier. The mercenary calmly but sternly informed them that the sage would not accept anyone else and ordered everyone to return, leaving them no choice. The people had no other choice because if they did not obey, they would not be given a second chance to meet the sage, and they left the place with a feeling of helplessness. They turned and walked away, realizing that they could not change anything, despite all their efforts and the injustice of the situation that had been revealed to them. When everyone had left, the sage began to question his mercenaries about what they had learned about the woman who had come and what traces she had left. As it turned out, she hid quite skillfully, and the mercenaries were unable to find out where she currently lived, which upset them and did not provide any clarity. Moreover, they were unable to find any of her acquaintances, since Isabel wandered the earth without a permanent place of residence, which complicated the search. This answer did not satisfy Gale, who had expected a precise lead on the right person, and was disappointed that the mercenaries were unable to obtain more information. Despite the difficulties, the mercenary noticed how Isabel headed to the temple, where she walked for a long time, carefully examining everything around, and then approached the gazebo. She tried to take the fragment of the monument, but she couldn't, as it was protected by magic, and she had to use force to overcome the protection. Calling upon the power of Avarak, the Lord of the Gods, she commanded the lesser god to destroy the seal, allowing her to take the shard and advance towards her goal. After the seal was broken, she used a capture spell and the shard magically disappeared into thin air, giving her satisfaction. This success increased Isabel's confidence, as each fragment she received brought her closer to achieving her main goal, which was getting closer and closer. The mercenary had been watching her actions all this time, and when he saw her disappear, he realized that she had used magic, but he could not figure out how exactly she had done it. The mercenary hurried to run away to report what he had seen to the sage, without wasting time on thinking and not understanding what exactly he was about to tell. Gale couldn't figure out what Isabel had done with the relic or why she had disappeared after studying it, but the mercenary informed him that she had used a spell to break the seal. When Gale learned of the spell Isabel had used on the name of Avarak, the High God, he was worried, as this god had been worshipped long before the advent of the Pope's religion. The man was puzzled, not understanding why Isabel would use the power of a deity to steal a relic from another religion, and where she got such power from. Gale couldn't understand what Isabel was planning to do by destroying a god's relic, which put her in a completely different category and complicated all future plans. Gale then asked the mercenaries where Isabel was now, and learned that she was staying at an inn near the capital, probably planning to lie low. The mercenaries were surprised to learn that there was no need to bring Isabel to the sage, as Gale wanted them to keep an eye on her and not lose sight of her using Bloodsucker. Bloodsucker is a huge private intelligence organization founded by the sage Gale. Bloodsuckers are usually tasked with gathering information, but if necessary, they can also kill or kidnap to fulfill a sage's prophecy and strengthen his power. The Bloodsuckers exist solely to be Gale's eyes and ears, helping him maintain his reputation as a prophet believed by all who cannot see his true goals. That was why Gale was sure that he would meet Isabel again, and that this meeting would happen very soon as he was ready for the next step in his plans. Meanwhile, Miller and Jacqueline were calmly returning home, but a tired Miller suggested stopping to spend the night and rest a little, feeling the need for a break. Jacqueline smiled and asked Miller to be patient for a little while, explaining that they needed to be back by midnight, which meant speeding up their journey and not stopping to rest. She quickened her pace and reminded Miller that the faster they moved, the sooner they would reach their destination and could finally rest after the long journey. Suddenly, the pirate stopped, noticing a mark on the tree and realized that they had started walking in circles again, which made him wary and think about possible mistakes along the way. Jacqueline was doubtful at first, but then she remembered that they had indeed left this mark and realized that they had lost their way, which left her confused and surprised. Shocked, she began to look around the area, trying to figure out how they could have gotten lost when they should have been much closer to their destination. Suddenly, Jacqueline heard a rustling sound in the trees, which was unusual for this area, and she realized that danger was waiting for them, which made her wary. She ordered Miller to prepare for a possible threat and saw the approaching shadows, preparing to confront those who were waiting for them in this forest. When the shadow appeared, a silhouette with demonic horns and a hammer appeared in front of her, which scared Jacqueline, and she immediately rushed to attack without thinking. However, when Jacqueline managed to hit her target, she realized with horror that her blow did no harm, as the ghost dissipated as soon as it was attacked. A frightened Miller quickly pulled Jacqueline to his side, hoping to protect her, feeling that only together could they cope with what was happening around them. The enemy was not alone. There was a whole crowd of monsters in front of them, which forced them to prepare for battle, as the situation was much more serious than they could have expected. Miller realized that it was they who were to blame for getting lost, and, armed with a sword, he furiously rushed to attack the ghosts, although he understood that their blows changed little. Despite this, Miller did not give up and continued to strike, not allowing the monsters to approach him, relying on the strength of his will and hope for luck. Suddenly, a strange magical veil made him realize that physical attacks had no effect on these creatures, and he decided to use his secret weapon, gunpowder. While Miller was preparing the gunpowder, Jacqueline noticed a monster among the crowd that stood out clearly and seemed to be in a peaceful mood, as if inviting them to follow him. She saw how the other monsters did not try to attack but instead stretched out their hands forward, showing that they did not pose a threat and wanted to convey something. Miller, not noticing these details, was already ready to scatter the gunpowder and set it on fire, relying on his preparation. But Jacqueline stopped him, realizing that the situation could have been different. She was afraid that further actions could make the situation worse, and quickly explained to Miller that these monsters clearly did not want to harm them, but wanted to show them something. Jacqueline, taking a step forward, approached the monster with outstretched hands and asked why they came here and what exactly they wanted from the travelers, preparing for any answer. The ghosts explained that they had lived here many years ago, before the dragon wanted to take over these lands, and now they wanted to show the travelers something important. After these words, the ghost dispersed and led Jacqueline and Miller behind him, as if inviting them to see something that could change their understanding of what was happening. Very soon they found themselves in the ancient village of Runtra, where a festive atmosphere reigned all around. People were having fun, singing and laughing, creating an impression of coziness and warmth. Looking at this, Miller's mood improved greatly. He was amazed that even on the Black Continent there could be such places full of joy, and he wanted to stay here at least for a little while. But Jacqueline, looking around and looking sternly at Miller, reminded him that he could not linger here, because all this was too implausible, and the place was clearly not real. Given what the ghost had said, Jacqueline was sure that this place was just an illusion of the past Dark Continent, and they were only being deceived here. However, Miller paid no attention to her words and eagerly headed to the nearest counter, where he greedily began to eat the food, forgetting about the warnings. He laughed, enjoying the taste of the food sprinkled with black gold, and immediately understood why Duke Aaron was so eager to conquer this continent. The food was incredibly delicious. Miller offered Jacqueline to try at least a piece, but she reacted angrily, asking him not to get distracted and to continue following the ghost without losing sight of their goal. But to their horror, when they looked in the direction where the ghost was, they realized that it had disappeared. In addition, there were many people in the crowd wearing similar masks, making it difficult to recognize their guide. Miller began to blame himself heavily, but Jacqueline quickly calmed him down, realizing that the ghost would probably not have been able to go far, and therefore suggested walking around the area in order to look for it. At that moment, they heard a loud, joyful roar from the crowd, and a jester appeared on the stage in front of her, thanking everyone for their wait. He wanted to tell everyone gathered the story for which they had all gathered in this place. It was a story about a man, a hero of the Black Continent and a dragon slayer. Jacqueline was clearly getting nervous, remembering the old man she had met with Cheryl, because he had also talked about a dragon-slaying hero, and now it didn't seem so crazy. She guessed that most likely the ghost had brought them here and wanted to show them something, and perhaps this performance was precisely the original purpose of their arrival. The jester began his story about the not-so-distant times when the Dark Continent was rich in resources and dragons coveted their lands. After years of invasion and exploitation by dragons, the inhabitants of the Black Continent were completely exhausted. However, in the world of chaos, there is always a fearless hero. He found the dragon's lair and went all the way to the border of the continent in order to defeat the dragon with his mighty sword. Thanks to him, their continent once again had peace and happiness to enjoy. The jester decided to introduce people to the hero and guardian of the Black Continent, who was about to appear on stage. At first, people burst into joyful splashes and screams, but then their screams changed to screams of horror and despair because they saw another dragon in the sky. The dragon, sparing no one, descended upon the village and began to destroy everything in the area with its all-consuming fire, leaving no one alive. People were burning to ashes and screaming in horror as they tried to save their children, while Miller and Jacqueline watched in amazement, not understanding what was happening. Miller wanted to rush to kill this dragon, but Jacqueline reminded him that this was just a vision that the ghosts who brought them here wanted to show them, because these events happened with the dark continent of the past. Miller still found it hard to believe that everything so realistic was just an illusion, but Jacqueline felt somewhere inside that this was not the end, and that something else had to happen. Looking straight into their eyes, one of the locals approached them, begging the travelers to call the Dragon Slayer, but he was quickly crushed by Cruella, who only laughed at how she had destroyed the hope of humanity, since she had long ago gained power on the continent. The Dragon Slayer was defeated, and the only thing the people of the Black Continent could do now was to continue living in the darkness of her power and wait for their death. At this point, she could not bear it any longer and began to lose consciousness, falling to her knees. She explained that even understanding the unreality of what was happening did not give her relief, because what she saw was truly terrible. The spirit, appearing against the backdrop of the burnt village, explained that he wanted them to know how the dragon had taken over the lands. All who survived the dragon invasion became her slaves, their souls bound by her curse. All people did during this time was bring her jewelry as an offering, and when they became useless, they were driven away. Jacqueline immediately realized that this must have something to do with the same old man they had seen. He was also banished, like the rest of the useless. She was right. After all, he was a child when Cruella took over this land, and now this old man was one of the few who still remembered the Dragon Slayer. Jacqueline immediately remembered the prophecy that the old man had spoken of, that a hero would appear in these lands who would be able to defeat the Black Dragon. But as it turns out, this prophecy never existed. All that was known was that dragons, or those with dragon-like powers, could open the gates of the ancient ruins. Inside these ruins, where people once prayed to the ancient gods, a dragon slayer is imprisoned, and once the gates are closed, they will be impossible to open. The ghost asked the pirates to tell Aaron everything so that he could save the dragon slayer, because only then would they be able to defeat the dragon and solve all the problems that they faced. After the ghost said these words, he instantly disappeared, and with him the vision of the destroyed city dissolved, leaving behind only a feeling of anxiety and uncertainty. The wanderers, still in shock from everything they had just heard, were trying to come to their senses when an excited Jacqueline pointed in the direction where they had noticed something important. Once they got close to that place, they realized that they had accidentally found themselves right at the entrance to a temple that might be the key to solving their problems, and this could not help but surprise them. Jacqueline suggested not to waste time and go to the temple as soon as possible to report what had happened, because every minute was now worth its weight in gold for their mission. Aaron and Rex continued their way to the camp, and Rex, who was still under the impression of the events, could not calm down. He felt that he needed to discuss what happened in order to understand what to do next. As soon as Rex said the name Aaron, he realized that the conversation would not be easy, and suggested that he not discuss what was happening in order to avoid unnecessary conversations and focus on what was important. But Rex didn't give up, claiming that they were in the land of dragons, and one of those dragons had 5 heads, making their chances of winning against such a creature almost zero. Aaron, despite Rex's confidence, said that he no longer cared whether he could capture the Black Continent, because now the most important thing for him was to save Kanos, whom he promised to get out of trouble. Rex tried to convince Aaron that Kanos was also a dragon, and he knew the dragon that owned this land, and that this could complicate their task, because confronting dragons is always dangerous. Rex suggested that they sort out the situation themselves, without interfering in dangerous conflicts that could cost them their lives. But Aaron, unable to bear it, told Rex not to say such stupid things. Aaron, holding his sword to Rex's throat, declared that if he continued to say such things, he would no longer consider him a friend, and Rex, frightened, silently accepted this gesture and understood that he had to obey. At that moment, Jacqueline and Miller approached them, and Jacqueline expressed her displeasure that the Duke was threatening his subordinate in order to save another, considering it unfair and cruel. Jacqueline was very disappointed by this behavior, but realizing that the Duke was on edge, she hoped that this would not happen again. Otherwise, she would have to interfere in Aaron's upbringing. She swore that if the Duke ever threatened his people for the sake of others again, she would make sure to teach him how to be a true ruler who protects his people and does not make such threats. After they had some laughs and eased the tension, Jacqueline led Aaron to the temple where he could find a way to defeat the dragon and find a solution to save Kanos. Aaron, taking out his blade, began to gather energy in it to activate the spell of Rush, hoping that this spell would help them open the gate and move forward in their search. But despite all the effort Aaron put into the spell, the gate remained motionless and did not move even a millimeter, leaving the Duke completely bewildered and confused. Aaron ran awkwardly and tried to open the door on his own, but his efforts were in vain, and Miller, watching his pathetic attempts, chuckled at his skills. After carefully examining the door, Miller realized that it was too strong, and without gunpowder it definitely could not be opened, because even his efforts would not be able to succumb to its incredible strength. He started to scatter gunpowder to try to open the door, but Jacqueline stopped him, thinking that there was a more correct way that could work without unnecessary destruction. Jacqueline suggested that the door was opened not by physical force but by magic, and thought that a spell cast on it could open it without causing damage. She remembered the ghost's words about Aaron being able to open the door because he had a special power, and thought that this might be the key to solving their problem. She came to the conclusion that Aaron had the power of a dragon that should help, but Rex, hearing this, only sighed in displeasure, believing that Aaron could not have such power. Aaron, grinning, surprised by Rex's opinion, said that Jacqueline should have been told about this earlier, because he had tried in vain, wasting his energy on useless attempts to open the door. At this time, Cheryl, having finally reached the nearest city within the Empire, felt relieved that at least she was back, but did not understand why she ended up here. She was glad to be back in the city, but she couldn't understand why this city had become her stop, and the night had passed with discomfort, not allowing her to rest properly. Cheryl suffered from her brother's ambitions and tried to leave with the help of the Phoenix, but her powers were exhausted and she could not even use the most basic magic to escape. Cheryl's stomach growled loudly, reminding her that she urgently needed to eat, as her strength was running low and she did not have enough energy to find a place to sleep or food. Arriving in the city, she noticed a large wooden door and knocked loudly on it, demanding to be let in and fed, as she had absolutely no strength to continue on her way. A woman came out of the neighboring house, surprised by the sudden appearance of the lady, and looking at her with bewilderment did not understand what brought her here at such a strange time. The woman explained that the place had become uninhabitable since everyone had left, and her family would soon leave the place too, not wanting to stay in such a deserted city. After this, the woman tried to leave, but Cheryl stopped her and began asking questions about what happened to this city and why it became uninhabitable. The woman realized that Cheryl was not a local, and after seeing her suspicious behavior, Cheryl justified herself by explaining that a relative of hers had once lived there, with whom she had lost contact. The woman clearly didn't believe Cheryl, but decided to show her rather than try to explain the situation, thereby giving her the opportunity to learn more about what was happening in this abandoned place. They went to the well and the woman drew water, but as soon as she drew the water out, Cheryl smelled a terrible stench, which immediately became an obvious sign of trouble to her. A local resident explained that the smell came from the city's drinking water, which had long since lost its beneficial properties and had become dangerous to drink. Initially, some residents thought it was just a change in the color of the water, but no one dared to drink it, as the smell was so terrible that it immediately scared them away. It was half a month ago that a rumor began to spread about a red river flowing through a distant city, and this rumor soon led to major changes that no one suspected. At the time, the villagers thought it was just a rumor, but within a week it became clear that the river had indeed changed color, and now it affected not only the river, but all drinking water. Eventually, everyone left to find a safer place to live, as it became impossible to stay there and people had no choice but to leave their homes. Cheryl realized that the events that took place here were connected to the beginning of their expedition to the Dark Continent, and this excited her greatly, making her think about her next steps. She grabbed the woman by the shoulder and began asking her questions about what was happening in other parts of the empire, trying to understand the scale of the problem that was engulfing the entire country. The woman said she knew nothing about what was happening, but all the talk in the village was that people were heading to the northwest, where the land was under God's protection. The village was in the south, and the people believed that the sacred state in the north was the best place to live, since it was there, in their opinion, that salvation and protection could be found. Cheryl, concerned, continued to interrogate the townswoman, trying to understand if similar events were happening in other parts of the empire, but the woman clearly knew nothing about it. After she got all the answers, Cheryl gave the woman a gold coin, feeling that it would help her and her family in their move to find a new place to live. The woman, surprised by such generosity, fell to her knees and began to thank Cheryl, who quickly bowed and left, realizing that her time there was over. Cheryl realized that the situation was critical, and she needed to put her search for her mother on hold to attend to more important matters, as the entire Imperial world was on the brink of disaster. Her main task now was to get to the Duchy of Bran and find out what was happening in the Empire in order to understand what actions needed to be taken to resolve the situation. Cheryl soon realized that the source of all the troubles was the Red River, which began to make its way throughout the Empire, leaving destruction and misery in its wake. The first to suffer were small villages that had no access to drinking water, and people left their homes and became refugees, gathering in nearby towns in search of salvation. Soon, the supplies of drinking water and food stored in the castle ran out, and against this background, an epidemic began, which only worsened the situation, leaving no hope for survival. The castles, which had previously been successful in providing for the population, no longer accepted refugees, as their resources were exhausted and they themselves found themselves in a difficult situation. But this was only the beginning. Even castles that had previously refused to help refugees soon fell victim to the disasters, and rumors of God's wrath spread throughout the kingdom. At this time in the Holy State, having heard the latest news, the Pope did not seem worried, since he was sure that all this happened because of the angry god of the pagans. He ordered an envoy to be prepared and sent to the imperial capital to meet with the emperor and the lords to discuss ways to resolve the crisis that threatened the entire empire. The envoys were to contact the emperor as soon as possible to suggest to him a way to resolve the current situation and find a solution to save the people from the ongoing disasters. The Pope firmly believed that the only way to save the empire from the impending disaster was to convert all inhabitants to the faith of the god Paris, and this conviction grew stronger every day. The faithful ministers admired the wisdom of their Pope, who conceived the idea of proposing to the emperor to make the Church of Pars the chief religion in the whole empire, considering this plan truly ingenious. A smile appeared on the Pope's face as he sent his fastest knights to carry the news of his decision to all corners of the vast empire. After all those present had left, the Pope realized that the ideal moment had come to restore justice and protect the honor of his granddaughter from recent threats and humiliations. The noble opposition to Duke Aaron had reached unprecedented proportions, so the Pope was confident that obtaining consent to his proposal would proceed without any particular obstacles. The establishment of the Church of Pars as the state religion will inevitably force Duke Aaron to submit to the new laws and regulations established by the supreme authority of the empire. The Pope understood that after the new law was passed, Duke Aaron would gradually lose the support of his followers and would find himself completely alone without help or protection. Sincere gratitude filled the Pope's heart when he thought of the great guardian of Pars, who had given this world the chance to punish Aaron for all his sins. The emperor gathered all the powerful lords for an important council to discuss the mysterious events that began to occur in all corners of the great empire. The imperial capital remained untouched by the disasters for the time being, but the ruler wished to hear from each duke a detailed report on the state of the territories entrusted to them. One of the dukes spoke of the critical situation in his lands, where huge flows of refugees had depleted all resources and turned once rich areas into impoverished districts. Another ruler shared an even more tragic story of a complete crop failure that forced farmers to abandon their lands, leaving the treasury without tax revenue. Duke Gran warned the assembled of an imminent threat to the capital, as desperate vagabonds could turn to criminals, and suggested using force to restore order. Duke Rainan expressed grave concern that internal conflicts within the empire could lead to even more serious problems for the entire state. Rainan was openly outraged by Duke Gran's proposal to send military force against the starving citizens, considering such an approach inhumane and unacceptable. Duke Gran vehemently denied any intention to attack the locals, but insisted on the need to establish strict control over the citizens in the face of growing chaos. Many lords condemned Rainan's distrust of the imperial army, but the Duke himself understood how easily control could escalate into open aggression. The Emperor interrupted the growing dispute between the lords with a loud reminder of the main purpose of their meeting: to overcome the crisis and not to incite internecine conflicts. The Holy Father supported the emperor's words with a heartfelt speech about the need to unite the great empire in the face of serious trials and tribulations. The wise cleric pointed out to those gathered the similarity of the positions of the Dukes of Gran and Renault. Although at first glance their proposals seemed completely opposite, the dukes sought the welfare of the empire in different ways. One proposed strengthening the protection of citizens, while the other insisted on establishing strict control over the population. The Holy Father proposed to those gathered a new solution to the problem: to recognize the Church of Pars as the only state religion in the entire Great Empire. Over the past 15 days, while disasters have engulfed various parts of the empire, only the Holy Kingdom has remained untouched by all the misfortunes and calamities. The inhabitants of the Holy Kingdom firmly believed that it was the mighty god Parsa who protected their lands from all the troubles and misfortunes that befell the empire. Most of the inhabitants of the empire sincerely believed in the protection of God Pars, so a huge number of refugees rushed to the safe lands of the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Father warned those gathered that without proper control, the Holy Kingdom could become overpopulated, leading to the decline of the remaining territories. According to divine revelation, the god of Parsa wished to extend his protection to the entire empire, demanding in return only universal worship and service. The dukes acknowledged the effectiveness of religion in governing the people, but expressed concern about the difficulties of converting people who already had their own faith to the Parsi religion. The emperor listened carefully to all the proposals and opinions, but decided to take time to think in order to make a balanced and wise decision. During a personal meeting with the Pope, the emperor directly expressed his suspicions that the religious initiative was connected with a desire to take revenge on Aaron for the castle that had been taken away. Smiling, the Pope assured the emperor of the purity of his intentions, asserting that he was acting solely on divine command and the call of his heart. The emperor immediately sensed the insincerity in the words of the Holy Father and was deeply outraged that he dared to lie to the supreme ruler of the empire. The ruler expressed sympathy to the Holy Father over the problems with Aaron, but admitted that he did not see sufficient grounds for expelling the duke from the empire. The emperor understood that the recognition of Pars as the state religion would significantly increase the influence and power of the Holy Kingdom throughout the empire. The new decree on state religion will inevitably lead to the weakening and suppression of the Vivian Church, depriving it of its former influence and power. Aaron will face a difficult choice: either renounce the Vivian Church or openly oppose the state religion of Pars. The emperor realized that the adoption of a new law on religion would finally deprive Aaron of the opportunity to expand his possessions within the empire. The plan to eliminate the inconvenient nephew seemed ideal to the emperor, and he decided to find out whether the Holy Father was ready to help in its implementation. The emperor announced before the assembly of dukes his decision to make the Parsi Church the only state religion throughout the empire. The emperor's strict decree demanded the closure of all pagan churches and permitted the use of force to suppress any protests against the new law. News of the emperor's religious decree prompted a mass evacuation of followers of the Vivian Church from Fort Blanch in the Bran holdings. Arthur watched the flow of refugees with alarm, realizing that religious persecution had become a real disaster for ordinary believers. Bianca could barely contain her anger as she watched the followers of Pars persecute and harass the hiding believers of the Church of Vivian. The presence of the castle, which served as a safe haven, calmed Bianca a little, and her outward calm aroused the sincere admiration of the enamored Arthur. The watchman's alarming message about the approach of a detachment of paladins of the Church of Pars instantly disturbed the fragile peace of the castle's inhabitants. Bianca immediately grabbed her sword, ready to fight back against the insolent paladins of Pars who dared to appear on their territory. Arthur had to put in a lot of effort to stop Bianca, explaining to her the danger of military conflict in the current tense situation. One of the paladins solemnly read out the Imperial decree, demanding the immediate expulsion of all followers of the Church of Vivian from these lands. Bianca firmly told the paladins that these lands belonged to the Church of Vivian, and she would never obey the unjust order to persecute the believers. The paladins, not having received the desired obedience, drew their weapons and moved to arrest the protesting followers of the Church of Vivian. The outnumbered paladins began to tie up the locals, and Bianca drew her sword and held it to the throat of an enemy warrior. The paladin calmly announced that they were legally obliged to arrest anyone who helped followers of Vivian's church escape justice. The paladin's threatening tone emphasized the seriousness of the situation. Bianca's attack on the royal guards was grounds for her immediate arrest. Bianca realized the paladin's cunning plan to use her resistance as a pretext to launch a campaign against Duke Aaron. A bitter sense of her own powerlessness overwhelmed Bianca, as she realized that her only way out was to allow herself to be arrested. Bianca obediently sheathed her sword and allowed the paladins to tie her up, realizing that her arrest was inevitable in the current situation. The paladin conveyed a stern warning through Arthur to the owner of Blanche's castle. Either he himself would drive out Vivian's followers, or they would return with a search. Aaron continued to ponder the riddle of the mysterious door, and a new idea was born in his head, which seemed quite reasonable and promising. The Duke presented himself as the ruler of the Bran lands and attempted to open the door with the power of his title and blessing, but his attempt ended in complete failure. Miller couldn't help but laugh as he watched the cocky aristocrat genuinely believe that the ancient doors would open for him just because of his grand title. Aaron was overcome with shame and anger, but he knew he had to gather his thoughts and find the right way to open the mysterious door. Watching closely, Jacqueline suggested that Aaron would need to prove his rights in some way in order to open the door. Jacqueline thought that a power like a dragon's must have some unique manifestation that could prove the truth of the dragon's blessing. Proof could be special items available only to the chosen dragon, or exceptional swordsmanship not available to ordinary warriors. Lost in thought, the hero recalled all the facts known to him. Only Cheryl and Aaron were marked with the dragon's blessing in the entire known world. The difference in their abilities seemed obvious. Aaron was a master of the sword, while Cheryl was a master of magic, and it seemed that there was nothing in common between them. Suddenly, the thought flashed through the hero's head that in the story of Cheryl and the Duke there really could be something that united their forces. With a decisive movement, Aaron ran the blade of the sword across his palm, allowing blood to flow freely from the resulting wound. The touch of a bloody hand to the ancient door set a complex mechanism in motion. The grinding of pistons was heard, and the massive barrier slowly opened. Satisfied with his guess, Aaron confidently announced to his companions that he would soon return and insistently asked no one to follow him into the mysterious dungeon. The heavy door slammed behind the hero with a loud bang, making it clear that there was no turning back until the mysterious dragon slayer was found. As Aaron wandered through the winding corridors of the underground labyrinth, he couldn't shake the oppressive feeling caused by the frightening silence of this place. The absence of monsters and traps greatly surprised the Duke, who expected to encounter many dangerous creatures and unusual phenomena in this mysterious place. Suddenly, Aaron's gaze caught sight of an unusual passage from the semi-darkness, where there was a giant dragon skull with a mysterious sword piercing ancient bones. The Duke immediately noticed the unusual nature of the blade, which was shrouded in a strange magical energy, unlike any magic sword he had ever seen before. The surprising ease with which the sword was found both pleased and alarmed Aaron, making him doubt his own luck. Reaching out his hands to the mysterious blade, Aaron thought about the upcoming battle with the five-headed dragon, in which this sword could become a decisive advantage. A sudden flash of pain pierced Aaron's heart. The real dragon slayer dealt the fatal blow, mockingly offering to try to take his legendary sword. The hero's consciousness was rapidly fading from loss of blood, and in his head there was a bitter thought about his own carelessness and the only chance he had missed. Instead of the expected death, Aaron woke up at the starting point of his journey, realizing that he would have to go through this path again and again until victory. The second time, Aaron was more careful, keeping his blade drawn and peering into the darkness as he made his way toward the dragon's skull. The Duke's strong determination to fulfill the Dragon Slayer's will and obtain his legendary blade gave him the strength to move forward despite the danger. Upon reaching a familiar place, Aaron discovered an empty dragon skull without a sword and began to cautiously examine the area in search of a hidden enemy. Aaron's readiness to attack helped him. When the killer attacked, the Duke managed to confidently parry the blow, which greatly surprised his mysterious opponent. The mysterious warrior expressed approval of Aaron's increased alertness and his ability to block surprise attacks in low-visibility conditions. The battle that began showed the Duke the true difference in strength. He could barely keep up with the lightning-fast movements of his enemy and the energy of his magic sword. Particularly striking was the warrior's ability to instantly gather the energy of the sword without any preliminary movements, which seemed to Aaron to be an absolutely incredible skill. The knight's relaxed posture and calm movements clearly showed that he was fighting half-heartedly, not even making any serious effort to defeat the Duke. The Dragon Slayer noticed the fear in his opponent's eyes and expressed obvious displeasure that the Duke had shown the limits of his current combat capabilities. Disappearing from Aaron's sight, the Dragon Slayer reported that with his level of training, the Duke would not last even a few minutes against Kruella. Backing up his words with action, the mysterious warrior once again took Aaron's life with one precise blow of his deadly blade. Time lost its meaning for Aaron, who died and was reborn again and again, not knowing how much longer this endless cycle of training fights would last. Every time the Duke thought he had figured out his opponent's tactics, the Dragon Slayer would demonstrate the vast gap between their skill levels. Realizing the futility of endless deaths strengthened Aaron's resolve to find a way to break this grueling cycle of rebirth and move on. Mustering all his determination and courage, Aaron charged at his opponent with the firm intention of surviving this fight, no matter what the cost. The observant assassin noted the young man's increased skill. His sword movements became more precise and confident, taking into account the enemy's style. The Dragon Slayer's arrogant tone irritated Aaron, but over the course of endless duels, the Duke had indeed learned a lot from his opponent. Careful observation allowed Aaron to notice an important detail. The enemy always used sword energy immediately after dodging an attack. Finding the perfect moment to attack while the assassin was gathering energy, Aaron used his signature technique, piercing wind, with maximum concentration. The powerful blow raised a cloud of dust, and Aaron peered into the clouds of dust with bated breath, hoping to see his fallen enemy. Disappointment washed over Aaron as the dust cleared to reveal the Dragon Slayer unharmed, having easily repelled what had seemed an unstoppable attack. Determined to teach the Duke an important lesson, the knight warned Aaron of the impending demonstration of the true power hidden within his legendary blade. Ignoring the warning, Aaron launched into another attack, but suddenly noticed a strange dark energy beginning to envelop the space around him. Aaron was shocked to realize that his opponent's sword was absorbing the energy from his own blade, turning the force of the Duke's attack against him. Using the accumulated energy, the Dragon Slayer delivered a crushing blow with the blunt side of his sword, sending Aaron flying into the stone wall of the dungeon. The blow was so powerful that upon impact with the wall, blood gushed from Aaron's mouth, and he finally realized the true power of his mysterious mentor. Strengthened by the absorbed energy, the assassin stopped a few steps away from the fallen Duke to see if he had noticed the peculiarities of the last attack. The Dragon Slayer confirmed Aaron's guess about energy absorption and reported that the Duke was also capable of mastering this impressive technique. Watching closely as the technique was being demonstrated, Aaron realized the key element. The warrior was using a special willpower to control the energy. Aaron's memories took him back several months to when he was trying to master a similar spell on the training grounds of Bran Castle. The Duke then experimented with combining the dragon's blessing and willpower to achieve complete control over his magical blade. The first and only successful attempt to use willpower to control the dragon's blessing left an indelible impression on Aaron's memory. Despite the obvious progress, Aaron realized that his control over the powerful force was insufficient and that further improvement was necessary. While thinking about the possibilities of development, Aaron thought about the ability to absorb not only external energy, but also his own strength, as well as the energy of the enemy. Cheryl explained to Aaron the important difference between willpower and regular mana. The ability to create new energy vessels opened the way to unlimited development. The Duke recognized the need to achieve a high level of mastery in order to unlock new possibilities of his unique power. To perfect the technique, a worthy opponent was needed who could withstand Aaron's powerful attacks, but ordinary knights were not suitable for such a task. Aaron initially considered training with Rommel, the strongest knight he knew, but knew the risk of causing serious harm to even such a master. Unable to find a suitable sparring partner, the Duke decided to continue improving his skills through solo training. Numerous duels with the Dragon Slayer finally allowed Aaron to understand the principle of using willpower and the reason for his constant defeats. After being resurrected again, the hero resolutely headed towards his opponent, intending to use the recently learned technique of absorbing the energy of the Dragon Slayer's sword. The experienced eye of the Dragon Slayer immediately noticed a striking change in Aaron. His hidden strength began to manifest, demonstrating the results of diligent training. Ignoring his opponent's praise, the hero resolutely demanded that the knight stop talking and demonstrate the true power of his legendary blade. Watching closely the sparkling power of his opponent's sword, Aaron quickly figured out the technique and repeated the action, pointing the tip of his blade towards the knight's weapon. The hero concentrated on filling his body with willpower, trying to absorb every bit of energy emanating from the enemy's sword. Having accumulated enough energy, Aaron prepared to perform an advanced version of the fourth form of sword mastery. The piercing wind technique has undergone significant improvements thanks to new knowledge, allowing it to finally achieve incredible destructive power. The most powerful blow reached its target. The body of the Dragon Slayer began to disintegrate into pieces, gradually dissolving into the air of the underground room. In place of the missing enemy, the hero was surprised to discover something much more sinister and mysterious. Before Aaron's eyes appeared a huge magical symbol, which upon closer inspection turned out to be not just a circle, but a real ancient altar. Inside the altar, the hero saw a child carefree playing with butterflies, unaware that it was a vision of the same old man that Jacqueline and Miller had met. An ominous premonition told the Duke that the child in the center of the altar was doomed to die after the ritual was completed, and he hurried to the magical construct. Disappointment and anger filled the Duke, who hoped that defeating the Dragon Slayer would put an end to all the trials in this mysterious place. Aaron's irritation grew with each passing second. He screamed into the void, feeling the invisible presence of the knight, but receiving no answer. Understanding the criticality of the situation, the Duke without hesitation extended his hand to the child, but was too late. The mysterious darkness completely swallowed the small figure. Suddenly, an alarmed knight materialized in space and immediately rushed to the altar sealed with dark energy. The knight's silence and detachment from what was happening around him led Aaron to the idea that he was witnessing a scene from the distant past of his mysterious opponent. With a decisive blow of his sword, the hero managed to dispel the dark energy, freeing the frightened boy from magical captivity. Taking off his protective mask, the hero allowed the child to recognize him and insistently ordered him to run immediately, warning him about the imminent closing of the massive doors. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the frightened boy continued to cry, refusing to leave his brave savior in this dark place. The knight understood that the ancient ruins would only completely collapse once there was not a single living soul left inside, so the boy had to save himself. Seeing the child's indecision and tears, the knight resorted to his last resort. He shouted menacingly, ordering the boy to immediately leave the dangerous place. The frightened boy ran to the exit, but before the doors closed he managed to swear that he would gather the villagers and definitely return to save his hero. The heavy doors slammed shut with a bang, and in the ensuing silence the hero heard the voice of the mysterious inhabitant of the castle, which was familiar to Aaron. The dragoness from the castle mockingly reproached the knight for his stupidity, congratulating herself on the successful implementation of the insidious trap. Enraged by the presence of the dragoness, the knight furiously swung his sword, demanding that the invisible enemy show himself and accept a fair fight. The knight was particularly outraged by the dragoness's use of the forbidden power of the ancient gods to implement her insidious plan. The dragoness explained that this power was necessary for the successful imprisonment of the hero, for which she risked appearing in person, despite his superiority. The bitter realization of his own mistake came to the hero too late. His carelessness allowed the enemy to successfully implement his insidious plan. Kruella watched with cold blood as the hero struggled to free himself, reminding him that his kind heart and desire to protect people had become his greatest weakness. The dragoness maliciously predicted the hero's eternal imprisonment in the impenetrable darkness of the dungeon, where he was destined to spend the rest of his days in complete solitude. What he saw deeply impressed Aaron. He did not expect to meet such a noble warrior, ready to sacrifice himself to save the inhabitants of the continent. When the vision faded, the knight asked Aaron the most important question about the existence of the person for whom he was willing to sacrifice his own life. The answer came instantly. Aaron was determined to save Kynos, who was languishing in captivity with his own sister, in need of immediate help. The legendary sword sensed Aaron's sincere willingness to sacrifice himself for the sake of others, and responded with a bright glow, recognizing the purity of his intentions. The hero realized that only by mastering the power of this ancient blade could he achieve the necessary strength to free the knight and the people of the continent. Before making his fateful decision, Aaron addressed the Dragon Slayer with parting words, but received no response from the mysterious warrior. Taking the silence as a sign of approval, Aaron proudly took the legendary sword and headed towards the exit, where his loyal comrades were eagerly awaiting him. Alarmed, Rex immediately rushed towards the Duke who had appeared, but stopped, noticing obvious signs of fatigue and tension on his pale face. Aaron silently drew a shining blade that blinded everyone present and gave a decisive order to return to the castle for a decisive battle with the Mad Dragon. Cruella watched all the events closely, using a magic crystal ball in her impregnable castle. The dragoness was filled with rage at the thought that the man she had graciously allowed to escape had dared to return for an open confrontation. Confidence in her own power strengthened Cruella's resolve to destroy the impudent Aaron so that no one would dare challenge her again. Reciting an ancient spell, the dragoness transmitted an order to all enslaved inhabitants to immediately punish the daredevil who dared to oppose their mistress. Following the words of the spell, huge dragon monsters soared into the sky, rushing towards the approaching Aaron and his squad. By this time, the Duke had managed to gather in the village of Runtra all the soldiers whom he had prudently brought to this mysterious island. Addressing the assembled warriors, Aaron explained the importance of the upcoming battle for their future and outlined the main target, a powerful dragon. Uncertainty gripped the soldiers, who openly expressed doubts about the possibility of defeating a legendary creature that was superior to their strength. Miller couldn't help but laugh derisively at the open displays of fear from the vaunted Imperial soldiers. The pirate came up with a simple solution: use his powerful bombs to destroy the castle, allowing the knights to clear out the remaining enemies. The Duke calmly rejected the pirate's offer, explaining his plan to lure Cruella out of her fortified castle instead of risking an assault on enemy territory. As if in response to the Duke's words, the sky lit up with bright red lightning, heralding the beginning of a grand battle. The appearance of the dragon monsters in the sky served as a signal for the Duke to call upon all warriors capable of fighting to cast aside their fear and take up arms. Aaron had no doubt that Cruella was watching the unfolding battle closely from her impregnable castle. The Duke's new strategy was to put on a show of impressive combat that would provoke the dragoness to personally leave the castle to meet him. Miller fought resolutely alongside Aaron, not wanting to let the overconfident Duke enjoy the exciting battle alone. Jacqueline actively participated in the battle, while scolding Miller for his frivolous attitude towards a serious fight, exposing him to unnecessary danger. Completely trusting in the support of his loyal comrades, Aaron boldly rushed into the thick of the battle, where the greatest number of enemies were concentrated. Suddenly, the situation became more complicated. In addition to the huge number of enemies, the Duke heard a mysterious sound calling people to gather in the city. Aaron's foreboding was confirmed when he spotted groups of miners calmly heading straight towards the dangerous dragons. The Duke remembered the solemn oath given to the legendary sword to free the entire Black Continent from the oppressive rule of the dragons. Realizing that the dragon attack would prevent him from fulfilling his promise to the knight, Aaron resolutely adopted a plan to distract the dangerous creatures onto himself. Powerful magical energy erupted from the hero's body as he drew the dragon's attention with a loud cry, distracting them from the defenseless locals. Aaron rushed forward, blinding the monsters with the bright radiance of his power and methodically cutting them into small pieces with his new blade. Watching the battle closely, Jacqueline realized that the legendary sword was not the only gift of the Dragon Slayer, because the Duke's power had noticeably increased. The perceptive Rex noticed the Duke's new ability to absorb dragon mana, worrying about how Aaron would use the accumulated energy. Having accumulated enough mana, the Duke created a powerful air whirlpool that sucked in all the dragons and mercilessly ground them into fine dust. The new technique, adopted from the Dragon Slayer, demonstrated incredible efficiency, but required a huge expenditure of energy and a long recovery period. The tired Aaron was surprised by the appearance of local residents, who gratefully recognized him as their brave savior. Cruella watched in fury as her dragon monsters were destroyed, cursing them for being completely useless in battle. The dragoness's rage at the defeat of her creations was so strong that even the magical crystal ball in her hands began to crack. Cruella was especially alarmed by the fact that Aaron not only took possession of the legendary sword, but also mastered its powerful power in the shortest possible time. The dragoness bitterly realized the obvious fact: none of her magical puppets could withstand the Duke's increased power. Having decided to personally confront the hero, Cruella gave Logan final instructions to complete all preparations for the important summoning ritual. While the hero was recovering from the grueling battle, Jacqueline and Miller focused their attention on the island's numerous mines. Following his plan, Miller filled a minecart with explosives and sent it down the rails deep into the mine, intending to cause a massive collapse. The successful completion of the blasting operations filled Miller with pride in the accuracy of the calculations of the required amount of explosives. Jacqueline was puzzled by the Duke's strange action. The destruction of the mines seemed illogical for a man seeking to gain control over the continent's resources. Aaron explained that the destruction of the mines was a temporary measure aimed at luring Cruella out of the castle by destroying the resources the dragons coveted. Unlike Kynos, the Duke understood that blocking the mine entrances would prevent the dragoness from using enslaved humans to extract valuable minerals. Jacqueline realized that even the appearance of the heir of the legendary Dragon Slayer was not yet enough to completely destroy the powerful dragon magic. The terrifying power of the dragon's spell continued to work, forcing the enslaved people to descend into the dangerous mines again and again for precious ore. The sudden appearance of a breathless Rex brought important news. The dragoness had finally left her impregnable castle and was heading towards them. Aaron's joy at the successful provocation quickly turned to alarm when he saw that all the enslaved inhabitants of the continent were walking with Cruella. Meanwhile, in the main castle of the duchy, the continuous process of receiving refugees fleeing persecution and disasters continued. Rommel, who controlled the flow of refugees, was outraged by the actions of the fanatics from the Holy Kingdom, who persecuted the followers of Vivian instead of helping each other in difficult times. The Duke's absence at such a critical moment greatly complicated Rommel's task of managing the rapidly deteriorating situation. The unexpected appearance of the elder interrupted Rommel's thoughts. The old man persistently inquired about the duration of the reception of new refugees. Rommel patiently explained the need to provide shelter to members of Vivian's church, emphasizing the importance of supporting persecuted believers. The elder expressed grave concern that such actions could threaten the well-being of the indigenous people of Bran. The treasurer shared concerns about the refugee situation, warning of a real threat of mass starvation if further influxes of people continued. Confident in his own rightness, Rommel insisted that the territory was still far from critical, refusing to sacrifice Vivian's followers for selfish purposes. The tense discussion was interrupted by the appearance of an alarmed knight, who noticed the approaching messenger from Blanche's castle. The appearance of the arriving messenger was alarming. Both the rider and his horse were covered in a thick layer of dirt, indicating a long, non-stop journey. Kneeling, the exhausted messenger reported the shocking news of the arrest of all followers of the Church of Vivian in Blanche's castle by the guards of Pars. The Parsian guards issued an ultimatum to expel the church members, and a few days later returned with a search warrant, fulfilling their threats. A particularly hard blow was the arrest of Commander Bianchi, which no one could stop, causing Rommel to be deeply indignant at the actions of the fanatics. The gloomy picture was completed by the fact that the Blanche castle was deserted after the arrest of most of the garrison soldiers, who turned out to be followers of the Church of Vivian. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the elder insisted on immediately closing the fortress gates until the arrival of the formidable paladins of Pars. Rommel firmly rejected the elder's proposal, firmly stating his refusal to obey the orders of the Holy Kingdom's representatives. Showing determination, Rommel gave orders for the formation of a detachment of 100 soldiers for immediate relief of the besieged Chateau Blanche. Despite his uncertainty about the correctness of his actions, Rommel understood the need to protect people and stabilize the situation until the Duke returned. In a month of devastating natural disasters, half of the once mighty empire was reduced to lifeless ruins. According to the Empire and the Holy Kingdom's evil plan, the masses began to accuse the Vivian Church of being involved in the terrible disasters. Even former friends and neighbors who had previously sheltered Vivian's followers now voluntarily handed them over to the ruthless guards. The sad fate did not pass even those church members who tried to find salvation in complete isolation from the outside world. Arrests and persecutions brought no relief. The red waters did not clear, and the parched lands did not return to their former fertile state. The worsening effects of natural disasters led to increased brutal persecution of followers of the Vivian Church. Desperate people sincerely believed that their cruel actions would help them earn divine protection and salvation from all disasters. Blinded by fear and despair, people readily killed Vivian's followers, remaining blind to the true causes of the disaster. Wrapped in a dark robe, Duke Aaron carefully made his way through the forest thicket, approaching one of the villages in the lands of Bran. As he prepared to descend to the people, the Duke suddenly heard a suspicious rustling sound and noticed many glowing eyes of monsters watching from the darkness. An angry Gale demanded that the monsters show themselves and was surprised to find that their numbers far exceeded initial estimates. The first to emerge from cover was a large goblin, followed by a whole flock of monsters, rapidly approaching the alarmed Gale. Having drawn his sword, the experienced warrior immediately noticed the unusualness of these goblins, but firmly decided not to allow them to enter the defenseless village. Unexpectedly for Gale, the goblins ran through him, and his own body began to become transparent, like an ethereal shadow. Despite the inexplicable changes to his body, a determined Gale grabbed his weapon, intending to pursue the goblins in order to protect the village. The chilling horror of what was happening made Gale wake up abruptly in his own bed, covered in cold sweat from the nightmare he had experienced. Jumping out of bed, an agitated Gale tried to convince himself that the dream was unrealistic, but his inner instinct told him that the vision was prophetic in nature. The anxious premonitions were intensified by memories of the mysterious appearance of the ominous Red River, which changed its usual course. Gale had already had similar prophetic dreams a few days before the catastrophic flood in a distant village, warning of impending disaster. The unusual nature of this dream disturbed Gale. A strange force was restricting his movements, preventing him from waking up or moving, which was very different from his previous visions. A sudden fear gripped the man as he noticed behind him a multitude of black silhouettes, circling like a huge swarm of midges in the night air. The binding force from the dream came into reality, causing unbearable pain to every cell of Gale's body, paralyzing all his movements and intentions. Gathering the remains of his will and courage, Gale firmly decided to resist the mysterious force, despite the excruciating suffering and growing weakness. The mysterious voice praised Gale's bravery as he reached for his weapon through pain, then introduced himself as an all-encompassing force that permeated the universe. A ghostly figure appeared before the exhausted man, ordering Gale to go in search of his mother, who conceived him with this mysterious creature. Irritated by the cryptic hints, Gale demanded an explanation of his origins, but in response received only a quiet repetition of the order to find the woman. The alarmed assistant ran into the room immediately after the vision disappeared, wanting to make sure of his master's safety and well-being. The assistant confirmed that he heard Gale's screams, but did not discern any other voices despite their apparent volume, which confirmed the personal nature of the vision. Having regained his composure, Gale inquired about the latest news about the mysterious woman in the red dress who had visited their property. Close surveillance of the mysterious woman continued, and the assistant was confident that she was still residing in an inn near the Imperial capital. Realizing the inevitability of action, Gale decisively ordered the mysterious woman to be brought immediately to his chambers for an important conversation. Following the master's orders, the mercenaries kidnapped the woman, placing a bag over Isabel's head so that she could not determine the direction of movement. The mercenaries reported to Mr. Gale about the successful completion of the mission, receiving gratitude and an immediate order to leave. Despite the thick sack hiding the world around her, Isabel unmistakably recognized that distinctive voice giving orders. Gale approached the captive and, apologizing for the rude treatment of his subordinates, carefully removed the bag from her head. A surprising revelation came from Gale's words when he called the woman his mother and introduced himself as Aaron Karen. The lack of recognition in his mother's eyes did not surprise Aaron, who admitted that he himself had taken a long time to get used to the incredible changes in his fate. An important revelation was made in Aaron's words about the Emperor's ancient prophecy, which predicted his death in 20 years. After his death, he was reborn in a new body, gaining the amazing ability to foresee the future and the wisdom of ancient seers. Noticing the woman's distrustful look, Gale moved closer, trying to convince his mother of the truth of his incredible words. He recalled the last night before she disappeared, when she came to his room and vowed to protect the children even from the depths of hell. What made Gale's words especially persuasive was the mention of tears and pain in Isabel's voice during their last conversation, known only to the two of them. Memories transported those present back several years to the majestic halls of the Imperial Palace, where young Aaron lived. With quiet steps, Isabel crept up to her sleeping son and carefully sat down on the edge of his bed, trying not to disturb his deep sleep. Bitter tears rolled down the mother's cheeks, mentally asking her son for forgiveness for the forced departure necessary for his liberation from the mysterious force. The gentle touches woke Aaron up, and his worried gaze immediately noticed the traces of tears on his mother's pale face. Thinking that his mother was worried about his father's safety, young Aaron tried to reassure her with his sincere words of support. The boy promised to protect his mother and sister Cheryl, even if his father lost the crown or died in political intrigue. Young Aaron's sincerity and dedication deeply touched his mother's heart, causing her to hug her beloved son tightly. Gratefully hugging her son, Isabel explained that protecting children was her sacred duty as a mother, not young Aaron's responsibility. After making a solemn promise to protect her children even from the depths of hell, Isabel tenderly kissed her son on the forehead and asked him to return to sleep. Caring Aaron wanted to accompany his mother to her chambers, but she reassured him, reminding him of her high position as the mistress of the Imperial Palace. Returning to reality brought a bitter realization. After that memorable night, everyone believed that Isabel had committed suicide by jumping out of the palace window. For many years, Aaron believed in the tragic death of his mother, until an unexpected meeting in an underground corridor destroyed this sad illusion. The expulsion from the palace and flight to the lands of Bran followed the disappearance of Isabel, when their father lost the imperial throne. The bitterness of misunderstanding tormented Aaron. His living mother had watched her children suffer all these years without taking any action. The broken promise to protect the children forced them to fight for survival on their own and build a new life in foreign lands. An alarmed Isabel tried to explain that all her actions were aimed at saving Aaron, promising to reveal the details at the right time. Gale cut through his mother's excuses, demanding to know the real reason for the theft of the sacred relic from the castle and its connection to the well-being of the children. Isabel's surprise at her son's knowledge of the relic's theft turned to disappointment when he admitted to lacking other important information. Gale explained the reason for this meeting. The shadow that appeared during the night claimed that Isabel gave birth to him and Cheryl along with a mysterious force. Isabel's worried gaze studied her changed son, trying to understand how long ago the dark force had established a connection with him. Tormenting questions about his own nature and the essence of Cheryl tormented Gale, although he already suspected a connection between his reincarnation and a mysterious force. Sudden horror distorted Isabel's face as dark shadows completely encased the former Duke's body, causing unbearable pain and making it difficult to breathe. Rushing to her son, Isabel saw his face distorted into an inhuman grimace of horror, after which Gale lost consciousness. The materialized darkness unleashed its wrath on the faithful servant, reproaching Isabel for her unacceptably long delay. On her knees, Isabel explained her reluctance to break the seal due to the unexpected catastrophe in the Empire and the rise of the Church of Pars. The dark entity expressed outrage that a minor religion of an insignificant deity dared to interfere with its great plans. A dire warning was contained in the entity's words. Only temporary weakness kept him from immediately punishing Isabel. The restriction of the ability to appear in human form forced the entity to disappear, but not without the threat of severe punishment for delay in sealing. When Gale came to, he saw Isabel kneeling and was finally convinced of the truth of the mysterious force's words. Gathering his last strength, Gale demanded from Isabel a full explanation of what was happening and her further intentions. Approaching her exhausted son, Isabel admitted that she had planned this revelation for the future, but circumstances forced her to act immediately. The deepest secret was revealed in Isabel's words. Aaron and Cheryl were born with unique innate abilities. Aaron's initial assumption that their abilities were linked to the dragon's blessing turned out to be only part of the complex truth. The true source of their power was Valtor and Isis, a powerful energy that Avarak, the Lord of the Gods, implanted through Isabel. A sudden revelation came to Gale. He finally understood the true reason for the theft of the sacred relic from the Temple of Unan. Gale's mistaken assumption about Isabel's intentions to carry out Avarak's will and break the containment seal required reconsideration. An unexpected revelation showed the opposite. Isabel sought to completely block Avarak's power, preventing it from penetrating the earthly world. At the very beginning of the universe's existence, there was absolute chaos, and no one could say with certainty whether it arose naturally or was created intentionally. The primordial chaos known as Avarak was transformed into an ordered world of nature, and all the ancient tribes recognized him as the supreme deity, granting him power over the heavens. The development of human civilization led to the emergence of new deities personifying love, protection, wealth, and human desires. The loss of humanity's universal devotion forced Avarak to divide his divine power among the lesser gods, greatly weakening his might. Insulted by his loss of power, Avarak decided to return to his original form of chaos to punish the faithless humanity and the impudent lesser gods. To carry out his plan of revenge, Avarak created special seeds of divine power, Valtor and Isis. The sacred seeds were placed into the body of a young girl from an ancient family that had remained faithful to Avarak for many generations. The divine plan was fulfilled through Isabel, the 1,200th heiress of the ancient line, who passed on the seeds of retribution to Aaron and Cheryl. Divine seeds began to develop in Aaron and Cheryl's infant bodies without anyone noticing, gradually gaining strength. According to Avarak's plan, when the world catastrophe reaches its peak, Isabel must awaken Valtor and Isis, allowing the god to bring down his punishment. A sudden revelation came to Gale. All his tormenting nightmares were harbingers of future events associated with the awakening of an ancient force. The cause of the disturbing visions turned out to be Valtor's powerful energy, mysteriously contained within his mortal body. Gale was concerned about the reasons for Isabel's desperate attempts to block the divine power, despite the mortal danger of Avarak's wrath. Isabel's initial devotion to Avarak was absolute, causing her to carry out the ancient deity's will without question. Following the divine plan, she purposefully sought the favor of the Emperor, the future father of Aaron and Cheryl. Using cunning and deceit, Isabel managed to bypass many worthy contenders and take the place of Empress. The only goal of all her actions during that period was the flawless execution of the grandiose plan of the great Avarak. The birth and upbringing of Aaron and Cheryl completely changed Isabel's worldview, awakening maternal feelings in her. A mother's heart could not bear the thought of using her beloved children as instruments of destruction of the human world. Faking her own death, Isabel left the Imperial castle and went in search of a sacred relic to seal away a dangerous power. The tragic discovery was that Valter's energy had already taken over Aaron's body, outpacing his mother's attempts at protection. The sudden manifestation of divine power could have been connected with the unusual reincarnation of Aaron's soul in someone else's body. Horror gripped Gale at the thought of the possibility of his body being completely subjugated by an evil supernatural force. Particularly bitter seemed the possibility of losing oneself before taking revenge on the Emperor, who was guilty of the suffering of his lands. Desperately clutching his mother's shoulders, Gale begged her to share the way he had found over years of searching to stop the destructive process. Sobbing on his knees, he begged his mother to seal away the dangerous power, allowing him to remain himself. With deep sorrow, Isabel admitted her powerlessness. The acquired relic was not enough to completely seal the power. The only hope left was the possibility of returning Gale to his former body, which had special protection. The dragon's blessing was powerful enough to temporarily restrain Valter's destructive energy. Returning to her body with the dragon's blessing could give Isabel the time she needed to search for additional sacred relics. Isabel spoke of the current owner of Aaron's body, a warlike man who had started conflicts with neighboring lands and was ready to challenge the Emperor. Despite the difficulty of approaching such a dangerous man, Isabel saw the possibility of success with Cheryl's help. At this very time, Cheryl used a magical portal to travel to a remote village on the borders of Bran territory. Exhausted from the displacement, Cheryl marveled at the difficulty of finding populated villages even in places untouched by the disaster. The random kindness of some refugees she met, who shared a potato, saved Cheryl from complete magical exhaustion. Overcoming her fatigue, Cheryl rose to her feet and began to look around, trying to determine her exact location. Once at the borders of Bran, Cheryl was puzzled by the reasons for the portal opening near an ordinary village, usually poor in magical energy. Putting aside complex thoughts, the exhausted Cheryl was simply happy about successfully reaching the territory of Bran's home. The hope of satisfying her multi-day hunger led Cheryl to decide to visit the nearest village in search of food. A shocking discovery awaited the girl in the village. The once lively settlement was completely abandoned by its inhabitants. A sudden quiet sob drew Cheryl's attention to the wounded man, to whom she immediately rushed to help. The dying peasant recognized his duchess and managed to tell her about the attack of unusually strong goblins on the village. Horror gripped Cheryl. Such attacks by monsters were completely uncharacteristic for the peaceful lands of Bran. The wounded man told of the goblins' temporary retreat into the forest, expressing confidence in their imminent return. Particularly alarming was the description of the extraordinary strength of the attacking monsters, which significantly exceeded ordinary goblins. The terrible obsession and ruthlessness of the monsters who killed everyone indiscriminately indicated their supernatural nature. Despite Cheryl's attempts to stop the internal bleeding with magic, the dying man continued to speak, conveying important information. The unfortunate man's last words contained a plea for the protection of the surviving villagers, after which he breathed his last. Closing the eyes of the dead man, Cheryl made a solemn vow to return and take care of the fate of the devastated village. Cheryl's gut instinct told her that the goblin attack was not a coincidence, but part of a growing disaster. An alarming premonition spoke of the inevitable spread of such attacks throughout the territory of the Great Empire. The realization of her responsibility as the sole ruler of these lands strengthened Cheryl's resolve to protect them at any cost. Upon reaching Bran Castle, an enraged Cheryl slammed her fist down on the table, outraged by the Holy Kingdom's treacherous actions. Particularly outrageous was the attack on Blanche's castle, which took place in the absence of its legitimate rulers, Cheryl and Aaron. Cheryl's demanding gaze turned to Rommel, waiting for a detailed explanation of what had happened. Rommel's report revealed a sad picture. The guards of Pars had imprisoned all of Vivian's followers, leaving only their own adherents in the castle. Rommel was seriously concerned about the vulnerability of the deserted castle to possible attempts to capture it by hostile forces. The soldiers stationed to guard them might prove powerless against the Holy Kingdom's new cunning plans. Cheryl realized that Bianca's arrest had complicated the situation considerably, forcing Rommel to juggle multiple pressing responsibilities. Understanding the need to return to the Dark Continent as soon as possible, Cheryl realized the importance of Bianca's immediate release to restore order in Blanche's castle. A charming smile appeared on the girl's face when she asked the treasurer about the state of the treasury and the possibility of ransoming Bianca from captivity. The disgruntled treasurer explained the critical situation, Sales of holy water had fallen by half, and global chaos had driven revenues to historic lows. The situation was so dire that without tax revenues, the population of the duchy would have been on the brink of starvation. Cheryl recalled the significant income from previous sales of holy water, expressing doubt about the possibility of such an impressive capital completely disappearing. The treasurer's irritation was increased by the lady's lack of understanding of the enormous expenses incurred in maintaining Bran's ever-expanding territories. The taxes received were barely enough to support and restore the numerous new lands that had been added to the duchy. An additional burden on the budget was Rommel's insistence on continuing to accept the flow of refugees from the affected regions. The final blow was the depletion of the magical power that produced the holy water, which completely deprived the duchy of its main source of income. Shocked by the news, Cheryl turned her incredulous gaze from the treasurer to Rommel, demanding a detailed explanation of the holy water situation. Instead of verbal explanations, the companions led Cheryl to an empty place where Cecilia used to conduct water blessing rituals. The treasurer confirmed the complete cessation of the export of holy water and the forced closure of the sacred territory due to the loss of the source of blessing. Cheryl's indignation resulted in a demand to immediately find Cecilia, not understanding how the nun could allow such a situation. It turns out that Cecilia reported that her divine power was weakening and that she needed to go in search of a solution, but never returned. The true scale of the crisis was slowly dawning on Cheryl, surpassing her worst fears. Many problems came at once: the search for the mother, catastrophic disasters, Cecilia's disappearance, and the Holy Kingdom's aggressive plans. The prospect of the expedition returning from the Dark Continent seemed too distant, and the territory of the duchy was inexorably approaching complete devastation. The elder demanded that Cheryl immediately close the gates to reduce the number of hungry mouths among the arriving refugees. The elder considered the priority task to be providing the people already in the territory with the necessary food and housing. Cheryl's resolute refusal was based on her unwillingness to betray the church and the followers to whom the duchy owed so much. Surpassing even Aaron in generosity, Cheryl dreamed of earning her brother's praise by handling a difficult situation on her own. The treasurer's displeasure contrasted with Rommel's deep gratitude for the young duchess's support of his position. Cheryl announced the start of active work to restore the territory, starting with the search and collection of hiding followers of the Church of Vivian. Rommel organized his troops to conduct a thorough search for the followers of the Vivian Church, dividing them into small groups to explore all possible hiding places. The treasurer expressed confusion over Cheryl's strategy of increasing the population rather than making the necessary cuts to the cost of maintaining people. Cheryl emphasized the global nature of the problem of natural disasters, affecting the entire empire, and not just Bran's territory. Cheryl felt that the current situation required increased protection for residents, not a refusal to help those in need. Cheryl's concerns were about the possibility of the spread of the idea that Bran's territory was unsuitable for life under the influence of the Holy Kingdom. The treasurer saw in the current situation a good reason to close the gates, fearing the bankruptcy of the territory due to the excessive influx of people. Cheryl understood that closing the borders would doom people to death from monsters, and isolating the territory would lead to the inevitable death of all residents. The treasurer's puzzled look betrayed his complete ignorance regarding the mentioned threat from monsters. Embarrassed, Cheryl realized she had forgotten to tell them about the upcoming nighttime attack by a huge number of monsters. Rommel, who overheard the conversation, inquired about the reason for such a late disclosure of important information about the impending threat. Cheryl stopped Rommel, who was ready to mobilize his troops, assuring him that she had her own plan to confront the monsters. Cheryl's strategy was to set a clever trap for the approaching monsters preparing to attack. Rommel, while acknowledging Cheryl's magical powers, was still concerned about the safety of confronting the monsters alone. Cheryl's enigmatic smile was accompanied by a reminder of the first demonstration of her magical abilities and hidden potential. Cheryl outlined two main goals: ensuring the safety of the citizens and drawing the attention of the Holy Kingdom to the threat of monsters. The plan involved quietly directing the monsters towards the Holy Kingdom's lands, which would facilitate Bianca's release. Seeing Rommel's lack of understanding, Cheryl decided to cut short the lengthy explanation of the complex plan. The call to trust her decisions was accompanied by a reminder of the main task of finding people while she recovered her strength. According to Cheryl's prediction, monsters began an attack on a village near Bran's territory. The monsters' attempt to penetrate the gate was stopped by a magical fire barrier created by Cheryl's preparation. Confirming the dead farmer's words about the goblin's unusual nature strengthened Cheryl's resolve to protect the territory. The first stage of defense was the creation of a firewall, effectively blocking the goblins from advancing deeper into the village. Watching the panicking goblins, the amused witch restrained her desire to destroy all the monsters with one powerful spell. Following her plan, Cheryl used the binding fire to capture several goblins and force the rest to follow her. The strategy worked. The goblins captured by fire magic attracted the attention of their fellows, forcing them to move in the right direction. The peaceful performance of the guards of Pars was disturbed by the appearance of a suspicious movement in the distance, alarming even the tired knights. The discovery of an approaching horde of goblins caused alarm among the guards, requiring the immediate intervention of Archbishop Abel. The delay proved fatal. The first goblins successfully overcame the walls and attacked the servants of the Holy State. Cheryl's timely appearance, destroying the monsters she had brought, created the image of a savior in the eyes of the defenders. Introducing herself as the best mage in Bran's territory, Cheryl demonstrated her impressive abilities in front of the knights of the Holy State. The appearance of the Archbishop was accompanied by an indignant reaction to the presence of a pagan on sacred ground. An irritated Cheryl recalled the recent rescue of the lives of the Archbishop and his soldiers, which was confirmed by eyewitnesses. Taking advantage of the Archbishop's forced silence, Cheryl demanded that he stop displaying hostility towards her. Pointing to the approaching goblin horde, Cheryl suggested focusing on the immediate problem of defense. The offer of help was haughtily rejected by the Archbishop, who declared the participation of such a girl useless. The overconfident Archbishop raised his golden scepter, calling upon divine power to summon the sacred iron hammer. The lack of divine response to prayer caused Cheryl to laugh derisively, and she began to parody the unsuccessful minister. The enraged Archbishop discovered that the mocking Cheryl was already mounted on a majestic fiery phoenix, rushing towards the approaching goblins. Reflecting on the strangeness of the situation, Cheryl noted the inexplicable zeal of the Pars followers in pursuing Vivian's church during the general chaos. Putting aside thoughts about the politics of the Holy State, the young sorceress focused on fulfilling her main mission. By methodically eliminating the goblins one by one, Cheryl created a reliable defensive perimeter around the walls of the Holy State Castle. The news of Cheryl's unexpected help caused deep distrust in the Holy Father, who doubted the veracity of the reports. The Archbishop explained the circumstances of Cheryl's appearance when she was patrolling the borders of Bran and noticed the suspicious movement of monsters. The pursuit led the sorceress to the walls of the Holy State, where she discovered an attack being prepared by climbing monsters. Concern for the safety of innocent people forced Cheryl to put aside old enmity and come to the rescue, preventing numerous casualties. The dying mutterings of the goblins contained a dire warning about the imminent return of their mysterious master. The Archbishop linked the attack of the monsters with a series of disasters that had befallen the lands recently. The Archbishop's embarrassed confession revealed the bitter truth. The divine powers of Pars had stopped responding to prayers. An impatient Cheryl, tired of waiting for so long, resolutely made her way through the guards into the Holy Father's chambers. The girl's indignation was caused by the inappropriate treatment after her selfless assistance to her former enemies. Unhappy with the reception, Cheryl demanded fair compensation for the assistance provided. In an effort to defuse the tense situation, the Holy Pope apologized for the delay in his thanks, citing the multitude of enthusiastic reports. With an impatient gesture, Cheryl interrupted the formal greetings, wanting to get to the point of the conversation. The reminder of the family's business acumen was accompanied by a clear demand for an equal exchange for the assistance provided. The unexpected demand for the release of Captain Bianca took the Holy Pope by surprise. Despite his readiness to negotiate, the Archbishop objected to the release of the Holy Knights, citing the divine predestination of their imprisonment. Cheryl's mocking response recalled the great gods in action during the monster attack and her crucial role in the rescue. The Holy Father hastened to calm the indignant Archbishop, calling for patience and restraint. The Archbishop's internal struggle reflected the conflict between his wounded pride and the recognition of his enormous debt to Cheryl. The Holy Pope's decision was based on the mercy of their God, allowing Cheryl's offer to be accepted. The agreement was accompanied by a promise to immediately return all prisoners to Bran territory. Cheryl's genuine joy was expressed in gratitude for the wisdom shown by the Holy Father. Cheryl's parting words contained polite gratitude and an ironic wish not to meet again. The Archbishop was perplexed by the Holy Pope's extraordinary compliance with the sorceress's demands. The wise Pope saw the monster attack as part of a general catastrophe that required strengthening the castle's defenses. The Pope's reasoning emphasized the limited influence of the freed knights. The foresight of Bran's territory becoming a place of accumulation of monsters made the knights' help useless. The Pope's insidious plan was to send monsters into Bran's territory to completely isolate it. The evening portal transported Cheryl to the familiar icy outpost of the Land of Giants. Traveling alone was troubling, but his status as Lord of the Duchy of Bran gave him confidence. Cheryl's outward calm hid her inner turmoil as she passed through the parting giants. Blind Raven waited for the girl to appear, relying on the infallibility of his prophetic dreams. The warm welcome of the second leader Bran was accompanied by a willingness to listen to the request. Blind Raven's foresight gave Cheryl hope for successful negotiations. The request for warriors to counter the impending monster invasion was clearly stated. Despite the existing alliance, the giant emphasized the insufficiency of military aid to solve the Imperial problems. The future of the territory depended on Cheryl and her brother's ability to overcome the disasters that befell them. Understanding the situation led Cheryl to decide to personally ask Blind Raven for help. The wise giant noted a significant increase in the girl's determination since their last meeting. The warning concerned the danger of repeating the previous mistake in the battle with Raven's brother. The generous dispensation included 100 mighty giants, each of whom replaced 10 knights. Cheryl's triumphant return to Bran was accompanied by an impressive contingent of giants. The freed paladins of Vivian finally returned to their homeland. The reunification of the freed warriors with the defenders of Bran formed a strong force of 100 fighters. Cheryl's clear strategy centered on isolating the monsters in the dark forest. A determined determination to protect every inch of Bran's land from the invasion of monsters determined the actions. Reaching the intended position allowed us to begin observing the area. The Fire Phoenix gave Cheryl the ability to detect monsters approaching Bran's borders. Understanding the scale of the disaster did not weaken the determination to fight to protect the lands. The sacred duty of protecting citizens and the disadvantaged determined the actions of the defenders. Tactical orders directed Rommel's cavalry to hold off the enemy on the forest roads. The giants were tasked with supporting the cavalry by advancing between the trees. The paladins and infantry formed a ring around the forest to destroy the monsters that had broken through. The strategic objective was to completely destroy the monsters isolated in open areas. Cheryl's raised fire scepter gave the signal to begin the operation to protect her native land. The bloodthirsty goblins moved with the sole purpose of total destruction of people and capture of the castle. The sorceress's sudden fire attack caught the monsters, who had stopped for a moment, off guard. The powerful cavalry quickly broke into the enemy ranks and methodically destroyed the goblins one after another, creating real chaos in the enemy ranks and leaving them no chance of salvation. The huge giants, carrying out a pre-agreed plan of attack, entered the battle behind the cavalry and began to catch the surviving goblins, turning the battlefield into a real trap. A talented commander, Bianca led her infantry into battle and quickly organized a successful encirclement of a large group of goblins, demonstrating excellent military tactics. An experienced mage, Cheryl watched the battle unfold from a safe distance, ready to support her warriors with powerful combat spells at any moment. Watching the battle proceed easily, Cheryl decided to hasten her troops' victory and began preparing to cast a powerful battle spell to support the army. The young sorceress did not have time to finish collecting magical energy for her spell when a terrible monster with incredible strength appeared right behind her. A terrifying spider monster with an elf-like face grabbed the confused Cheryl with its huge paws before she could react to the attack. The attentive Bianca immediately noticed the danger to Cheryl and accurately threw her sharp sword straight at the monster's head, successfully diverting its attention to herself. The enraged spider threw Cheryl aside and rushed towards Bianca, quickly moving its long, powerful legs and preparing for a new attack on the brave warrior. Helplessly hanging from the tree, Cheryl could not understand the nature of this unusual monster, which significantly surpassed all other opponents in strength. Courageous Cheryl knew she couldn't continue to sit back and relax in a tree when her savior Bianca needed urgent help and support. Freeing herself from the sticky web, Cheryl immediately attacked the monster with a powerful fire spell, trying to distract its attention and cause serious damage. The skilled warrior Bianca took advantage of the monster's blinding moment and performed a deadly attack in a jump, delivering a decisive blow with her sword straight to the spider's head. Experienced Bianca, after her victory, noted the exceptional strangeness of the defeated monster, which looked like an unusual combination of two different creatures in one body. Having carefully studied the unusual creature, Bianca shared her suspicions about the possible connection between the appearance of such a monster and the recent catastrophe in these lands. A horrified Cheryl realized the grave error of her assumption that the forest was inhabited only by goblins, now understanding the scale of the real threat to their lands. An alarmed Rommel arrived to Cheryl with an alarming report about the impossibility of maintaining battle order due to the appearance of previously unknown monsters, awaiting urgent instructions. A confused Cheryl watched as her valiant knights fell one after another under the onslaught of countless monsters, not understanding how the situation could have changed so quickly. The wise military leader understood that retreat was impossible now, since such an action would seriously threaten the security of all the territories they were defending. Brave Cheryl strained all her mental abilities in search of an effective solution that could save their troops and protect the lands entrusted to them from invasion. Suddenly, memories of her training days came flooding back to Cheryl, when the persistent Rommel, despite her resistance, had persistently trained her in swordsmanship. The stubborn sorceress considered learning fencing a waste of time for a mage of her level, but the wise Rommel insisted on the importance of mastering close combat skills. The self-confident Cheryl relied solely on long-range attacks with fire spells, believing this strategy to be completely safe and invulnerable to any enemy. The inexperienced sorceress made a typical rookie mistake, which was not at all surprising, given her complete lack of real combat experience on the battlefield. The wise mentor patiently explained to the student the limitations of magic related to the need to use elements of the environment and the time for casting spells. The talented sorceress Cheryl, despite her magical gift, could not help but admit the correctness of her experienced teacher in matters of combat training and battle tactics. Practical mages have followed the tradition for centuries of teaming up with experienced swordsmen to create an effective defense system and increase their chances of survival in combat. The far-sighted Rommel persistently urged Cheryl to pay due attention to fencing training, understanding the importance of this skill for the full development of a magician. Serious fencing training combined with magical abilities could turn Cheryl into an invincible mage, capable of effectively defending herself in any situation. In a sudden realization, Cheryl finally realized an effective way to protect their lands from the looming threat of monsters from the dark and dangerous forest. The resourceful sorceress decided to change her strategy, and instead of isolating the monsters in the forest, she allowed them to follow her, using their aggression for her own tactical purposes. A determined Cheryl soared into the sky above the battlefield and gave a clear order to all commanders to immediately gather their troops for an orderly retreat. Experienced commanders Rommel, Bianca, and the leader of the giants were shocked by the unexpected order to retreat after such an exhausting and difficult battle. Focused on her plan, Cheryl didn't bother to explain her decision, but instead rushed into battle, destroying the monsters with powerful fire spells. The perceptive Rommel quickly deduced his mistress's intention to lure the monsters into a trap, watching as she skillfully led them away from the retreating knights. Confident in the correctness of Mrs. Rommel's actions, he immediately transmitted the order to retreat to his knights, and all troops began to leave their positions in an organized manner. Brave Cheryl flew away to a safe distance from the monsters pursuing her and began to chant the words of a powerful battle spell for the decisive blow. The powerful spell Hellwave descended upon the assembled monsters with incredible force, instantly destroying all enemies within its area of effect. Exhausted from using a powerful spell, Cheryl underestimated the number of remaining monsters and began to lose consciousness, becoming easy prey for her enemies. A mysterious dark magic suddenly began to permeate Cheryl's body at a critical moment, drawing life force from the surrounding environment to sustain her. The mysterious voice spoke of the need to preserve Cheryl's soul and body unchanged until Isis's resurrection, explaining the gift of power from the mighty Avarak. Cheryl, who had woken up, tried to comprehend the strange words she had heard before waking up, trying to understand their meaning and connection with the events that were taking place. With Rommel and Bianca approaching and rushing to her aid, an exhausted Cheryl allowed herself to pass out, knowing she was now safe. The caring Rommel anxiously asked Cheryl, who had woken up in her room, about her health. But the girl was still in a state of great confusion. Rested after a long sleep, Cheryl was finally able to recall all the events of that fateful night that took place during the fierce battle. An attentive Rommel kept a close eye on the thoughtful lady, trying to determine the presence of possible wounds or other health problems after a hard battle. An embarrassed Cheryl loudly scolded her knight for his inappropriate presence in her chambers, while she was dressed only in her nightgown, demonstrating a return to normal behavior. Frightened by Mrs. Rommel's sudden reaction, he quickly left the room, rejoicing in his soul that his ward had completely regained her former character. Outraged by the knight's inappropriate behavior, Cheryl rose from her bed, wondering why Rommel had not thought to send a maid to her instead of his visit. A puzzled Cheryl reflected on the events of the previous night, trying to unravel the mystery of Avarak and the nature of the changes that had occurred to her. An anxious Cheryl decided to put her anxious thoughts aside and focused on waiting for her brother to return from a dangerous expedition on the Dark Continent. The brave Aaron, who arrived in the village of Runtra on the Black Continent, encountered a huge crowd of locals enslaved to the will of their sinister queen. Experienced Jacqueline quickly identified the source of the strange behavior of the residents and pointed out to Aaron their leader, who stood out among the crowd of possessed people. The mighty Cruella floated in the air in the middle of the city, surrounded by pulsating energy, demonstrating her incredible magical power to everyone present. A sinister smile appeared on Cruella's face as she expressed joy at Aaron's timely arrival, anticipating the opportunity to punish the hero severely. The determined Aaron did not wait for Cruella to attack and was the first to attack, quickly drawing his sword and rushing at the enemy without hesitation. The arrogant witch considered the hero's behavior stupid and began to cast a powerful spell, calling on the forces of the earth to suck all the blood from the body of the careless enemy. The witch's failed attack did not harm Aaron, but caused the ground to collapse, taking with it many innocent people who were in the town square. The enraged hero expressed his indignation at the witch's actions and firmly declared his intention to stop her cruel atrocities on this continent. The cunning Cruella responded to the approach of the enraged hero with a satisfied smile, realizing that he had unknowingly fallen into her skillfully set magical trap. A huge hand suddenly appeared from the depths of the earth, trying to grab Aaron, but the warrior showed incredible dexterity and easily dodged the enemy's deadly attack. Aaron leapt onto the stone golem's body, but the massive creature managed to knock the knight off his feet and forcefully throw him into the nearby city wall. The dragoness watched the battle from a safe distance and wondered why, even after receiving the legendary sword, Aaron demonstrated such weak fighting skills. The stone giant continued its destructive attacks, and each blow of the monster, strengthened by the magical power of its mistress, shook the earth around the battlefield. Aaron remained confident of defeating the stone opponent and decided to change his battle tactics, preparing for a decisive counterattack against the massive golem. The warrior used the opportune moment to quickly jump onto the golem's hand and activated the piercing wind technique, rushing towards the stone creature's head. As he was approaching victory over the golem, something unexpected happened. The dragon slayer suddenly absorbed all the energy from Aaron's battle sword. A strange numbness gripped Aaron's body as he tried to understand the nature of the dragon slayer's mysterious abilities and his unexpected behavior in battle. Cruella, with a satisfied smile, pointed out an important detail that her opponent had not noticed in the heat of battle with the stone creature. The golem was created from the bodies of the local inhabitants, and the magic sword refused to attack the very people Aaron had sworn to protect on this continent. The critical situation was resolved by the unexpected intervention of the dragon Kanos, who broke free and dragged the golem away from the exhausted hero. Cruella stood frozen in horror at Kanos' disobedience, not believing her eyes that after all her bullying, her brother continued to resist her will. Her brother's stubborn resistance forced Cruella to use her true power and assume her dragon form for the final battle. Aaron blocked the path of the dragoness, who rushed towards his brother, raised his blade to attack and firmly declared that he would be her opponent in this fight. The hero's powerful attack caught the dragoness off guard and sent her massive body flying to the ground with a deafening roar. Cruella stood up and mockingly noted the hero's arrogance, but Aaron confidently declared his intention to end her reign. The hero carried out a series of swift attacks, managed to get to the monster's vulnerable spot, and plunged his sword into the dragoness's stomach, beginning to absorb her life energy. Rage and horror filled Cruella as she realized that a mere human had dared to cause such serious damage to her powerful body. The dragoness revealed her maximum form, increasing the size of her body and saturating the air around her with pulsating magical energy. A sudden choking sensation gripped the dragoness's throat, preventing her from using her deadly flames to their full potential. Aaron had successfully drained a significant portion of the enemy's magical energy and was now rapidly approaching the dragon's head for the decisive blow with piercing wind. The hero's lightning attack hit its target, and one of the dragoness heads was defeated, while Aaron himself gracefully landed on the ground. The fallen dragon's body fell to the ground, allowing Aaron to relax a little, although the fatigue from the battle was gradually clouding his consciousness. Kynos expressed genuine admiration for Aaron's skill as a dragon slayer as the hero struggled to keep his attention on his ally. Aaron acknowledged Kynos' crucial role in his rescue at the castle, and knew that without his help, he would have met his death long ago. The dragon explained his help as necessary to protect the bloodline that had received his blessing in order to preserve his dragon pride. The hero finally realized the true nature of his abilities, which were given to him by Kainos himself, an ancient and powerful dragon. Kainos thanked Eren for freeing his sister from slavery, acknowledging that without the hero's victory, he would have remained in her power forever. The dragon noted the significant increase in Eren's strength, realizing that words of gratitude could no longer express the depth of their connection. Kainos took on human form and indicated the need to make an important decision that they had been putting off for a long time. The man knelt before the hero and solemnly revealed his true identity as the dragon Kainos. Kainos swore an eternal oath of allegiance to Eren Karen, acknowledging his victory over the legendary dragon Cruella and his status as the new master assassin. A beautiful blue crystal, embodying the soul of a dragon, appeared in the air in front of the hero. Kainos asked Eren to raise his hand to complete the sacred ritual of the oath. Eren's hesitant touch caused the dragon's soul to glow brightly, signifying the unbreakable contract between hero and dragon. Kainos rose to his feet and proposed to the Duke that they begin a real conquest of the continent under their united leadership. The narrative returns to the moment of Kainos' imprisonment in his sister's dungeon, where he languished in magical chains. The dragon sensed the approach of the man and warned the intruder of the danger from his sister. Rex ignored the warning, cut part of the dragon's chains, and reported the Duke's order to rescue the captive. The dragon expressed bewilderment, realizing Rex's lack of commitment to the Duke's former advisor. Kainos noted the Duke's indifference to his true nature and past status. Rex relayed the Duke's question about Kainos' willingness to continue serving Eren after his release. Anger filled the dragon at the thought of having to serve people, despite his ancient and powerful nature. Kainos expressed distrust of the Duke's intentions, considering the price of freedom too high. The dragon destroyed the remaining chains and demanded an explanation from Rex for such a bold proposal. Rex calmly watched the dragon's fury and explained that the release was a reward for the strategist's previous services. The envoy clarified the Duke's intention to create a new agreement between him and the dragon. The offer included assistance in defeating the sister in exchange for assistance in overthrowing the emperor. A nervous laugh escaped Kainos after hearing the presumptuous words. The dragon doubted Eren's ability to win despite the blessing he had received. Of particular concern was the power of the sister, an ancient dragon with a colossal reserve of magical energy. The arrogant proposal interested Kainos with its unusualness and boldness. The dragon agreed to the terms, making the successful defeat of Cruella the main requirement of the deal. The council discussed the issue of supply through Cheryl's portals, acknowledging the limitations of magical movement of goods and people. Kainos stressed the need for rapid ship construction to maintain the planned pace of the operation. Eren recognized that defeating Cruella was not enough to achieve all of his goals, but he acknowledged the lack of alternatives. The Duke approached Jacqueline and Miller for an estimate of the time it would take to build a new ship. Experts have determined a minimum period of 6 months, taking into account the need to collect materials and hire workers on the Black Continent. The exact calculation of the construction time of a ship capable of staying at sea for a month caused difficulties for the craftsmen. The Duke listened carefully to all the complexities of the production and suggested that Jacqueline make every effort to complete the ship in 3 months. The outraged experts were completely perplexed by the Duke's demands, because even the natural process of bearing a child takes 9 months, and now they need to build a huge ship in 3. Miller expressed concerns that such a hastily built ship could fall apart right in the middle of the sea. But Jacqueline tried to calm her colleague, explaining the Duke's inexperience in shipbuilding. Jacqueline understood that the Duke was driven only by the desire to take advantage of the advantageous location of the place, and she wondered why Miller, seeing all the advantages, did not want to speed up the work. The Duke expressed his willingness to increase the reward for the accelerated construction of the ship and offered to provide any possible assistance in the implementation of this complex project. After speaking with the masters, the Duke turned to Kainos for information about the process of recruiting soldiers, which Rex was conducting under his leadership on the territory of the continent. Rex suddenly appeared and reported alarming news about the strange behavior of the locals, who continued to work as if under a magic spell. Eren was confused, trying to understand the reason for what was happening, because even after the destruction of Cruella, the situation on the continent remained completely unchanged and threatening. Rex added that local residents completely ignored the advertisements for recruitment of soldiers and ship specialists, showing absolute indifference to what was happening around them. The strange behavior of the inhabitants puzzled even Kainos, who was sure that Cruella's death was supposed to free people from magical enslavement and restore their freedom. The dragon suggested that the Duke and the strategist personally inspect the situation in the city, realizing that it was impossible to explain the mysterious events taking place in simple words. Once outside the castle, they found the streets of the village completely deserted, with not a single living soul to be seen among the abandoned houses and empty alleys. Kainos' keen gaze noticed a large gathering of people in the distance, where many inhabitants had gathered at the entrance to the mine and were continuing their endless work. Aaron realized with dismay that the locals continued to work in the mines unnecessarily, as if time had stood still and nothing had changed since the victory. The Duke tried to attract the attention of the working people with a loud command to stop, but his words caused absolutely no reaction from the residents immersed in work. The bewildered Duke gently appealed to the citizens for permission to stop working in the mines, wondering why his words were going unheeded by the workers. The locals had difficulty explaining that their bodies were moving against their will, forcing them to perform habitual actions regardless of their desire or fatigue. The frightened people fell on their knees before the Duke, begging for forgiveness and assuring him that they did not mean to provoke his anger with their strange behavior and disobedience. The shocked Duke hastened to calm the agitated residents, explaining that he did not blame them for what was happening, and began to think about a possible solution to this difficult situation. Aaron suggested a temporary solution: to gather all the inhabitants in the castle, realizing that a simple conversation would not be able to solve their mysterious problem with loss of control. Kainos suggested that the magical enchantments still remained within the people, not completely disappearing even after the defeat of their creator. Aaron realized the gravity of the situation, realizing that if Cruella's influence had truly not worn off, they had very few options left to save the villagers. Upon receiving the Duke's order, the locals immediately began to move the carts back to the castle, demonstrating complete submission to his orders and instructions. After the inhabitants left, the hero turned to the strategist with a question about the reasons for the preservation of magical spells, despite the obvious death of the powerful dragoness. Kainos revealed the secret of dragon immortality, explaining that after the disappearance of the dragon's body, a new birth occurs, continuing its previous life. The Duke expressed his incomprehension of the complex dragon laws, but Kainos had already understood the main task: to find Cruella's dragon egg, hidden somewhere on the continent. The dragon felt relieved that he already had an idea of the possible location of the important egg, recalling the events of his imprisonment. Kainos remembered a conversation with his sister during his imprisonment, when Cruella mocked his decision to side with the humans, considering it a huge mistake. Cruella expressed joy at the opportunity to personally deal with her brother, considering it a worthy end to their long feud and confrontation. The cruel dragoness planned to prolong her brother's torment, promising to slowly torment and torture him as long as possible in order to enjoy his suffering. Kainos remained remarkably calm despite his sister's cruel threats, as if he knew something beyond her understanding and foresight. An inner feeling told the dragon that it was his sister who would inevitably perish in their confrontation, which changed the fate of the continent. The old gods witnessed the death of many dragons who tried to use the power of ancient artifacts, and this same power was supposed to destroy Cruella. Her brother's words only caused Cruella to laugh, reminding her of the uniqueness of the dragon's death, unlike any other in this vast world. The dragoness boasted of her foresight, telling of a hidden dragon egg, protected by powerful spells from any search. Cruella was sure that as long as the egg remained intact, her magical power would forever rule the continent, enslaving its inhabitants. The secret nest was securely hidden in a place inaccessible even to the all-seeing gaze of the ancient gods, making it the perfect refuge for a dragon egg. Long reflections in captivity led Kainos to the understanding that there was only one place on the continent, unknown even to the mighty gods. Deep within the Black Continent, there was an ancient piece of land that had remained intact since the creation of this mysterious world. This sacred land has never known the touch of human foot, remaining unnoticed even by the ancient gods for countless centuries. The nameless place was a huge mountain, exuding impenetrable darkness and keeping many ancient secrets in its depths. After carefully studying the situation, Aaron came to the conclusion that the precious egg was probably hidden somewhere in this sinister and mysterious place. The hero reasoned that the egg should be in a mountain cave, knowing about the innate instinct of dragons to take care of their offspring, even in the most difficult conditions. Agreeing with the logic of the reasoning, Aaron urged the group to move further along the chosen path so as not to lose precious time in the search. As they approached the mountain, Aaron and Kainos began to hear strange sounds, causing the hero to draw his sword in preparation for possible danger. Kainos remained calm as he explained the awakening of the ancient spirit of the mountain, which was an unusual event for this usually dormant creature. A huge monster appeared before the travelers, woven from living vines and tree bark, clearly intent on protecting the dragon's egg from any uninvited guests. Many such forest monsters rushed towards the travelers, intending to either drive away or destroy those who dared to disturb the peace of the sacred mountain. Experienced in battle, Aaron, who had already defeated an ancient dragon, was confident in his ability to deal with the spirits of the forest, no matter how strong they seemed. During the battle, Kanos, in his dragon form, shielded Aaron from unseen enemies, creating the perfect combat synergy between warrior and dragon. After defeating the forest creatures, Kanos warned that the defeated opponents were only puppets of the true spirit of the forest, which possessed incredible power. The ground shook in response to the dragon's words, and Kanos motioned for Aaron to climb onto his back, preparing to rise into the air for a better view. The spirit's giant hand, larger than the dragon itself, reached out to the travelers, trying to grab them with its powerful grip. From the height of the flight, the travelers were able to fully appreciate the incredible size of the spirit of the mountain, whose figure towered over the mountain itself, eclipsing it with its grandeur. Kainos explained that the mountain spirit was under the influence of Cruella's spell, forcing it to guard the mountain in which the dragon egg was hidden. Realizing the hopelessness of fighting the enraged giant, Kainos suggested postponing the search until the next day, realizing the mortal danger of any blow from the spirit. Aaron firmly rejected the offer to retreat, not wanting to put off until tomorrow what could be done immediately. Jumping off the dragon's back, the hero confidently declared to Kainos that destroying mountains had always been his specialty. During training in his renewed body, the hero managed to absorb a significant portion of the forest monster's power, although he was unable to cut it with his sword. Feeling the absorbed power fill every cell of his body, Aaron cast a powerful vortex spell, instantly destroying the giant enemy. The force of the explosion was so great that it threw Aaron himself to the top of the mountain, forcing him to realize the need for long-term training to master his new power. The hero finally reached his goal and discovered a precious find: the mysterious egg of Cruella, hidden in the depths of an ancient mountain after a long search. The dragon's nest emitted a mystical blue glow of protective magic, clearly standing out in the surrounding darkness of the mountain cave with its unearthly light. Kainos looked at the nest with awe, realizing that this was where a new overlord would emerge, one whose power could burn the earth and freeze the blood in his veins. The dragon began to chant an ancient spell in a language unknown to Aaron, and the egg responded to the magical call, becoming covered in a web of small cracks. A small dragon emerged from the cracked shell and immediately began making loud sounds and looking around helplessly in search of maternal care. After the hatching ceremony was complete, Kainos explained to Aaron that there was now only one task left to do: get rid of the newborn dragon forever. The Duke watched closely the tiny, helpless creature, which at the moment posed no threat to the world around it. Aaron approached Kainos to ask if there was another way to dispel Cruella's magic without killing the innocent dragon. The dragon explained the complexity of the situation. Even if an alternative method were found, the magic would simply change its owner, and only the bearer of the dragon's soul would be able to control it. The hero firmly stated his decision to save the life of little Cruella if there was even the slightest possibility of doing without killing an innocent creature. Kainos tried to warn Aaron, reminding him of Cruella's legacy and the unknown degree of corruption in the soul contained within the little dragon. The Duke thought about the incredible power contained in the descendant of the ancient dragon and did not want to miss the opportunity to gain such a powerful ally. Aaron offered to bind Kainos' soul to the dragon for complete control, expressing his intention to raise and educate the young creature himself. The evening twilight enveloped the castle, where on one of the balconies Jacqueline, Miller, and Rex patiently awaited the return of their leader. Miller was particularly concerned about the Duke's long absence and was restless in his agonizing wait for news of his fate. The lack of communication with Aaron after the promised 2-day return period made Miller seriously fear for the Duke's safety. Jacqueline was surprised to note the captain's unusual degree of concern for the Duke's fate, which he had never shown so clearly before. Rex urged Miller to be patient, expressing his firm confidence in Aaron's safe return from his dangerous journey in the near future. The agitated captain refused to listen to the reassuring words of his comrades and insisted on the immediate organization of a rescue expedition. The sudden rumble of collapsing walls made everyone wary, and Miller immediately drew his blade, preparing for a possible attack. The attentive Jacqueline quickly assessed the situation and warned her comrades about the beginning of the destruction of the castle, calling for an immediate evacuation. Observing the complete destruction of the castle, Rex concluded that the magical spell that caused such large-scale destruction had been successfully removed. Miller was relieved that the Duke's actions were timely, knowing that otherwise he would have had to organize a search operation. Jacqueline pointed to the horizon, where the majestic figure of the dragon Kynos with Aaron on his back appeared in the rays of the setting sun. Cruella's little dragon, following the hero, symbolized the successful unification of souls and the complete dispersal of ancient spells on the Dark Continent. After these events, all the planned plans on the Black Continent began to be implemented with amazing speed and efficiency. The local people voluntarily joined Aaron's army, recognizing him as a liberator and willing to serve under his command. The population actively participated in the construction of the ships needed to return to the Duchy of Bran, using their skills and abilities. All that was left for Aaron to do was to return to his native lands at the head of a powerful army capable of confronting the Emperor, accompanied by countless treasures. While the construction of the fleet continued, Aaron and Kynos were busy raising the rapidly growing dragoness Aaron, marveling at her rapid development. The young dragoness demonstrated genuine affection for Aaron and flawlessly carried out his commands, amazing the man with her magical abilities. Kynos acknowledged Aaron's incredible good fortune, emphasizing the rarity of dragons being born with such innate magical talents and abilities. Young Aaron showed surprising obedience, following the hero's instructions with such precision that their every interaction seemed perfectly orchestrated. Aaron realized that control over Aaron's actions ensured the safety of those around him, as long as the dragoness obeyed his direction and commands. Raising Aaron reminded Aaron of caring for his own daughter. So natural and close had their communication become, despite the dragon nature of his ward. It was time for training, and the hero gathered all the participants to conduct special exercises with the young dragoness under his leadership. Obedient Aaron immediately ran up to her master, allowed him to climb onto her back, and then together they rushed high into the blue sky. Kynos assumed his true dragon form and followed the training pair, carefully watching their interaction in the air. The hero teased his strategist with cheerful enthusiasm, noticing that he was having difficulty maintaining their rapid pace of flight. Annoyed by the ridicule, Kynos decided to do some real training and rushed forward, intending to throw off the overconfident rider. The young dragoness showed an amazing reaction, instantly teleporting to another location as the older dragon's jaws approached. The experienced Kynos continued his pursuit, using his age and speed as an advantage, but Aaron managed to escape each time by teleporting. Aaron's rapid development of abilities delighted Kynos, although he expected outstanding talents from the heiress of the powerful Cruella. The training continued with a series of teleportations and chases until suddenly Aaron froze in midair. Attracted by something unusual, Aaron watched Kynos approaching at great speed with alarm, trying to understand the reason for his ward's sudden stop. Aaron, ignoring the rider's commands, swooped down and teleported to the ground, and a worried Kynos followed them. The reason for the dragoness's strange behavior was revealed with the appearance of a portal from which Cheryl emerged, attracted by the familiar magical energy. Cheryl stood in amazement at the sight of her brother in the company of two impressive dragons, not expecting such an unusual meeting. Aaron took on human form, helping Cheryl realize Kynos' true nature and his kinship with the young dragoness. Shocked, Cheryl recognized Kynos as the same dragon who had come to their aid during the sea voyage. The girl curiously asked the dragon about the reasons for using flame in the orc fortress and learned about his confrontation with the giants. Aaron shared information about cooperation with Kynos in the fight against the black dragon that ruled the Dark Continent. Cheryl needed time to process the information she had received, and her brother apologized for not being able to contact her earlier due to the great distance. Unexpectedly for Aaron, his sister responded with enthusiasm, rejoicing at the successful development of events on the Black Continent. The presence of two powerful dragons in addition to the army from the Black Continent greatly enhanced their military potential. Cheryl realized that conquering the Holy Kingdom now seemed like a much more achievable goal than it had previously seemed. Worried, Aaron and Kynos approached the girl, fearing new threats from the Holy Kingdom to their lands. Cheryl broke the big news that the Holy Kingdom was being accused of being behind the disasters that had befallen the continent. The sister warned Aaron of the need to immediately return to the duchy to prevent the current situation from escalating. Cheryl expressed concern about the possible actions of the Holy Kingdom's Pope in alliance with the Emperor, threatening their interests. Aaron immediately went to Jacqueline to discuss the situation, but the builder expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the need to urgently return to the duchy. Jacqueline pointed to the unfinished ship, explaining that even with their best efforts, it would take them at least 2 weeks to complete construction. Rex supported Jacqueline's position, emphasizing the absurdity of the idea of transporting tens of thousands of soldiers across the sea in a simple wooden boat without proper preparation. Cheryl reacted with indignation to their words, not understanding how they could ignore the seriousness of the situation when the duchy was plunging into complete chaos. The Duke's sister insisted on immediate action, arguing that they did not have time for the lengthy construction of ships when the situation required urgent intervention. The quarrel that had flared up between the advisors continued until the irritated hero interrupted the dispute with a loud call for silence and order. Aaron acknowledged the undesirability of haste, but he understood that the loss of the duchy would devalue all their efforts and achievements on the Dark Continent. The hero expressed complete agreement with his sister's position, emphasizing the need to return to their domain as quickly as possible. Kynos, who had been closely following the discussion, suggested a compromise solution, noting that not everyone was obliged to return with Aaron. The dragon explained that it was the Duke, as the legitimate heir to the throne, who was of particular concern to the Emperor, who was seeking to control the growing power. The strategist warned that news of the formation of a large army under the command of the Duke would provoke the Emperor to more decisive action. Kanos stressed the danger of prematurely becoming involved in a large-scale conflict for which they had not yet had time to properly prepare. The hero realized the need to maintain control over the course of military operations, but felt unsure about choosing the right strategy for confrontation. Aaron agreed with Kanos' opinion, realizing that the appearance of a huge army would actually reveal all their plans to the Emperor ahead of time. Having made his decision, the hero announced the temporary return to the duchy of only a small group, including himself, Cheryl, Kanos, and Iron. Those remaining on the continent were given clear instructions to make preparations and wait either for the hero's return or for special instructions from the duchy. The Emperor, concerned about the disturbing rumors, summoned the Holy Father for a serious conversation and clarification of the situation in the subject lands. The ruler demanded from the Pope an explanation and a refutation of all the unpleasant rumors that had been circulating recently in high circles. The Emperor paid special attention to the information about the release of the Holy Knights of the Church of Vivian and their subsequent dispatch to the territory of Bran. The Holy Father nervously explained his actions as a divine command warning of the invasion of monsters into Bran and the imminent death of the Knights. The Emperor responded with a mocking remark, pointing out the lack of any information about catastrophic events in Bran's territory. The ruler sarcastically suggested the possibility of error either in divine revelation or in the actions of the Pope himself, who had started the intrigues. The agitated Holy Father confessed the true purpose of his actions, the desire to take revenge on the territory of Bran by any available means. The Emperor expressed dissatisfaction with the Pope's position, asking a direct question about his supposed role in these intrigues. The ruler reminded us of his sacred status as the embodiment of divine power, which required appropriate actions, not petty intrigues. The frightened Pope bowed deeply in apology, but the Emperor advised him to seek forgiveness from his deity. The ruler offered the Holy Father a chance to rectify the situation by entrusting him with organizing intrigues to create a schism in the territory of Bran. In the evening, Bran's territory was subjected to a massive attack by goblins, who, like a wave, rushed towards the fortress walls. Commander Rommel led the defense, urging the warriors to repel the attacks of the monsters and prevent them from penetrating the castle walls. The defenders' first volley proved effective, sending many attacking monsters falling to their deaths from the walls. Wounded but still able to move, the possessed monsters fanatically continued to storm the walls, ignoring the damage they had received. Some of the monsters managed to break through while their bows were being reloaded, but Rommel's timely intervention prevented further penetration. The fierce battle continued with increasing intensity, and Rommel realized that the enemy's numbers could lead to the fall of the castle walls. Rommel approached Commander Bianca, requesting information on the situation below and the possibility of receiving additional fighters to strengthen the defense. Bianca, who was defending the gate, refused to help, realizing the inevitability of the monsters breaking through the gate weakened by constant attacks. At the critical moment, Bianca ordered the knights to prepare for the last defense and turned to the goddess Vivian with a prayer for the gift of strength. The knights' holy swords were left without their usual golden glow, demonstrating the continued powerlessness of their patroness to help her faithful followers. Suddenly, Rommel and Bianca froze in amazement, noticing in the sky a familiar dragon that had previously participated in the battle with the giants. Seeing the dragon preparing for a fiery attack, Rommel hastily evacuated the men from the wall, fearing possible friendly fire. The dragon flew past the fortress and unleashed its flames on the assembled monsters, turning their dying cries into eternal silence. Rommel watched what was happening with bewilderment, not understanding the reasons for the dragon's unexpected help in the fight against the monsters. The explanation came when the commander noticed Duke Bran himself on the dragon's back, which seemed an almost incredible sight. Aaron greeted the astonished knight with a cheerful smile, enjoying the effect produced by his unexpected appearance. Without giving Rommel time for a joyful greeting, the hero rushed off to continue the battle, promising a detailed conversation after all the monsters were destroyed. The hero demonstrated not only the effectiveness of the dragon flame, but also the impressive swordsmanship he had acquired on the Black Continent. After the battle ended, at the Emergency Council, an angry Aaron learned of the Holy Kingdom's actions to grant immunity. Particular attention was drawn to official documents releasing members of Vivian's church from previous obligations and protecting them from arrest. Rommel confirmed the freedom of the Vivian church from having to hide, and the hero inquired about the reaction of the city population to these changes. The commander reported a split in opinion, with some asking for immunity to avoid harassment from the authorities. Most of Vivian's church believers rejected the offered immunity, seeing the situation as a test of their true faith. Cheryl responded with laughter, expressing understanding for the position of believers who refused the offered protection. The Duke's sister noted the suspicion of this sudden display of generosity from a kingdom known for its desire to enslave. Everyone present was aware of the Holy Kingdom's hidden intentions, although the exact nature of their plans remained unclear for now. Kainos suggested that the protests might be used as a pretext to invade their territory. The dragon explained the complexity of the situation. The renunciation of immunity made the believers easy prey, and the coercion to accept it put the territory in a difficult position. Aaron realized with confusion the hopelessness of the situation described by Kainos, feeling strong irritation from his own powerlessness to change anything. A knight suddenly arrived to report new arrests of members of the Vivian Church who had renounced their immunity by the Knights of Pars. Those present witnessed a brutal scene. Two men roughly dragged a woman along the ground, after which they threw her down with force. The woman, shaking with pain and humiliation, listened to the explanation of the Paladin Pars about the punishment for neglecting the mercy of their deity. The Paladin gave orders to his knights to continue arresting any resisting followers of the Church of Vivian that they found. The Duke appeared, commanding the Paladins to cease their actions and demanding an immediate explanation for their inappropriate behavior on his territory. The Paladin representative calmly reported that he had received orders to arrest all criminals who refused the offered pardon. The Duke reminded the uninvited guests of the need to obtain his permission to carry out arrests on Bran territory, where he was the legitimate ruler. The Paladin arrogantly quoted the god of Pars's command not to trust rulers who supported pagan beliefs in their lands. An enraged Rommel attempted to attack the impudent Paladin for insulting the Duke, but Aaron stopped the commander, realizing the danger of provocation. Kainos supported the Duke's restraint, noting the Paladin's obvious desire to provoke a conflict in order to obtain a formal pretext for starting a war. The Duke, holding back his anger, inquired about the destination of the prisoners and learned of a planned mass execution at Osna Castle. Those present stood frozen in horror at the cruel sentence, and Vivian's followers begged the master for salvation while he watched helplessly. Cheryl expressed bewilderment at her brother's inaction, believing that immediate intervention was necessary to protect her own subjects. After the Paladins left, Kainos explained to Cheryl the futility of immediate countermeasures that would not solve the fundamental problem. The dragon suggested temporarily releasing the Paladins and the captives, focusing on developing an effective plan for their eventual release. Aaron reminded his sister of her story about infiltrating the Holy Castle with the help of monsters, causing her to be puzzled by his unexpected interest. The hero revealed a plan to use a similar strategy to free the captives, asking Kainos to play the role of the monster attacking the castle. The guards of Osna Castle noticed a mysterious object rapidly approaching in the night sky, causing serious concern. The appearance of a dragon in the sky above the castle caused panic among the guards, who began to hastily prepare to defend the fortification. Kainos recalled the Duke's request to limit himself to intimidating the Holy Knights instead of using destructive dragon flame. A mighty dragon roar shook the walls of the castle, causing terror among the knights and gradually destroying the stonework with powerful sound waves. The dragon left the scene of the terrifying display of force, leaving the castle garrison in a state of complete stupor from the fear they had experienced. A terrifying roar reached the dungeon, where the guards guarding the followers of Vivian's church were paralyzed with sudden fear. The confused guards tried to reassure each other with the supposed safety of the underground dungeon during yet another attack by the monsters. The sudden appearance of little Aaron via teleportation caught the guards off guard, who found themselves under attack from the dragon's fire. Vivian's terrified followers pressed themselves against the walls of their cells, trying to stay away from the blazing bars of the dungeon. A familiar, soothing voice urged the captives to remain calm and not worry about what was happening around them. The hero successfully broke down the prison doors and helped frightened people escape from captivity, extending a helping hand to everyone. Aaron, who had infiltrated the castle under the cover of a fake monster attack, successfully organized the escape of all the captured inhabitants. The disappearance of the prisoners was cleverly disguised as a mass escape during the chaos of the attack, leaving no evidence for the Holy Kingdom. The Archbishop's report of the incident enraged the Pope at yet another insult to God by the impudent Duke. The Holy Father persistently demanded that the Archbishop confirm the absence of evidence of Aaron's involvement in the release of the captives. The Archbishop confirmed the complete absence of evidence, except for the testimony of the sudden appearance of a dragon over the castle. The Holy Father realized the need for urgent action, not wanting to accept the current state of affairs. Confident of Aaron's guilt despite the lack of evidence, the Pope decided to teach the Duke a serious lesson. The Holy Father decided to appeal to the Emperor with a request to conduct a ceremony of purification of the territory. This decision effectively meant a death sentence for all followers of the Vivian Church living in the lands of the Empire. The Emperor demanded from the Holy Father a detailed explanation of the planned actions against these people. The Pope explained the necessity of the death penalty as the only way to cleanse the Church of the erring followers of Vivian. The Holy Father proposed a compromise: to execute only the chosen ones as a deterrent, waiting for the rest to voluntarily convert to the Church of Paris. The enraged Emperor brutally beat the Holy Father, reminding him of his absolute power and the inadmissibility of orders to destroy his subjects. The ruler ordered the Pope to remember his place and never forget the difference in their position and his supreme authority. After the brutal beating, the frightened Holy Father hurriedly left the imperial office, barely able to move. After the Pope left, Duke Gran appeared, who had been secretly eavesdropping on the entire conversation behind the door of the office. The enraged Emperor demanded that Gran give his opinion on the Pope's audacious proposal. Gran expressed bewilderment at the sudden change in the Emperor's attitude towards the Holy Father, who had recently been used against Aaron. The Emperor compared the Holy Father to a hungry dog ready to bite its master, recognizing the weakness of his small country. Gran expressed concerns about the possible consequences of the Emperor's harsh treatment of the ruler of another country. The Emperor dismissed the concern, saying that there was no reason to worry when he had everything he wanted. The ruler explained with a smile his confidence in controlling both the Holy Kingdom and the duchy at the same time. As he left the palace, the enraged Holy Father cursed the Emperor, calling down the punishment of God Paris upon his head. The Pope felt the bitterness of betrayal by the Emperor, who himself had asked for help against Aaron and now turned away. The sudden realization of God Paris's widespread support among the powerful lords of the Empire gave the Holy Father confidence. The Pope decided to accumulate strength to demonstrate the true capabilities of the Holy Kingdom's king to the cunning Emperor. A month later, the Duke was in great anxiety in the conference room, sensing a hidden threat to his position. Kynos, noticing the master's anxiety, inquired about the reasons for his restless state. The Duke attributed his concern to the unusual calm on the part of the Holy Kingdom, which was contrary to their usual aggressive policy. The dragon shared the surprise at the Holy Father's lack of response to his obvious involvement in the liberation of his followers. The Duke turned the conversation to the fate of the missing members of Vivian's church, demanding information about their current status. Kynos reported on the value of these men to the army and the efforts of Commander Rommel to return them to Bran territory. Cheryl tried to reassure her brother, noting the favorable developments and offering to look for Cecilia due to financial problems. The Duke acknowledged concern over Cecilia's disappearance, but noted the lack of any leads to initiate a search. Financial problems could be solved with gold from the Black Continent, leaving open only the question of its timely remelting. Cheryl reported that the construction of the ships was about to be completed and suggested that they search for the recently discovered mother, whose location was known. The sudden appearance of a frightened Rommel interrupted their conversation as he delivered important news about the whereabouts of the parishioners of Vivian's church, causing everyone to become alert and listen to his words. The terrible news that the missing parishioners were in the Holy Kingdom's capital, Regala, left everyone in a state of deep anxiety, as their release now seemed like a nearly impossible task. The Holy Father looked with undisguised satisfaction at the members of the church brought by the lords of the Empire, rejoicing at how faithfully the imperial rulers followed the instructions of the Church of Paris. The archbishop tried to warn the pope of the possible wrath of the emperor, who would certainly react to the secret use of his lords, but his words did not find due understanding. The Holy Father's resolute rejection of doubts about his own rightness led to him slapping the archbishop in the face, accusing him of lacking true faith in the correctness of the chosen path. In a stern voice, the Holy Father reminded his subordinate that his words were a direct expression of God's will and categorically forbade any criticism of his decisions. Having gathered his courage after the reprimand, the archbishop went out into the square to the waiting knights and gave clear orders to prepare for the ceremony of purification of the infidels. Determined, Aaron and his loyal knights hurried towards the Holy Kingdom, guiding his horse along the shortest route to the capital. The information received from Rommel that the lords of the empire had arbitrarily handed over the followers of the Vivian Church to the Holy Kingdom made Aaron think deeply about what was happening. The reckless actions of the Holy Father, who decided to go against the will of the emperor, frightened Aaron with their unpredictability and made him suspect the presence of powerful patrons. A strange premonition came over the strategist as he moved alongside his master, causing him to increase the speed of the squad's movement due to growing concern about the fate of the captives. Aaron persistently urged his warriors forward, trying to reach the place of execution before something irreparable happened to the captured followers of his faith. Kynos's intuition proved correct, as a servant of the emperor was already lurking in the forest on the way to the Holy Kingdom, using stealth magic to observe. Seeing his suspicions confirmed, the imperial servant immediately saddled his horse and went to report to the ruler, planning to continue to spy on the duke after that. The final preparations for the ritual were complete. The bound members of the church stood in their places, and the first victim was already at the edge, ready for the terrible fall. The desperate pleas of the bound people for mercy and their willingness to accept the faith in the god Paris did not touch the heart of the Holy Father, who was completely immersed in his fanatical beliefs. After much prayer, the Holy Father announced that he had received a divine revelation, according to which the souls of these unfortunate people could be saved by the mercy of the Almighty. The divine message contained a strict condition. The physical bodies of sinners, defiled by false faith, had to be destroyed to purify their immortal souls. The Holy Father's attempt to call upon the divine sword of salvation was unsuccessful, confirming the Archbishop's words about the futility of calling upon the Almighty at that moment. The angry Pope ordered the priest to immediately throw the first sinner from the walls, but a familiar, commanding voice demanding that they stop interrupted the execution of the order. The approach of the Duke with his army caused a wave of irritation in the Pope, and he spoke contemptuously about the return of the representatives of the hated Church of Vivian. Despite the Holy Father's order to continue the execution, the alarmed Archbishop stopped him, pointing to the approaching Duke Aaron with a drawn sword. The Archbishop watched the Duke's approach closely, knowing full well the destructive power of his legendary blade and understanding the seriousness of the threat that had arisen. The absence of Paris's sacred hand left them virtually defenseless against the Duke's extraordinary strength, something the Archbishop immediately reported to his superior. The Archbishop's proposal to immediately leave the place of execution only caused displeasure in the Holy Father, who reproached his assistant for his lack of faith in their powers. Addressing the approaching Duke, the Holy Father reminded him that this land belonged to the god Paris, and Aaron risked incurring a divine curse. Advancing swiftly with his blade raised, Aaron warned the Holy Father of his impending doom if he did not immediately free the people of Bran. The Holy Father responded to Aaron's threat with a grin, warning him of the immediate death of all captive inhabitants if the Duke did not leave the sacred territory. Aaron's unwavering determination left the Pope amazed at the Duke's recklessness in sacrificing the lives of his subjects to achieve his goal. A sudden inspiration came to the Holy Father, telling him a way to stop Aaron with one important detail that could seriously frighten the determined Duke. The reminder that the capital was the sacred place of the Empire's state religion should have stopped Aaron from being declared a traitor. The priest understood the duplicity of his position, using the Emperor's name to defend himself, although he knew for sure that the ruler would never approve of such an execution of innocents. The Duke shared his plan with Kynos, intending to use the piercing wind to destroy the castle walls and create an opportunity to rescue the prisoners. Aaron's request to Kynos was that he organize the rescue of the falling people after the walls were destroyed, using all available means. Kynos explained the limitations of his ability to rescue all the captives from such a distance, but suggested involving Cheryl to increase the chances of success. The Duke, Realizing the correctness of the proposed plan of action, prepared to deliver a powerful blow with a piercing wind to the walls of the enemy fortress. The tense situation was interrupted by the unexpected voice of the Emperor's chief intelligence officer, which forced both sides of the conflict to pay attention to him. The scout approached the Duke and reported receiving an important order from the Emperor himself, requiring Aaron's immediate attention. The disgruntled Duke unrolled a scroll containing a message from the Emperor, reminding him of the Holy Kingdom's status as a key ally of the Empire and the foundation of the state religion. The Emperor's strict order forbade any feudal lord of the Empire from taking up arms against the Holy Kingdom, leaving no room for double interpretation. The Imperial decree provided for severe punishment for treason for anyone who dared to violate this strict prohibition on military action. The Duke was filled with rage, unable to understand how the Emperor had predicted his intentions, and Kainos had warned him of the inevitable branding of a traitor in the event of an attack. Kainos reminded them of their insufficient military strength to confront the Emperor. But Aaron could not bear the thought of the death of the inhabitants of his duchy. Realizing the impossibility of direct confrontation with the Emperor, the Duke began to look for ways to save the inhabitants without violating the direct order of His Majesty. Cheryl expressed doubts about the possibility of completing such a difficult task, and Aaron internally agreed with the hopelessness of his situation. Despair led Aaron to the idea of the need to beg the Holy Father for mercy, even ready to kneel to save his subjects. Watching Aaron's actions, Cheryl realized that he had no clear plan, but admired his willingness to do whatever it took to save people. The attention of all present turned to the ambassador, who addressed the dissatisfied Holy Father, who nevertheless agreed to listen to the Imperial representative. Hearing the Emperor's apology for his past rudeness, the Holy Father's spirits were lifted, believing that the ruler had finally realized the importance of his influence on the Empire. The satisfied Holy Father graciously accepted the Emperor's apologies, and the messenger respectfully promised to convey his favorable answer to the ruler. The envoy continued his speech, stating the Emperor's desire to make amends for past guilt by personally mediating in negotiations with Duke Aaron. The Emperor's demand for the release of the Empire's subjects came with a warning of grave consequences for the Holy Kingdom if harm were to be caused to the people. Horror seized the Holy Father at what he heard, and the Archbishop hastened to explain how the Emperor's intervention completely deprived Aaron of the opportunity to act. The Archbishop proposed a rational solution. Return the members of the church to Vivian in exchange for the return of the castle captured by the Duke as fair compensation. Recognizing the wisdom of the Archbishop's proposal, the Holy Father publicly announced his agreement to fulfill the Emperor's demands regarding the release of the captives. The unexpected action of one of the Holy Knights, who demonstratively threw the tied-up prisoner down, violated the agreement reached on a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The horrific sight of the man falling and dying, his body sprawled on the ground in a pool of blood, shook everyone present to the core. The panicked Pope immediately ordered the capture of the disobedient knight, who had violated his direct order and jeopardized the peaceful resolution of the situation. The death of the prisoner provoked the uncontrollable anger of Aaron and Cheryl, who launched a furious attack on the walls, seeking to free the remaining inhabitants of Bran. During Aaron's powerful piercing wind attack, Kainos quickly reacted and coordinated with Miss Cheryl to save the falling bound people. The quick-thinking Cheryl quickly planted her staff on the ground and created a powerful tidal wave, directing it towards Aaron's destructive spell. Having carefully assessed the speed of the water flow, Kainos realized that its power was insufficient to save people and strengthened the spell with a gust of wind. The combined efforts of the mages allowed the water flow to reach the fortress wall before the destructive force of Aaron's piercing wind began to take effect. The destruction of the wall was accompanied by the fall of people, who were successfully caught in water spheres by the magicians Cheryl and Kainos, who had combined their powers. Panicked, the Pope rushed away from the collapsing wall, driven by a primal fear of death and a desire to preserve his life at any cost. Noticing the Archbishop desperately clinging to the edge of the wall, the Holy Father rushed towards him, hoping to use him as a support for his own salvation. The Holy Father's attempt to order the Archbishop to rise up was unsuccessful due to the excessive weight of the church leader, which prevented their mutual salvation. Anger overwhelmed the Holy Father, causing him to shout at Abel and demand an immediate rise, using the name of God to reinforce his order. Justice prevailed the moment Abel recalled all the instances of disrespectful treatment of his person by the Holy Father. Turning to the Holy Father, Abel showed a sinister smile and reported receiving a completely different divine instruction regarding his destiny. Following the order he had received from above, Abel delivered a powerful kick to the Holy Father's face, causing him to lose his balance and loosen his grip. Freed from the Holy Father's weight, the Archbishop easily climbed to the top of the wall and burst into laughter as he watched his former superior fall. Fate decreed otherwise, allowing the Holy Father to avoid a fatal fall thanks to a timely magic spell cast at the very ground. The saving magic came from the Emperor's assistant, who barely had enough strength to support the heavy body of the falling church leader. Leaving the rescued Holy Father on the ground, the Emperor's assistant hastily left the scene, realizing that the death of the church leader was postponed until a more opportune moment. The prolonged use of complex magic drained Cheryl's powers to the point that she was forced to kneel to replenish her energy. Summing up the rescue operation, Kanos noted the successful rescue of all captives except the first victim, who died at the hands of the Knights of the Holy Kingdom. Despite the successful rescue of the inhabitants, Cheryl was well aware of the inevitability of severe punishment for violating a direct Imperial order. The approach of the Imperial assistant to Aaron was accompanied by a magical message transmitted through a special staff for communication with the ruler. While presenting the edict to the Duke, the assistant used magic to transform the document into a bird to quickly deliver the message to the Emperor. The content of the message sent concerned the Duke's direct disobedience to the Imperial order, which was a serious violation of the established order. The Emperor's aide expressed regret about the inevitability of military conflict and predicted their next meeting on the battlefield against each other. Watching the mage disappear into the portal, Kynos noted the impressive level of his magical abilities and the potential danger. Cheryl shared information about the mage's status as the leader of the Emperor's personal magic team, noting the mystery of his true potential. Kynos acknowledged the power of the Imperial mage, but noted that his abilities were limited to the human level, which gave him a certain advantage. The current situation of treason was becoming a serious problem, foreshadowing the inevitable outbreak of war with the Emperor earlier than expected. The letter received by the Emperor confirmed the successful completion of the mission by his secret agent in the ranks of the Holy Father, providing the necessary evidence. The Emperor immediately called a meeting of all the dukes to determine Aaron's punishment, using the evidence he had obtained of his treachery. Representatives of the Imperial and neutral factions gathered to discuss Aaron's fate, seeking to make a fair decision in the current situation. The assembled feudal lords unanimously found Aaron guilty of treason after a thorough examination of all the circumstances of the case. The Holy Kingdom's actions in killing the Empire's citizens also did not go unpunished and led to an official declaration of war. Having received an important message from the Imperial messenger, Aaron carefully studied its contents and immediately sent the messenger back with a reply. The tense silence of Cheryl and Kanos, who had been watching the Duke closely, was broken by his sudden announcement of the need for an urgent departure. A worried Cheryl tried to dissuade her brother from going to the Imperial Palace, considering it unwise to leave the territory during preparations for war. The opportunity to kneel before the Emperor and ask for forgiveness seemed the only reasonable way out of the current situation. Kanos rightly noted the futility of a visit to the Emperor, realizing the inevitability of declaring war regardless of Aaron's actions. The Duke acknowledged Kanos's rightness, but saw an opportunity to use the visit to temporarily delay the advance of the Imperial troops. Aaron hoped that his presence in the capital would delay the start of military action, giving his people time to complete all the necessary preparations. An additional task for Cheryl was Aaron's request to make an important trip during his stay in the Imperial capital. Following his plan, Aaron immediately went to the capital to meet the Emperor, ready to humbly appear before him on his knees. The Emperor expressed clear dissatisfaction with the actions of his nephew, confirming the decision of the feudal lords about his betrayal and the inevitability of military action. The Duke's response to the Emperor's order to rise revealed the true reason for his humble posture before the ruler of the Empire. The Duke explained that he was asking for forgiveness not as a vassal of the Empire, but as a nephew who retained respect for his family ties with the Emperor. Aaron pointed out the natural tendency of other dukes to undermine the authority of the Bran territory through accusations of treason. The feudal lords' actions aimed at weakening the imperial family's control over the empire threatened the influence of both the emperor himself and all members of the dynasty. The emperor's skepticism about the duke's stated concern for the ruler's welfare reflected his deep mistrust of his nephew's intentions. The duke's true concern was not for the person of the emperor, but for the preservation of the power of their common royal blood over the empire for generations to come. The unusual logic of Duke Aaron's reasoning aroused the emperor's genuine interest, prompting him to ask his nephew to continue the explanation. The duke warned of the consequences of stripping him of his title, which would open the way to power for other feudal lords who did not belong to the imperial dynasty. The absence of feudal lords with the surname Karen, other than the emperor and the prince, created a threat to the future of dynastic rule in the provinces of the empire. The duke's main concern was the possible loss of control of the Karen dynasty over the imperial state in the long term. Having listened carefully to his nephew's arguments, the emperor inquired about the duke's specific wishes regarding the current situation. The duke's direct request was to halt the advance of the Central Imperial Army on his territory. The outraged emperor categorically rejected the proposal to recall the army, considering it unreasonable to end the punishment for treason. The duke clarified his request, explaining that he was not demanding the end of military action, but merely asking for a delay in its commencement. A detailed analysis of the military situation showed the presence of 100,000 soldiers in the main army, with the total number of the duke's troops being about 200,000 people. The need to retain some of the forces to stabilize the situation in the regions affected by the epidemic confirmed the duke's good knowledge of the state of affairs. The smiling duke openly declared his intention to destroy all 100,000 soldiers of the Imperial army in the upcoming battle. The duke's plan involved subsequently declaring him a traitor and sending the Central Army to punish the Bran territory. The implementation of this plan would simultaneously punish the duke for treason and weaken the influence of other feudal lords, strengthening the power of the emperor. The further fate of Duke Aaron aroused the emperor's natural interest, forcing him to listen attentively to every word of his nephew. The duke outlined his plan to surrender voluntarily upon the arrival of the main army, asking to retain control of the northern Bran territory and his title as a reward for his cooperation. After carefully considering his nephew's proposal, the emperor confirmed the main army's original plan of action to capture the Holy Kingdom and then advance to Bran's territory. The emperor's wish for a successful completion of the battle with the feudal lord's troops sounded like a hidden condition for fulfilling Aaron's request. Realizing there was no further room for negotiation, Aaron humbly accepted the emperor's terms, bowing his head in agreement. An inner satisfaction filled the duke, for his original plan to stall for time had been fully realized as intended. The Holy Father's anger spilled out on Archbishop Abel, who dared to make an attempt on the life of the highest church hierarch during the recent events. The furious blows were accompanied by demands to explain the daring attempt on the life of the highest representative of the divine authority, Paras. Abel's contemptuous response, calling the Holy Father a greedy pig instead of God's representative, was accompanied by spitting blood from his broken lips. The continuation of the beating of the archbishop was interrupted by the appearance of an alarmed knight with an important message that required the immediate attention of the Holy Father. Completely consumed by rage, the Holy Father paid no attention to those around him until he heard a familiar female voice. The appearance of a disgruntled Cheryl, who called the Holy Father pathetic and suggested that he prepare for war instead of beating up his subordinates, changed the situation. The outburst of rage forced the king to remind Cheryl of her presence on foreign territory and to order the immediate arrest of the impudent visitor. Enraged by the disrespectful attitude, Cheryl decided to teach a harsh lesson to both the Holy Father himself and his arrogant knights. A powerful flame, reflecting Cheryl's inner rage, erupted behind her, instantly causing the Holy Knights to stop any attempts at resistance. Having calmed down after the show of force, Cheryl explained the real reason for her visit: the need to convey an important message to the Holy Father. The demand to listen carefully to the proposal for a temporary union sounded like an order that would not tolerate objections from the church authorities. Cheryl explained their common position as enemies of the empire, offering to join forces to jointly confront the impending threat. A careful analysis of the situation showed the Holy Father the inevitability of the fall of the capital without Aaron's support, forcing him to seriously consider the proposal of an alliance. Despite the obvious advantages of the union, the Holy Father categorically rejected cooperation with the Vivian Church, citing religious beliefs. The sudden request to wait, coming from the frightened Holy Father, irritated Cheryl with its obvious insincerity and indecisiveness. The offer to return the Fort Blanch was made as a condition for considering the possibility of a temporary alliance between the warring religious groups. Cheryl found the unexpected condition strange, but she agreed, understanding the importance of creating an alliance in the current situation. As Cheryl left the castle on a majestic phoenix, she promised to provide the details of the agreement in writing, formalizing their alliance. The Holy Father watched the retreating figure, puzzled, not understanding Duke Aaron's plans, but realizing the impossibility of refusing the proposed alliance. Former Archbishop Abel laughed as he announced a divine revelation predicting a curse on the Holy Father for his alliance with the enemies of the true faith. A new outburst of the Holy Father's rage led to a continuation of the beating of the archbishop, interrupted only by the appearance of another urgent report. The alarming news of the mysterious disappearance of the main religious relic forced the Holy Father to temporarily forget about punishing the archbishop. The investigation into the theft quickly pointed to Isabel as the main culprit, with the Holy Knights immediately in pursuit. An ill-aimed strike from the Holy Knights accidentally damaged the bag containing the relic, causing the precious item to fall to the ground during the pursuit. The pursuit of the thief was abandoned after the Holy Knights decided to focus on retrieving the fallen relic. The sudden rebellion of nature manifested itself through the awakening of tree roots, creating an insurmountable obstacle in the path of the Holy Knights. The magical intervention of an angry Isabel, irritated by attempts to thwart her plans, led to a difficult situation for the Holy Knights. A cruel punishment befell the Holy Knights, whom Isabel considered unworthy, ignorant people subject to destruction. The surviving knights managed to activate God Paris's protective shield with the raised relic, preparing for a decisive confrontation. Isabel's mocking attitude towards attempts at resistance demonstrated her confidence in her own superiority over her opponents. The successive destruction of the protective barrier and all remaining Holy Knights showed the true power of Isabel's magical abilities. The successful completion of the battle allowed Isabel to focus on collecting the relic and planning further actions to find the remaining sacred objects. Cecilia's unexpected appearance with the picked-up relic was accompanied by a direct question about Isabel's identity as a famous collector of divine artifacts. Careful observation allowed Isabel to recognize Cecilia as a nun, endowed with the power of the goddess Vivian, which significantly changed the situation. Isabel's swift attack met with unexpectedly strong resistance from the nun, who was able to withstand her magical power. The crushing blow sent Isabel to her knees, coughing up blood and trying to comprehend the incredible strength of a simple church servant. Cecilia's philosophical explanation of the nature of the goddess Vivian's love, which could turn into righteous fury, foreshadowed the end of Isabel's atrocities. Cecilia's determination to demonstrate the true fury of the goddess Vivian sounded like a final sentence for her opponent. The critical moment of the battle was interrupted by the appearance of the bloodthirst warriors, who demanded that Cecilia stop attacking their mother and the sages. Cecilia's demonstrative fighting stance and invitation to attack her opponents showed her readiness to face any number of enemies. An important meeting in the main hall brought together the said dragon, Cheryl, and Rommel. But the absence of the Duke caused concern among those present. Cheryl's irritation grew over her brother's prolonged absence, especially after he had entered into an unwanted alliance with the Holy Father she despised. Rommel's concern about Aaron's inexplicably long absence reflected the general anxiety of those gathered for the fate of their leader. Kynos's reassuring words about Aaron's safety under Iran's protection eased the tension among the assembled counselors a little. The treasurer's emotional reaction to the ongoing continental crisis and the outbreak of civil war reflected the seriousness of the territory's financial problems. The treasurer was deeply distressed by the exorbitant military expenditures and the difficulty of finding funds to finance the upcoming military operations. The long-awaited appearance of the Duke, accompanied by Aaron, brought relief to all present at the important meeting. The Duke's awkward explanation of working on a solution to the problem was addressed to the unfamiliar treasurer, who expressed obvious concern. The Duke's mysterious hint of something more valuable than gold was accompanied by an invitation to enter for a special guest. Elena's appearance, accompanied by Kurok, caused bewilderment in the treasurer, who doubted the woman's ability to solve the financial problems of the territory. The treasurer's dismissive attitude provoked an angry reaction from Elena, who revealed her true demonic nature. Elena's menacing smile accompanied the treasurer's defiant offer to openly express doubts about her usefulness, looking him straight in the face. Having completed the transfer of the treasurer's office to Helen's supervision, Aaron took the chair and formally opened the important council meeting. The Duke's strategic plan included victory over the 200,000-strong army of feudal lords, followed by capitulation to the main Imperial army. Everyone looked at the Duke with confusion as he explained that these were exactly the terms of his deal with the Emperor. Cheryl was the first to lose her temper and stood up from her seat, blaming her brother for his madness. She couldn't understand why he would agree to such a deal, but Aaron knew very well that this was the limit of their current strength and they would not be able to resist the army. Rommel also began to be indignant and explained that the limit of force was a pathetic word, and they were ready to give their lives in the name of justice. This is exactly what Aaron was afraid of. He did not want to lose any of his loyal comrades. When he took it upon himself to become a true lord in this life, he swore that he would not lose anyone along the way. However, surrender does not mean the end of Bran's territory. When the main army leaves and reinforcements arrive from the Dark Continent, it is then that they will be able to make a worthy stand against the Emperor, having acquired new strength. This arrangement finally satisfied everyone, and it seemed that everyone was pleased with how the Duke had come up with a way to outwit the Emperor. As a result, 2 weeks later the feudal lords had already managed to gather their 100,000-strong army and met to discuss the final preparations. Duke Findal sat in the tent with Count Vlad and discussed their plans for achieving victory. Count Vlad thought that Aaron was just a loser from the north, and they could easily defeat his troops. But the Duke only laughed at these self-confident words. Then the Count explained that previously those who had dared to mock his words were no longer alive, and he was sure that the Duke himself knew this. But the Duke quickly stopped the Count, explaining that he could take out all his anger on Duke Aaron. The Count did not calm down and demanded that the Duke explain the reasons for his ridicule. The woman who entered explained that the Duke wanted to know what the Earl would do after Aaron died. This woman was the powerful and only woman Duchess of Bran. She explained that if their armies and soldiers were gathered together, the army would be invincible. She wondered who their soldiers would point their swords at after they dealt with Duke Aaron. It became obvious that their next target might be the Emperor. But the Duke believed that before they could think about killing the Emperor, they needed to decide how to get rid of Aaron in the most graceful way. The resulting outright civil war to punish the traitor Aaron caused fear and unrest among the citizens of the Empire. Citizens feared a repeat of the terrible epidemic. However, not everyone was worried. Some saw it as a good opportunity. The former Duke Brana was especially sure of this. He realized that once he collected all the relics of the gods, he would be able to return to his former body and would be able to take his revenge in a dignified manner. Cecilia's battle with the mercenaries continued with renewed vigor. By this point, she had already managed to deal with some of the warriors, and only 10 people remained. So, not wanting to waste so much time, she rushed towards Isabel, but her path was quickly blocked by one of the mercenaries. Without losing her composure, the girl caught him with an unexpected kick, which knocked him out of action. Then they began to attack her in a crowd. But even as a crowd, they were powerless against the nun who had been preparing for this moment her whole life. But suddenly she saw the bewitching Isabel, who had managed to come to her senses. In addition, her path was quickly blocked by mercenaries who prevented her from interfering with the witch's magic. While Cecilia dealt with the mercenaries, she did not have time to approach Isabel. Isabel used a chaotic grab. This magic completely bound Cecilia's body, who was already surrounded by mercenaries, and in the middle of them was Isabel, satisfied with her actions. Realizing that there was no way out, Cecilia turned to the goddess to help her escape, and in a moment of divine radiance, Isabel ordered the warriors to stop. Approaching the girl, she realized that the relic was hidden inside her. Therefore, it was impossible to kill her. Later, Isabel and Cecilia were riding in a carriage, and Cecilia was interrogating Isabel about why she was collecting these relics. No matter how many relics she collects, she will never gain the power of the gods. But it seemed that even from the woman's face, it was obvious that she was not interested. Smiling slyly, she explained that she did not need this power at all. Cecilia did not understand what she was guided by then, but when Isabel explained that it was all about Avarak, Cecilia immediately recognized the name of this ancient god. After which the woman sincerely turned to Cecilia and asked for her help in order to stop the god of chaos. Cecilia's face was frozen in a look of deep shock as she mentally weighed all the possible consequences of her decision for the future of the country, unable to give the woman a clear answer. Count Vlad's mighty army has already invaded Bran territory, methodically moving forward and leaving behind traces of military presence in the captured lands. Count Vlad's military prowess earned him the reputation of an unrivaled warrior who had learned the science of battle since childhood and recognized only the power of arms as the decisive argument. History remembers the times when Count Vlad, seduced by promises of power, joined the Imperial faction and led a large-scale rebellion against the legitimate ruler. A deep hatred for Emperor Jaren was rooted in the heart of Count Vlad, who despised the ruler for his tendency to achieve his goals, not by force of arms but by cunning intrigue. Having received reports from scouts about the enemy's approach, Count Vlad calmly gave the order to his knights to advance into battle, and his warriors without hesitation rushed to meet the enemy. Suddenly, the Count noticed an alarming trend. His soldiers began to mysteriously disappear and die, which caused him serious concern until it became clear that evil spirits were involved. Elena decided to reveal her presence in an unexpected way. She laughed loudly and announced to the arriving soldiers that they were in her domain under her special protection. The commander of the knights looked intently into Count Vlad's face, hoping to receive instructions on further actions, but he silently continued to watch the enemy. In a calm tone, the count explained to his men the need to wait for some time, since additional troops were already approaching the battlefield. The soldiers managed to injure Elena during a surprise attack, but she reacted with lightning speed and immediately left the battlefield using magical teleportation. Before disappearing into a magical portal along with her army of skeletons, Elena made a menacing promise to meet her enemies again and settle the final score with them. The Duke suddenly appeared and asked Count Vlad the reason for his inaction, since the path was completely clear for the army to move forward. The Duke who ruled over the lands of Aachen was a shining example of the cruelty and malice that had been passed down through his family for generations as a family legacy. The previous emperor had deliberately excluded the Findal family from participating in the political life of the empire, fearing their notorious penchant for dark deeds and intrigue. The new ruler, Jaren, unlike his predecessor, decided to use the sinister reputation of the Findal family as a tool in his struggle for the imperial throne. Confronted with the true nature of the Findal family, Emperor Jiran made the decision to completely sever all ties with them, a decision that remained unchanged after his ascension. The Findal family decided to take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge on the emperor, planning to overthrow him from the throne as punishment for betraying their interests and trust. The Duke, having received no reaction from the Count, reported the successful elimination of the closest opponents with his own forces and proposed to continue the military offensive. The events that took place 3 days ago began with a disturbing conversation between the Duke and Kynos about the growing discontent of the locals and their suspicious behavior. The locals' concern was expressed in loud accusations of Aaron betraying the Empire and spreading rumors about his involvement in starting the current war. Kynos' unexpected laughter caused obvious bewilderment in the Duke, who could not understand the reason for such merriment in such a serious situation. Kynos apologized for his unusual reaction and explained that he had laughed at the memory of an ancient story that his fellow tribesmen had once told him. The ancient wisdom of the dragon said that human society never appreciates what it has, constantly striving for the unattainable and forgetting about real treasures. The bitter irony was that the people who had been saved from death by the care of their lord now called him a traitor and blamed him for all their misfortunes. In conversation, Aaron sheepishly acknowledged his human nature, but emphasized his disagreement with such views, and the dragon hastened to clarify the specifics of his position. The Duke understood the essence of the situation perfectly well, but he was interested in the deeper meaning that Kynos put into his cryptic words and unexpected reaction. Kynos responded with another laugh and mysteriously hinted at the existence of a way to correct the current situation, without yet revealing the details of his plan. Disturbing rumors spread among Aaron's soldiers that it was their lord's betrayal that had sparked the war, causing the warriors to doubt the righteousness of their fight. The news of the approach of a 100,000-strong enemy army sowed panic among the soldiers, who began to think about fleeing, not wanting to senselessly sacrifice their lives. The Duke, who was nearby, listened attentively to the soldiers' conversations, and he was filled with indignation at the cowardly thoughts of his subordinates. Elena's sudden appearance from the magical portal caused a wave of whispers among the knights, who could not understand the presence of a demon in their ranks. Elena respectfully knelt before Aaron and reported the enemy's breakthrough through the canyon, reporting the enemy's rapid advance toward the knights' positions. The knights watched in amazement as the demon knelt before their master, causing obvious confusion even to Aaron himself. The dragon took the initiative decisively and addressed the assembled soldiers, calling on them to listen carefully to his important words. The dragon's thunderous address to Bran's warriors emphasized the greatness of their lord, before whom even powerful demons bow their knees in respect. Assuming his true dragon form, Kynos reminded those gathered of his lofty status as an ancient dragon who had chosen to serve their noble lord. The dragon's powerful voice thundered across the field, demanding that every soldier immediately make a choice, to side with their lord or accept the consequences. The dragon presented the warriors with a decisive choice: either support their lord, the lord of demons and ally of dragons, or immediately experience the power of his righteous wrath. Enchanted by what he saw, the knight was the first to express his readiness to fight for Aaron to his last breath, and his example inspired the rest of the warriors to loudly support him. Watching what was happening, the Duke acknowledged some theatricality of the situation, but could not help but approve of the effectiveness of this method of raising morale. Taking the reins of his horse with confidence, the Duke ordered his soldiers to follow him into battle, shoulder to shoulder with the mighty dragons and demons. On the battlefield, the knight's commander Rommel demonstrated exceptional skill with the sword, methodically crushing every enemy who stood in his way. Count Vlad watched the events with growing rage, unable to accept the defeat of his carefully prepared army at the hands of the enemy. Rommel continued to fight, oblivious to Count Vlad's fury, and another enemy soldier fell by his sword, managing to utter a final prayer for salvation. The fatigue of the long battle was beginning to tell on Rommel, and he eagerly awaited the arrival of the promised reinforcements to continue the battle. The prayer of the fallen warrior was heard, but not by the gods. Count Vlad himself decided to enter into direct conflict, taking personal part in close combat. Having recognized the enemy as the captain of the enemy knights, Rommel, the Count carefully assessed his fighting stance and decided to offer unexpected terms of a truce. The Count's tempting offer included the title of Baron in exchange for betraying Duke Aaron and going over to the side of the new master. Rommel's decisive attack served as an eloquent answer to the Count's proposal, demonstrating the knight's firm loyalty to his current master. Rommel issued a bold challenge to Count Vlad to prove his superiority over Lord Aaron in a fair fight, promising to serve the truly strongest. A demonic light flashed in Count Vlad's eyes, reflecting his burning desire to demonstrate the true power of his dark nature in the upcoming battle. The duel that began was incredibly fierce, and the opponents demonstrated equal mastery of weapons and combat techniques. Despite Count Vlad's advantage in attack, Rommel managed to wait for a convenient moment for a decisive blow when the enemy made a mistake in defense. The Count's outstanding skill allowed him to instantly intercept the weapon with his other hand, not only avoiding the fatal blow, but also carrying out a powerful counterattack. Count Vlad noted with surprise that Rommel managed to evade his last attack, demonstrating impressive reaction speed and combat skill. Rommel's outward calm concealed growing panic as the knight realized that his strength was running out in the face of such a powerful enemy. At another clash of weapons, the Count made a mocking remark that Rommel, despite all his experience, underestimated the superiority of heavy weapons over swords. Convinced of the superiority of the battle axe over other weapons, Count Vlad decided to demonstrate the crushing power of his favorite tool. Towering over the defeated Rommel, Count Vlad offered him one last chance to cast aside his old beliefs and swear allegiance to his new master. Despite serious wounds and physical exhaustion, Rommel stubbornly tried to get to his feet, demonstrating an unbending will to continue the fight. At this moment, the Count realized Rommel's true nature as a man who rejected the superiority of pure force, and this aroused in him a deep, irresistible hatred. Realizing the futility of trying to win Rommel over to his side, Count Vlad decided to end his life, considering the existence of such a stubborn enemy unworthy. In the last moments before his inevitable death, Rommel's thoughts were filled with the comforting certainty that his wife and child were safe. An unexpected salvation came in the form of a powerful attack from his master's piercing wind, completely changing the outcome of the seemingly predetermined duel. Aaron's devotion to his knights was demonstrated by his timely intervention, when he decisively stood up to protect a loyal warrior from a mortal threat. The fierce battle between Count Vlad and Duke Aaron flared up with renewed vigor, but even in the heat of battle, the Duke did not forget to give orders for retreat. The Count was struck by Aaron's willingness to sacrifice a tactical advantage to save one knight, which he perceived as a manifestation of the romantic stupidity of the enemy. Count Vlad's mocking contempt was directed at Aaron's incomprehensible concern for the fate of a simple knight from his army. When the Count called Aaron a noble fool who risked fighting to save a common soldier, the Duke abruptly cut off his arrogant reasoning. Aaron's powerful call echoed across the battlefield, and the dragon that appeared began to incinerate the ranks of warriors following Count Vlad with its fiery breath. The appearance of the legendary creature shocked the Count so much that he froze in a daze, unable to believe in the reality of what was happening before his eyes. The surviving knights scattered in panic, fleeing from the dragon's flames, which could turn even the strongest armor into molten mass. The sudden relief at the sight of the approaching Allied forces turned to bitter disappointment when it became clear that it was only a skillfully created illusion. A careful examination of the surroundings revealed the brutal truth. All this time, they were under the influence of a powerful spell that concealed the enemy's advance. The Count remained indifferent to what was happening around him, completely captivated by the incredible spectacle of a mighty dragon on the battlefield. A detailed study of the dragon's appearance led the Count to a stunning discovery. The Duke had not one, but two of these legendary creatures. The Count was even more shocked to see the Duke address the dragon by name, and the dragon obediently follow his instructions, demonstrating their special connection. The weapon fell from the Count's weakened hands when the Duke, holding the blade to his throat, smilingly suggested that they discuss the situation in a calm tone. The observer reported to his master about the apparent defenselessness of the Duke's castle, where only a small number of guards remained for protection. A sudden flash of a powerful fire illuminated the battlefield where the Duke was engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, attracting everyone's attention. Findal expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the constant troubles and confusion that accompanied the Count's actions on the battlefield. Findal's decisive order to his mercenary required him to focus solely on completing the task at hand, ignoring all the events happening around him. Findal's confidence in the possibility of a bloodless capture of the castle was based on the effective use of a specially prepared nerve poison. A sudden fire attack ruined Findal's carefully thought-out plan, cutting his carriage in half and instantly killing his nearby assistant. The panic-stricken Duke frantically scanned the surroundings for the source of the attack, until he finally spotted the enemy soaring high in the sky. The powerful attack was carried out not by a dragon, but by young Cheryl, who, riding a majestic phoenix, tracked down and overtook the enemy from the air. The Duke's confusion reached its limit when he saw a young girl floating in the sky, whose appearance completely contradicted his understanding of the situation. The sudden realization of the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy struck the Duke. Against Aaron's 10,000 soldiers there were 50,000 warriors. The main forces of Aaron's army entered into a fierce battle with Count Vlad's 40,000-strong army, demonstrating unprecedented bravery and skill. The original plan involved an easy capture of the practically empty castle by the remaining forces, which seemed like a simple and effective solution in the current situation. The Duke was at a loss as to the sudden appearance of a powerful sorceress, the many unknown soldiers, and the mysterious disappearance of his own troops. A shocking discovery astounded the Duke. His entire army turned out to be a skillfully created illusion, which he was unable to recognize until the last moment. Seeing the enemy's frightened face, Cheryl launched another attack and in a commanding voice ordered the Duke to immediately leave the damaged carriage. Having received no response to her demand, Cheryl decided to go down herself to personally check the enemy's condition after the devastating attack. The unexpected power of the explosion, intended only to damage the carriage's wheels, surprised even Cheryl herself, almost resulting in the unintentional killing of an enemy. The sudden realization of a significant increase in her own magical power made Cheryl think about the results of her diligent training. The Duke's hand movement caught Cheryl's attention, and he then emerged completely and began desperately calling for his soldiers to come to his aid. Cheryl's lightning-fast reaction allowed her to stop the Duke's panicked cries with a precise blow to the head with her staff, simultaneously reproaching him for causing unnecessary concern. Findal's strategic plan to capture the undefended castle seemed flawless while the main forces of Aaron's army were busy confronting Count Vlad. An unpleasant discovery awaited the invaders. The castle was completely abandoned by residents and soldiers, turning into an impregnable enemy fortress. Findal's logic seemed impeccable, given the obvious inequality of military forces between the opposing sides in the current conflict. The limitations of human thinking were evident in Findal's inability to think beyond traditional strategic decisions when planning a military operation. The Duke's serious thoughts about confronting a 100,000 enemy army with his 10,000 soldiers began about 3 weeks ago. The strategic decision required maintaining reinforcements from the Black Continent to counter the Imperial army, despite the complexity of the current situation. Despite Kainos' outstanding strategic abilities, even the most favorable outcome of a battle of 10,000 against 100 would inevitably lead to catastrophic losses. The intensive search for a more effective way of waging war occupied all the Duke's thoughts during this critical period of the confrontation. The timely arrival of Kainos, who noticed Aaron's deep concern about the situation, led to an important conversation between the allies. Kainos' unexpected question about the ancient prohibitions caught Aaron off guard, as he had never heard of these mysterious restrictions before. An ancient story told by Kainos spoke of a time of rivalry between the gods and dragons, when jealous deities placed stern warnings on dragonkind. The divine warning was to limit interference in human affairs, threatening severe punishment for violating established boundaries. Aaron was touched by Kainos' genuine concern, and he hastened to assure his friend of his readiness to protect him from possible divine retribution. Kainos' serious question about Aaron's actions in the face of weakening divine power made him think about new possibilities and prospects. The strategic advantage was the absence of divine retribution for the destruction of enemies in the current war, which opened up new tactical possibilities. Aaron was deeply concerned about the possibility of the complete disappearance of the gods, which could have serious consequences for the world order. Kynos confirmed his observations about the weakening of the divine presence, accompanied by the strengthening of the influence of the ancient deity Avarak. The growing power of Avarak, the ancient creator of the dragon race, became more and more noticeable, changing the balance of power in the world. Strengthening one's own magical power opened up new opportunities for the effective use of this power in the coming battles for justice. Aaron's sudden insight into the possibility of a bloodless victory in the conflict interrupted Kynos' important message, forcing the Duke to leave hastily. Kynos failed to share an important observation about the mysterious enhancement of Cheryl's magical abilities, which could have serious consequences. The captive Duke awaited the inevitable interrogation in the gloomy room where he had been placed after his successful capture by the enemy. Panic gripped the prisoner as he tried in vain to call his defenders and soldiers, but quickly realized the complete loneliness of his captivity. Having your hands tied was less of a worry than being completely disoriented by a blindfold that made it impossible to tell where you were. The familiar voice of Count Vlad, coming from the darkness, brought a strange relief. It turned out that he was opposite, in the same position of a tied prisoner. Admitting defeat, the Count told of his capture by Aaron after the dragon's appearance and asked his interlocutor about his guesses about the place of their imprisonment. Findal assumed, based on the complete silence, that they were in prison, but Vlad was more concerned about the dragon's unexpected appearance on the battlefield. A sudden suspicious noise made both captives wary and assumed that Duke Aaron was approaching for an important conversation. Expressing bewilderment at the strange treatment of potential interlocutors, the Count awaited an explanation from the approaching Duke. Aaron's calm voice explained that their current situation would remain in place until all participants in the upcoming important conversation arrived. The mysterious mention of unknown participants in the meeting caused confusion in the Count, but the Duke promised to clarify the situation quickly. The moment of truth came with a snap of Aaron's fingers, after which the captives' blindfolds were finally removed, allowing them to assess the situation. The first thing the prisoners saw when they were freed from their bandages was the Duchess, sitting majestically on a chair with an expression of superiority on her face. The men's furious accusations of betrayal only elicited a mocking laugh from the Duchess, demonstrating her superiority over the situation. Uncontrollable anger pushed Vlad to a reckless attack with his bare hands, which Rommel was ready to stop. But Aaron stopped his knight. The Count's rage spilled out in a demand for the Duchess to explain herself, accompanied by a transparent threat that her life depended on the persuasiveness of her answer. The Duchess's calm question about the Count's understanding of the true purpose of their mission caught him off guard, making him think. The Count's belief that their goal was to destroy the traitor Aaron proved to be wrong, as was confirmed by discussions at the Strategic Council. The real plan was to defeat Aaron and then use the remaining troops to launch a decisive attack on the Emperor's positions. The Duchess's subtle manipulation consisted in skillfully directing the attention of the Count and Duke to this very part of the large-scale plan. Duchess Baron's noble birth as the eldest daughter of Igulius and sister of the current Emperor Geron determined her special position. The existing laws of succession excluded the possibility of the Duchess's claim to the throne due to her female gender and maternal lineage. Of particular importance was the inheritance rights that the Duchess's son had, opening up new possibilities for dynastic plans. The strategic position of the Duchess's son in the line of succession, immediately after Aaron created the prospect of his ascension to the Imperial throne. Duchess Baron's maternal ambitions were embodied in a secret alliance with Aaron, aimed at depriving Geron of Imperial power. The Duchess's stunning revelation that Aaron had never been their true target completely changed the understanding of the situation. The Count's bewilderment was understandable, since it was the Duchess who initially presented the plan to eliminate Aaron as the main goal of their actions. The Duchess's cryptic statement about Aaron's impending death in battle was intended to calm the agitated conspirators. The shocked men listened attentively as the Duke explained the upcoming staging of his death and the planned large-scale funeral. The grand ceremony of the royal funeral was intended to be the perfect trap to force the Emperor to attend the event in person. The sudden realization of Aaron's true intention, to use his own funeral to attack the Emperor, astounded the Count and Duke. Aaron's gaze turned to his potential allies, waiting for their reaction to the revelation of his true plan of action. Count Vlad's direct question about Duke Aaron's true intentions required an honest answer to make an important decision. Aaron's calm question left Vlad with a clear choice between a new era under his leadership and a sad end in the dungeon. The Duke's pragmatic decision to support the conspiracy was accompanied by a request for recognition of their contribution to the future victory over the Emperor. The Duke's practical interest in the details of Aaron's staged death required further clarification of the complex plan. The Duchess's solemn announcement of the beginning of a grand spectacle in the Holy State sounded like a signal to action. The bitter siege of the Holy State continued as the knights, using ladders, stubbornly stormed the impregnable walls. The panic-stricken Holy Father desperately commanded the defenders, ordering them to throw more and more stones on the heads of the attacking enemies. Despite significant losses among the attackers, who were thrown off the walls under a hail of stones, the onslaught of the attackers did not weaken. The Emperor's assistant's close observation of the progress of the battle forced him to reconsider his initial optimistic predictions of an easy victory. The unexpectedly stubborn resistance of the Holy Knights forced the Emperor's assistant to think about using his magical abilities. A powerful acid blast spell instantly destroyed the fortress's iron gates, opening the way for the Imperial troops to enter the sacred state. The breach of the defensive fortifications allowed the army to pour into the city, while the terrified Holy Father desperately awaited the arrival of Duke Aaron. The long-awaited appearance of Aaron with his army was accompanied by a clear indication of the enemy's location and an order for an immediate attack. The Duke's sudden appearance forced the mage to focus his attack directly on him, seeking to quickly eliminate the unexpected threat. The dramatic moment came when, just before the magical attack hit, a dragon appeared and dealt a crushing blow to its supposed ally. The stunning sight made both the Holy Father and the magician peer into the clouds of dust, trying to discern the Duke's fate. The darkness cleared and revealed a terrible picture. Where Aaron had just stood, there was only emptiness, indicating his death. Complete despair seized the Holy Father, who fell to his knees, unable to imagine the future fate of the sacred kingdom. The disturbing realization that such an outcome was unlikely to be in line with the Emperor's plans made the magician think deeply about the consequences. The stunning news of Duke Aaron's death spread like wildfire across the country, causing shock across the continent. The contradictory reaction to the tragic news divided society into those who sincerely grieved and those who secretly rejoiced at what had happened. The news was taken especially hard by those close to the Duke, among whom Gale was completely crushed by the news of his death. Holding the official report in his hands, Gale tried to comprehend the reality of what had happened, feeling completely at a loss about the future. The calm atmosphere of the tea party allowed Cecilia to express her sincere gratitude to the woman for her hospitality. The decisive moment came when Isabel, after taking a sip of hot tea, looked intently at the nun and demanded an answer to her proposal. Cecilia's firm answer was based on her membership in the Holy Vivian Church, which excluded even the thought of such proposals. Understanding the girl's concerns, Isabel offered a temporary solution with a guarantee of returning the relic or restoring it in Cecilia's body. Cecilia's silent disapproval, expressed in a displeased look, clearly showed her attitude towards Isabel's proposal. The sorceress's resolute statement about Cecilia's sacred duty was supported by a prophecy about the resurrection of Avarak and the destruction of the gods. The dramatic conclusion of the conversation was accompanied by a frightening display of power emanating from Isabel's body as she spoke of the growing might of Avarak's chaos. A sudden fright made Cecilia rush to the woman's aid, but after the strange attack quickly ended, the nun demanded an explanation of what was happening. An alarmed Isabel shared her feeling of the growing energy of the children of chaos, Valter and Isis, which became more noticeable with each passing day. The dramatic moment came when Isabel, holding a blade to Cecilia's neck, demanded an immediate decision, emphasizing the criticality of the situation. The sudden appearance of an excited Gale with the stunning news of Aaron's death interrupted the tense moment between the women. Shocked by the news, Isabel refused to believe that Aaron could die, not understanding how he could allow himself to end up like that. With a trembling voice, Gale confirmed Aaron's death in the recent battles, leaving Cecilia frozen in shock at the shocking news. A growing panic gripped Isabel, realizing that without the dragon's blessing, her son was defenseless against Avarak's inevitable invasion. Gale's despair, falling to his knees, was heightened by the incomprehension of those around him regarding the news that had spread across the continent. Isabel's maternal anxiety manifested itself in her son's persistent questioning of the details of Aaron's death and the location of his body. In a trembling voice, Gale reported information from the official reports about Aaron's body being completely destroyed by the dragon flames, leaving no traces. In a soothing tone, Isabel addressed her son, urging him to listen carefully to the important explanation of the events that were taking place. Isabel's logical reasoning was based on the fact that Aaron's actual death would inevitably lead to Valtor immediately taking over his body. A keen analysis of the situation led Isabel to the conclusion that the death had probably been staged by the Duke himself for unknown purposes. Choosing her words carefully, Isabel explained to the confused man the possible scenarios of what was happening, linking them to the presence of Avarak's soul. The complex relationship between Avarak's soul and body required them to be united in one person for successful sealing. Otherwise, there was a risk of uncontrolled resurrection. The deeper meaning of Elizabeth's agreement with her son to return his body was to prevent the destruction of the world and to provide reliable protection. Isabel's serious tone emphasized the importance of the moment as she turned to Cecilia again, giving her time to make a final decision. The solemn procession, led by Cheryl in mourning clothes, headed towards the Emperor, accompanied by loyal knights. A ceremonial announcement from the Imperial aide introduced the arriving Cheryl as the official representative of the Bran territory. Observing all the rules of etiquette, Cheryl knelt before the Emperor as a sign of respect for the supreme ruler. Geron's attentive gaze assessed the girl's condition, remembering her previous illness, and inquired about her current well-being. A graceful curtsy accompanied Cheryl's grateful reply, assuring the Emperor of a significant improvement in her condition. The Emperor's solemn reminder of the last representatives of the Karen line was accompanied by a question about Cheryl's possible words before parting. Cheryl's respectful address to the Emperor emphasized his dual status as the head of the Karen family and the petitioner's uncle. Cheryl's humble request to be allowed to attend her brother's funeral was made with all the formalities of court etiquette. The large-scale funeral preparations were a far cry from the modest ceremonies held for counts, barons, and commoners. The special burial ceremony for members of the highest nobility required adherence to many complex traditions and rules. Royal funerals required displays of luxury and grandeur commensurate with the level of wealth and influence of the ruling dynasty. A long preparatory period was considered an integral part of organizing a dignified funeral for a member of the highest nobility. The Emperor's clarifying question about the timing of the ceremony received a clear answer from Cheryl about holding the funeral in a month at Bran Castle. Cheryl's diplomatic reminder of the possibility of rumors and misunderstandings in the absence of the head of the Karen family emphasized the importance of the Emperor's presence. The obviousness of the decision taken by the Emperor was based on a deep understanding of the importance of observing traditions and ceremony. The Emperor's indisputable duty to attend the funeral of a member of the Imperial family was one of the fundamental rules of etiquette. Strict rules of court etiquette extended even to the Emperor of the Western Empire, allowing no exceptions to the established order. There was serious concern about the potential for an attack on the head of the family during the funeral ceremony. Emperor Jaren's rich experience in confronting assassination attempts and intrigues taught him to carefully assess the risks of leaving the capital. The unprecedented nature of the situation was emphasized by the fact that during his entire reign, the emperor had never made such long journeys outside the capital. The emperor's formal consent to fulfill his duty was met with a grateful bow from Cheryl, expressing appreciation for the decision taken. The emperor's counter-request for understanding of the need to keep the time and date of his arrival secret reflected precautionary measures. Cheryl's diplomatic agreement with the emperor's terms ended with his satisfied departure and a promise to meet at the upcoming funeral. Cheryl's detailed report on the results of her negotiations with the emperor was presented at a meeting in Bran's lands immediately after her return. Kainos' insightful remark confirmed the predictability of the emperor's cautious behavior in the current situation. Rommel's experienced eye assessed the extremely low probability of a successful assassination attempt, which caused serious concern among those present. Duke Aaron's unexpected intervention made it clear that he had never expected the task to be easy. Aaron's strategic thinking took into account the consequences of the possible removal of the emperor, after which power would pass to his son Philip. Aaron's carefully thought-out plan involved repeating the scenario of the previous emperor's overthrow, forcing Jaren to abdicate his rights to the throne. Kainos' astute observation noted the opportune moment when the emperor's own policies led to the weakening of his power. The Duke's practical interest was expressed in his request to Kainos to find out the exact time of arrival of reinforcements from the Black Continent. Kainos' prompt response contained important information about the arrival of troops in 2 weeks, which fit into the overall plan. Careful timing showed that there was sufficient reserve to mobilize the troops before the funeral, scheduled for a month later. Kainos' wise warning concerned the limited impact of direct military conflict on the feudal lord's position, something Aaron was fully aware of. The strategic importance of the troops of the Black Continent lay in their role as a catalyst, prompting the feudal lords to take active action. Aaron's provocative question about more effective ways to motivate feudal lords prompted a discussion of alternative strategies. The bold proposal was to use the promise of complete independence from the emperor as a powerful incentive for the feudal lords. Cheryl's violent reaction to her brother's radical proposal was stopped by his calm reminder of the reality of the situation. Aaron's confidence was based on the understanding that the forces available were sufficient to effectively govern the territories. Aaron's practical arguments included reference to a stable income from various sources that would provide a comfortable living. An important reminder from Kanos was the inevitability of a confrontation with Duchess Bran, whose ambitions extended to the Imperial throne. Aaron's calm confidence in a premeditated solution to the problem with Duchess Bran reassured the rest of the meeting. The consensus achieved allowed Aaron to propose moving on to the next stage of implementing the large-scale action plan. Practical preparations for the Duke's lavish funeral were the next important step in the implementation of a carefully thought-out strategy. The tragic news of Duke Aaron's death shocked all the lords of the continent, but it made a particularly strong impression on Duke Raynon. Bitter regret filled the Duke as he mentally asked the former Emperor Klein for forgiveness for failing to keep his promise. The unexpected appearance of a mysterious killer with a dagger at his throat was accompanied by an ominous message from a sage about death as retribution for broken promises. The successful completion of the bloody mission ended with the mercenary returning to Duke Aaron with a detailed report on what he had done. The grim proof of the mission's completion was presented in the form of the victim's scalp, left on the table as silent testimony. The strategic value of the scalp was that the sage could use it to infiltrate a closed event without an official invitation. Isabel's unexpected intrusion interrupted his thoughts when she reported Saint Cecilia's consent to hand over the relic, but found her son's complete indifference. Isabel's motherly heart sank with horror when she finally saw the frightening changes in her son's appearance. Gale's twisted pride manifested itself in his belief that he was now worthy of appearing in Duke Aaron's domain, offering his mother the chance to return to her body. Gale's sinister revelation, removing his mask, concerned the strict restriction of those invited to the circle, of those close to the Emperor and Duke Aaron. Gale's cynical calculation was to use the identity of the dead Duke Aaron as a pass to a closed event. Realizing the futility of her admonitions, Isabel silently turned to leave, urging her son to follow her to receive the relic from the hesitant saint. Isabel was tormented by painful thoughts, not understanding how her son could cold-bloodedly use the image of the man he had killed, whom he had once called father. A disturbing suspicion crept into Isabel's soul about the possible influence of Avirak, who had already taken possession of her son's soul and was distorting his behavior. The mother's desperate hope clashed with the need to hurry to restore her son's body and seal Avirak in time. Cecilia's deep prayer to the goddess Vivian was filled with a request to show her the right path to fulfill the divine will. Isabel's return with the news that preparations were complete coincided with the end of Cecilia's rising prayer. Isabel's insistent reminder of the time constraints caused Cecilia to follow her immediately, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Cecilia's mysterious awakening was caused by a strange voice and an inexplicable glow that filled her prison cell in the middle of the night. A prophetic warning spoke of the imminent resurrection of Avirak, the Lord of Chaos, calling Cecilia to rush to Aaron for his protection. Cecilia's confusion was further increased by her misunderstanding of the connection between the message of chaos and Duke Aaron, as well as the sudden appearance of the goddess Vivian. The dramatic conclusion of the vision was accompanied by a final warning from the goddess about the critical lack of time for detailed explanations. The final request of the disappearing goddess was a strong reminder of the paramount importance of finding Aaron. Cecilia's firm decision to fulfill the will of the goddess and help Duke Aaron was finally strengthened in her heart. A decisive call to action came from Cecilia, who realized the limited time for empty talk. The mental oath of allegiance to the goddess Vivian included a promise to follow the mysterious nightly call. The Emperor's solemn procession with knights descended into the gloomy dungeons of the Imperial Palace for an important meeting. The imprisoned Holy Father's furious accusations against the old stupid fox Emperor were accompanied by disbelief in the death of Duke Aaron. The Holy Father's uncontrollable anger was expressed in the demand to hear his testimony about the dragon that incinerated Aaron along with the army. Philip's calm explanation of the Holy Father's 3-day hunger punishment for begging aroused the Emperor's anger. A powerful paternal slap fell on Philip, after which the Emperor immediately left his son's presence. The political reality voiced by Jaren was the growing pressure from powerful lords to release the prisoner. The logical explanation for such intercession lay in the religious obligations of the followers of the Paris faith. The Emperor's diplomatic proposal only elicited a mocking reaction from the hungry Holy Father. A practical deal was proposed by the Holy Father, his attention in exchange for immediate provision of food. The emperor's strategic offer included sparing his life and providing food in exchange for attending Aaron's funeral. The Holy Father's insistent assurances of Aaron's personal testimony of death met with the emperor's skepticism. The emperor's unexpected proposal to invade Bran's territory made the Holy Father think about military possibilities. The practical solution of transporting troops through a magical portal greatly simplified the implementation of a military operation. A mutually beneficial agreement between the Emperor and the Holy Father was reached after discussing all the details of the plan. Aaron's close observation of the events below the castle revealed an unexpected scale of the mourning event. The Duke was genuinely surprised by the incredible length of the line of mourners who had gathered for the funeral of a member of the Imperial family. Cheryl's swift intervention interrupted her brother's contemplation as she literally pulled him away from the dangerous spot by the window. The sister's justified concern concerned the possibility of discovering a living dead man and the inevitable scandal. A quick realization of his carelessness forced Aaron to admit that his sister was right and offer a sincere apology. The alarming news of the early arrival of the Emperor with a large retinue 3 days later disrupted the original plans. The Emperor's unexpectedly early arrival, which deviated significantly from the expected schedule, was a cause for serious concern. The strategic plan relied on the Duchess of Baron's ability to convince the arriving lords to fight for independence. The Duke's practical interest in the current number of lords who had gone over to their side required an immediate answer. Cheryl's detailed report included the arrival of the entire neutral faction and half of the Imperial faction, with the exception of Duke Raynon. The Duke's wary attention was drawn to the inexplicable absence of Duke Raynon among the arriving allies. The Duke of Raynon's strange absence was particularly worrying, given his expected immediate reaction to the news of the death. Cheryl's sudden discovery through the window was of the long-awaited Duke of Acrano's arrival. The Duke's calm conversation with the nobles contrasted with the tense atmosphere in his carriage, where the praying Cecilia and Isabel were. Cecilia's solemn promise to abide by the agreements was accompanied by a modest request for temporary freedom of movement. Isabel's firm refusal was based on the need to urgently search for Duke Aaron, who was supposedly hiding in the castle. Cecilia's confident reminder of her knowledge of the area and the possibility of escape met with an unexpected reaction from her interlocutor. Isabel's sly smile accompanied the suggestion to try to escape, risking provoking Valtor's awakening and Avic's revival. Isabel's furious curse against the goddess Vivian expressed her incomprehension of the decision to place a sacred relic in the body of a young girl. The young girl clearly understood the danger of the situation with the ancient relic, because one wrong move when extracting it could lead to inevitable death long before the use of magical power. Heavy thoughts clung to Isabel's mind as she considered the difficult choice between Cecilia's life and the opportunity to use the powerful relic to achieve her important goals. Isabel was so irritated that she began to pound on the walls of the carriage, while Cecilia, watching this, thought deeply about the complex character of this extraordinary woman. Isabel's intentions were becoming clearer. She was trying with all her might to prevent Avarac's resurrection, but even more mysterious was the decision of the goddess Vivian to protect Duke Aaron instead of Isabel herself. Following an important meeting with Duke Raynon, Aaron decided to host a gala banquet for the assembled lords and sent a special invitation to Duchess Baron to secure her support. The Duke explained to Cheryl in detail their next steps. First, try to convince Duchess Baron to win the lords over to their side tonight, and if that didn't work, try again tomorrow. Having received clear instructions, Cheryl headed for the exit, but Aaron stopped her with one last request: to find and invite Kanos for an important conversation about current affairs and plans. Left alone with his thoughts, Aaron became immersed in thoughts about the imminent arrival of the Emperor with a large retinue and the inevitable appearance of a reconnaissance detachment before the main forces. Aaron's grave concern was that without due caution the Emperor might discover camouflaged soldiers stationed throughout the territory under his control. After a long wait, Kanos appeared, and the first thing Aaron did was inquire about the current location of the military units from the Black Continent and the units of Duchess Baron. Quickly reporting the situation, Kynos reported that the original plan of stationing soldiers throughout the castle was being carried out, paying particular attention to the routes of movement of arriving lords. Watching the Duke's reaction closely, Kanos could not understand the reason for his unusual concern about the military deployment around the castle. The Duke shared the unexpected news of the Emperor's arrival in 3 days and expressed serious concerns that the careless placement of the soldiers could lead to the failure of the entire operation. Kynos was well aware of the consequences of failing to achieve their carefully laid plan to peacefully remove the emperor from power through a combination of military force and political pressure. The emperor's return to a well-fortified palace could have provided him with significant advantages and significantly complicated the implementation of their strategic plan. The Duke made the important decision to leave only the bare minimum of personnel in the castle and to quietly move the bulk of the troops to the secure shelter of the northern fortress. With his attention to detail, Kynos asked Aaron if he had received any information regarding the movement of the Imperial retinue along the main road to the castle. Analyzing the situation carefully, Aaron noted the oddity in that the Emperor had only indicated the size of the retinue and the date of arrival, without asking for the usual escort in such cases. After carefully considering the situation, the Duke expressed serious concern about the possibility of deception, since if the Imperial retinue was not moving along the main road, its appearance in large forces seemed a mystery. Kynos shared his suggestion about the possible use of a magical portal that would allow the Emperor to quickly move a significant portion of the central army directly to the castle. The realization of the reality of such a threat forced Aaron to seriously consider the need for an urgent revision of all plans for the defense and security of the castle. The Emperor, walking through his majestic castle, recalled a terrible nightmare in which a mysterious dark spirit demanded that Aaron be killed, promising an end to the tormenting visions. Lost in his memories, the ruler tried to count the number of peaceful nights that had passed since the last time frightening nightmares appeared in his dreams. The persistent visions gave rise to a strong conviction in the Emperor's soul that, despite all the available evidence, Aaron had somehow managed to preserve his life. The unexpected appearance of the kneeling Philip interrupted the Emperor's reflections, and he immediately gave orders to his son to be present at Aaron's funeral as captain of the Imperial Knights. Showing paternal concern, the Emperor sincerely apologized to his son for the overly harsh lesson with a slap, admitting that he had chosen too harsh a way to teach an important lesson. Philip, trying to understand his father's intentions, directly asked to explain the true meaning of the lesson taught and the significance of all the actions taken. The wise ruler revealed to his son the main principle of successful rule: the importance of avoiding the creation of enemies who could significantly limit the freedom of action of the future emperor. Concluding an important conversation with the heir, the emperor emphasized the need to remember this lesson and added nothing more, giving his son the opportunity to independently comprehend what was said. The tense conversation was interrupted by an urgent message about the completion of the preparation of the magical portal, after which the emperor rose from his seat and invited Philip to follow him. Memories took Philip back 10 years to a special day when his spirits reached unprecedented heights thanks to a major achievement. The source of joy for young Philip was his first victory over his cousin Aaron, who was destined to become the next emperor of their great power. Despite the significance of this achievement, the ambitious nature of young Philip demanded more, forcing him to strive for new achievements and victories. Returning from a grueling workout, Philip's attention was drawn to the running Isabel, and curiosity made him quietly follow the mysterious woman. Upon reaching the secluded hut, the mysterious woman fell to her knees and began to passionately call out to the mighty Avarek, the supreme god of chaos, begging him to respond. A bright flash from the magical portal announced the appearance of Avarek, who immediately demanded to know the reason for such an insistent appeal to his divine essence. An involuntary witness to this frightening event was a little boy, frozen in horror at the sight of a powerful deity who appeared in response to Isabel's call. An agitated Isabel told the god about the grave danger hanging over the emperor, and that the overthrow of the ruler could destroy her children, who bore divine seeds. A disgruntled Avarok reminded the woman of their important agreement, according to which she was obliged to fulfill his will in exchange for sparing the lives of her children. The mighty god demonstrated his power by unleashing a wave of excruciating pain on Isabel, causing her to fall to the ground in submission. The deity's stern voice reminded the woman of her sacred duty to protect the children until the moment when the seeds sown in them sprouted, releasing the forces of great chaos. Outwardly submissive, Isabel accepted the will of the deity, but deep down, she was determined to protect her children and prevent the awakening of the dangerous seeds of divine chaos. After waiting for Isabel to leave, Philip, impressed by what he saw, decisively fell to his knees and turned to the great ruler of the gods with a request to appear before him. Suddenly, dark threads entangled little Philip, and a mysterious voice demanded that he introduce himself, to which the frightened boy called himself the son of the powerful Duke Geron. The mysterious entity, holding the young Philip tightly, revealed to him a great destiny. In the future, it is he who is destined to occupy the imperial throne. The mighty Avarak demanded faithful service from the future emperor and immediately endowed the boy with a portion of his divine power, which instantly transformed his essence. The significance of this day for Philip could not be overestimated. It was then that he learned of his great destiny and gained incredible power. Returning to the present, the emperor reflected on the upcoming journey, which would be the first time he had ventured outside the empire since his ascension to the throne. The ruler's anxiety was increased by the increasing frequency of nightmares that had begun to haunt him with alarming regularity recently. The disturbing visions affected the emperor so strongly that he seriously considered canceling the important trip, despite all the possible consequences. The emperor felt relief when he looked at his son and realized that all his fears were just the product of nightmares. Imperial dignity required personal presence at the funeral of the duke, because as the head of the family and ruler, he had to stand proudly next to his heir. Maintaining an outward respect, Philip thanked his father for his wise instructions, although inwardly he realized that he no longer needed such life lessons. Deep down, Philip knew that he had perhaps never truly needed his father's guidance, relying on his own strength and destiny. Philip's confidence in his imperial future was based not on his father's advice, but on the power bestowed upon him by higher powers many years ago. The only task that now occupied Philip's thoughts was to find the fastest and most effective way to occupy the coveted imperial throne. The shining magic sword in Philip's hands was a reminder of his power, but the young heir decided to avoid direct bloodshed in achieving his goal. Following Lord Avarak's instructions, Philip intended only to observe the last moments of his father, the emperor's life, without interfering in the course of events. Meanwhile, numerous guests gathered with Cheryl for a solemn ceremony of farewell and remembrance for Duke Aaron. Those gathered shared news of the aftermath of the recent disaster, telling each other about the serious damage and the difficulties of recovery. The desperate lord shared a sad story about how the inhabitants of his lands fled in search of food, which led to the complete devastation of the territory and serious problems with maintaining order. The noble gentleman wanted to tell even more details about the consequences of the disaster, but noticing the presence of Duchess Bran, he decided to switch to a cautious whisper. In a low voice, he spoke of a serious uprising in the territory of the Imperial family, which had considerably worsened the general situation, and admitted that he partly understood the reasons for the lack of military assistance. The interlocutor's indignation was connected with a simple question. If the Imperial family cannot protect remote territories in times of danger, then what is the point of its existence? The interlocutor fully shared these thoughts and even began to regret his long-standing decision to join the Imperial faction, considering it a serious mistake. The attentive Duke Bran silently watched the animated conversation of the disgruntled lords, but deliberately refrained from making any comments during this tense moment. The astute Duchess Bran noticed the growing discontent among the assembled lords, but carefully weighed the need to fan these dangerous flames. Having made her decision, the Duchess gracefully tapped her spoon on her crystal glass, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present and silencing them. Rising from her seat, the noble lady sincerely thanked each guest for taking the time to honor her brother's memory, despite the difficult circumstances. Continuing her speech, the Duchess revealed the true reason for this meeting. In addition to expressing gratitude, she was going to make a special offer to everyone present. The unexpected intervention of the Duke of Renon, who rose from his seat with an enigmatic smile, brought a new intrigue into the conversation by his obvious interest in the young Duchess's proposal. Duke Gran watched closely the strange behavior of Renon, who seemed to have lost his mind from old age and was inexplicably happy after the loss of his nephew Aaron. Keeping her composure, Cheryl continued her speech, explaining to the audience that the offer did not come from her personally, and invited the mystery guest into the room. The appearance of Duchess Bran caused quite a stir among those gathered. Some froze in amazement, others could not hide their surprise at the unexpected visit. Duke Gran, who instantly became serious, demanded an explanation from Duchess Bran, recalling the recent rumors about her death in the battle against Aaron. A calm smile appeared on the Duchess's face as she assured Duke Gran that in the event of her death she would make sure that he was the first to know about it. Watching the unfolding scene, Renan laughed in anticipation of a serious conversation and an important proposal from the unexpectedly appearing Duchess. The one hiding behind the guise of Renan understood that any offer from the Duchess would help him in his search for a refuge where the carrier of the true Aaron's body was hiding. Taking the central place between the tables, the Duchess announced her simple but interesting proposal for all those dissatisfied with the reign of the current emperor. The Duchess's bold proposal was to use their remaining military forces to finally overthrow the current emperor. The Duchess's shocking statement plunged the assembled group into deep silence. They only exchanged expressive glances, pondering the proposal they had heard. The first to break the silence was the indignant Duke Gran, who accused the Duchess of madness and treason, refusing to believe in the reality of what was happening. The Duchess, offended by the accusations, resolutely rejected the accusation of treason, recalling that it was the Emperor who had violated his obligations, endangering the existence of the Empire. The Duchess's fiery speech revealed the true state of affairs. Even before recent events, the Emperor cared exclusively about preserving his own power, ignoring the suffering of the lords. Turning to Duke Gran, the angry woman reminded him of the important promises Emperor Geron had made in exchange for support in overthrowing the previous ruler. Looking into the face of Duke Gran, who was speechless with anger, the determined woman reminded him of the unfulfilled promise to weaken the imperial power. The first important condition of the agreement granted the lords the right to independently resolve territorial disputes among themselves, without the intervention of the emperor. The second unfulfilled promise concerned the fair distribution of all the wealth gained from the military campaign against the Western continent. The third key promise was that the choice of future emperors should be made through voting among representatives of the nobility. Concluding her diatribe, the Duchess demanded that at least one promise from the entire list of obligations given by the emperor be listed as fulfilled. A quiet Renan carefully considered the Duchess's words, finding the proposal to overthrow the emperor very tempting and promising. The worried lords expressed doubts about the success of the uprising, recalling the large number and high level of training of the Central Imperial Army. Confident in her words, the Duchess reminded those gathered that they had enough troops at their disposal to confront the Central Army. The agitated lords, while admitting the possibility of a successful overthrow of the emperor, expressed serious concern about the procedure for choosing a new ruler. With a calm gesture, the Duchess indicated the lords present, explaining that it was they who would have the right to determine the future of the empire with their choice. An important condition for choosing a new ruler was his belonging to the imperial family, which should have significantly simplified the decision-making process. Attentive listeners immediately noted the limited choice. Among the possible candidates, there remained only Prince Philip and the Duchess of Baron's son, Test. With a calm nod, the Duchess confirmed the situation, recalling the existing law prohibiting women from occupying the imperial throne. Observant Cheryl understood the logic of the situation. No one would support Prince Philip's candidacy after his father's overthrow, which made the Duchess's son the only real contender. No one present even guessed about the true intentions of Cheryl and Aaron, aimed at the complete destruction of the existing empire. Cheryl's unexpected intervention captured the attention of the crowd when she offered an alternative perspective on the situation. Developing her thought, Cheryl emphasized that the brave Duchess Baron, the emperor's niece, deserves the right to claim the throne on an equal basis with Philip and Test. The logical continuation of this idea was to grant the right to the throne to all representatives of the imperial family without exception. The sudden realization of the possibility of her own ascension to the throne came to Cheryl, although she was well aware of the minimal chances of such a development of events. The vote that was taken resulted in a decisive result of 31 votes to 9, cementing the decision on the inevitable overthrow of Emperor Jaren. 4 candidates were officially approved for the imperial throne: Prince Philip, Tess, Duchess Baron, and Cheryl. The final stage of their plan remained the most difficult one: the practical implementation of the removal of the current emperor from the throne he occupied. As he left the voting area, Gale, who was in Renan's body, was deep in thought about the coup that had taken place. Gale's real goal remained to reclaim the lost throne after Aaron's body was discovered, but the first step was to be the final death of the real Duke. In the evening, a worried Isabel entered the room of the thoughtful Renan, reporting on the unsuccessful search for Aaron's perfectly hidden body, even by experienced mercenaries. Gale's rage at the failure of his search resulted in a brutal reprisal against one of the mercenaries, whom he stabbed in cold blood, leaving him to bleed to death. A shocked Isabel tried to reason with her son, but Gale remained indifferent to the suffering of the wounded mercenary. Rethinking the situation, Gale suggested changing the strategy. Instead of searching for Aaron, use Cecilia as bait to force the Duke to come to them himself. Horrified by her own son's cruelty and his terrible plans, Isabel was nevertheless forced to agree with the proposed strategy. The palace knights guarding the gates felt an inexplicable uneasiness from the ominous atmosphere that enveloped the area, suspecting the presence of a ghost. A sudden mysterious noise made the tense knights alert and prepare for possible danger. One guard shared a rumor that had spread about the ghost of Duke Aaron, who was supposedly seen walking around the castle like a living person. The second knight tried to stop the creepy conversation, especially considering the impenetrable darkness of the night surrounding them. The sudden appearance of mysterious silhouettes right in front of the guards made them freeze in a daze from unexpected fear. Instantly grabbing their weapons, the knights were surprised to recognize the unconscious Cecilia in one of the silhouettes and rushed towards her motionless body. While the knights were lifting the unconscious body, Cecilia's consciousness wandered into the depths of her own thoughts, where a mysterious, unfamiliar voice persistently called her name. Initially mistaking the voice for a divine message, Cecilia gradually realized that she was being called by the caring Bianca, who was fussing over the bed of the Holy Virgin. Nearby was a worried Isabel, who was agonizing over the fate of her child and the need to quickly find Aaron's body. Watching closely the tense expression on Isabel's face after their recent conversation, Cecilia came to the disappointing conclusion that events were not going well. A sudden insight came to the girl. Being next to Duke Aaron, according to the instructions of the goddess Vivian, she could destroy the insidious plans of the conspirators. Gale's sudden appearance interrupted the girl's thoughts, and Isabel's stern warning about the inadmissibility of betrayal sounded like a clear threat. The sinister Gale reminded of the danger and stupidity of trying to awaken Avarak, especially for a person who sincerely believed in the patronage of the goddess. Gale's threatening words about the fate of the entire world, depending on the girl's decisions, sounded like a final warning before the inevitable punishment. Gale's brutal blow plunged the girl into the darkness of oblivion, but the last words that echoed in her mind were an ominous promise of constant surveillance. Unaware of what had happened, Bianca excitedly tried to tell the awakened girl the important news about the recent battle and the death of Duke Aaron. The sudden appearance of a worried Cheryl in the room was accompanied by a close examination of the condition of Cecilia, who was there. Stopping suddenly at the sight of the stranger, Cheryl received an explanation from Cecilia, who introduced the woman as her fellow traveler on a recent trip. As Cheryl stared at the bundled-up woman, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen her somewhere before, but she put those thoughts aside for later. An agitated Cheryl immediately turned to Cecilia with persistent questions about her whereabouts and awareness of the complete depletion of holy water supplies. Embarrassed, Cecilia confessed that her divine powers had weakened and that she needed to go in search of the goddess to restore her strength. Sincerely repenting of her disappointed hopes, the girl explained the temporary impossibility of creating holy water until the moment of establishing a connection with the goddess Vivian. Cecilia resolutely turned the conversation to the question that was worrying her about the fate of Duke Aaron. But Cheryl, casting a cautious glance at the stranger, suggested that they discuss it in private. Isabel's dark figure followed the retreating women unnoticed, trying to understand the changes in Cheryl's character since their last meeting. An alert Isabel could clearly sense a significant increase in the energy emanating from Cheryl, which now seemed powerful enough to consume those around her. Isabel's inner urge to reveal her identity to protect her daughter was stopped by the door slamming in her face, blocking her path to further progress. An attentive Kainos, who had been watching the events, calmly assessed the situation with Isabel and retired to carefully plan his next steps. Behind closed doors, Cheryl finally confirmed Cecilia's suspicions, sharing the good news that Duke Aaron was indeed still alive. The nun, overwhelmed with joy, immediately expressed a burning desire to see the living Duke, hoping for a quick meeting. Cheryl was forced to cool her interlocutor's ardor, explaining the impossibility of such a meeting before the official completion of the funeral ceremony. Cecilia, not losing hope, asked Cheryl to at least convey an important message to the Duke, trying to find a way to communicate. Looking closely at the nun's face, Cheryl noticed how she suddenly fell silent, remembering Gale's threatening face, and refused to pass on the message. Rommel's alarming message about the danger bursting into the room interrupted further questioning by the worried Cheryl. The girl's first thought was about the arrival of Imperial troops, but Rommel's unusual agitation indicated a more serious cause for alarm. An alarmed Rommel reported the arrival of Gale, accompanied by a large group of Imperial mages, which significantly complicated the situation. Having received this information, Aaron acknowledged the correctness of Kainos' assumptions regarding the Emperor's strategy and his further actions. Aaron had serious doubts about the audacity of the Emperor, who decided to open such a large-scale portal on foreign territory, even under the pretext of burying his nephew. The solemn address of the head of the Imperial mages to Lord Bran and the locals attracted the general attention of those gathered. The magician's loud announcement contained information about the imminent arrival of the Emperor and a demand to show due respect to the supreme ruler. Satisfied with the sight of the people bowing in anticipation, the contented magician realized that the decisive moment had arrived for the next stage of the ceremony. Having ordered the mages to raise the ceremonial wands to create a portal, the leader demanded that those present prepare for the appearance of the emperor. The emperor's majestic entrance through the portal, accompanied by Prince Philip, was met with satisfied glances from the watching Cheryl and Aaron. Carefully assessing the situation, Cheryl noted that the Imperial retinue was significantly smaller than expected. An unexpected continuation of the magical performance revealed the true scale of the arrival. A huge Imperial army poured through the fully opened portal. Making a quick count, the girl counted about 500 warriors, perplexed by the need for such a large accompaniment to create an impression. Ignoring the disgruntled looks of those present, the emperor explained the lack of space and ordered the remaining troops to be stationed outside the castle. As she watched the mages retreat, a shocked Cheryl tried to comprehend the incredible number of warriors who had arrived with the emperor. Approaching Cheryl, the emperor politely addressed her as the Duchess of Bran, asking for a special favor, expressing hope for her assistance. After receiving Cheryl's consent, the emperor voiced his request for help in organizing a large military camp near the castle to accommodate troops. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Cheryl asked in a practical way about the number of troops to more effectively organize the necessary camp. The emperor's stunning answer about the army's size being 100,000 men had a devastating effect on the astonished girl. Cheryl's anxious thoughts focused on the possibility of military action breaking out right during the funeral ceremony, given the huge number of troops that had arrived. Satisfied with the girl's confusion, the emperor mentally noted the greater compliance of the new ruler Bran compared to his predecessor Aaron. While outwardly maintaining her calm, inwardly angry Cheryl was determined to personally ensure that the emperor's overconfident rule would soon end. The departing Philip suddenly discovered a strange energetic emanation emanating from Cheryl, unmistakably determining her belonging to the power of Avirak. Lost in memories of the past, Gale watched the emperor closely, anticipating the imminent arrival of the moment of long-awaited revenge. An alarmed Isabel was acutely aware of the growing energies of Avarak and Isis, realizing that there was a catastrophic lack of time for action. The urgent need to quickly find Aaron's body to save her son, and the world forced Isabel to act decisively and quickly. Firmly stopping Cecilia, Isabel insistently explained the need for immediate action to find Aaron's whereabouts. Cecilia's calm answer about the impossibility of finding Aaron until the funeral was over, and the need for patient waiting did not satisfy the agitated woman. Desperately clutching the girl's shoulders, an excited Isabel began to shake Cecilia, trying to convey the criticality of the situation after the funeral. Isabel's alarming warning concerned the strengthening of not only Averk's energy, but also the powers of Valter and Isis, threatening an unimaginable catastrophe if they were to awaken simultaneously. The woman's insistent words emphasized the need for immediate action, given the scale of the threat, which exceeded even the capabilities of the goddess herself. After listening attentively to Isabel's excited speech, Cecilia turned around and invited the woman to follow her for further action. Aaron, who was watching the events, was interrupted by the appearance of Kanos, who announced the arrival of all the expected guests. The Duke's ironic remark that everyone had appeared except his dead enemies, unless they had been resurrected, added a touch of dark humor. Thinking about the resurrection brought back memories of Aaron's own experiences of emerging into a new body and solving numerous difficult problems. Aaron's curiosity was expressed in the question of the lifespan of dragons, and the possibility of getting answers to the questions that were troubling him. Kainos' incredible revelation that he was over 1,000 years old, even though he had not kept track, made a deep impression on Aaron. The wise dragon explained the relativity of time for his species, emphasizing that the true value for them is existence itself, not its duration. Intrigued, Aaron asked if the dragon had ever encountered anyone in his 1,000-year life whose essence had changed or who had managed to return to life. Kainos' negative answer confirmed the uniqueness of the situation. In his entire long life, he had not only never seen anything like this, but had never even heard of such cases. Aaron's cautious question about the dragon's reaction to the information that the man standing before him had returned from the dead sounded especially intriguing. Having carefully studied his interlocutor, Kanos asked an unexpected counter-question about the reasons for his appearance before Aaron in human form. Aaron's suggestion that the dragon's love of pleasure and entertainment was the reason for the visit drew a knowing smile from Kanos, who confirmed that this answer was partially correct. The dragon admitted that he was initially attracted by Aaron's divine blessing, but the decision to stay was really due to the search for entertainment. Kainos' next question about the reasons for dragons' passionate desire for pleasure made Aaron think deeper into the nature of these powerful creatures. Annoyed by the dragon's smug look and lack of direct answers, Aaron demanded that he immediately reveal the information he knew without further questions. Kanos' serious answer linked the dragon's behavior to the fundamental foundations of the existence of this world and its original structure. The dragon's explanation began with a description of the unique abilities of their race: a 1,000-year lifespan and unlimited use of magical powers. The superiority of dragons over all creatures was emphasized by their invincibility, which could only be challenged by divine creatures. The dragon's deepest problem was their agonizing search for the meaning of existence, which Kanos accurately described as the agony of existence. The fundamental question of the reasons for existence in the world was especially acute for dragons, given their immortal and invincible nature. The tragic story of a dragon who went in search of the meaning of existence and disappeared became a turning point in the history of their race. Kanos' personal tragedy was revealed in the confession that the missing dragon was his father, whose dead body was discovered sometime later. The shocking fact that the strongest living creature committed suicide after suffering excruciatingly was a shocking revelation for the entire dragon race. The tragic passing of a powerful dragon was an attempt to resolve a fundamental question of their race's existence, causing deep shock among their kind. The search for the meaning of existence led most dragons to a path other than choosing death. They turned to the pursuit of pleasure and new sensations. A sudden revelation came to Aaron when he finally understood the true reason for Kanos' decision to live a human life among humans. Kanos' rich life experience included existence in various guises: elf, orc, and human. And it was human life that turned out to be the most interesting. Human existence has provided the dragon with the widest range of emotional experiences, from deep understanding of feelings to rage and satisfaction. Of particular value were the emotions available only to mortal beings who are aware of the inevitability of their end and live with this understanding. Despite the rich experience of hundreds of lives lived in different races and countless emotions experienced, the search continued. Although Kanos never found a definitive answer to the reason for his existence, his long life led to important realizations and discoveries. The most important insight was the dragon's unique ability to determine their essence, independent of their physical form, relying solely on their soul. Intrigued, Aaron asked for clarification on the dragon's concept of pure intelligence, suggesting a connection between personality and soul. Reflecting on the nature of personality, Aaron noted Kanos' ability to retain his draconic essence even when transforming into other creatures. Aaron was puzzled by the apparent disconnect between the dragon's story and his own situation and the question he had asked. Kanos' patient explanation linked the story of the dragons to Aaron's question about coming back to life and changing his personality. The wise dragon shared two possible interpretations of his story: as a confirmation of Aaron's immutability or as a recognition of his similarity to Kanos' father. Aaron's genuine interest in how others, particularly Kanos, saw him led to an unexpectedly frank conversation. Smiling, the dragon described Aaron as an exceptionally greedy person who enjoyed manipulation and was willing to do anything for profit. An important addition was Kanos' understanding of the true motives behind Aaron's every action, ensuring the safety of the inhabitants of his lands. Aaron's deep understanding of his essence allowed the dragon to claim that, regardless of the circumstances of his resurrection, his soul remained the soul of a man who sacrificed himself for others. 1,000 years of life experience allowed Kanos to recognize Aaron's uniqueness. Never before had he met a person who cared so selflessly for strangers. The dragon's final advice urged Aaron to continue to follow his true nature while maintaining his unique ability to understand other people. The business-like conclusion of the conversation came with Kanos' decision to check the organization of the funeral preparations. Left alone after the dragon's departure, Aaron became lost in thought about the whereabouts of Gale and his true advisor body. Unknown to Aaron, nightmares constantly tormented his real body, in which the soul of the Duke was located, forcing him to wake up repeatedly. Painful awakenings from nightmares were accompanied by fervent prayers for the return of the body to its rightful owner. The practical decision to temporarily continue the disguise as the Duke of Renault was combined with the urgent need to find his own body. Watching the still open portal, Gale noted the continued appearance of new Imperial army warriors. A ceremonial memorial banquet gathered all the lords at a richly laid table to honor the memory of the Duke. Gran's attentive gaze noted the unusual silence of the Emperor and the other lords, which gave the impression of a pre-planned situation. The Emperor's unexpected appeal to Duchess Bran concerned rumors of her death in battle with Aaron and demanded an explanation for her presence. The Duchess's calm response about the falsity of the rumors aroused the distrust of the Emperor, who was expecting an official report on the results of military operations. There was a subtle irony in Baron's response, pointing out the obviousness of the outcome of the war, confirmed by the Emperor's very presence at the funeral. The Duchess's impudent behavior greatly irritated the prince, and his reaction in turn provoked Baron's anger. Philip's stern reminder of the need for direct answers to the Emperor's questions sounded like a clear warning. The prince's indignation reached its peak when it came to the question of the Duchess's understanding of her place in the hierarchy of power. The growing tension between the disputants forced the Emperor to intervene to prevent open conflict. The Emperor's stern reminder of both men's belonging to the Karen family and the inappropriateness of a quarrel at the funeral of the lord of these lands cooled the ardor of the disputants. The calmed Philip nevertheless promised to conduct a thorough investigation after the funeral regarding the Duchess's failure to fulfill her duties as the leader of the Imperial rebellion. The Duchess's forced bow was accompanied by a formal acknowledgement of the prince's order, concealing her true thoughts. The Duchess's inner smile reflected her confidence that the Emperor would not live to see the completion of the funeral ceremony. The Emperor's unexpected apology to the assembled lords was accompanied by an announcement of the need to leave the meeting immediately. The tense gazes of the assembled lords followed the Emperor and his retinue as they slowly left the banquet hall after the unexpected end of the meal. An alarmed Philip hastened to discuss with his father the strange behavior of the Duchess of Bran, expressing suspicions about the events that were being prepared during the funeral. The Emperor's confident calm, reinforced by the mention of the precautions taken in advance, should have calmed his worried son. The sudden appearance of the Holy Kingdom's king at the castle gates caused an immediate reaction from the guards, who pointed their weapons at the stranger. The demonstratively peaceful gesture of raised hands was accompanied by the stranger's calm explanation of his priestly status. The outraged knights sharply rejected the presence of a foreign priest, recalling the devotion of the local residents to the goddess Vivian. The sudden attack of the Paris knights caught Bran's defenders by surprise, instantly neutralizing the guards' resistance. The priest's triumphant smile was accompanied by a harsh sentence against the followers of Vivian, who dared to drive away the servants of Paris. The priest's decisive order for the troops to advance was meant to show the true path to Vivian's followers through force of arms. The demonstrative removal of church vestments, revealing military uniforms, preceded the start of a punitive campaign against the infidels. The sudden appearance of an agitated maid in Cheryl's chambers brought alarming news of an unexpected invasion of enemy forces. The lady's urgent awakening was accompanied by an alarming message about the penetration of enemy troops into the castle fortifications. Cheryl, who had instantly woken up, began to find out the most important details of the situation: the number of the enemy, and the location of Rommel with the main forces. The maid's alarming report revealed the seriousness of the situation: the absence of Captain Rommel, the small number of garrison troops, and the superior enemy forces. The realization of the criticality of the situation caused Cheryl to have agonizing doubts about choosing the right solution to protect the castle. Quickly dressing, Cheryl gave clear instructions to the maid to remain in the room and find a safe shelter until the danger passed. The practical decision to leave the room through the window was accompanied by an additional order to the maid to securely lock the doors from the inside. Summoning her trusty phoenix, Cheryl rushed towards the fortress walls in search of Captain Rommel, realizing the critical importance of his support. The sudden thought of having to warn Aaron made the girl consider changing her original plan for a moment. A decisive impulse led the confused girl to the city bell tower to warn residents of the impending danger. The powerful impact of the water ball on the bell sent an alarm ringing throughout Bran, warning of danger. Swiftly flying up to the knights, Cheryl relayed information about the enemy's invasion of the inner castle and ordered them to prepare for defense. The girl's next target was the castle gates, where the now-needed Captain Rommel was supposedly located. A quick inspection of his brother's room revealed his absence, and judging by the decor, Aaron had left the room some time ago. A note from Cecilia was discovered that explained the reason for Aaron's disappearance. He learned that Cheryl had revealed the secret of his existence. The long-awaited meeting between Aaron and Cecilia finally took place at the appointed place after a long wait. The unexpected presence of an unfamiliar woman behind Cecilia caused obvious confusion on the surprised Duke's face. Cecilia's attempt to begin a long explanation of the situation was interrupted mid-sentence. Isabel's decisive intervention stopped the girl's explanations, emphasizing the inappropriateness of long conversations at the current moment. The woman's direct question about her identity, addressed to Aaron, created a tense atmosphere of anticipation. Aaron's confusion about the stranger's identity was met by Isabel's calm remark about his duty to know her as a duke. Isabel's understanding look accompanied her explanation to the departing boy about her motherhood in relation to the real Aaron. The shocking revelation made the man turn around sharply, contradicting his knowledge of Aaron's real mother's death. Clear entries in the Duke's diary indicated that his mother had died long before Aaron's arrival in Brown's territory. The instinctive drawing of the sword was accompanied by a demand to explain the true identity of the woman posing as the deceased. Isabel's unperturbed calm in the face of the blade pointed at her only served to increase Aaron's growing anger. Isabel's unexpected revelation about Aaron and Cheryl's roles as containers for the chaos god Avarak came amidst a tense silence. The woman's explanation revealed the problem of instability of the sealed power caused by the inexplicable transfer of her son's soul. Aaron, wary, tried to understand Isabel's further intentions regarding the current situation. Isabel's emotional outburst was accompanied by a warning about the catastrophic consequences of Valter's possible resurrection. The dark prophecy of the rebirth of the Lord of Chaos predicted the complete destruction of everything that exists, including the lesser gods. Isabel's attempt to deflect attention from the question of her identity underscored the global scale of the looming threat of chaos. The only way to stabilize Valter's seal was to merge Aaron's current body with his original soul. Isabel's intense gaze on the hero emphasized the importance of the proposed solution to prevent chaos. Aaron's practical interest focused on the technical side of the process of uniting the body with the soul of the Duke. Isabel's detailed explanation revealed the necessity of using sacred relics of minor gods and holy relics. The final element of the collected collection of artifacts was to be Cecilia, the bearer of the power of the goddess Vivian. The realization that it was possible to prevent the world's destruction by returning to his original body made the Duke think. Worries about the fate of the Emperor after returning to his original body troubled the thoughts of the doubting hero. The uncertainty surrounding the future of Brown's territory added to the difficulty of making a final decision. Painful thoughts about protecting loved ones made it difficult for the hero to choose the right path. Aaron's final decision to lower his weapon was accompanied by a question about the time to begin the sealing ritual. Aaron's last important question concerned guarantees of maintaining peace and protecting his lands after the return of the body. Isabel's evasive answer about meeting her son did not provide direct guarantees that the Duke's request would be fulfilled. Aaron's final agreement was accompanied by a surprised look from Cecilia and an invitation from Isabel to follow them. Aaron's sudden stop was due to concern about Cecilia's fate after using Vivian's relic. The brutal truth about the girl's inevitable death after the loss of the sacred relic came from Isabel's lips. The memory of his conversation with Kynos about the essence of personality led Aaron to an important decision to remain true to himself. The decisive attack on Isabel ended with the ripping off of her cloak, revealing her true face. Aaron's furious final gesture was accompanied by a categorical order for Isabel to disappear from his life forever. Shocked, Isabel could not accept Aaron's refusal of the only way to save the world, because his decision meant the inevitable onset of all-consuming chaos in all lands. Aaron's unwavering determination to protect his lands was evident in his indifference to the threat of the end of the world. The only important task for him was to protect every inhabitant. The Duke's categorical statement about the only possible course of events left no room for compromise, either universal salvation or universal destruction. An angry Isabel, considering Aaron's decision insane, uttered a dark prophecy of impending repentance and quickly left the meeting place. Cecilia's sincere embrace and her vow to follow Aaron to the end, even in the face of the destruction of the world, was an expression of absolute devotion. Gently embracing the girl, the Duke solemnly promised to protect her from any adversity and never allow the predicted end of the world to occur. The sudden appearance of an agitated Kynos with an alarming message about an enemy attack interrupted the touching moment between the lovers. Aaron's lightning-fast reaction to the news of the breach in the inner fortress was accompanied by the alarming realization that the castle's outer line of defense had been destroyed. The lack of an alarm signal during such a serious breach in the defense raised Aaron's suspicions about the possible presence of a traitor among the defenders. A quick dash to Kynos for information on the enemy's location was met with the sight of a fighting dragon repelling the enemy's magical attacks. Kynos' urgent request to stop his useless questions and join the fight immediately came amid the din of the ongoing battle for the castle. Aaron's quick decision to disguise his face with a torn piece of cloth was accompanied by Cecilia's thoughtful offer to take refuge in a safe place away from the battle. A deafening sound of unknown origin made Eren and Kainos freeze in horror, trying to determine the source of the threatening rumble. Kainos' encouraging promise to buy time to retreat until reinforcements arrived was accompanied by a careful assessment of the combat situation. The desperate cries for help coming from all sides brought back painful memories of past battles and lost lives in Eren's mind. The realization that escape was impossible led Eren to a firm decision to stay and fight shoulder to shoulder with his faithful dragon against superior enemy forces. Kainos' warning about the possible exposure of the dead Duke by the Emperor emphasized the need to maintain the secret of his existence. Eren's unwavering confidence in his ability to remain anonymous was based on his boundless trust in the magical abilities of his loyal dragon. Eren's rapid transformation into a powerful orc was accompanied by Kainos' warning about the 15-minute limit on the magical transformation. The ruthless warriors of the Holy State continued the brutal murders of civilians, demanding that they reveal the location of Duke Eren. As soon as people admitted that they knew nothing about it, they were killed, and the next ones were tortured, ordering them to talk. The women, protecting their children, cried, explaining that they knew nothing. But the knights did not listen to them and, realizing that they were useless, sentenced them to death. At that moment, an orc entered the battle, throwing back one of the holy knights and promising to kill them all for what they had done. But Eren had to be careful with his words. Even though his voice was now exactly the same as an orc's, his cognitive abilities remained human, so he had to be more careful. Realizing this, Eren, like an orc, began to beat his chest and swear that he would kill them all, after which he took out his club. He remembered Kainos' warning that a shape-shifting spell had been cast on the Dragon Slayer, so Eren would revert to his original form if attacked. It was imperative to understand this in order to avoid being caught. In the end, Eren did everything he could to avoid being hit, and then screamed loudly, scaring away the other holy knights who began to run away in terror. At some point, the fleeing knights noticed that their path was blocked by the Holy Virgin, and decided to kill her to clear the way for themselves. Eren, frightened, immediately rushed towards her, realizing that the defenseless nun would not be able to stand up for herself. But he was absolutely wrong, since Cecilia had much more strength than he expected. She grabbed Eren and ran with him, realizing that they didn't have much time. Eren also knew that he had to hurry to save the rest of the villagers. Upon reaching the next point, the fugitives found a dramatic scene. Cheryl, completely surrounded by enemy knights, deprived of the ability to use magical abilities. The king's condescending smile at the sight of the approaching orc and the nun of the Church of Vivian testified to his complete confidence in the superiority of his forces. The immediate reaction of the Holy Knights to the appearance of new opponents was expressed in a furious attack with all available forces on the unexpected newcomers. The timely intervention of Prince Philip, who masterfully wielded his sword and destroyed the Holy Knights, radically changed the balance of power on the battlefield. The prince's casual explanation of the reason for his intervention, his sleep disturbed by the noise of battle, concealed his true motives for participating in the conflict. The Holy Father's desperate attempt to justify himself by the Imperial order was interrupted by a sudden movement of the angry Prince Philip. Philip's mortal threat, accompanied by a chokehold, made the Holy Father instantly fall silent under the weight of the prince's piercing gaze. Freed from her encirclement, Cheryl regained her breath and concentration and began preparing a powerful spell against the remaining enemy. Cheryl's righteous anger was provoked by the audacity of the uninvited guest, who dared not only to disrupt his brother's funeral, but also to arrange a bloody massacre on Brown's lands. Cheryl's astute guess that it would be impossible for anyone to carry out such an attack alone was tacitly confirmed by Prince Philip's nod. Cheryl's persistent interrogation with the Firestaff was suddenly interrupted by Philip's actions, throwing the Holy Father against the wall just before the confession. Philip's calm explanation of his desire to protect his cousin from becoming a murderer sounded like an unexpected dissonance in the tense atmosphere of confrontation. Cheryl's outrage at Philip's misplaced mercy toward the invaders was accompanied by a categorical disagreement with his concern for her moral character. The decisive gesture of the staff directed at Philip was accompanied by a demand to provide additional arguments in favor of sparing the life of the criminal. Philip's calm reminder of his status as captain of the Imperial Guard and the sanctity of the palace emphasized his exclusive right to execute those who threatened the emperor. The prince's confident statement about independently dealing with the criminal was accompanied by a proposal to address complaints directly to the emperor. The critical moment of revelation came when the disguised orc's hand suddenly took on human form right in front of Philip as he passed by. Philip's enigmatic smile at the proof of Aaron's living existence reflected his secret plans to place the Duke on the Imperial throne. Cheryl's excited rush to Cecilia to ask about her brother's whereabouts was interrupted by an unexpected confession from the awkwardly coughing orc. Cheryl's initial distrust of the transformed orc's words quickly gave way to joyful recognition of her brother's true identity. With the combined efforts of Cheryl, Cecilia, Kanos, and Aaron, they were able to successfully eliminate the enemy invaders who had infiltrated the castle. Captain Rommel's effective actions allowed the neutralization of external opponents and the capture of prisoners for subsequent interrogation and investigation. A solemn meeting of the Lords, held a few days after the attack was repelled, was devoted to discussing the events that had taken place. Alarming rumors of the Emperor's involvement in the attack and his intention to suppress the resistance caused serious concern among the assembled lords. The Emperor's obvious suspicion of the existence of a conspiracy and a possible attempt on his life required an immediate revision of the plans for resistance. The unprecedented decision to attack the area on the eve of the funeral was seen as evidence of the Emperor's knowledge of the impending assassination attempt. Rommel's grand entrance with the captured Holy Knights was accompanied by Cheryl's dramatic entrance before the assembled excited lords. Cheryl's sincere apology to the funeral guests demonstrated her diplomatic skills in the current situation. The official statement about the Holy Father's main role in organizing the attack was accompanied by a careful choice of words to maintain political balance. Cheryl's decisive performance as Brown's sole ruler contained a clear hint of the existence of more powerful conspirators. The careful organization of the inner castle's security included outer patrols by the forces of His Majesty's Central Army and inner protection by soldiers of Brown's territory. Cheryl's stern warning included the promise of severe punishment for anyone involved in organizing the attack on Brown's property during her brother's funeral. People, offended by Cheryl's suspicions, expressed dissatisfaction with her confidence in the existence of a conspiracy and demanded a personal meeting with the Pope to clarify the situation. The dramatic appearance of Philip with the Holy Father was accompanied by a demonstrative throwing of the captive to the floor and the announcement of the long-awaited meeting. Philip's imperious gesture of placing his foot on the fallen Holy Father was accompanied by a demand to reveal the names of all accomplices in organizing the attack. The beginning of the interrogation of the Holy Father was interrupted by an unexpected noise, indicating the arrival of the Emperor himself in the room for the investigation. The majestic appearance of the Emperor in the room caused noticeable concern in the Holy Father, who began to look nervously at the ruler who had entered. Cheryl's decisive demand to the now bandaged Holy Father was that he publicly acknowledge that he had received the order from the Emperor himself. A sly smile accompanied the Emperor's question, expressing doubt about the validity of the accusations of his involvement in the events that had taken place. Aaron's internal struggle within Rhaenyn's body was accompanied by persistent calls from a voice in his head to give in to anger and attack the Emperor. The attentive Count noticed Rhaenyn's unusual condition, receiving an explanation about the lack of air as the cause of temporary illness. Rhaenyn's internal conflict was intensified by the awareness of the enemy's proximity and the inexplicable force that kept him from immediately attacking the Emperor. The tense dialogue between the Emperor and the Holy Father began with a question about the reasons for the church leader's strange requests to make certain statements. The Emperor's command to the Holy Father to speak louder emphasized the ruler's desire to make every word accessible to all present. The difficult choice of the Holy Father was determined by the understanding that accusations against the Emperor would lead to the loss of the promised compensation for lost property. The inner decision of the Holy Father was inclined to admit his own guilt and explain his actions by the divine will to keep the promises. The dramatic scene of the repentant Holy Father crawling on his knees towards Cheryl ended with an unexpected accusation against the Emperor of forcing him to commit criminal acts. The irritated Emperor's swift reaction resulted in a fatal blow with a sword, ending the life of the Holy Father, who continued to speak. A shocked Cheryl, watching the dying king, demanded that the Emperor explain such a cruel act against the church leader. The Emperor's calm explanation emphasized the inadmissibility of unfounded accusations against the name of the ruler of a great empire without compelling evidence. The Emperor's demonstrative turn was accompanied by a rhetorical question about the naivety of those present who believed the words of an unreasonable man. Gale's clouded mind, controlled by Avarak's orders, led to a surprise attack on the Emperor, causing a serious blade wound. The satisfied smile of the watching Philip reflected an understanding of the true meaning of what was happening. As conceived by Lord Avarak, the Emperor's resilience was demonstrated by his ability to draw his weapon and strike back at Gale, despite being seriously wounded and bleeding. The shocking revelation of the attacker's true identity came after the man fell and his mask was removed, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. Jaren's last attempt to obtain information about the identity of the attacker was unsuccessful due to the death of the unknown man. Gale's body falling to the ground caused the release of Averek's energy, which quickly spread throughout the interior of the castle. Isabel's sudden change of plans to leave Brown's territory was caused by the realization of the uncontrolled release of the Chaos God's power. Everyone's attention was drawn to the appearance of a giant portal in the shape of a pentagram, which materialized directly above the heads of the astonished lords. The general fear contrasted with Philip's satisfaction, who realized the long-awaited fulfillment of the prophecy about the coming of Avarek to their world. The terrifying appearance of a giant foot from the portal, instantly crushing the Emperor, preceded the materialization of the rest of the creature's body. Kainos' sudden realization of the nature of what was happening linked the creature's appearance to the child's rebirth, leaving open the question of what happened next. The unusual behavior of the emerging Valter, which was sharply different from his previous manifestations, testified to the extreme instability of his current state. Mass panic among the lords caused a disorderly flight of those present, seeking to avoid possible death at the hands of the monster that had appeared. The tragic consequences of the appearance of the unstable monster resulted in numerous casualties among those present who were unable to escape. Aaron's strategic decision to save the remaining soldiers came after observing Cheryl and Kainos' willingness to engage in confrontation. Aaron's decisive action began with removing his camouflage helmet and ordering Rommel to immediately retreat from the danger zone. Aaron's loud call to Irana received an immediate response, demonstrating the Dragoness's readiness to carry out urgent instructions. The swift rescue was made possible by Aaron's quick reaction, who managed to grab Rommel and fly away on the little dragon. A successful upward teleportation resulted in a reunion with Cheryl and Kainos waiting in the sky, trying to comprehend the nature of the creature that had appeared. Kainos' important explanation of Valtor's identity as Avarak's child coincided with a noticeable change in Cheryl's condition. Kainos' close observation of Cheryl led to the discovery of the presence of Valtor's sister's power within her, manifested through a particle of Avarak's energy. Kainos' worried question about Cheryl's acquaintance with the name Avarak received a negative answer, accompanied by assurances of complete ignorance. Cheryl's sudden concern about Aaron's whereabouts interrupted her thoughts about the mysterious connection with the unknown deity. It was a relief to find Aaron and Rommel safely escaping on the back of the faithful Irana. Aaron's persistent questions about the nature of the unknown monster were addressed to Kainos after maximum approach in the air. Confirmation of the truth of Isabel's words was accompanied by the realization of Valtor's premature appearance, which violated the expected timing. Cheryl was surprised by her brother's knowledge of the events taking place, especially given her own recent familiarity with the situation. Aaron's pragmatic remark shifted the focus from awareness issues to the pressing issue of confronting a destructive monster. Aaron's serious question to Kainos concerned possible ways to stop the raging monster threatening his lands. Kainos' frank response contained an admission of the impossibility of confronting a being different from the familiar version of Valtor. Kainos' appeal to Aaron's memories of the first summoning of the creature from the magic circle contained an important key to understanding the situation. Analysis of the memories confirmed the inadequacy of Valtor's resurrection, which was manifested through obvious signs of excruciating pain upon appearance. Valtor's distinctive behavior, characterized by chaotic movements instead of the purposeful use of the power of chaos, indicated his incomplete revival. Aaron was perplexed by Kainos' assertion that it was impossible to get rid of Valtor, even in his unstable state and incomplete resurrection. The horrific spectacle of the absorption of the souls of the inhabitants of Brown's territory demonstrated the growing power of Valtor, which was strengthened by the life energy of people. Valtor's rapid development of abilities manifested itself in an increase in the range of his power, allowing him to extract souls from a considerable distance. Kainos' alarming assessment of the situation was accompanied by an urgent call for the immediate evacuation of the group to a safer location. The large-scale destruction of the abandoned territory was characterized by the complete disintegration of matter and the disappearance of all signs of life. The critical situation was complicated by the increase in Valtor's power and the suffering of Cheryl, whose special power made her especially vulnerable to the changes taking place. The dragon's important explanation clarified the situation with Valtor, who in his form sought to destroy as much life as possible in order to gain strength and further growth. The realization of the need for immediate action came to Aaron when he saw Valtor's destructive activities threatening to escalate into an even greater catastrophe. The combined attack on Valter began with Kanos using all available forces to support Aaron's advance. Aaron's deep thoughts focused on finding a way to stop Valter, willing to use any means available to achieve his goal. Kainos' confidence in the existence of a way to defeat Valter was combined with an understanding of the monster's exceptional strength, making him almost invulnerable. A sudden memory of Isabel's abilities prompted Kainos to send Cheryl to find their mother, who could help in the current situation. Cheryl's distrustful reaction to the news of her mother's presence was accompanied by doubts about her ability to resist the monster that threatened them all. A brief explanation of yesterday's conversation with Isabel about Avarak and Valtor served as sufficient grounds for immediate execution of the order. Cheryl's decisive action, overcoming her pain, coincided with Aaron's realization that he needed to turn to his loyal Rommel for help. The assignment of Kanos and Rommel to save the inhabitants gave rise to a natural question from the devoted servant about the plans of the master during their rescue operation. Aaron's reassuring smile was accompanied by a promise to do everything possible to contain the threat until Cheryl returned with help. Understanding the correctness of the decision made prompted Kanos to support the plan and immediately teleport with Rommel to carry it out. Left alone with Irana, Aaron focused on the main task of keeping the monster within a certain area to minimize destruction. Aaron's determination was reflected in his preparation of his blade for battle and his tender farewell to Irana before directly confronting the enemy. Philip's observation of Valter's destructive actions was accompanied by doubts about the fulfillment of Avarak's promise to receive the Imperial title. Avarak's unexpected appeal to Philip included an explanation of Valter's instability and the need to resurrect Isis to correct the situation. Valtor's shocking order to kill his cousin in order to resurrect Isis left the frightened prince distrusting the mission entrusted to him. Aaron's carefully prepared attack, despite the force put into it, did not cause any harm to Valter and provoked a powerful counterattack. Irana's exceptional abilities allowed her to successfully evade pursuit for some time, but gradually it became more and more difficult. Aaron's reassuring promise to quickly deal with the pursuers was aimed at maintaining the morale of the worried Irana. The unexpected result of directing the sword's energy against the dark force resulted in its strengthening instead of the desired destruction of the enemy. Aaron's heroic decision to jump off Irana and use the surrounding energy allowed the oncoming attack to split in two. The unexpected discovery of the blade's ability to absorb dark power gave rise to the idea of trying to absorb the energy of Valter himself to weaken him. The Duke's parallel fight against the dark energy attacking the citizens prevented the absorption of the life force of the civilians. Successfully accumulating enough energy allowed Aaron and Irana to rise into the air again to continue the battle. Irana's careful observation revealed a noticeable decrease in Valtor's size after absorbing a significant portion of his energy. The insightful speculation about Valtor's suffering due to his inability to absorb souls explained the reduction in his physical size. Irana's sensible proposal to destroy the souls trapped in the blade found support from the Duke, who was ready to try any means of resistance. Aaron's decisive action to destroy the collected souls began with raising his blade and activating the process of burning them. The gradual destruction of the collected souls was accompanied by a proportional reduction in Valtor's size to the scale of an ordinary giant. Confidence in his own strength prompted Aaron to descend to the ground for a decisive battle with his diminished opponent. Cheryl's active search for her mother led her to an unexpected meeting with Cecilia, whose familiar voice attracted the girl's attention. The dramatic moment of Isabel's rescue through Cecilia's efforts ended successfully, despite the complexity of the situation. Isabel's sudden awakening was accompanied by Cheryl's desperate warning of mortal danger from the approaching Philip. The critical moment of the battle came after Aaron's failed attack, when Valter grabbed him, demanding that he return the stolen energy to complete the revival. The saving intervention of Irana, who dug her claws into Valter's arm, prevented Aaron's inevitable death at the last moment. Irana's heroic attempt to use dragon breath against the monster ended in failure, leading to a powerful counterattack from the enemy. Irana's selfless defense of her master from Valtor's new attack resulted in the loyal dragoness being seriously injured. Aaron's desperate prayers for Cheryl and Isabel's speedy return were intensified by the sight of the approaching, inexorable monster. The tragic ending occurred despite Cecilia's attempts to stop Philip, who managed to fatally wound Cheryl. The dramatic moment of Cheryl's loss of consciousness, bleeding to death, was accompanied by the desperate cries of Isabel, who sensed the beginning of her daughter's transformation. Philip's aggressive advance was accompanied by imperious demands not to interfere with the execution of the will of his master Avarak. Cecilia's unequal battle against the chaos god Philippe, empowered by the events, changed with the arrival of Isabel, who was enraged by what had happened. Isabel's maternal anger, directed at Philip, who dared to injure her daughter, was expressed in a powerful magical attack, from which the enemy barely managed to defend himself. Philip's furious reaction to the insulting reminder of his origins was interrupted by a swift attack from the combined forces of Cecilia and Isabel. A dangerous development occurred unnoticed by the fighting Isabel, as a dark force began to envelop Cheryl as she rose into the air. Philip's determined intention to carry out Avarac's order and become emperor even at the cost of murder was expressed in a new attack on the girl. Cheryl's sudden display of increased strength allowed her to easily capture the attacking Philip with a single flick of her wrist. The majestic appearance of the resurrected goddess Isis was accompanied by an imperious demand to explain the presence of a stranger in a sacred place. The goddess's growing anger, expressed by the transformation of her hand into flame, forced the frightened Philip to introduce himself as a prince of the empire. Isis's assumption about Philip's possible help in her revival was confirmed by the mention of Lord Avaric's orders. Isis's suspicious attitude towards her father's unknown order resulted in her demanding the complete truth from the frightened prince. Philip's desperate vows of truthfulness about the promised imperial title did not impress Isis, who rejected him before flying to her brother. Isabel's deep despair, having lost both her children, resulted in a complete loss of vitality and the desire to continue to exist. Cecilia's support, pointing out that Cheryl's true form was preserved and that her return was possible, helped Isabel maintain hope. Cecilia's important memory of the last divine relic stored in her body opened up a way to save the situation. A timid hope for the return of Isabel's children arose thanks to the existence of a powerful relic of the gods. Isis's rapid movement in Cheryl's body to the site of Aaron's battle with Valtor ended in a successful stop to the conflict. Isis's imperious appeal to her brother demanded that their father be summoned for an important conversation about the reasons for their change. The solemn moment of Avarac's appearance was accompanied by his question to his son about the reasons for the call. The shocking revelation of Avarac's complete disregard for his daughter's presence left Isis deeply shaken.